Welcome to the world of global fog survival. From today on, you will survive in the foggy world. Try to survive. Except for wisdom and strength. Everything in the civilized world has no meaning here. This will be a journey of survival from scratch. You only have one independent wooden house, which will be the only relatively safe place. An emotionless voice sounded in Chi Yuan's mind. A world of mist? Survive? Log cabin? Wake up. Chi Yuan found himself lying on the rotten floor of a dilapidated wooden house, with only a thin straw mat under him. A chill came over him, and Chi Yuan tightened the few clothes he wore. Looking around the wooden house, except for a simple table in the middle, there are no other facilities. Chi Yuan's pupils contracted and he looked around with uncertainty, full of fear and panic. Yesterday Chi Yuan came home from get off work, washed himself and lay down to sleep as usual. As a result, when I woke up, I appeared in this dilapidated wooden house. The whooshing cold wind penetrated the dilapidated wooden wall, and you could faintly see the dark night outside the wooden house. It seemed that something was floating in the night. Chi Yuan felt a panic in his heart. Before Chi Yuan could think more, the indifferent voice sounded again. Poor humans, put away your cheap fears and face the nightmare of the misty jungle. If you want to survive here, please keep the following things in mind. First, the wooden house you are currently in will be your only relatively safe place in this world. As long as you stay in the wooden house, your safety can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. You can make survival tools, avoid wild beasts, etc. in the wooden house. However, the wooden house is not invulnerable to damage. Attacks by wild beasts and intrusions from the natural environment will destroy the wooden house. Try to upgrade your wooden house. Second, collect as many supplies as possible during the day. For example, water, food, wood, stones, etc. These will better meet the needs of life. Third, please cherish the time during the day. The daytime in the foggy world is very precious. Daytime is rare, darkness and disaster will be the eternal melody here. Return to the shelter before night falls, otherwise you will face the endless horrors of the night. Fourth, natural disasters will be the biggest challenge you face. The terror in the dark night can be avoided, but cold, heat, heavy rain, blizzard, will completely defeat you. Upgrade the level of your wooden house and store enough resources to survive. Third, friends are both hope and disaster. Choosing the right partner can help you survive better, but the darkness of human beings is likely to swallow you up completely. Sixth, keep the Mist Survival book on the table. Through it, you can communicate and trade with other survivors, and better understand the world. Weak humans, I advise you. Humanity is not your worst enemy, the world you face is. Face the world head on. Try to survive. The sound gradually dissipated, and Chi Yuan frowned. After a while, Chi Yuan finally accepted the reality. All mankind has entered a dangerous world of survival. Thinking of the Mist Survival book that the voice just mentioned, Chi Yuan stood up and came to the table. Sure enough, there was this ancient book on the old wooden table, and there was an old stone axe next to it. Chi Yuan first picked up the ancient book. The entire Mist Survival booklet has a cowhide texture and the font is in regular script. Chi Yuan used the faint light of the oil lamp on the table to read the contents on the pages of the leather book. After quickly flipping through a few pages, the contents of this Mist Survival book were just as the voice said. It introduces the general situation of this world. Introduce today's weather and daytime duration, including recent meteorological trends. Just like the current weather, it is due to the period when the cold wave hits. The weather will be getting colder in the near future, and the days will gradually become shorter. This is a very serious challenge for survivors who have nothing. Then turning the page backward, a world chat channel attracted Chi Yuan's attention. All areas of human public communication? There are frames for friends and regional chats next to, but the numbers are all zero. According to the world chat channel, there are more than 7 billion survivors in total. This number happens to be the number of all human beings. From this point of view, whether they are the elderly, children, disabled people, or vegetative people, they have all come to this world. In the early stage, it was almost a certain death situation. There are more than 10,000 people in the regional chat, but the distance between each survivor ranges from 50 to 100 kilometers. This population density is very small, so you can imagine how large the entire misty world is. This distance is in a foggy world blocked by fog. Wanting to meet other people is a very difficult thing. At this time, other survivors had also begun to look through the Mist Survival booklet. Lines of words began to appear on the world channel. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Who knows where this is? I was still watching videos. Why did I suddenly appear in a broken wooden house? Who are you? Earthlings or aliens? What's going on? Filming TV? Brothers upstairs, we are probably all from Earth, right? Looking at the number of people, it should be that all humans have traveled through time. It's so scary. It's pitch black outside and the wind is very strong. I feel like something is coming. It's so cold. Is it the weather now? The temperature is only less than 10 degrees. As the first sentence appeared, more and more people began to speak on the World Chat channel. With a population of 1 billion, the chat box exploded instantly. The densely packed speeches filled the screen so quickly that it was impossible to make out what was said. Shi Yuan just watched quietly and was not in a hurry to send a message. The World Chat channel does not allow unlimited messaging. Each person can only send 5 sentences per day. Just in case something important happened, Shi Yuan tried to save the opportunity once a day. Shi Yuan also learned a lot of information from the World Chat channel. First of all, the current probability is that all humans will travel together. All human beings suddenly came to this misty world under an unknown force. Secondly, this is definitely not a so-called game. This kind of powerful ability is definitely not something humans can possess. All the humans scattered in the misty world began to send messages on the chat interface after being briefly confused. Only the partner's response can barely offset the uneasiness and fear at this time. I thought I was dreaming. When I woke up, I suddenly appeared in the cabin. Where are you all? Can you get together? Brother, don't think about it. Didn't you see that everyone is at least 50 kilometers apart? Yes. That's a circle with a radius of 3 kilometers, and there can be at most dozens of people spread there. Oh my God. What's happening? I finally brought my girlfriend to the hotel. I just finished taking the pill. Someone help me. Brother. Hold on. Stop complaining, brothers. Do you feel like it's getting colder? We won't freeze to death here on the first day. Is it that cold? It's fine here. It's over 10 degrees. I should be able to survive tonight. Damn it, it's almost freezing. I just wore short sleeves. Ahem, the area here is so large, the climate probability is different in different places. Maybe some places are particularly cold. Oh, am I that unlucky? Brother, stop howling. There's something scratching at my door. I'm scared to death. Good brother. According to my analysis, this is most likely the opening gift package. Don't be afraid to go out and kill him. I believe you, you idiot. That old man is very bad. It's better not to go out, stay indoors and wait for dawn. Yes, this probability is no joke. What we are facing is definitely not a child's play. The family must stay together and share information with each other, otherwise it may be in danger. Listen to that voice. You can go out to look for supplies during the day, but try to stay in the cabin at night. The chat content gradually returned to normal and started talking about business. Shi Yuan looked at the chat and fell into deep thought. It seems that everyone is facing the same situation. Including some people from the world's political and economic circles also spoke in the chat interface. But the effect was very small and no one listened. Everyone here starts from scratch and has almost zero knowledge of the environment. The only power you can control is yourself, and it is difficult to rely on your original advantages to recruit a group of people. Shi Yuan saw that there was no new content in the World Chat channel and Regional Chat channel, so he continued to scroll back. Next to the chat channel, there is also a trading market, daily information, shelter information, etc. After understanding the current general situation, Shi Yuan closed the Mist survival book. Although Joan's thoughts were chaotic, Shi Yuan tried his best to calm himself down. In the current situation, I don't know any useful information, so all I can do is take a good rest. Since that voice said it, it should be safer to hide in the wooden house. So Shi Yuan believed that tonight was probably safe and he could sleep peacefully, but he still had to be careful and not sleep too much. The night of the first day is definitely a sleepless night for most people. Many people stayed in the chat channel box for the whole night. The principle is to try your best to restrain panic and anxiety, and try to calm down and rest. How to survive in such a strange and dangerous new world? Group together? Such a low population density is to prevent survivors from gathering together. It's hard to meet other people in a short period of time. In this case, the best solution is to adapt to the environment and survive on your own. Soon, Shi Yuan fell into a deep sleep in the cold. Only the oil lamp on the wooden table was left, still emitting a faint light. The wind roared outside the wooden house, and a whining sound came through the gaps in the wooden house. It was hard to see anything in the dark night, only the sound of rustling could be heard from time to time. I don't know if it's the sound of leaves or footsteps. The first night in the foggy survival world passed quickly. In the early morning, warm sunlight shines into the wooden house through the gaps between the wooden boards. The small wooden houses were all lit up. The light shone on his face. Shi Yuan frowned and opened his eyes. Know that today is an extremely important day. Shi Yuan quickly woke himself up. After looking around the wooden house, I walked to the window. At this time, the scene outside the wooden house can be seen clearly. In front of him is a densely grown grassland, and the lush green grass is more than 10 centimeters high. Not far away, many tall trees can be seen. It is a lively scene, except that the weather is a bit cold. Not daring to leave the wooden house rashly, Shi Yuan opened the Mist Survival book. The weather page has changed. Shi Yuan checked it carefully. C2 First outing. Today's weather. Today is a nice sunny day. A great choice when going out to collect supplies. Day length, 6 hours. Its clear temperature, 12-18. Climate trend, the cold wave is coming. Be sure to collect enough supplies for the winter and keep warm. The temperature during the day was slightly lower than that at night, more than 10 degrees higher than at night. It's daytime now, and more than 10 minutes have passed. It shows that there are 5 hours and 45 minutes of daylight left. Shi Yuan was in no hurry to go out. Instead, he took out the mist-seeking manual and checked to see if anyone else had left the shelter. By the way, I also want to take a look at the information required for the shelter level. Although I read it yesterday, I need to confirm it again. Shelter, Level 1 cabin, 10 square meters. A dilapidated wooden house is difficult to shelter from wind and rain. Upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. Level 1 shelter facilities, none. Shelter level, 0 out of 100 with 0/50 heads. Seeing that there were no facilities in the level 1 shelter, Shi Yuan shook his head helplessly. If could improve the level of the shelter, would have no choice but to live in a broken wooden house. The goal these days is very clear: collect wood heads. Level 1 shelter should be the first issue everyone faces. Just as Shi Yuan thought, the chat channel became lively again. I'm going to freeze to death. This shabby wooden house is so crude, it actually leaks air. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Who has something to eat? Who has food? I'll exchange it for 200,000. Are you kidding me? Upstairs? Who is so poor at this time? How can I give you something to eat? Don't talk about 200,000, it's useless if you have 2 million. Do you think you can go back? I wanted to make a fire to keep warm first, but I found that the level 1 shelter didn't have any facilities. Brother, this tells us that the first task is to improve the level of the wooden house. Then what are you talking about? There are 6 hours in the day, and you still have to go out and chop trees. Hey guys, I've been chopping for 10 minutes. Damn it, is this thing rolled up? Thanks a lot, brother. I've been worried that it would be dangerous to leave the cabin. Thank you for trying for me. Since there's no danger, I'll go out and chop down the trees. Old vagina B. Hurry, 6 hours, everyone rush. Shi Yuan didn't read much, just briefly understood the situation in the world chat channel. Close the Misty Seeking manual and carry it with you to prevent it from falling, and stuff it directly into the inner pocket of your clothes. Pick up the newbie item on the table, axe. Pick up the axe and display the information about the axe: name, ordinary level axe, item level, ordinary good excellent rare. The simplest axe can barely cut wood. It takes a long time, consumes a lot of energy, and is easily damaged. Shi Yuan's face was full of helplessness, and he couldn't help but want to complain. This axe is as simple as it can get. It's better than nothing. Shi Yuan took the mist storage manual and the axe, and closed the door of the wooden house. The environment outside is very good, with lush grassland in sight and green woods in the distance. Looking further into the distance, there is a thick layer of white mist, which can be seen clearly at all. This is mentioned in the Mist Show manual. There is no fog within a 300-meter radius of the shelter, and it is relatively safe. 300 meters to 2,000 meters is a mist area, and the field of vision is reduced, but it is still possible to explore. The degree of risk has increased. Beyond 2,000 meters, it is a dense fog area. The dense fog area is filled with thick fog, and the visibility is almost zero. Moreover, the danger in dense fog areas is extremely high. So for most people, the area to be explored is only 2,000 meters. Of course, this range does not change completely. With the level of the shelter, both the fog-free area and the mist area will expand. In summary, the first level is centered on the level wooden house. Shi Yuan carefully walked into the lush grass. The weeds were almost ankle-deep, dew rubbed on my feet, and my trouser legs were wet. Seeing the dew on the ground, Shi Yuan was actually moved. After all, he didn't drink water all night. But considering that it would be a waste of time to collect, I gave up for the time being. Along the way, the weeds grew taller, but Shi Yuan still walked carefully. This is my first time walking in a misty world, and I can never be too careful. The trees were far away, and we arrived after a few minutes' walk. Does not hesitate, Shi Yuan directly tries to cut down the tree to judge the difficulty of obtaining the wood. The efficiency of resource acquisition is very important. The sharp axe struck the tree, leaving a deep gash. Shi Yuan felt very strenuous. According to this efficiency, how long does it take to collect 100 units of wood? The sound of bang bang echoed through the woods. It took more than 15 minutes before we could chop down a tree. A tree collects 6 units of wood. It was very difficult for Qi Yuan to swing the axe continuously for 15 minutes. After cutting down a tree, you have to rest for a while. Cutting down only 3 trees took nearly an hour. 18 units of wood have been piled aside. Qi Yuan planned to take a break and transport the wood to the wooden house first. According to this work efficiency, it is difficult to upgrade the wooden house to the highest level within one day. It is difficult to collect even 100 units of wood, not to mention 50 units of hair. There are only 6 hours in the day, and there are many things to do in these 6 hours, and they can't all be used to cut trees. The most important thing is food and water. If you can't replenish your physical strength as soon as possible, you will soon starve to death in this foggy world. The second is the problem of keeping warm. I have seen the cold weather last night, and this was before the cold wave came. Once the cold wave comes, the temperature will definitely drop to an unimaginable level. Qi Yuan must find suitable warm items before the weather gets cold. The first reason to collect wood is to consider the time consumed by cutting trees. If the wood is collected quickly enough, the shelter can be upgraded as soon as possible. But now it seems that the first-class shelter can be completed in a short time, so the goal is changed immediately. Qi Yuan plans to transport this batch of wood back to the cabin, and then solve the food problem first. After transporting the wood back to the cabin, Qi Yuan is on the road again. The forest where the trees were just cut is to the east of the cabin, and no edible food was seen along the way. This time Qi Yuan plans to go north. But just after walking out of the cabin, he was attracted by a metallic light in the grass in front. If I am not mistaken, this is a bronze box. Resource box? Qi Yuan was immediately surprised and pinched himself hard to make sure he was dreaming. After confirming that there was no danger around, Qi Yuan ran over quickly. This kind of resource box is introduced in the Misty Seeking Manual. In the world of Misty Seeking, in addition to manually collecting resources, there is another way to obtain precious resources. That's a resource box. Resource boxes are randomly refreshed and distributed in every corner of the foggy world. And they have different qualities. The higher the quality, the smaller the quantity. Quality of resource boxes: wooden resource boxes, bronze resource boxes, silver resource boxes, gold resource boxes. The resource box contains various materials needed for storage. For example, food, water, seeds, tools, wood, tools, prop manufacturing drawings, etc. Items like drawings can also be obtained by collecting them at ordinary times, and the probability of passing is very low. The main way to obtain them is the resource box. Moreover, the quality and rarity of the items in the resource box are generally high. Restraining the excitement in his heart, Qi Yuan hurriedly picked up the resource box from the weeds. The resource box is large, and the light blue bronze luster is particularly conspicuous. According to the Mist Search Manual, the probability of wooden resource boxes appearing is relatively high. The higher the level of the resource box, the lower the probability of appearing. It turned out that Qi Yuan was wrong to only expect to pick up a wooden resource box. Unexpectedly, he was so lucky that he picked up a bronze resource box as soon as he went out. You know, this is only the first day of seeking. At present, there are only 2 qualities of resource boxes in the entire foggy world: wooden resource boxes and bronze resource boxes. And the number is extremely rare, and it is certain that people will find it if it appears. Not to mention the more rare bronze resource boxes. Qi Yuan opened the bronze resource box with a nervous mood. A green light diffused from the box. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, but still couldn't bear to look away and stared at the inside of the box. The green light dissipated, revealing the items in the box. There were 3 things in total. The first was an iron pickaxe. With a thought, the information of the pickaxe appeared in front of him. Name: iron pickaxe, good, a good quality iron pickaxe, without any other bonuses, used for mining. How good is this iron pickaxe? It is only 1 level higher than the ordinary axe. This is normal. Because bronze resource boxes are likely to only open 3 quality items: ordinary, good, and excellent. Opening good quality is normal, and excellent quality is a burst of luck. If a bunch of ordinary items are opened, you can only consider yourself unlucky. After receiving the iron pickaxe, Shi Yuan reached out and picked up a light ball. This is a light ball similar to a transparent glass ball. A small and exquisite object appeared inside the light ball. With a thought, the information emerged. Name: flower garden, good, for indoor planting, increase the growth rate of seeds. Ordinary seeds, increase by 10%. Good seeds, increase by 5%. This is a flower garden prop that can increase the growth rate of seeds by a small amount, although the degree of increase is not much. But for a seeker who can only live in a wooden house, this is definitely a good thing that can be obtained in abundance. Shi Yuan was already happy. Such an unexpected gain has rapidly improved Shi Yuan's ability to survive. Even if it is for personal use, it can be sold on the trading platform in exchange for a small amount of supplies. The iron pickaxe and the flower garden are both needed in the near future, so Shi Yuan will naturally sell them. The last item is a scroll. Is this the item manufacturing scroll mentioned in the Mist Seeker manual? Shi Yuan muttered to himself. It is the same as the flower garden that has been made, which will be gone after it is used up. With the manufacturing scroll, you can always have the manufacturing method. Whether it is an already made item or a manufacturing scroll, each has its own advantages. Although the flower bed was damaged and useless, it still needed to be made by itself, which reduced manpower and material collection time. Although the manufacturing scroll can be used for a long time, it is very troublesome to collect the materials for manufacturing. Shi Yuan did not hesitate and opened the last item. To Shi Yuan's surprise, this was indeed a manufacturing scroll. Name: Healing Potion Manufacturing Scroll. Good. Materials: 2 tree roots, 1 blood and flesh essence, 50 milliliters pure water used to treat minor injuries, such as colds, fevers, external injuries, etc. Take it internally or apply it externally. Shi Yuan showed a surprised expression on his face. In the wild, starvation is the most feared thing. The most feared thing is disease. It is very likely that a minor cold or a minor injury will develop into a disease that cannot be cured. With a population of 7 billion, there will definitely be fewer people who get injured accidentally. The healing potion will definitely be hard to sell. The only trouble is the materials. Tree roots are easier to understand. You can dig out the roots when you cut down trees. Purified water is also easier to obtain. Although no water source has been found yet, it will be too difficult to obtain water, and most people will not be able to survive. What bothers Shi Yuan the most is the blood and flesh essence. Shi Yuan has never even heard of it. But based on the name, it is likely to be obtained from animals. There is no food to fill the stomach, let alone meat. The matter of making healing potions can only be postponed. The most important thing now is to find food and water sources. C3 Obtaining resource box. Shi Yuan put the flower garden and healing potion making scroll back in the wooden house, and also put the resource box back. Because I just went out and picked up a bronze resource box, which was not far from the wooden house, I sent it back directly. Shi Yuan once again brought the stone axe and the newly obtained iron pickaxe, and planned to go to the north to have a look. After all, I just got lucky when I left the house and picked up a bronze resource box. This makes Shi Yuan feel that if he chooses the north, he will definitely have good luck. On the north side, the same endless weeds grow extremely luxuriantly. Shi Yuan couldn't help but frown and thought, the resources nearby seem a bit scarce. In addition to weeds and weeds, there are at most a few trees, and no other resources can be found at all. I didn't know that everyone was like this, or that Shi Yuan was unlucky and happened to be born in a barren place. If you have the opportunity in the future, you must live in a place with abundant resources. Shi Yuan thought as he walked. I wonder if the location of the wooden house can be changed in the future. Not long after, Shi Yuan reached the junction of 300 meters. Wisps of mist floated in the air, revealing a sense of mystery. This is Shi Yuan's first time in the mist area. The place where the tree was cut down before was close to the mist area 300 meters away. Standing in front of the mist area, Shi Yuan fell into thinking. Are you going in or not? It is absolutely safe in the mist area, and there are many dangers hidden there, which are not as serious as those in the dense fog area. After thinking for a moment, Shi Yuan walked in. The range of 300 meters is too large and cannot meet the needs of life at all. What's more, the surrounding area is so barren that there is less to harvest. Therefore, entering the mist area is inevitable. Taking risks also means greater gains. Need to be more careful. In just a few steps, Shi Yuan got his first harvest. Stone. Just 100 meters into the mist area, there were a lot of stones scattered, some, and there were quite a lot of them. As a basic resource, the importance of stone goes without saying. At the same time, stones are also a necessary resource for upgrading wooden houses. This also made Qi Yuan feel relieved. With this stone resource, it would only be a matter of time to upgrade the wooden house. After writing down the location of the stone area, Qi Yuan continued on the road. The center of the Qiyuan grid in the mist area caused the forward speed to slow down significantly. The surrounding fog was heavy and the air was very humid. After a while, the sweatshirt and trousers were covered with dew, making them very uncomfortable to wear. Suppressing his physical discomfort, Qi Yuan moved forward cautiously in the mist. Although there was no danger along the way, he still did not relax his vigilance. After walking for nearly 1,000 meters, I found no special resources except weeds and trees. Looking at the front, there is still a vast expanse of white, and there is also a vast expanse of white fog behind me. Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment and then stopped moving forward. Although there is no danger in the mist area, the visibility is too low and it is very easy to lose the road. Once he couldn't find his way back and was far away from the shelter cabin, he could wait to die in the fog. There is also a little time issue. Now, 2 hours have passed, and there is still 1 hour of free time left. Even if you can't find food and water sources, you still have to make full use of your time and chop as much wood and stones as possible. When the time comes, you can return to the cabin and exchange for other survival resources on the trading platform. Wandering aimlessly like this now is really a waste of time. After completing the exploration plan, Qi Yuan returned to the stone mine area. Take out a good level iron pickaxe and start a boring mining career. Ding! 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 A good great iron pickaxe is very efficient. It is much easier than cutting down trees. It takes a few minutes to harvest a unit of stone. However, mining stones also consumes more energy, and it didn't take long for Qi Yuan's hands to feel sore. There is a big difference between stone and wood. The stone shock resistance is extremely high, and often more than a dozen units are mined, and a period of rest is required. It took 3.5 hours. Qi Yuan mined a total of 163 stones. This also makes it easy to imagine the efficiency of others when using good quality manuscripts. What's more, at present, others have no manuscripts at all. I can hold a novice stone axe and chop down trees with great effort. After wielding the pickaxe for more than 3 hours, Qi Yuan's hands were trembling with exhaustion and his whole body felt sore and backache. At the same time, hunger and thirst struck, impacting Ben's overworked body and spirit. I need to exercise more, otherwise my body will be really overwhelmed. The otaku life is hurting me. Qi Yuan sighed, covering his waist. At this time, there was still half an hour before the night, and the sky began to become drowsy. Even the surrounding fog became thicker. The vast sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and the atmosphere of the entire misty world became depressing. In the foggy air, the temperature dropped rapidly as the humidity increased, down to 0°C. The temperature today has dropped significantly compared to yesterday. The cold snap is approaching. Knowing that it was not a good time to stay in for a long time, Qi Yuan forced himself to support his tired body and planned to move the stones back to the wooden house first. Today's atmosphere has made Qi Yuan feel a little scared and worried. It would be safer to go back to the cabin as soon as possible. Qi Yuan used the bronze resource box he obtained before to transport the stones, which was more convenient and faster. Put the stone into the resource box and drag it back directly. It took 4 moves to transport all the stones back to the wooden house. The stone mine is 400 meters away from the wooden house, not too far nor too close. Qi Yuan hurriedly managed to drag all the stones back within half an hour, almost paralyzing from exhaustion. Carrying the last box of stones, Qi Yuan hurried to the wooden house. The dimmed color was like a curtain covering the entire misty world. Only the light of the wooden house gives people a sense of peace of mind. At this moment, a bang sounded. Qi Yuan tripped over something. What's going on? I remember that there shouldn't be anything here? Did I go the wrong way? Qi Yuan thought as he rubbed his waist and couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat, but breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the lights not far away. Qi Yuan looked down curiously to see what he had tripped over just now. Holy shit! Resource box? Qi Yuan rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. There was a wooden box on the ground, which was kicked over and turned over. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that a resource box would be delivered to my door while I was walking on the road. Qi Yuan laughed excitedly. Seeing the color darken, the white time is about to pass. Qi Yuan picked up the wooden resource box and stones and ran all the way back to the wooden house. Finally, I returned to the wooden house before the color completely darkened. The oil lamp in the wooden house is still on, and the faint orange light brings a warm feeling. This oil lamp is magical. Even without adding kerosene, it can keep burning. It has been burning since last night until now. The seedlings of are like the hope in the dark night, weak but never extinguished. Like the people who are struggling to survive in the foggy world today. Chi Yuan, who was exhausted, lay on the floor without caring about his appearance, breathing heavily. But his face was full of joy. I was lamenting that I couldn't find any food, and was worried that I would have to go to bed hungry tonight, but I didn't expect to turn around and pick up a resource box. Chi Yuan man said with emotion. Although the items in the bronze resource box were very good, I did not get food after all. Chi Yuan didn't believe that there was no such resource box. If you want no. Cannot go to the trading platform to exchange. Chi Yuan didn't believe that everyone was so lucky to be able to pick up 2 boxes when going out. Looking at the wooden box in his hand, Chi Yuan opened it without hesitation. This is the same as dismantling express delivery. How can you not dismantle it after you get it? Unlike the bronze resource box, which is filled with green light, the wooden resource box does not have any special effects and can be opened directly. Sure enough, the lowest level resource box is indeed a bit low-end. Without thinking much, Chi Yuan's eyes were immediately attracted to the contents of the resource box. The same 3 items. A bottle of water and 2 balls of light. Chi Yuan picked up the mineral water and drank half the bottle in one go. From last night to now, I haven't had any water for nearly 20 hours. I had been doing physical activity for an hour, but he was really thirsty and was severely dehydrated. After drinking half a bottle of mineral water, I finally felt like I was alive. After shaking the remaining half bottle of mineral water, Chi Yuan hit it with all his heart. In the absence of fresh water sources, water conservation is essential. After all, Chi Yuan didn't know when he would get another bottle of mineral water. Guess I can still pick up a resource box? There happens to be a bottle of water in the resource box? This is so unrealistic. Tonight is a night of hunger for most people. A very small number of people harvested some food to barely satisfy their hunger. There are also a few people whose wooden houses happen to be near water sources. But after all, only a few people are lucky. Chi Yuan also opened the remaining 2 light balls without ceremony. 1 blanket and 20 pieces of wood respectively. The blanket doesn't look thick, but it does a good job of keeping you warm. Chi Yuan directly put the blanket on his body and felt much warmer instantly. Chi Yuan originally wore a t-shirt and a pair of jackets, which were clothes worthy of autumn. It's okay to wear it during the day, but it gets very cold at night, so this blanket is a real help when it's time. There is nothing special about the 20 pieces of wood, they are piled together with the wood collected by Bai Jing. After a lot of hard work, there are now many more items in the wooden house. First, in the corner near the window, also on the right side of the wooden house, 163 stones and 38 pieces of wood were piled. Next to it is a flower bed 1 meter long, 0.5 meters wide and 0.5 meters high. But the garden was still empty. Next to the flower bed, there are 2 boxes. 1 bronze resource box and 1 wooden resource box. After the 2 resource boxes were opened, Chi Yuan used them as storage boxes. In fact, resource boxes can be recycled. Bronze resource boxes can be recycled into 5 units of bronze, and wooden resource boxes can be recycled into 5 units of wood. But for now, the box is obviously more useful. It's not too late to recycle it later. The bronze box at this time was used to store tools, including stone axes and iron picks. The wooden box was also used as a pillow by Chi Yuan and placed behind his back. Chi Yuan lay on the straw mat, covered with a cashmere blanket, and his simple living conditions instantly became much happier. Gulu gulu, my stomach growled unsatisfactorily. Chi Yuan rubbed his stomach helplessly. I didn't expect the surroundings to be so barren, and I couldn't find any food. I wonder if there is any food to exchange on the trading platform. C4 Mist World Announcement Chapter 4 Announcement from the Mist World. While thinking about it, Chi Yuan opened the Mist Survival booklet. At this time, the World Chat channel has become lively. It's daytime at 6 and night at 18. Even if I sleep for 12 hours, I still have 6 hours left to do nothing in the cabin. Nowadays, a wooden house can be said to have only 4 walls. Besides a straw mat, a table, and an oil lamp, what else is there? At most, there are white-cut trees. How to spend the extra 6 or 7 hours in the wooden house. World Chat Channel. Surviving alone in the foggy world, your thoughts of loneliness, fear, and panic will become more and more intense. The existence of other survivors has become the last comfort for everyone. Even Chi Yuan often checks the chat channel. Chatting with sand sculpture netizens can greatly alleviate the loneliness of surviving in the fog. The huge pressure of survival can also be released through chatting and joking. Whether it is a world chat channel, a regional chat channel, or even a trading market, all have been occupied by countless netizens. I'm going to starve to death. Who has food to eat? True. Internet beggars upstairs. If we can't find food anymore, we will all become beggars. Can't you find food? Why is it so barren around here? Who wouldn't be? It looks like weeds at first glance. Be content, this is just like a primeval forest. We haven't found any food, and we'll be stuck in the quagmire as soon as we get out. Hey, stop talking, it's on the top of the mountain. Snow has begun to fall on the ground, it's so cold. Are you all so miserable? I was born by the river. I walked a few steps and picked up beans. How comfortable. What? Brother upstairs, please go home and take a look. What's wrong? Your ancestral grave is on fire. Speaking of which, aren't there any places to eat nearby? You guys are like this too? Why are you unlucky because you were born in a bad position? Cry to death. Brother Doe sells some water too. Is dying of thirst in the desert, there's no water either. I want it too, I'll give you some wood instead. +1 +1 +1 Jejij, take the water and change it for me. Let's chat privately and take photos and videos. Is there a business here too? Can you come to the door? You can come to the door. Do you dare to open the door? I don't dare. Brother, you don't open the door and just stick out the tool. Get out of here. The building gradually became crooked, and even the support could not hold it straight. But most of them are doing serious trading. There is no water source nearby, but there are still a large number of people who have not even seen the shadow of water, just like Chi Yuan. Water is the first requirement for the continuation of life. So many people started trading in fresh water. But a problem arises at this time. Water container. In the trading field, when the transaction between the two parties is completed, the items will be transferred to the other party's wooden house by the system. Once the fresh water is delivered, if there is no container to hold it, it will be sprinkled directly on the ground. This puts many people in trouble. I feel depressed buying water, but I can't drink the water in front of me. Selling water is even more depressing. There are a lot of resources in front of you, but you can't get them. Let me say something here. Regarding the issue of item manufacturing. In the wooden house, only the upgrade of the wooden house can be completed directly through the system. However, other tools cannot be directly synthesized. For example, a cup cannot be made by adding materials. The same goes for manuscripts. If you put a piece of stone or wood, it will become a manuscript. Items must be made with a manufacturing scroll, otherwise they can only be made automatically. The self-made tool not only has poor use effect, but also does not come with a function. It is similar to a flower garden to accelerate the maturity of plants. So in the future, the importance of making scrolls can be imagined. This design also avoids making a lot of money in the early stage due to the advantages of birthplace. At the same time, the difficulty of survival is greatly increased. Faced with the dilemma of not having a cup, everyone can only find another way. Use wood. Make a hole in the wood to hold water. Such a simple and rough method maintains the normal operation of freshwater transactions. Of course, there are also people who discovered bamboo and sold bamboo tubes as containers, and they also made a fortune. It would be great if there was a disposable cup manufacturing scroll at this time. Chi Yuan smacked his lips and couldn't help but sigh. But this is also a fantasy, as it is difficult to obtain the scroll. What's more, even if you win, you can't control the scroll type. In the trading market, various types of transactions emerge endlessly. It also caused various disputes and turmoil. Brother, how dark-hearted are you? 1 unit of wood is exchanged for 20 milliliters of water? Collect 50 or 60 units of wood, but in the end you can't even drink water? Whether you want to buy it or not, is herein. If you have, we'll buy it. If you don't buy it, don't BB. I'm sorry, I really didn't ask you to buy it. Selling water is not a good idea. Yes, let's boycott this kind of unscrupulous merchants together. I saw beforehand that I had 300 milliliters for a piece of wood. The spontaneous trading market is very unstable. Either the price is too high or too low. However, the initial chaos was soon settled. The price of fresh water also stabilized in a suitable range. 100 milliliters of fresh water can be exchanged for 1 unit of wood. This price is acceptable to most people. All trading venues generally stabilize at this price, and even if there is fluctuation, the difference will not be too big. Fresh water is not a particularly scarce resource. About 5–6% of people can find water sources nearby. Later, as the exploration deepens, there will definitely be many people who can find water sources. The price fluctuations of fresh water and other resources are relatively large. When Chi Yuan was looking for blood and flesh essence and seed, he looked for high-priced items. Half a carrot, exchange for 100 wood or 50 stones. The mark is the body, not the animal that has eaten it. A pair of warm underwear, exchange for 100 stones, a must for resisting the cold wave. A scroll for making chairs, 200 wood plus 100 stones. 999 cold medicine, 1 pack for various foods, basic resources. Stones are preferred. Cucumber seeds, exchange for 50 stones. You can chat privately. Nowadays, the prices in the trading market are extremely collapsed. The prices of various items are too high. Under normal circumstances, more than 4 hours can be used for work in a day or 6 hours. Harvesting wood, at most 70 or 80. This still cannot guarantee the basic diet. If the resources collected every day cannot meet the basic diet, then what is the point of resisting the cold wave? They will soon be eliminated by the fog world. Chi Yuan has seen that the number of survivors in the area has changed a lot. I don't know if they encountered wild beasts or some insurmountable difficulties. It can be seen that the fog world is not a world of comfortable retirement and farming. There are countless dangers hidden in the fog. Chi Yuan looked through this chat channel and was interested in everything. Especially the brother who was born by the river and picked up beans every few steps. Beans, Chi Yuan muttered to himself. Beans are rhizomes and can be sown after cutting into pieces. The planting method is simple, easy to survive, and high yield. Chi Yuan clicked on the private chat of this person named Zhou Ming. In the chat channel, the real name will be displayed, and each nickname is the name of the person. Just like Chi Yuan, if you send a message in the chat channel, the nickname is Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan, hello, how many beans do you want? You can exchange them for stones. Chi Yuan simply sent a message without saying much. Worried that he would be bit up if he appeared too anxious. After waiting for 2 minutes, there was no response, probably because there were too many messages and no response. Chi Yuan continued to browse the trading market. Since he had 163 stones, he was considered a wealthy family. Nowadays, wood has become the basic currency in the trading market. Because the first person only had an axe, he could only cut trees, and most of the people only had wood. And the number was not large, generally around 60 or 70. Some people also made their own drafts and mined some stones, but the number was very small. The mining efficiency of homemade drafts was very low and they were very easy to damage. Chi Yuan considered the price of the trading market and was thinking about what ratio to purchase wood. 1:2? 1:3? Maybe I can upgrade the cabin to level 2 tonight. Just then, an announcement appeared on all the Mist survival books. Mist announcement, congratulations on surviving the first day. But this is just the beginning. The cold wave is approaching. Please store supplies and keep warm. In the first day, many people have received the gift of the Mist World resource boxes. The resource box acquisition rate today is wooden resource box, 1.286%, bronze resource box, 0.00142%. The following is a temporary task. After completing the wooden house upgrade on the first day, you will receive a new survival gift pack. As soon as the announcement came out, the entire chat channel was boiling. What resource box? How come you don't know? You didn't see it either. What did you miss? This is a rare resource that is randomly refreshed. If I had known, I wouldn't be in a hurry to cut trees today. I might find a resource box if I walked around more. Did any brother get it? It must be rare. I just saw someone showing off in the chat channel. Yeah, I even scolded him, but I didn't expect it to be true. Ha, I let you scold me. Now you believe it. Come on, open the wooden resource box and buy bread. There is still half a piece left. Exchange it for 20 stones. Don't wait until it expires. Don't be silly. No one has extra stones without mining. By the way, resource boxes should be able to open items like manuscripts, right? Yes. Although only a few % of people picked up resource boxes, the total number is too high. 7 billion, 1.286% means more than 90 million people got wooden resource boxes, and 0.00142%, well, I can't calculate it. 0.00142% should be less than 100,000. Awesome. 666. I didn't expect there are so many hidden lucky people. Alas. I wanted to make a fortune quietly, but I didn't expect to be discovered by everyone. Ha ha ha. The wooden resource box is not worth mentioning. Don't be too envious. Ha ha. The bronze resource box is not worth mentioning. Don't be too envious. Ha ha. Seeing more and more resource box winners appear, Chi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Although the proportion is not large, but under the huge base, the luck of getting a resource box is not rare. However, it is definitely rare to get 2 resource boxes like myself. Big guys, what's in the resource box? Show us. Yes, there are some good things. They are all hidden, and they don't know how to share. Not long after, several items appeared in the public chat screen. Even Chi Yuan couldn't help but gasp when he saw it. What kind of shit luck do these animals have? C5 guarding the thorns. Name, shelter light shield, excellent, function, with the shelter as the center, a light shield with a radius of 10 meters is formed. The light shield range is counted as the shelter territory. Within the light shield range, greatly reduce the impact of natural environments such as climate, temperature, wind, rain, snow, dust, etc. Resist attacks from the outside world to a large extent. Introduction, the only choice to protect your homeland. At the same time, a speech follows. Yang Zhenghe, this is an item from a bronze resource box. It can greatly improve the survival rate in the early stage. We plan to establish a mutual aid alliance, where people can share what they have and exchange resources with each other. Currently, we only recruit allies with special resources, such as a large amount of water, stone, or scroll output. People who open scrolls should understand that it is not easy to collect materials for making. The alliance can provide each other with it, and then give back to the alliance at a price lower than the market price. If you are interested, you can chat privately. I hope everyone can survive better. Is this the beginning of the spontaneous formation of forces? Taking advantage of everyone being shocked by the shelter light shield, Yang Zhenghe began to recruit troops around the world. Different countries around the world are in the world chat channel, but the language will be changed to the language of their own country. Name, nationality, gender, etc. will be displayed on personal information. Chi Yuan was somewhat tempted. Everyone is scattered in the foggy world, and the resources around them are very different. Sharing what you have can greatly improve your survival ability. Moreover, Chi Yuan can become one of the important allies with the Healing Potion Scroll. Although the Healing Potion Scroll is only a good level item, the importance of medicine is self-evident. At the same time, the items that appeared in the bronze resource box on the first day are guaranteed to be rare. However, Chi Yuan is not in a hurry to join, and he will wait and see. Before everyone can react, several rare items are sent out. Name, Dimension Backpack, good, function, contains a 5 cubic meter dimensional space inside. Introduction, carry your dear backpack. Go out to collect resources and artifacts. Although this is only a good level item, its function and applicability are self-evident. Name, Fog Repelling Light, excellent, function, in the mist area, a fog-free area with a radius of 5 meters is formed. In the dense fog area, a mist area with a radius of 5 meters is formed. And to a certain extent, it reduces the possibility of being discovered by other creatures. Introduction, the dense fog cannot stop the forward movement. Fuck. 666. 666. I bow down to you. Boss, let me lick you and get some good luck. Come on. +1 Chi Yuan is just looking at you in pain. It seems that there are many people who get good things. Although the probability of bronze resource boxes appearing is very low, there are still nearly 100,000 people who get them with a population of 7 billion. That is to say, 100,000 people get more than 100 good level items. Even if the probability of excellent level items appearing in bronze resource boxes is 0.1%, then there are nearly 100 people who get excellent level items. On the first day, only wooden resource boxes and bronze resource boxes will appear. The proportion of bronze resource boxes is so rare, the quality of the items inside will definitely not be low. Chi Yuan couldn't help but sigh, there are really many people with good luck. But fortunately, his healing potion scroll is not bad. Later, many other rare items appeared one after another. Name, World Trumpet, Special, Function, Speak in the World Channel, and the gold characters will be pinned for 1 day. Introduction, make sure everyone sees your speech. Name, Life Night Pearl, excellent, function, increase the growth rate of plants within the illumination of the night pearl. Within a radius of 5 meters, ordinary seeds, increase by 30% good seeds, increase by 20% excellent seeds, increase by 10% rare seeds, increase by 5%. The higher the level, the greater the increase. Introduction, let's farm together. Name, Fog Handle Scroll, excellent, ingredients, hidden, function, create a fog handle, dispel the fog within a certain range. Introduction, there should be light in the fog. There are quite a few bad things appearing in the chat channel. Chi Yuan alone saw 16-17 kinds. Each one is absolutely exquisite, and everyone is itching to see it. If it weren't for the fog survival manual, they would have been strong long ago. Some of these people are just showing off, but more people have their own goals. Like Yang Zhenghe, they want to seek allies or establish a collective. And the effect is surprisingly good. Including official people, they are secretly stabilizing the situation. It's just that this is in the Misty World, and we must follow the rules of the Misty World. After this night, there must be many global loose organizations established. There are also many regional mass organizations. As for whether it is a flash in the pan or a long-lasting prosperity, it is unknown. Qi Yuan thought for a long time, considering whether to join some organizations. But in the end, he still didn't make a decision. Qi Yuan is actually not optimistic. Mutual trading and mutual aid alliances are quite reasonable and can be used as exchanges for rare resources. However, its power cannot be effectively managed without restraint. Is it possible that if the people below are disobedient, you go over and beat them up? In the Mist World, everyone is an independent individual. You don't control the life and death of others, and you don't even control your own life and death. Nowadays, many people have obtained super-imaginary magical props. They think that as one of the top elites of all mankind, they do not pay attention to the dangers of the Misty World. However, Qi Yuan had a hunch that the biggest threat to the Foggy World was definitely not other humans, but the huge, dangerous, mysterious and misty world itself. Maybe just living is already very difficult. Qi Yuan clicked on an item information while thinking about his future plans. Guard the thorns. Qi Yuan was very interested in this special plant. Name, Guardian Thorns, would attribute, good, function, planted outside the shelter, it can effectively prevent invasion by foreign enemies. By absorbing plant attributes, it grows and reproduces. Different attributes have different functions and characteristics. Xiao, guardians who protect our home, but please be careful to feed them. He eats a lot. This is a shelter-defending type of plant. It is for sale by a woman named Xin Shuyu. Qi Yuan has already chatted with her for a few words. There are 2 plants of this kind. In addition to the wood attribute thorn, there is also a flesh attribute thorn. These 2 thorn plants are not found in resource boxes, but Qin Shuyu found near the wooden house. According to Qin Shuyu, these 2 thorns grow on rocks and cannot absorb nutrients. They were already extremely weak when they were discovered. Qin Shuyu thought they were strange, so she dug them out. Unexpectedly, the system can actually display attributes and can be sold on the trading market. Qin Shuyu uses one of his plants in exchange for 50 units of stone and 30 units of wood, used for shelter upgrades. After all, Mist just announced a temporary mission. Upgrade your shelter to level 2 on day 1. The reward is a novice survival gift pack. So at this time, the entire trading market and chat channels were boiling. The value of stone has increased again, including the value of wood, has increased. Because there are many people who know that they have no hope of receiving rewards. So he sold his wood at a high price in exchange for some food and water. If you want to upgrade your shelter, you need to purchase wood and stone like crazy. Especially for stones, due to the shortage of tools, the market circulation is very small. This made Qi Yuan smell a huge business opportunity. Qi Yuan, how can I sell this guardian thorn? Xin Shu said, 50 stones, 30 wood. Qi Yuan, it's too expensive. You know the current price of stone and wood. Qi Yuan knew that Qin Shuyu must be aiming to upgrade the shelter. But her bid was too high. Qin Shuyu, someone in the chat channel has already reported that there may be creatures attacking the shelter at night. With this guardian thorn, it will be much safer. Qi Yuan, you said, this thorn is very weak and needs time to grow and reproduce. Xin Shuyu, do you have enough stones? Qi Yuan, yes. Xin Shu said, you need 43 stones, but you can do whatever you want. Qi Yuan frowned, still feeling it was not worth it. At any time in the future, this price will be an absolutely preferential price. But at this moment, the price is too high. In the market today, stone is in great demand. 50 stones are enough to buy most things. Of course, things like shelter masks and dimensional backpacks are accepted. Just when Qi Yuan hesitated, Xin Shuyu sent another message. Xin Shuyu, can exchange a message with you. Qi Yuan had doubts in his eyes, but still refused to give in. What information? You know, it's hard to believe this. After all, there is no law here. Xin Shuyu, you can tell me the information first. If you think it's suitable, we can trade. Seemingly worried that Qi Yuan would not agree, Xin Shuyu continued to send a message. Xin Shuyu, there is fresh water near, and can provide you with fresh water resources for free. If you believe in. As he said this, a prompt popped up on Qi Yuan's side. Transaction information, Xin Shuyu exchanged 561 milliliters of river water for a weed. Confirm the transaction and click Agree. Shi Yuan pulled out a piece of grass at the door and clicked to confirm. Soon, a pit was dug and filled with water, and the wood was passed through. Shi Yuan, tell me about your information. If it's valuable, I can trade with you. Shi Yuan was not moved by Qin Shuyu's sincerity at all. 500 milliliters of river water, plus a piece of information that I don't know is true or false, and I can't tell anyone. It's really too cheap. Qin Shuyu quickly sent a message. Qin Shuyu, in fact, I found 3 guardian thorns, and one of them, an Earth attribute guardian thorn, was exchanged to Yang Zhenghe. This information was exchanged from Yang Zhenghe. Shi Yuan was instantly attracted by these words. Shi Yuan understands that the Earth attribute was chosen in advance. Eat soil, eat meat, eat grass. Just compare and you will know how to choose. And just by imagining, you can tell that the defense of the Earth attribute must be better. Qin Shuyu, Yang Zhenghe's shelter light shield is not actually obtained by opening the resource box. But he entered the secret realm. Secret realm? When this word appeared, Shi Yuan felt very fantastic. Is this really a game world? There is actually a secret realm? Qin Shuyu continued, yes. Yang Zhenghe didn't sleep last night and went out the first second of dawn. Then I found a stone pillar not far from the shelter. When I approached it, the secret realm information would be displayed. The secret realm only appears in the first 3 minutes of the day, and everyone can only enter once. According to Yang Zhenghe, after entering, the secret realm will evaluate the ranking of the wooden house among all human beings, and then give rewards. See 6 Second Level Shelter Chapter 6 Level 1 Shelter. The criteria include the level of the shelter, the amount and value of the collected resources, the scope of exploration, and other factors. Because other people didn't dare to go out at that time, but he went out to cut down a tree, so the evaluation level was very high. I guess he might get more than just the shelter light shield. After all, it is a global reward. Seeing this message, Shi Yuan felt his head buzzing. As if worried that Shi Yuan would not believe it, Qin Shuyu sent a screenshot of her chat record with Yang Zhenghe. There was also a photo of the secret stone pillar, which can be seen to be taken with the screenshot of the Mist Survival Manual. Seeing this, Shi Yuan believed it in his heart. Even if it was fake, it was necessary to try it. After all, the reward was too rich, and looking at the chat screenshots and photos, it didn't seem to be fake. Shi Yuan, I don't know if what you said is true or not. It's very risky to trade with you. Qin Shuyu, it's hard for me to prove that what I said is true. If you don't believe it, I can only find someone else to trade with. Shi Yuan, there is no fresh water near me. I can trade with you, but you need to provide me with fresh water in the future. Shi Yuan attaches great importance to the guardian thorns and does not want to really give up, so he still chooses to trade. Qin Shuyu, great. Don't worry, I will add you as a friend, and I will provide you with your daily water in the future. There is a river next to my house, and I can't use up all the fresh water. As he said, Shi Yuan sent a trade application. Use 50 stones to exchange for a wood-attributed guardian thorns. Based on the previous transaction, Shi Yuan roughly guessed that Qin Shuyu lacked 43 stones and 30 wood. Shi Yuan considered long-term trading to obtain fresh water, and was happy to do a favor. Giving 7 more stones can be used to exchange for wood. At the current price, 7 units of stone are more than enough to exchange for 30 wood. Soon, the transaction was successful. A green thorn as thick as a baby's arm appeared in front of him. The thorn was covered with thorns, and the roots were a little thin. It looked wilted as a whole, as if it was seriously malnourished. Shi Yuan pulled a few grasses from the door, and then placed the guardian thorn on it. It can be clearly seen that the roots of the guardian thorns were slightly wriggling and absorbed on the weeds. The weeds gradually turned yellow, and finally were completely absorbed and rotted, forming a soil-like substance gathered at the roots of the guardian thorns. The guardian thorn looked a little more energetic, but the energy was limited. Seeing that the guardian thorn was still alive, Shi Yuan was relieved. As long as the guardian thorn was placed at the top of the wooden house, it would automatically attack creatures that did not belong to the shelter. At the same time, it also prevented the guardian thorn from accidentally hurting Shi Yuan. However, the guardian thorn was still too fragile at this time, so it could only be placed in the flower bed to prolong its life. After doing all this, Shi Yuan then opened the Mist Survival Manual. This is the golden period for trading, and there will be no such good opportunities in the future. Ignoring several messages of thanks from Qin Shuyu, Shi Yuan started to contact the market. At a ratio of 5-to-1, 13 units of stone can easily be exchanged for 65 units of wood. The conditions for upgrading the wooden house are met. Without hesitation, Shi Yuan turned the mist survival manual to the page of shelter information and clicked on the upgrade directly. A white light instantly enveloped the wooden house. It lasted for about 5 seconds before the white light slowly faded away. The original dilapidated and leaky wooden house was transformed by a magical force. When he opened his eyes again, he saw neatly sealed wooden walls. The cold wind from the outside could no longer blow in. The straight stones were neatly laid on the ground. The thick stone texture looks particularly safe. The area of the wooden house has also changed greatly. It was originally a 10 square meter house, but now it has expanded to 30 square meters. It is equivalent to the area of a bedroom, 6 meters long and 5 meters wide. It looks more like a house as a whole. The oil lamp on the wooden table has become much brighter as the wooden house expands. It seems to symbolize that the fire of hope is burning. In every corner of the entire foggy world, there are sparks floating in the fog. At this time, the shelter information in the Mist Survival Manual has also changed. Shelter, Level 2 wooden house, 30 square meters, wooden walls, stone foundation. It can barely keep out the wind and rain. But don't expect it to survive a bigger disaster. Level 2 shelter facilities, bedroom, 3/50ths wood, with a single wooden bed, living room, 3/50ths wood 50/10 stone, with a small stove, warehouse, 3/50ths wood, with 2 storage boxes, no dimensional space ability, workroom, 3/50 wood, with a large workbench, can make ordinary and good items, requires a manufacturing scroll. Kitchen, 3/50ths wood 50/10 stone, with an earth pit iron pot, outdoor balcony, 3/50ths wood, contained in 30 square meters, with rain shelter eaves. Animal stable, 3/30ths wood, with a trough, can only raise ordinary level to tame creatures. Note, Level 2 wooden house can only choose 4 facilities to build. Shelter upgrade, 3/250 wood 50/500 stone. Level 2 shelters obviously have many more facilities. There are 7 types. However, since it is only 30 square meters, we can only choose 4 of them to build. Shi Yuan looked at the 7 room facilities and fell into deep thought. Bedroom, living room, warehouse, workshop, kitchen, balcony, animal pen. First of all, the workshop is definitely indispensable, otherwise I know where to get the desk. Shi Yuan murmured to himself. As for the other 6 items, there is no need for a warehouse. The ones that come with them are just ordinary boxes, not dimensional boxes. The animal pen is not necessary at the moment. After all, raising guardian thorns is quite troublesome now. The animal pen is eliminated. The rest is the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and balcony. Be sure to exclude the same words. Kitchen iron pots are hard to get. You can build one. It is also necessary to install a balcony. After all, many plants need to be exposed to grow. There is a stove in the living room, which can be used to keep warm. Yes, you can use the living room directly as a bedroom. The room is not big. It is divided into 4 parts. The area of the living room is only 7 or 8 square meters. The thermal insulation effect is definitely no worse than that of the bedroom. Shi Yuan nodded with satisfaction. However, although the idea is beautiful, the materials used to build the facilities are still lacking. A total of 200 wood and 20 stones are needed. At the same time, preparations must be made for upgrading the cabin. 250 wood, 500 stone. This amount is extremely huge. I have harvested 163 stones today. It costs 50 to trade guardian thorns, 13 to trade wood, and 50 to upgrade the shelter. Now there are only 50 units left. Calculating according to the most conventional efficiency, use ordinary grade stone axes and stone drafts. Each can collect up to 80 wood or 80 stones. Without eating or drinking, it would take 10 to collect everything. Moreover, a lot of time or resources are spent every day to solve dietary problems. For most people, it takes at least 20-30 to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. Shi Yuan felt that his speed should be much faster. They can be regarded as belonging to the group of people with the fastest development among all mankind. Shi Yuan thought with satisfaction while checking the package on the wooden table. This appeared after the wooden house was upgraded. It should be the temporary mission reward mentioned in the announcement, Novice Survival Gift Pack. Currently, so many people are snapping up stones and frantically upgrading their shelters just for the package in front of them. Shi Yuan is also looking forward to this Novice Survival Gift Pack. There are not many people who can upgrade the shelter in the first place. The rewards for such a mission will definitely not be bad. Open the package with excitement. Bronze Resource Box. Shi Yuan looked at the several items in front of him in surprise. The largest, most obvious, and familiar one is the Bronze Resource Box. Then next to the resource box, there are 3 light balls. To explain a problem, even if the light bulb does not open, it will open automatically after 5 hours. Put the bronze resource box aside and wait for a while before opening it again. Chi Yuan opened the 3 light balls. The 3-piece set you need every day is now in front of you. A 5-liter bucket of mineral water. A compressed biscuit as big as a brick. A thick cotton padded jacket. These are the 3 most practical and needed supplies at present. The surprise came so suddenly that Chi Yuan was stunned. I didn't expect the rewards to be so sincere. With these 3 things, the survival rate in the early stage is almost perfectly guaranteed. Chi Yuan suddenly thought that those who could upgrade the shelter in the first place were either very lucky or very strong. Now there is this batch of food, fresh water, and clothing. Then the early development will far exceed that of others. Of course, the number of these people is extremely small, just a drop in the ocean among a population of 7 billion. And it just so happens that Chi Yuan is just a drop in the ocean. Chi Yuan looked at the time and found that the Mist Survival Manual showed that it was 8 o'clock in the evening. White time is from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Now 4 hours have passed at night, but daylight is still far away. But there are only 4 hours until 12 o'clock. Temporary tasks will terminate at 12 o'clock. Chi Yuan opened the Mist Survival Manual and took advantage of the last moment to purchase a wave of supplies. There are currently 50 units of stones left, and Chi Yuan estimates that they can be exchanged for many good things. We are going to the secret realm tomorrow morning. According to what Qin Shuyu said, the evaluation of the secret realm is based on factors such as the level of the refuge, the quantity and value of the resources collected, and the scope of exploration. Chi Yuan looked through the trading market and saw a lot of exciting things, and was very hesitant about which ones to exchange. The level of the shelter cannot be upgraded at the moment. The only resources to collect are wood, stone, water, food, etc., which are also difficult to obtain in large quantities. It is also difficult to expand the scope of exploration. What things can give you an advantage in value assessment? Chi Yuan felt that there were only various special items opened from resource boxes. Especially things that seem impractical and won't be used in the short term, but are actually of extremely high value. Chi Yuan already has a goal in mind. In fact, even with the temptation of the newbie survival gift pack, few people exchange the props in the resource box for wood and stones. Even if it is brought as it is still an item of little value. Chi Yuan saw a pile of underwear, panties, socks, toothpicks, plastic wrap, and the like. So those who really want to trade, want to upgrade and complete the task, and have the ability to complete it. Most of them choose to trade with manufacturing scrolls. Chi Yuan looked through it for a long time and saw that there were roughly 2 types of people. The first type of people exchanged manufacturing scrolls for 4,050 units of stone. This type of people is not very important and does not have much inventory. Take a scroll that is not important. If someone wants to exchange it, then exchange it. If no one wants to exchange it, then forget it. It is a matter of luck. The other type of people only exchange for a dozen or 10 units of stone. This type of people is very close to upgrading the shelter. So if you want to give it a try, the transaction price is more affordable. However, no matter what kind of person, they will not bring the truly high-value manufacturing scrolls. After all, if there is a manuscript manufacturing scroll or a healing potion manufacturing scroll, it will never be traded. Because even if there is no novice survival gift package, they can rely on scrolls to obtain more resources. Chi Yuan saw 2 good scrolls in the vast ocean of transactions. C7 Trading and Harvesting, name, charcoal making scroll, good, material, wood description, make fine charcoal, suitable for stoves, fireplaces, etc. Long burning time, less smoke. Introduction, high-grade charcoal, with its own fruity fragrance. This is a very practical scroll, which has a very good effect in resisting the upcoming cold wave. And the price is not expensive, it can be exchanged for 23 stones. At first, Chi Yuan was still wondering why someone would take out such a suitable scroll for trading. But after thinking about it, he understood. Charcoal seems very good, but it is not the best choice for people who can't even meet their basic needs. First of all, charcoal also consumes wood. Charcoal made from wood is not necessarily much better than burning wood directly. At most, it will burn for a shorter time and produce more smoke. These shortcomings are completely acceptable. But Chi Yuan is willing to improve the quality of life, and spending 23 stones to buy it is definitely a sure win. But what didn't know was that charcoal, with the blessing of the manufacturing scroll, was much better than wood. The other scroll was very useless. Name, telephone pole manufacturing scroll, excellent, material, stone, decoration, improves the beauty of the shelter. Introduction, Although it can't generate electricity, it is long, straight and thick. Chi Yuan felt his mouth twitching when he saw the introduction of the telephone pole manufacturing scroll. This is an excellent item. It must have come from a bronze resource box. Chi Yuan could already imagine that a poor kid had finally found a bronze resource box. After opening it excitedly, he was surprised to find that there was an excellent level manufacturing scroll. As a result, when he opened it, it turned out to be a telephone pole. And this telephone pole can't be powered. Also, who would use a telephone pole as a decoration? Chi Yuan put himself in his shoes and could feel the despair of this person. In fact, there are many such weird items in the trading market. For example, electric toothbrush without power, singing Psyduck doll, road roller manufacturing scroll, etc. Most of them have some advantages, but not many. Chi Yuan looked at this electric pole manufacturing scroll mainly because of its grade. Even if it is not good, it is an excellent item at least. This is the most useless excellent item Chi Yuan has ever seen. It takes 28 stones to trade the electric pole manufacturing scroll. Chi Yuan just lacked one, and after a very easy bargaining. In the end, he exchanged it for 22 stones. Just then, a message suddenly popped up. It was Zhou Ming, the potato brother. Zhou Ming, a fist-sized potato in exchange for 30 grams of compressed biscuits. Chi Yuan's pupils contracted, knowing that this potato was not easy to exchange. Since Zhou Ming knew about compressed biscuits, he must have upgraded the shelter to level 2. Then there is definitely no need for stones. Chi Yuan, what compressed biscuits? Did they come from the resource box? In a corner of the foggy world. In a level 2 shelter, a young man with messy hair, wrapped in a cotton jacket, lay by the stove, holding a book and typing frantically. The beep-beep sound of information is endless. If Chi Yuan could see it, he would definitely be amazed. I didn't expect that someone would have materials to build other facilities after upgrading the level 2 shelter. Zhou Ming leaned towards the wheel and said disappointedly, it's not easy to cheat people nowadays. Didn't I just see you trade away my pole manufacturing scroll and charcoal scroll? I was really cheated by you. However, after upgrading the second level shelter, there are still so many stones to trade in. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. Could it be that you are just short of a few stones and can't get them all together? Chi Yuan was amazed at how fast others developed. Similarly, if others saw Chi Yuan's inventory, they would curse him as a beast. Zhou Ming, then what can you exchange? Chi Yuan thought for a while and replied, I don't have a day's food, I can exchange stones with you. Chi Yuan was a little confused. Could it be that he asked everyone he met if they had compressed biscuits? Is this too coincidental? Is he asking casually, or does he know that I have upgraded the second level shelter? No, is it just based on the few stones I spent? There are many people who can't upgrade the shelter, and they are crazy about buying things. Chi Yuan frowned, and without waiting for Zhou Ming to answer, he sent a message. Chi Yuan, I have traded with you? Telephone pole manufacturing scroll? Zhou Ming's mouth twitched, and he was discovered this time? It's unreasonable, right? Chi Yuan continued, are they both yours? Chi Yuan was not sure, but it's better to ask. In fact, Chi Yuan thought about it and understood. He didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Chi Yuan must have bought 2 scrolls and spent 45 stones, and now he has some left to buy things. It is very likely that Chi Yuan has already upgraded the shelter. Zhou Ming must have thought of something, so he tried it with a try-it attitude. Zhou Ming, good brother, it's me. To be honest, I didn't expect someone to buy a telephone pole. Chi Yuan? Are you taking me for a fool? Chi Yuan, since you are an old customer, I won't say much. How many potatoes can you get for a stone? Chi Yuan doesn't care how many potatoes he can exchange for, is not what is here to eat. As long as you can plant it. Zhou Ming was happy to make more friends and replied politely, well, I don't have many potatoes anymore, and I have done a lot of transactions recently. Let's just make friends and exchange a stone for a potato. At the same time, a transaction application was sent. Contact application, Zhou Ming 5 units of potatoes, ordinary, trade 5 units of stone, do you confirm? Confirm. The price of stones is actually not comparable to potatoes. Because of today's situation, the supply of stones exceeds the demand, so the price is extremely high. I am very satisfied to be able to get potatoes in exchange. This potato is not big in size and has a strange shape. It's very different from the one bought from supermarket. It seems that it was indeed picked up by the river. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Ming sent a friend application. Chi Yuan readily agreed, multiple friends and multiple paths. Now there are 2 people in Chi Yuan's friend list. One is Qin Shuyu, and the other is Zhou Ming. I got to know Zhou Ming and introduced him. Zhou Ming is 28 years old and is a self-employed master's student. IQ, EQ, and ability are all online. The two of them agreed that special resources could be traded in the future. If anyone needs help, I will try my best to help. Qi Yuan has finished all the materials and compiled the Mystic Zhou manual. At this point there is one last thing left to do. The most comfortable thing. Open the box. In order to cope with the secret realm that may appear tomorrow, Qi Yuan must open the box today. Although I am not 100% sure, I will definitely find the secret place tomorrow. But Qi Yuan still plans to do his best to prepare. The chat records between Yang Zhenghe and Qin Shuyu don't look fake. After all, this is a world of mist, not the original world. There is no condition for forging chat records. And there is no need for this. More importantly, items like shelter mask are simply a dimensionality reduction blow to other items. The quality is so high that it allows Yang Zhenghe to ensure his early survival to a great extent. Even the most troublesome cold wave will have a minimal impact on. In the chat channel, I also saw many scary props of the same high quality. Qi Yuan even suspected that Yang Zhenghe might not be the only one who had entered the secret realm. It is very likely that some people have already entered, and news of the secret realm has even spread in some circles. Without thinking anymore, Qi Yuan moved the bronze resource box to his side. I rubbed my hands and concentrated on holding my breath. A flash of blue light appeared before my eyes. There are 4 items placed in the bronze resource box. 3 light balls and a scroll. Name, 10 milliliters wooden liquor cup making scroll, good, material, wood, a small container, suitable for holding fine wine, etc. Retain the wine aroma to a certain extent. Introduction, don't be greedy for good wine. When I see the cup. Container. These words. Qi Yuan admitted that moved. But after reading the introduction, I was instantly hooked. 10 milliliters? White wine glass. Do you still want to keep the aroma of the wine? In this foggy world, there is no water and no food to eat. Who has the leisure to drink? And Shan Fan's larger wine glass is better. What's there in such a small wine glass? Reluctantly, he put the scroll aside. Can expect the remaining 3 items to be of some use. Name, World Speaker, Special, speaking on the World Channel will be a top priority for a day. Introduction, make sure everyone can see your speech. Hey, isn't this the item that appeared in the chat channel before? Qi Yuan looked at it curiously and was quite satisfied with this item. Name, Fence, excellent, create an open space of 10 square meters. It is not included in the original area of the shelter. Introduction, expand my home. Qi Yuan was shocked, it was shipped. Building facilities. Excellent grade. Qi Yuan rubbed his rosy face and fell in love with this fence prop. This is the first time Qi Yuan has opened this type of item. But this does not prevent Qi Yuan from knowing its importance. In addition to the original 30 square meters, a space of 10 square meters was expanded. The area enclosed by this fence is also included in the scope of the shelter and is protected by the shelter. Whether it is for planting, raising animals in captivity, or building a shack, it is a very good choice. And there is one more point, a very important point. The view of the shelter is even wider. Originally, in the wooden house, the windows were relatively small. The external situation cannot be observed well. But it's different now. The only drawback is that the fence is not very defensive. The defensive ability of a fence is definitely not as strong as the wall of a wooden house. But these can be ignored. After firing this top-notch item, Qi Yuan happily fired the last ball of light. Name, Bread 5, good, edible as exquisite bread, high satiety. Introducing, fine food. Not much surprise, but very real. In the foggy world, food is always hard currency, and no one can have too much. He gnawed the bread with satisfaction, and then made a pile of by the light of the oil lamp. Now the floor is made of stone, so there is no need to worry about setting the whole house on fire. I was busy watching the chat channel and trading before, and I haven't taken a closer look at the new house. Now that I am calm, I find that the whole wooden house has changed a lot. All the wooden walls have become very neat. The original whoosh sound of the wind has become much weaker. The warmth effect is even more different. Spreading the straw mat next to the pile, wearing a cotton padded jacket and covering with a blanket, Qi Yuan lay down contentedly. There are still more than 10 hours before daytime, but there is really nothing to do. The chat channel is still constantly being refreshed. Some people are bragging and making noises, some are selling and trading, and some are looking for allies. But nothing particularly serious happened. Considering that he needs to get up early tomorrow to prepare for the search for the secret realm, Qi Yuan plans to go to bed early. Even if he wakes up a few hours earlier, it is better than oversleeping. C8 evaluation rewards. The misty world at night is silent. The wooden houses far apart were flickering with weak candlelight. Countless hungry and cold people huddled in the corners of the floor waiting for dawn. There are still some people who are struggling for a better existence. 12 o'clock. A world announcement appears in the Misty Quest manual. Missed announcement: the temporary mission is over. A total of 1,135,894 requesters have completed the task. Congratulations on your successful completion of the mission. The announcement was brief, but it got the entire chat channel buzzing with activity. Oh my god! More than 1 million people have completed the mission. How is this done? How is it possible that there are so many resources on the first day? I've been cutting down trees all day, but I didn't even have food to eat. I cried to death. Who can save me? I want to file a complaint. It's impossible to have so many resources on the first day. Yeah, we need the truth. The truth. The truth. The truth. The system naturally ignored them, but someone still stood up to respond to them. Brothers. It's still possible. Some people are really lucky. Yes, those people who were close to the water source made a lot of money. There is also food near the cabin. Although it is generally poor, there are still many people who are lucky enough to be in places rich in resources. We have to rely on God to make a living. It's better than it is. It's better than it is. Then this is too many people. More than 1 million people. Wow, I thought I was doing well. I had food and drinks on the first day. I didn't expect that I couldn't even get into the top 1 million. Brothers, 1 million is actually not too much. 7 billion people. 1 million only accounts for about 0.014%, which is already a very small number of people. I didn't expect there to be so many great people. Can someone come out and tell me what the reward is? A reward with a 0.014% chance of getting it is extraordinary when you think about it. Don't ask, I heard you have food, drink and clothing. Damn me. I'm so envious. Envy. +1 +1, is there anyone who can take in this little girl? She is so pure and innocent. This chat channel is not clean anymore. Brother, please support me, but I can call you through the video. I added you, to be honest. I am one of the first 1 million people. Drool. Me too. You are a piece of shit too, you look like a man. Brother, she is also a little girl. Have you ever seen a girl named Long Jibiao? Biao is very cute too. Ouch brothers, I can't stand it anymore. At this time, someone also came out and told the specific content of the mission reward. 5 purified water. Small compressed biscuits. Cotton jacket. Bronze resource box. Either way, it is out of reach for countless people. Shi Yuan didn't know about what was posted on the chat channel, because he had already fallen asleep at this time. What time is it? Shi Yuan opened his eyes in a daze, groping in the faint firelight. Only the flickering carbon fire remained in the fire. The oil lamp on the table still glowed tepidly. I groped around and found the misty-seeking manual. It was less than an hour before dawn. The sky has begun to darken, and the biting cold wind is raging in the wooden house. Even though he was wearing a cotton-padded jacket and a blanket, Shi Yuan felt chilly all over. The temperature in the air has dropped below freezing, and the secondary wooden houses cannot stop such cold temperatures. Shi Yuan rubbed his face and tried to wake himself up from his stupor. A few hours of sleep did not make Shi Yuan energetic. Instead, I felt aches and pains all over my body. Shi Yuan stretched his body and said to himself, "It seems that we won't be able to take that long in the future. We must find something to do. On an 8th-hour night, 7 or 8 hours of sleep is enough." Shi Yuan pulled the fire, and almost all the fire was extinguished. We must save more wood in the future, otherwise we won't even be able to light the fire, but I should probably use charcoal in the future. Since the last 3 pieces of wood were used up, Shi Yuan was able to hold on to the oil lamp. I flipped through the 3 resource boxes, thinking about what I would take with me when I went out. The axe, bring it with you. Pickaxe, bring it with you. Forget it, just bring the pickaxe. Pack lightly. In fact, there was no need to bring anything, but for safety reasons, Shi Yuan still brought a pickaxe. If you encounter any danger, the iron pickaxe can be regarded as half a weapon. Time flies. Outside the window, the gray sky began to light up. The thick fog dispersed from the sky, and the sun's rays fell on the vast misty world. From the distant woods came the chirping of birds and the sounds of other small animals. As the last second of the night passed, Shi Yuan got ready to go. Whether the weather is fine and the sun is shining. The best choice for collecting supplies. Day length, 6.5 hours. Its clear temperature, 10-14 climate trend, the cold wave is coming. Be sure to collect enough supplies for the winter and keep warm. The daily weather in Mistichio manual pops up. No different from yesterday. The only thing that has changed is that the temperature has dropped a few degrees. Chi Yuan packed up his clothes, took the manuscript with him, and quickly ran out of the wooden house. The location of the secret realm refresh is uncertain. But what is certain is that it must be within the scope of the fog-free zone. The existence time of the secret realm is very short, and it exists in the earliest few minutes at the beginning of the day. Chi Yuan didn't have a good way to find the secret place. He could just look for it by chance near the wooden house. The first direction Chi Yuan looked for was north. After all, there was a huge harvest in the north yesterday. At a sprint speed of 100 meters, he ran to 50 meters north of the wooden house. I found that I didn't see any stone pillars at first glance. Just center on the wooden house and search in a clockwise circle. Running quickly through the wet weeds, his eyes searched everywhere. In the cold air, beads of sweat began to appear on Chi Yuan's forehead. Waves of white mist drifted out from his mouth as he breathed. Why not? Could it be that Qin Shuyu lied to me? It shouldn't be. Chi Yuan had already run from the north to the south, but still didn't see the secret stone pillars Qin Shuyu mentioned, and he couldn't help but start to have doubts. Running in the weeds is already difficult, and it's so cold. Chi Yuan already felt that his calves were starting to feel weak. Suddenly, Chi Yuan's eyes glanced over here. A 6-meter-high white stone pillar appeared on the west side of the wooden house. Chi Yuan's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward and rushed over. After getting closer, Shizhu's information appeared in front of Chi Yuan. Secret Stone Pillar 1. Appears randomly in the first 3 minutes of the day. 2. Each applicant can enter once. 3. Evaluate the applicant's overall strength among all similar candidates and reward them accordingly. The evaluation includes but is not limited to shelter level, shelter facilities, collected resources, number and level of resource boxes, etc. For evaluation level division, 11,000 people hesitant face 10001000000, A100,001 million, B1 million 5%, C5% 20%, D 20% 50%, E after 50%, F5. This secret realm exists for 7 days and will disappear completely after 7 days. Do you want to start the assessment? Chi Yuan understood the information about the secret realm, which was similar to what Qin Shuyu said. The only thing to consider is whether to do the assessment now. The evaluation rule is to rank according to the comprehensive strength among all mankind at this moment. Chi Yuan is not sure whether it will develop better in the future than it does now. Moreover, Chi Yuan's comprehensive strength at this time must be among the best among all mankind. Then shelter level? The highest level is level 2. Then a shelter facility? 1 or 2 more rooms at most. Then resource box level and quantity? 2 bronze resource boxes and 1 wooden resource box are almost second to none. The probability of getting a high rating at this time is already very high. Chi Yuan looked serious, raised his eyebrows, and showed a light of confidence, confirmed the assessment after doing it. The white stone pillars emitted a gentle light, vaguely connected to Chi Yuan. Ding! Evaluation result, S fuck. Chi Yuan's pupils shrank, completely attracted by the letter in front of him. I'm actually in the top 1,000 in the world now? Chi Yuan said he couldn't believe it. But it's easy to understand, after all, it's only been the first day. The overall strength at this time depends 90% on luck. The difference between them is also very small. Really powerful people may still worry about food and clothing. On the contrary, many people with poor abilities and lots of luck can gain an advantage in the evaluation. Chi Yuan took advantage of the information gap. If you wait until everyone has developed for a period of time and are completely on the right track, then evaluate. The evaluated rankings will definitely be different. But this is not Chi Yuan's business. A roulette will appear in front of the stone pillar, which was divided into 7 parts. Plants, animals, scrolls, buildings, props, natural resources, and question marks representing special items are drawn respectively. Level evaluation level, number of draws, 2 number of draws each time, 5 guaranteed level, excellent confirm extraction? Confirm the draw. The roulette wheel in front of me was spinning. Soon the pointer stopped and landed on plants and natural resources. Chi Yuan was still a little disappointed. According to Chi Yuan's expectations, it is best to fall into the 2 categories of buildings and special items. It's a pity that God did not fulfill his wish at this time. Several plant items appear, and Qi Yuan can choose one of them. After looking closely at the information about the plant, Qi Yuan realized how generous the reward was. The plants are all excellent grade. They are warm in winter and cool in summer. Tree change the surrounding climate temperature in a small range, making it warm in winter and cool in summer. Sunflower, auxiliary plant, absorbing sunlight and feeding it back to the soil, providing nutrients and life energy to other plants. Crystal rice, food plant, long-term consumption can improve physical fitness and physical fitness. Flower of life, the juice can be used for healing, and has a good effect on physical and internal injuries. Beast hunting flower, the flower fragrance can attract and paralyze beasts. Qi Yuan's fingers trembled, and he really didn't know which one to choose. No matter which plant, the effect is very practical. Qi Yuan is not a person who likes to be entangled, but he is also in a dilemma at this time. Which one should I choose? Qi Yuan frowned. I want both. Qi Yuan finally used the elimination method. First, eliminate the flower of life. There is already a healing potion making scroll, and the two are redundant. Speaking of healing potion, Qi Yuan looked at the beast hunting flower. Beast hunting flower can hunt animals very efficiently, which is very helpful for obtaining blood and flesh essence. But on second thought, if the beast hunting flower is chosen to make a life potion, why not just choose the flower of life? See 9 Rice and Springs Chapter 9. Rice spring blood essence can be obtained through other channels, so there is no need to choose beast hunting flower. The remaining 3 are also difficult to choose. Warm in winter and cool in summer. Tree is very effective and is very helpful for the recent cold wave. Sunflowers are also very good, and can almost guarantee the healthy growth of the plants they support. Crystal rice is not to mention a long-term food source and can also improve physical fitness. After a long struggle, Qi Yuan gritted his teeth and chose crystal rice. Qi Yuan must consider what to do if there is no food in the future. Crystal rice is definitely the most guaranteed. As the plant items are selected, a natural item appears. They are also excellent levels. Microfire copper mine, low temperature, easy to shape copper ore. 5 square meters in size, automatically restores 5% fire copper every day. Micro spiritual mine, contains a large amount of spiritual stone mines, about 500 pieces. Hot spring pool, a hot spring rich in minerals. Spring eye, produces 500 milliliters of energy-rich spring water every day, which has certain effects of conditioning the body, sterilizing and disinfecting, and cleaning the body. Produces a drop of water milk rich in energy every day. Black soil, soil rich in vitality, moderately improves the growth efficiency of plants. Needs to supplement nutrition, otherwise it will degenerate into ordinary soil. This time it is easier to choose. First of all, hot springs are excluded. Fire copper and spiritual mines are recognized and excluded. Then just choose between Qingling spring eye and black soil. After a mental struggle, Qi Yuan finally chose spring eye. Obtaining a stable, high-quality and long-term water source has always been what Qi Yuan hopes for. After the choice was made, the stone pillar in front of him also disappeared. Crystal rice and spring turned into light balls and appeared in Qi Yuan's house. Qi Yuan licked his lips with a sense of satisfaction, and looked at the 2 light balls in the house with a fiery gaze. The harvest of the day has greatly exceeded his imagination. It has completely laid the foundation for the early advantage. Qi Yuan was not in a hurry to dig stones. He returned home first. There are still many things to do in the shelter. For example, build a fence, plant crystal rice, and place the thorn spring. After returning, Qi Yuan first arranged the fence. The wooden house is a long 5-6 shape, with the door facing south. On the side of Qi Yuan's door, there is a long strip, similar to a corridor. The length is the same as the house, all 6 meters, the width is about 1.66 meters, and the height of the fence is 0.6 meters. This way, you can enter the fence as soon as you open the door, and you can also go to the fence space at night. The spring eye covers an area of 0.25 square meters and is relatively small. Qi Yuan also placed the spring eye in the open space surrounded by the fence. The gurgling spring flows in the small pond, making a pleasant sound of water. There is already spring water in the spring eye. However, it produces 500 milliliters of spring water every day. If it is used beyond the standard, it will affect future production and even dry up completely. At present, the water in the spring eye is not full, and it will probably take until the evening to produce 500 milliliters of spring water. Then Qi Yuan moved the guard thorn and planted it next to the fence just opened. At present, there is only one thorn, which can naturally play a role. Qi Yuan didn't have many plants around him, so he could only pull up a bunch of grass and put away the roots of thorns to barely survive. Chi Yuan planned to plant crystal rice outside. It was placed in the flower bed in the house and moved after it sprouted and grew completely. The crystal rice Chi Yuan obtained was a complete, mature rice plant. It was full of crystal clear rice grains, each of which was half the size of a fist. Chi Yuan counted carefully and there were 33 rice grains in total. If the planting was not successful, Chi Yuan would naturally not eat it. At least he had to wait until he could harvest it smoothly before eating it. He dug a pile of soil from the grass outside and filled the flower bed. There was no other way, so he could only use the most ordinary soil at present. This made Chi Yuan think of the black soil in the secret realm, and he couldn't help but feel envious. It would be great if he could get all of it. Chi Yuan picked all the crystal rice, planted a few in the flower bed, and then watered it. He didn't dare to use river water for irrigation, so Chi Yuan used mineral water. The flower bed was 1 meter long and 0.5 meters wide. So Chi Yuan lined up the seeds in a long row. After taking care of everything, looking at the completely new wooden house, Chi Yuan was very satisfied. Half an hour had passed during the day, and it was time to go out to work. Chi Yuan didn't plan to cut down trees. Firstly, the efficiency of stone axes was relatively low. Second, stones were more valuable. At present, a large number of people did not have manuscripts, so stones were more valuable. It was completely possible to go to the trading market and trade stones for more wood. Chi Yuan planned to dig stones for 4 hours a day, and then explore the west and south of the shelter. It is still very necessary to understand the situation around the shelter. Ding ding ding, the pleasant sound of the pickaxe hitting the stone came from the north of the shelter. 4 hours later. Chi Yuan sat next to a pile of stones, sweating profusely, panting. In 4 hours, a total of 186 stones were mined. This time, Chi Yuan also brought an empty resource box to carry stones. Oh, if only there was a small cart. It would be much easier to carry. Chi Yuan looked at the pile of stones behind him, feeling both happy and desperate. Thinking about carrying 186 stones back, he felt a pain in his waist and back. Considering that there was really a lot of time left during the day, Chi Yuan forced himself to support his tired body and began to carry. It took nearly half an hour to finally move all the stones back home. This time, the stones were not placed in the wooden house, but in the fence outside. In the current fence. On the far left is the spring, and on the far right is the thorn. In the middle are piled stones. All are placed next to the wall of the shelter, leaving just a walking aisle outside. Chi Yuan looked at the spring and found that the spring water had increased. He checked the crystal rice and thorns, and they were healthy and there was no major change. Without wasting time, Chi Yuan walked towards the west. After upgrading to the second-level shelter, the fog-free area expanded to 500 meters and the mist area expanded to 5 kilometers. Chi Yuan still did not plan to go deep into the mist area. At most, he would explore 2 or 3 kilometers of land. Chi Yuan walked in the mist area to the west for a few minutes and found nothing. All along the way, there were messy grasslands. And the nearby soil did not look fertile. Although it was full of weeds, it looked withered and yellow. At first glance, there was a feeling of desolation and ruin. But fortunately, the sunlight gave this land great warmth. Chi Yuan walked counterclockwise around the wooden house to the south. When he walked to the southwest, Chi Yuan saw several berries. Red berries the size of fingernails hung on the branches. After Chi Yuan walked in and picked the berries, the berry information appeared. Name: berries, ordinary, function, quench thirst and satisfy hunger to a small extent. Introduction: if there is no food, just make do with it. This is just a very ordinary food, but Chi Yuan also dislikes it. Pick all the ripe and complete berries. The total weight is 521 grams, a very favorite number. Put the berries in his pocket. Chi Yuan tightened his clothes and walked quickly to the south. Trees began to appear in the south, and the weeds on the ground became more vigorous. If you want to say where there is a water source nearby, it is most likely to be in the east or south. The most likely is the south. The trees in the east are still relatively sparse and cannot form a forest. For example, the trees in the south in front of you are growing obviously vigorously. There are also many other types of plants. The forest in the south is about 600 meters away from the shelter cabin, just in the mist area. Chi Yuan did not go in, but just looked around and heard the sound of animals inside. The clear bird calls and the rustling sounds of activities indicate the vigorous vitality of this forest. Chi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. If this place was closer to the cabin, guarding the thorns doesn't have to worry about feeding. If it's just eating grass, it's also a problem. Sooner or later, you have to collect some nutritious plants to feed the thorns. Looking at this forest, Chi Yuan is still quite satisfied. But the overall look is still quite disappointing. There are only stones and trees around the cabin. There are no other more precious resources. Even the food only found 500 g of berries. If there were no quest rewards or food obtained from resource boxes, Shi Yuan would have to spend a lot of time and resources for food. The overall development trend would also be greatly slowed down. Shi Yuan took the missed quest book and found that there was only 1 hour left. Shi Yuan planned to cut down some trees, mainly for wood, and to collect some tree roots. Tree roots are essential materials for making healing potions. Moreover, since tree roots can be used to make life potions, they must be rich in life energy. They must also be useful for protecting the growth of thorns. Shi Yuan mined in the nearby southern forest. Because he wanted to obtain wood, Shi Yuan tried to find smaller trees, which was more efficient. After cutting down the trunk, he dug up the remaining tree roots. Since there was no shovel, he could only use a pickaxe as a substitute, which reduced his efficiency. After roughly digging the tree roots, a small green rhizome will appear on the ground, and it is not necessary to really dig out the complete tree roots. The size is only the size of a finger. It took 40 minutes, and Shi Yuan dug a total of 5 tree roots and 23 woods. Because the selected trees are very small, the wood harvest is relatively small. With only a few minutes left, Shi Yuan packed the tree roots and wood and hurried back to the cabin. The sky darkened quickly, and the sunlight quickly dissipated in a few minutes. Thick clouds filled the sky, and the fog gradually thickened, filling every corner of the foggy world. The seekers returned to the sheltered cabin one after another. Mysterious and brutal creatures began to occupy this land. Shi Yuan ran all the way back to the wooden house, and soon reached the distance of more than 600 meters. Put the wood in the fence outside the door and pile the stones together. As the sky darkened completely, the candlelight in the wooden house seemed to be brighter. Sitting cross-legged on the straw mat, Shi Yuan opened the mineral water and drank it gulp-gulp. Then he took 2 breads as lunch for the day. The bread is big, only the size of a palm, and can't satisfy an adult's appetite at all. In fact, the food now is too scarce, and it can only meet basic needs. Shi Yuan still kept the compressed biscuits that he treasured. After all, the food now is abundant and needs to be saved. How long will the days of hunger and cold last? Shi Yuan rubbed his stomach worriedly. It is definitely possible to return to Earth, and I can only work hard to get a better life in the mist world. Shi Yuan looked at the plump crystal rice, and his heart itched. How nice it would be if I could eat a mouthful of hot rice at this time. But for the sake of future development, Shi Yuan still cruelly moved his eyes away. At this time, the mist request book glowed slightly, and a beeping sound was heard. This is a reminder of the announcement of the mist world. C10 cold wave approaching, exchange for wooden beds. Miss notice, in order to face the upcoming super cold wave, all animals are accumulating food for the survival. Starting tomorrow, the activity of wild animals will increase, and their desire to attack will increase. To help seekers survive the cold wave better. Starting tomorrow, the refresh rate of resource boxes will be increased, and the probability of food and clothing in resource boxes will be increased. Please pay attention to the cold wave. Try to survive. Mist Notice has a lot of content, and all seekers in the mist world are worried. Starting tomorrow, it will be absolutely safe to collect resources during the day. The beasts that only bite the walls of the shelter at night. Now, in order to survive in the cold wave, they will start to attack seekers. But the good news is that the refresh frequency of resource boxes will increase. The probability of the appearance of food and warm items will also increase. Seeing this announcement, Shi Yuan's face was serious. Originally, he was quite dismissive of the cold wave, but now he began to worry. Such an announcement must be because they think that most humans cannot survive the cold wave. That's why they issued a reminder to help those who seek help resist the cold wave. The goal for the next few days will be to face the cold wave. First of all, food. More food must be collected as soon as possible. Be prepared for the weather. The second thing is to keep warm. All heating tools such as clothes, quilts, and fire wheels should be prepared as much as possible. At this time, the chat channel began to become lively. Will there be wild beasts starting tomorrow? What a headache. Don't say it. Wild beasts attacked my cabin on the first night, and the walls of the cabin were all covered with claw marks. Wild beasts are okay, just go out. But what about food? I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten for 2 days. I picked up another resource box today and got 5 breads. The one above is too arrogant. Yeah, brother, trade? I'll trade with stones and wood. Don't think about it, who would trade food at this time? Do you feel that it's getting colder? I'm from the north, and I feel that the weather today is as cold as the weather in the north. This is just before the cold wave arrives. It will definitely be even colder after it arrives completely. Alas, I've survived before the cold wave arrives. The number of people chatting in the 10,000 area has dropped by more than 150. I'm also, when they really face death, they see someone die in the foggy world. Everyone began to understand that this is not a game. It's a real plea. Survive. It's really a heavy word. Chi Yuan's heart has been tense. How can he collect enough food in just a few days? Fortunately, there will be more resources refreshed starting tomorrow. If you want to survive the cold wave, this is the only chance. The appearance of the fog announcement made everyone feel anxious. The contact market began to become lively. Yesterday, it was only a few that were enough to upgrade the wooden house, but today it is still the mainstream. In the trading market, the value of stone has always been high, but it is better than yesterday. Yesterday, the ratio of stone to wood reached 6:1. Today it has been reduced to 3:1. Chi Yuan exchanged 33 units of stone for 100 pieces of wood in the trading market. Directly turn to the page of the shelter information in the MIST request manual. Click to build a studio and a living room. Are you sure to consume 50 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of stone to build a living room? Are you sure to consume 50 pieces of wood to build a studio? Confirm. Similar to upgrading the shelter, a white light appeared and enveloped the entire wooden house. The next moment, a floor plan appeared in front of Chi Yuan. It was the floor plan of the wooden house. The requester chooses the building location. Chi Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect it to be quite smart. The floor plan shows that the living room and the workroom are both 8 square meters, so it's better to go further. According to Chi Yuan's idea, the living room is used as a bedroom. So, the living room is placed at the farthest end of the wooden house. The living room is a 2-4 rectangle, just placed vertically against the wall, and there is still a 1-meter aisle left. The studio is also a 2-4 rectangle, and the living room is placed side by side. As the white light dissipated, the wooden house was divided into 2 parts. Chi Yuan rolled up the straw mat, picked up the MIST request manual and walked into the living room. There was a stove in the corner of the living room, which looked a bit like a fireplace, but it was a little bigger. Chi Yuan rubbed his red hands and couldn't wait to light a fire in the stove. The effect of the stove is obviously better than the fire. Not only does it consume more wood, it also produces more heat, and it is safer. After all, the entire bottom of the stove is made of stones. In the 8 square meter space, the stove greatly increases the temperature. The bright flames are reflected in the room. It was the first time that Chi Yuan felt such a bright light at night in the foggy world. It's much warmer. Chi Yuan lay comfortably on the straw mat and pulled the straw mat with disdain. It would be nice if I had a bed. I know where to buy it in the trading market. Chi Yuan opened the trading market and searched for the keyword bed. Immediately, several pages of information appeared. Hawaiian-style hammock waterbed manufacturing scroll, lathe manufacturing drawings, simple-style bedside table, trampoline manufacturing drawings, sheet. Various items appeared densely, making Chi Yuan dazzled. Excluding trampolines, waterbeds, and the like, leaving only beds for sleeping, there are still a few pages left. Chi Yuan looked through it and found that most of the prices were on the high side. At present, a bed is a necessity for daily life, and logically speaking, it is not worth the price. Among all the items, Chi Yuan took a fancy to a wrong bed. Forest-style simple wooden single bed, the price is 40 wood or 20 stone, which is too outrageous. There are no decorative accessories, just a single bed frame and a bedboard. After the seller bargained, the exchange was successful with 13 stones. I want to ask why it costs 13 stones. If you ask, it's just a matter of make do. After Chi Yuan bought the wood, he still had 143 stones left. After buying the wooden bed, there were exactly 130 stones left. Chi Yuan searched for the keyword quilt again. Originally I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to actually be sold. And the quantity is still, and there are also several pages. Lightweight air conditioning quilt, exchange for 100 stones, thick lambswool quilt, in exchange for 1,000 stones or food, you can chat privately. Snowflake velvet quilt making scroll, exchange for 500 stones, food, and other special props. Dormitory cotton quilt, exchange for 9,999 stones or other resources. Thickened model, exchange for 200 stones and 600 wood. Chi Yuan knew that someone must have opened quilts in the resource box, but he didn't expect there to be so many. And the quality is astonishingly high. I never expected that so many people would choose to sell. A thickened quilt will definitely increase the probability of survival. However, although many people hang quilts in the trading market, but they don't really intend to sell them. The prices are all ridiculously high, even to the point of being ridiculous. Chi Yuan said, only fools buy it. After reading all the quilt information, I found that there is really no one with the right price. It seems that I have to think of another way, Chi Yuan murmured helplessly. The number of resource boxes will increase starting tomorrow. It seems that we need to reduce the proportion of mining time, go out more and try to find more resource box. Chi Yuan searched for flesh and blood essence in the trading market. I didn't expect to find it. There are more than pages. Chi Yuan found out the source of the flesh and blood essence after asking several sellers. The essence of flesh and blood does indeed emerge from animals. Ordinary level animals will produce and will only drop meat. Then, good level animals will not drop a large amount of meat after death. Instead, it is concentrated into a bottle of flesh and blood essence. Chi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect so many people to have encountered the beast. And he actually succeeded in killing him. Among a population of 7 billion, there are only a handful of powerful people. Chi Yuan tried to buy the flesh and blood essence. If he waited to collect it himself, he would never know when he would collect it all. Chi Yuan, hello, how do you sell the flesh and blood essence? Chi Zhang, daily food plus 100 stones. Chi Yuan, goodbye Chi Zhang, definitely worth the price. I killed a wild wolf that was nearly 2 meters long. I thought it was enough meat, but I didn't expect that only 2 pieces of meat fell out in the end, and the rest turned into this bottle of flesh and blood essence. Saihara, there should be other materials dropped, right? Wolf bones? Dew claws? Chi Yuan has already talked to several sellers and has learned the information. Naturally, he will be easily fooled. When he first learned about this information, Chi Yuan was also shocked. I also feel pity for the person who kills the wild beast with it. It was so easy to kill a good level beast. I thought I would be tired of eating and drinking, but unexpectedly, I dropped 1 or 2 pieces of meat. If Chi Yuan encounters this general situation, his heart will definitely collapse. These people do not understand the value of flesh and blood essence. But it doesn't stop them from knowing how precious the flesh and blood essence is, so the price is very high. Suddenly, a transaction information caught Chi Yuan's attention. Flesh essence 2, exchange for antipyretic medicine or antibacterial and disinfectant medicines. Need medicine. This is Chi Yuan. The spring water in the spring has the functions of sterilizing, conditioning, and cleaning the body. In addition to spring water, there are also healing potions that are more effective. Moreover, people who seek medicine generally have a high probability of being injured themselves. This man named Qin Jinjuan was probably injured or had a fever and was in urgent need of medical treatment. Under such circumstances, the price will definitely be too high. The value of medicine far exceeds the essence of flesh and blood from. Chi Yuan clicked on Qin Jinjuan's private chat. Chi Yuan, hello, how do you sell the flesh and blood essence? Qin Jinjuan returned very slowly, and it seemed that he was not standing by the misty Chioda manual. It took nearly 15 minutes before I got a reply. Qin Jinjuan, just exchange for medicine, fever reduction, sterilization, and disinfection. Chi Yuan, the essence of flesh and blood is more valuable than medicine. Qin Jinjuan, do you really have medicine? How to change? Chi Yuan's brows stretched, and it seemed that he was indeed in urgent need of medicine. Chi Yuan, please tell me about your situation. There are 2 types of medicines, reducing fever and sterilizing. Qin Jinjuan, antipyretics are mainly. If it is really effective, you name the price. Qin Jinjuan, blood and flesh essence is produced from good-grade animals, you should know something about it. Since you want to buy it, you must know its origin. Qin Jinjuan, I am a retired Special Forces soldier, and I will kill more animals in the future to provide you with blood and flesh essence for a long time. As if afraid that Chi Yuan would not agree, Qin Jinjuan sent several messages in a row. Chi Yuan, I really don't have antipyretics, but how about you take a look at this? As he said, Chi Yuan sent the information about the spring water. After returning, Chi Yuan took 500 milliliters of spring water from the spring, which is the amount produced in 1 day. It just happened that the wood that Qin Shuyu used to hold river water was just right. C11 Trading Spring Water, name, Spring Water, excellent, use, energy-rich spring water, with certain functions of conditioning the body, antibacterial disinfection, and cleansing the body. Excellent grade. In a second-level wooden house, a serious-looking middle-aged man sat on a straw mat. His upright body and strong muscles showed his extraordinary strength. On his exposed forearms, there were several hideous scars that penetrated deep into the flesh and bones, showing his fierce momentum. Qin Jinjuan saw the message from Chi Yuan, and his face was shocked at first, and then full of surprise. Xiaotong is saved. That's great. Xin Jinjuan's face showed a touch of tenderness. Xin Jinjuan, I don't know if it's useful, after all, it's not medicine. Qi Yuan, you can kill 2 good level animals, so your physique must be good. After using the spring water, it should be able to improve your physique to a certain extent. Qi Yuan continued, and I can provide more spring water, the effect will be better if you take it more times. Xin Jinjuan was shocked, excellent level items are already very precious. He thought Qi Yuan only had a small amount of spring water, but he didn't expect Qi Yuan to have a lot of spring water. This made Xin Jinjuan wonder if he could continue to get excellent level spring water, special resources near the shelter, and get special props? No matter which one, it's worth making friends. In the foggy world, no one knows where the other party is. Naturally, you can't rob and rob. Qi Yuan is not afraid of being exposed. After all, even if you know I have a treasure, can you still come and rob me? Instead, properly exposing your own advantages can make more friends with capable people and bring more benefits to yourself. Xin Jinjuan, not me, my child has a fever. I'm not sure if the spring water can cure her illness. Xiaotong has a very serious fever now. Child? Qi Yuan was confused. How could there be a child? Qi Yuan, what's the situation? Xin Jinjuan explained, children who have no independent survival ability will be assigned to the same shelter as their parents. Xin Jinjuan, my child is only 4 years old, and he appeared in the same shelter as me. Qi Yuan suddenly realized, that's it. Among the 7 billion people, there must be many very young children. If they are put into the foggy world alone, they may not survive even a day. So this kind of children will appear in the same shelter with their parents. Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel compassion. It was already difficult for him to survive, and he didn't expect Xin Jinjuan to take care of a 4-year-old child. Qi Yuan, then why do you need sterilizers? The child is injured? Xin Jinjuan, I was injured when I was hunting wild animals. Xin Jinjuan, the strength of good level animals is much stronger than that of animals on the earth. Even I, a retired Special Forces soldier, find it difficult to kill them. You must pay attention and don't ignore wild animals. As he said this, he was probably afraid that Qi Yuan would not believe it. Xin Jinjuan also sent a screenshot of the wound, and a photo of a little girl lying on a straw mat, wrapped in a cotton jacket. Qi Yuan believed Xin Jinjuan's words. After thinking for a while, Qi Yuan sent a transaction message. Transaction notification, Qi Yuan uses spring water, excellent, 200 milliliters to exchange blood and flesh essence X1, do you want to confirm the transaction? Xin Jinjuan is a retired Special Forces soldier, his strength is unquestionable, and his military quality is guaranteed. Qi Yuan is also happy to make this friend. There are 2 very important points. First, from what Xin Jinjuan said, good level animals are very strong. Even if Xin Jinjuan, a retired Special Forces soldier, is easily injured. Not to mention an ordinary person like Qi Yuan. Second, Xin Jinjuan is so anxious to save his child, which can be regarded as a kind of friendship. If you can help someone in need, you will probably owe him a favor, which can also be regarded as a good relationship. The other party quickly accepted the transaction application. Xin Jinjuan was surprised that Qi Yuan did not lower the price, and generously exchanged 200 milliliters of excellent spring water for a blood and flesh essence. Qi Yuan, you try it first, and think of a way if it doesn't work. Xin Jinjuan, thank you, little brother. If you need me, Xin Jinjuan, in the future, I will definitely not hesitate. After that, without waiting for Qi Yuan to reply, another transaction application was sent. Transaction notification, Xin Jinjuan uses blood and flesh essence, good, to trade wood 1, this blood and flesh essence is equivalent to giving Qi Yuan. Xin Jinjuan, you should be useful to blood and flesh essence, so I'll give it to you. Can you provide me with some spring water for a long time in the future? My child is weak and I can't find food to supplement his nutrition. I can use blood and flesh essence to exchange for meat. Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel happy when he saw Xin Jinjuan say this. For Qi Yuan, spring water is a sustainable resource. It can produce 500 milliliters every day, which is not particularly precious. In addition, Qi Yuan has already drunk spring water. This kind of excellent spring water, the first feeling after drinking it is a great sense of fullness. Although the effect is very good, you can only drink a small amount a day. Qi Yuan estimated that drinking 100 milliliters a day is the limit, otherwise it is likely to be unable to digest. Therefore, exchanging part of the spring water for blood and flesh essence and meat is definitely a sure win. For Xin Jinjuan, the same is true. Blood and flesh essence and meat are definitely not as precious as spring water. It has certain treatment and disinfection uses. The value is absolutely high and terrifying. This long-term transaction is beneficial to both parties, absolutely a win-win situation. Shi Yuan agreed immediately and said that he would provide 20 milliliters of spring water every day in exchange for a piece of ordinary meat. If there is a good grade steak, 50 milliliters will be exchanged. If it is blood and flesh essence, 200 milliliters of spring water will be exchanged. Xin Jinjuan also accepted it with pleasure. The two added each other as friends and said that they would contact each other more and help each other in the future. After that, Xin Jinjuan went to treat the child. Shi Yuan also continued to browse the chat channel and the trading market. The transaction with Xin Jinjuan reminded Shi Yuan. Whether it is spring water or healing potion, they are extremely valuable healing items. In such a cold and dangerous foggy world, the priority of medicine is not necessarily lower than food. Especially if you have solved the problem of food and clothing. If you see medicines such as spring water, will you order some? I think it will. Conditioning the body, cleansing the body, sterilization and disinfection. These are all very practical and useful. No one knows if you will get hurt in the future. Will you catch a cold or have a fever? Will you be unable to adapt to the local climate? Shi Yuan thinks that he can release a batch of spring water in exchange for a batch of high-quality items. At the same time, he can also release the information of healing potion, which is a very rare and precious item. Thinking of this, Shi Yuan immediately wrapped up his clothes and walked towards the office. There is a half-height table in the office, that is, a table. Approaching to display the table information. Name, ordinary, use the crafting scroll to craft ordinary excellent items manufacturable list. 1. Healing potion, good 5 halves tree roots 2:1 flesh and blood essence 300/50 ml pure water, excellent spring water is higher than pure water, which improves the quality of the product. 2. Charcoal, good, 23:1 wood 3. Telegraph pole decoration, excellent, 130/10 stone 4. 10 milliliters wooden white wine cup, good, 23/0.25 would all the crafting scrolls that have been passed appear in the list. Shi Yuan chooses to make 2 healing potions, and this shows that it will take 20 minutes. Watching 4 tree roots, 2 flesh and blood essences, and 100 milliliters spring water disappear only in a flash. Then the platform entered the game. The platform can only make 1 item at a time. Shi Yuan wanted to make charcoal in 10 milliliters cups, so he had to wait until the healing potion was made. While waiting, Shi Yuan took out the Mist Survival Manual and turned to the friend page to contact Xin Shuyu. Shi Yuan, can you help me promote something? Xin Shuyu was also using the Mist Survival Manual, so she replied quickly. Xin Shuyu, what? Shi Yuan sent the information about the spring water. Xin Shuyu? You actually have such a good thing? Where did it come from? Xin Shuyu soon reacted. The reward of the secret realm? Can this spring water be obtained for a long time? After asking Xin Shuyu, she felt that she was asking a stupid question. If it can't be obtained continuously, how can Shi Yuan sell it? Shi Yuan, yes, but the quantity is not large, only high-quality items can be exchanged. Xin Shuyu, this kind of thing should be very popular, I can help you contact them. But I don't know many people, and there shouldn't be many people who can provide more similar resources. You can try to promote it in the chat channel, and it's best to use props like the World Horn. Shi Yuan was also reminded. A World Horn was opened before, which can be used for promotion. Shi Yuan, thank you. How is your secret realm reward today? Xin Shuyu, fortunately, I got an A-level evaluation. Shi Yuan, did you get any rare resources? We can exchange what we have. Xin Shuyu, sorry, the items I got are not resource-based. By the way, I promised to give you water before, I'll send it to you. Seeing that Xin Shuyu was unwilling to say more, Shi Yuan did not ask any more questions. Soon, a bucket of 5 liters of water was sent over. A bucket of river water was filled in a fine wooden barrel. Ha! Shi Yuan was surprised and measured the wooden barrel. He was very surprised. Xin Shuyu, I'll give you this wooden barrel. Next time you need water, you can send me an empty wooden barrel. Shi Yuan, okay, where did you get this wooden barrel? Did you make it yourself? Xin Shuyu, no. There is already a wooden barrel manufacturing scroll, which is sold in the trading market, and the price is not expensive. Shi Yuan, thank you very much. In order to express his gratitude, Shi Yuan also gave back 30 milliliters of spring water as a thank you. Shi Yuan originally wanted to ask Zhou Ming and Qin Jinjuan to help promote it. However, after Qin Shuyu's reminder, Shi Yuan felt that the effect of small-scale publicity would not be very good after all. And everyone has just arrived in the foggy world for 2 days, and their acquaintances are very limited. The best solution at present is to use the world speaker. While Qi Yuan was thinking, a message suddenly came. Xin Jinjuan, do you have more spring water? Qi Yuan, what's wrong? No effect? Xin Jinjuan, my injury should be fine. But Xiaotong's fever has not recovered. Although her mental state has improved, her body temperature has not dropped. Qi Yuan frowned and thought to himself, it's not that easy. The effect of spring water cannot completely replace medicine. The effect of spring water is only to strengthen the body and improve physical fitness. At most, it can be used as alcohol to sterilize wounds. For a serious cold like Qin Jinjuan's child, the effect of spring water is powerless. Qi Yuan weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Should I give Qin Jinjuan a bottle of healing potion? Is Qin Jinjuan worth the price? Is he really loyal enough? What value can he bring? If he turns his face and refuses to admit it after taking it, can Qi Yuan bear the loss? C12 Black Beetle Feces Bite. The sound of the workbench completing production interrupted Qi Yuan's thoughts. Qi Yuan gave a bitter smile. Come on, the value of a bottle of healing potion is small or large. After establishing the name of the healing potion, there is no need to worry about mass production in the future. Qi Yuan, since 200 milliliters of spring water is useless, using more water will not give better results. When Qin Jinjuan saw these replies, he was as expected, so he just asked with the attitude of giving it a try. The child's constitution is already weak, and he was infected with severe wind chill in such a cold environment. Even if you go to the hospital, you have to stay in the hospital for several weeks, let alone in today's hungry and cold survival environment. Bite. Another message was sent, and a look of hope appeared on Qin Jinjuan's desperate face. Qi Yuan, but there is another medical item, which should be able to cure Xiaotong's disease. Qin Jinjuan, what? Qi Yuan sent the information about the healing potion. Name, healing potion, good, function, it has better recovery, hemostasis, cooling and other therapeutic abilities. Lower detoxification, analgesic and other effects. It can be applied externally or internally, or consumed with food. Introduction, potion full of vitality. The grades and materials used are the same, the tree roots are ordinary grade, the flesh and blood essence is good grade, the spring water is excellent, and the overall quality is good grade. Qin Jinjuan was shocked by the information in front of him. Another village has a bright future. Qin Jinjuan didn't expect Qi Yuan to have such high-quality therapeutic drugs. But he calmed down quickly. The value of such a life-saving prop is definitely not low. Even frighteningly high. But since Qi Yuan has been sent out, I definitely hope to change it. Qin Jinjuan was lost in thought, with a stern face filled with embarrassment. After all, it has only been 2 days, and most people have never even seen a wooden resource box, let alone rare resources. Several messages were sent. Qin Jinjuan, the most precious things at present are these few things. You can take whatever you need. Qi Yuan looked at these things in surprise, not expecting Qin Jinjuan's inventory to be so expensive. Don't forget a manufacturing scroll, a dozen pieces of meat, and a quilt. There are 13 pieces of meat alone, including rabbit meat, roe meat, and wolf meat, and 3 pieces of wolf meat are still good grade. What Qi Yuan envies the most is this autumn quilt. Although it is not as good as thickening down in winter and weighing more than 10 kilograms, it is quite good. Judging from these alone, Qin Jinjuan can definitely be regarded as the best developed character in the film. If we didn't hang a small oil bottle, we would definitely be able to develop very well. Qi Yuan originally had no intention of getting anything in exchange. He simply liked Qin Jinjuan's strength and wanted to form a good relationship. But now that I see these good things, I am naturally jealous. But Qi Yuan thought about it and finally didn't ask for too much. After all, Qin Jinjuan had a child with him, and the child was seriously ill. It would be really unkind to take away all the bedding and meat. Finally, Qi Yuan issued a transaction request. Trading application, Qi Yuan trades healing potion for meat X5 and iron pot manufacturing blueprints. Qin Jinjuan was already prepared for Qi Yuan to take away everything. But when I saw the transaction application, I was obviously confused for a few seconds. Qin Jinjuan, little brother, what are you doing? Qi Yuan, keep the meat and the remaining meat, so as not to make the child sick again. Qin Jinjuan's nose was sore, and his eyes were red as he looked at the child on the straw mat. When he was on Earth, Qin Jinjuan went through many wars and experienced too many dangers. When only treating his own children, he will show a gentle side, but he will be indifferent to other strangers. But today, just such a stranger chose to lend a helping hand when he was most helpless. Qin Jinjuan, thank you, little brother. Thank you very much. And Xiaotong will remember your kindness. Not too many promises and vows. But Qi Yuan can feel the sincerity. Qi Yuan is not strong. If you obtain meat and flesh essence in the future, you can sell them to Xinjian. I will definitely do it. I can't guarantee that there will be too much. Ordinary meat will definitely be enough. Qi Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that his efforts were not in vain. At least he wouldn't have to worry about eating meat in the future. And for Qi Yuan, the cost of the treatment potion is really not high. In Qi Yuan's eyes, the value of meat is not necessarily worse than healing potions, especially meat of good grade or above. Xinjian gave Qi Yuan 3 pieces of good grade meat. Name: wolf meat. Good. Function: wolf meat is rich in energy and provides a greater feeling of satiety. Long-term use can improve physical fitness and enhance strength. Introduction: an animal that only the brave can hunt. Good grade wolf meat has a high value and is definitely a very rare item. Ordinary level animals are only similar to ordinary animals on Earth, but the strength of good level animals has been greatly improved. Only powerful individuals like Xinjian can be captured at this stage. Xinjian fed Xiaotong the healing potion, and the high fever subsided not long after. Even the skin that was red due to the high temperature returned to its original state at this moment. Xinjian's hanging was finally released. After this incident, the relationship between Qi Yuan and Xinjian quickly warmed up. It can be said that in this dangerous and foggy world, I have made a true friend. Qi Yuan fiddled with the remaining bottle of healing potion in his hand, and was full of emotion. I didn't expect to use up a bottle just after making it. After making the healing potion on the workbench, Qi Yuan made a batch of charcoal and 10 milliliters white wine cups. 10 milliliters white wine cups consume 5 wood. The remaining 18 woods were made into 18 units of charcoal. 1 unit of wood can make 1 unit of charcoal, but charcoal is smaller, but it burns longer. Replacing the wood in the furnace with charcoal, the temperature in the room rose a lot. Lying on the newly bought wooden bed, Qi Yuan felt lazy all over. Compared with the cold night before, life has directly risen several levels now. Take out a piece of wolf meat, skewer it with a wooden stick and bake it on the stove, planning to use it as dinner for today. While enjoying life, Qi Yuan is considering selling spring water and potions. The world horn is not a common commodity. Qi Yuan only has one, and it will be gone after it is used up. Qi Yuan needs to consider it carefully. Qi Yuan finally decided to try the water first. Spring water and healing potion are of high value and there is no worry about sales. Qi Yuan can sell them in the trading market first to make a name for himself. It can also exchange for a lot of good resources. And the most important point, there are too many people in the world chat channel, even if everyone knows spring water and healing potion. Qi Yuan doesn't have that much inventory to sell. Thinking about hundreds of millions of friend requests, Qi Yuan feels scared. So Qi Yuan first put the spring water on the shelves and put it in the treatment category. With hundreds of millions of people online at the same time, there is no worry about being discovered. However, Qi Yuan did not expect that the response was much greater than he imagined. The super cold environment of the fog world has caused many people to have mild cold symptoms. If people have basic food and clothing, they don't mind taking some therapeutic drugs. Who can't guarantee that they will never get sick? Will never get hurt? In the contact market, whenever there are therapeutic items, as long as the price is not particularly exaggerated, they will be quickly sold out. So as soon as the spring water appeared, it attracted a lot of attention. However, Qi Yuan set up a trading method. They can apply to Qi Yuan for a transaction, and Qi Yuan will choose the transaction object in the transaction application. Only more than 10 minutes later, Qi Yuan's missed survival manual began to ding, ding, ding non-stop. Countless transaction applications were sent. Seeing so many inexplicable trade applications, Qi Yuan said that his head hurt. Trade application, would 1 message, private chat for a surprise. Trade application, head 10 message, big brother, please agree, my cold is really serious. Trade application, black ant eggs 1 message, this kind of black ant can be used as a pet, in exchange for 100 milliliters spring water. Trade application, briefs 1 message, brother has used it. There will be more performances, you can video it in private. Qi Yuan's face turned black, and he decisively turned on the screening function. He rejected all those who took advantage of basic resources such as heads and wood. At the same time, he was still looking at black ants. He was a little excited when he saw the word pet. When he opened it, he saw ordinary ants. By removing these ordinary resources, many people were reduced. However, there are still hundreds of people left. We can only filter out all the ordinary information and give priority to the information of excellent items. The number of people trading with excellent items is obviously much less. there are only a few dozen people left. After all, excellent items can only be opened in bronze resource boxes, and the probability of opening is very low. Calculate carefully. There are more than 1 million people who can get bronze resource boxes every day. Even if the first day's task rewards are added, at most more than 3 million people have received them. According to the probability of excellent items appearing, there are actually only tens of thousands of excellent items. Qi Yuan's eyes were straight when he saw dozens of excellent items in the friend request. Among them, one is very precious and practical. However, one is a useless item like pole manufacturing scroll. Qi Yuan ignored most of the flashy scrolls and props. Pick out the more practical items. At first glance, there are not many good things that are really useful. Qi Yuan prefers special sustainable resources like spring water. Buying out may be difficult, but long-term transactions are still feasible. Even if the transaction is not successful now, you can contact me if you need it in the future. Finally, after repeated consideration, Qi Yuan chose these 3 transaction applications. Transaction application: Black Beetle Feces message, long-term provision of Black Beetle Feces, can trade with each other. Then attach the information of Black Beetle Feces. Name: Black Beetle Feces, good, effect, it has very rich nutrients and can significantly improve the soil quality. For the lower grade of soil, the stronger the improvement effect, and it can slightly increase the growth rate of plants. Introduction: all-natural pollution-free organic fertilizer. The role of Black Beetle Feces can well make up for the problem of poor soil. Qi Yuan raised a lot of plants, but there was no suitable soil, so he used the soil dug by the door to plant them. For ordinary plants, it was nothing, and they could barely survive. But for crystal rice and guardian thorns, it was difficult to barely survive. All depended on the excellent spring water. Therefore, this kind of Black Beetle Feces is beneficial to both crystal rice and guardian thorns. Qi Yuan added a friend, her name is Wang Yu. The friend application was quickly approved, and they were both interested in long-term transactions, and they were soon negotiated. Finally, it was decided that every 10 milliliters of spring water would be exchanged for 50 grams of Black Beetle Feces. Black beetles are small insects, but they are numerous. So, 50 grams is a lot. Qi Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction, which enriched his limited resource channels. What you don't know is that Wang Yu has raised black beetles himself and collected them from the wild. C13 Wisteria and fences. Wang Yu currently has 250 grams of Black Beetle Feces, so he and Qi Yuan exchanged for 50 milliliters of spring water. The second resource is a plant. Transaction application: Wisteria message, excellent Wisteria, the quantity is not limited. Qi Yuan guessed that these Wisterias should not be cultivated by themselves, but found near the shelter. Otherwise, the quantity would not be too large. And it seems that the seller does not have a healing potion and does not want a scroll, so he does not know the function of the Wisteria rhizome. Name: Wisteria, excellent, function, a vine plant with purple flowers and a very developed root system. Wisteria flowers have certain insecticidal and insect repellent effects. Introduction: an extremely beautiful decorative plant. This is not a practical plant. Neither the flowers nor the roots are particularly important. The most important feature is that it is beautiful. It is also mentioned in the introduction, a decorative plant. But Qi Yuan noticed one thing: the root system is extremely developed. After adding friends, Yangku, brother, how about a whole vine in exchange for 200 milliliters of spring water? Qi Yuan would naturally not agree. After all, it is a plant that can repel insects and be used for viewing. Qi Yuan, it's not worth it. Let's talk about a reasonable price. Wisteria is really beautiful. I want to plant one too. Yangku, although Wisteria has no special use, it is an excellent plant after all. Just the branches of a whole Wisteria tree can produce a lot of excellent wood. Qi Yuan, although excellent wood is good, it is not a basic resource after all, and its use value is not high. Yangku, what about 100 milliliters? Qi Yuan, 50 milliliters, let's contact if it's possible. Yangku, okay, but the transaction can only be made tomorrow. Qi Yuan, go cut it in the wild? Yangku, don't regret it, don't do it for 50 milliliters. Qi Yuan had no choice but to accept it. The transaction will be carried out tomorrow. The last transaction application is a familiar item fence. This time, no friends were added, and the transaction was carried out directly. An excellent fence in exchange for 100 milliliters of spring water. Qi Yuan did not bargain. After all, the fence was indeed worth it. After the transaction, Qi Yuan still had 150 milliliters of spring water left. He put 50 milliliters on the shelf again, hoping to get good resources in the future. After this transaction, Chi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the truly precious are resource-type items such as springs, which can produce certain resources for a long time. Whether it is black beetle feces or wisteria, they are actually sustainable resources. Especially black beetle feces, which is easy to collect and has a small output. Chi Yuan believes that Wang Yu must have traded with more than one person, and may have already made a lot of money. After the transaction was completed, Chi Yuan had nothing to do. However, before Chi Yuan left the trading market, he traded all the stones for wood. 130 stones were traded for 390 units of wood. Chi Yuan needs to exchange more wood while the value of stone is high. And whether upgrading the second-level shelter, or charcoal and wine glasses, a lot of wood is needed. In order to prepare for the future, Chi Yuan prepared to make a lot of charcoal for backup. The workbench happened to be empty. Chi Yuan put 190 pieces of wood on the workbench and made 190 charcoal. It was night time, and 4 hours had passed. Chi Yuan gnawed on the freshly grilled Ning steak, which felt a little hard. The black surface of the steak exuded the aroma of charcoal. Although the barbecue level was not very good, the taste of the good-grade steak was really good. The thick meat was tempting and fragrant. For Chi Yuan, who had been able to eat bread for 2 days, it was no less than a super meal. A whole steak was very delicious, weighing more than 1 jin, and the feeling of fullness was much stronger than that of ordinary meat. Chi Yuan was full after eating half a piece, and felt warm all over. His mental and physical state had returned to the peak, and even felt better. The effect of good-grade steak is so good. Chi Yuan felt the abundant physical strength and whispered to himself in surprise. If I take 2 pieces with me, are you still worried that I won't have enough energy to work? Moreover, steak can not only replenish the energy needed by the body, but the blood in it can also provide the necessary trace elements for the human body, such as salt. If you don't replenish salt for a long time, your body will soon have problems. Chi Yuan secretly decided to store more good-grade steaks in the future, and take them with him when he goes out to chop trees and mine, and eat a few bites when he is hungry. After eating and drinking, there is still a lot of time left. Unlike yesterday's idleness, there are many things to do in the shelter today. First, take out the fence and expand the scope of the shelter again. The fenced area was enclosed again with an area of 10 square meters. A small courtyard with an area of 20 square meters was formed. 6 meters long and 3.3 meters wide. Together with the wooden house, it just formed a long rectangle with a length of 6 meters and a width of 8.3 meters. Seeing that the small courtyard surrounded by the fence is already 20 square meters, and the wooden house is only 30 square meters, Chi Yuan also began to consider upgrading the shelter. However, the resources required for the shelter upgrade are not enough. The supporting facilities of the secondary shelter have not been fully built. Originally, he planned to build a studio, living room, kitchen, and balcony. However, now that there is a small courtyard surrounded by a fence, the need for a balcony has arisen. So all you need to do is build another kitchen. With a built-in stove and iron pot, you can also cook food. Although Chi Yuan got an iron pot manufacturing scroll from Qinzhenjuan. But Chi Yuan doesn't have iron. And more importantly, the kitchen has a built-in stove and iron pot. Even if you make an iron pot, who can you sell it to? Only then did Chi Yuan feel regretful. The iron pot manufacturing scroll looks good, but it's actually a pit. The construction of the kitchen requires 50 wood and 10 stone. But just now, Chi Yuan has traded all the stones for wood. Now there is no stone. Helplessly, Chi Yuan decided to consider building a kitchen tomorrow. When he came to the fenced yard, the yard that doubled in size was much more spacious. Chi Yuan buried 50 grams of black beetle feces at the root of the guardian thorn. The guardian thorn has been in a state of depression. Because there is not enough plant absorption, there is naturally no energy to grow and reproduce. Chi Yuan buried the remaining tree root at the root of the guardian thorn. The energy of tree roots is much richer than that of weeds, and the weak root system of the thorn slowly absorbs it. Not long after, the sluggish thorn recovered a lot, and the overall look was very upright. Chi Yuan touched the thorn painfully, and planned to find more plants to feed the thorn tomorrow. He was thinking about cultivating the guardian thorn and breeding a piece of guardian shelter. As a result, he found that he couldn't even keep one plant alive. There were still 200 grams of black beetle feces left, and Chi Yuan divided them into 5 portions, each 40 grams. He buried 5 crystal rice seeds next to it. Crystal rice is an excellent plant and it is difficult to grow in ordinary soil. Chi Yuan also wanted to exchange more black beetle feces to improve the quality of the soil in the flower bed as soon as possible. Planting crystal rice will be a very important part of life in the future. Food has always been Chi Yuan's weakness. There are no food resources near the shelter, so you can grow it yourself. Now you can also get food through resource boxes and trading markets. When the cold wave comes later, it will be almost impossible to buy food. At this time, Shi Yuan suddenly thought that there were still 5 potatoes that had not been planted. Potatoes are ordinary plants and can grow in the soil in the fenced yard. And potatoes are easy to raise, grow fast, and produce a lot of potatoes. It is a crop type with a very high cost performance. It's just that the weather is too cold, and I don't know if it can survive in the end. Shi Yuan cut the potatoes into small pieces and planted a whole row away from the guarding thorns. After pouring river water, I waited for the potatoes to sprout. However, Shi Yuan obviously lacked life experience. The potatoes have not sprouted yet. Standing in the fenced yard, Shi Yuan felt very cold. In the dark night without a trace of light, the biting cold wind raged, as if staring at the eyes of a terrifying creature. Shi Yuan tightly wrapped his cotton jacket, a little afraid of the dark night in the foggy world. After tidying up the matters in the yard, Shi Yuan immediately hid in the wooden house. Seeing the gentle light of the oil lamp, the red charcoal burning in the stove, and feeling the long-lost warmth in the wooden house, Shi Yuan's heart beat faster and then calmed down as the fear and coldness dissipated. Lying on the small wooden bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket, listening to the whoosh sound of the wind in the wooden house, Shi Yuan suddenly calmed down and fell asleep slowly in the warmth of the stove. The nights in the foggy world were becoming more and more unbearable. Shi Yuan was frozen and curled up, close to the stove. The coldness of the foggy world has a magical power. The same temperature is much colder than on Earth. In theory, there are fireplaces and warm items in the closed shelter, so the coldness will not be too strong. But in fact, Shi Yuan kept waking up from the cold and falling asleep repeatedly. After sleeping for only more than 7 hours, Shi Yuan woke up shivering. The coldness made Shi Yuan's sleep quality very poor, and he even had symptoms such as coughing, dizziness, and weakness. Shi Yuan knew that he probably caught a cold. Fortunately, he had spring water. Even if the spring water was ineffective, he still had healing potion to save his life. Shi Yuan drank some spring water and felt that the symptoms of the cold were relieved, but he was still a little weak. You put the remaining half of the steak on the stove to bake. The temperature of several degrees below zero had frozen the steak into stone. The taste of the steak after thawing and then baking was not as fresh as last night. After eating half of the steak, Shi Yuan felt warm again. This feeling of being full of energy. The recovery of the body made Shi Yuan feel better. It was less than 4 hours before dawn, and Shi Yuan planned to do some exercise. If you keep curling up in bed, you will become weaker and weaker. Shi Yuan tried to recall the few exercises in his mind: push-ups, sit-ups, squats, stretching. It seems that I have to ask Qin Jinjuan and ask him for some formal exercises. Shi Yuan, panting, was doing a plank push-up. On the original Earth, Shi Yuan had no habit of exercising, so his physical fitness was very poor. As a result, I started to feel sore in my muscles before I did a few sets of exercises. Fortunately, Shi Yuan has good perseverance and can persevere every time. Exercise for a few minutes, rest for a few minutes. In this way, Shi Yuan continued to exercise intermittently until the dawn. Looking at the time, it was not far from the daybreak. Shi Yuan ate the last 2 pieces of bread as breakfast to supplement nutrition. Then he began to prepare the things he would take with him. Speaking of packing, there were only iron pickaxes and stone axes, and at most a resource box as a means of transportation. However, Shi Yuan still made careful preparations to face the entire daytime with the best attitude. In fact, most people with strong strength would wake up a few hours in advance, perform a small intensity warm-up and preparation, and then go out to mine, chop trees or look for supplies. Even if there was no danger on the first and second days, they would still be vigilant. This is how they can stay ahead. Shi Yuan also held the same attitude and faced the crisis of the foggy world cautiously. Starting today, the probability of resource boxes appearing will be greatly increased. At the same time, the probability of food will increase after warm items appear in the resource box. So, today is a very important day. Shi Yuan is ready for a hard day. See 14 good level white fir tree. Today's weather: day length, 6 hours weather, cloudy temperature, 5-9 climate trend, the cold wave is getting closer. Be sure to collect enough supplies and keep warm. Shi Yuan checked today's weather as usual. The temperature is getting colder and colder, and the cold wave is getting closer. Today, Shi Yuan's main goal is to find the box. Let's explore some more areas outside. The same 6 hours, time is extremely precious. Shi Yuan zipped up his cotton-padded jacket to the top and walked into the cold wind. The mist zone of the secondary shelter ranges 5 kilometers. Shi Yuan planned to explore the area within 3 kilometers and look for suitable food. With a radius of 3 kilometers, the distance is actually not that small. Shi Yuan starts from the east and walks counterclockwise. Not long after, Shi Yuan discovered a wooden resource box under a tree in the northeast direction. Shi Yuan was not in a hurry to open it, and planned to let the resource box brew for a while, and then open it together when they returned to the cabin. Going forward against the cold wind, Shi Yuan spent his time moving even more slowly. To the east of the shelter, further east of the forest that was originally 500 meters away, there is a forest that is not too high. The trees in the mountain forest are dense, and the white mist fills the mountains, which looks very mysterious and misty. Shi Yuan did not dare to enter rashly. He only looked around the outside and then went north. To the north of the shelter, further north of the quarry area, there are still no weeds on the edge. In addition, sporadic stone mines were also seen. Shi Yuan thought about whether he could find other ores, but in the end he didn't gain much. Of course, it is also possible that the ore is buried deep underground and has never been found on land. To the west, Shi Yuan thought it was the most barren land and did not hold out much hope. But unexpectedly, a dozen pod trees appeared 2 kilometers to the west of Shi Yuan. The pod branches are dry and the leaves have all fallen off, leaving only densely packed dried pods hanging on the tree. View information display, name, pods, ordinary, usage, bean pods grown in semi-arid areas, weak and simple in nutrition, medium satiety. Introduction, big quantity and full filling. Most of the pods are shriveled, and some even have only their shells left, but there are quite a lot of them. Although the nutritional value is not high, it is still very good as a storage grain. Shi Yuan was worried that there was not enough food, so he planned to buy a batch at the trading market before the cold wave completely arrived. Unexpectedly, I turned around and found food near the shelter. Shi Yuan only has one wooden resource box that has not been opened yet, and the current situation is that he can only open it first. A faint light flickered, and 3 light balls appeared in the resource box. A set of plush pajamas, a pair of leather gloves, and a bag of white rice weighing 1 pound. Shi Yuan was surprised. He didn't expect that the items in the wooden resource box were so rich. Is this the welfare before the cold wave arrives? Shi Yuan murmured to himself. Pocket the 3 light orbs and use the wooden resource box to hold the pods. Considering there are too many shriveled pods, transportation is also very inconvenient. Therefore, Shi Yuan only took out the beans from the pod. With a gentle flick of the hand, the peas in the pod fell into the wooden box. Shi Yuan grabbed a dozen pods and the peas fell into the wooden box. The sound was endless, and Shi Yuan felt very satisfied. Soon, a box was filled, and only 1 tree was picked. This pod tree is the richest food resource Shi Yuan found near the shelter. The quantity was very large and the output was very large, which brought Shi Yuan a big surprise. After Shi Yuan noted the location, he sent the box of pods back first. According to the weight estimate, the box weighed 78 kilograms. Then he took 2 more boxes from the cabin. This is enough to transport 3 boxes of pods at a time. There are a total of 13 pod trees, and 2 trees are packed into 1 box. A total of 7 boxes are packed and transported 3 times. This is because the pods have dried up and the number has been greatly reduced. If picked when they are just ripe, the quantity can easily be doubled. But now Shi Yuan is very satisfied. 13 boxes of pods were piled in the corner of the workshop, like a hill. Walking in, the specific information is displayed, a total of 52 pounds. It looked like a lot, but I didn't expect it was only over 50 kilograms. Shi Yuan complained casually, but he was very happy in his heart. This batch of pods will be an important food during the cold snap. After having a great harvest, Shi Yuan continued to go south. This time, Shi Yuan planned to enter the forest to see if there was any suitable food. As soon as I walked to the outskirts of the forest, I saw a green light shining on the top of a tree. Bronze resource box. Shi Yuan's eyes lit up and he ran over quickly. Cut down trees, dig up roots, and pick up resource boxes. After a series of smooth operations, the treasure chest was successfully obtained. Shi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The probability has increased a lot. I didn't expect to pick up 2 resource boxes casually. What happened to Shi Yuan also happened in the entire foggy world. More and more people are discovering resource boxes, and almost every person picks up one. What's more, I picked up 2 or 3 resource boxes. Many people who originally had nothing began to obtain food and clothing. Although the number is small, it still protects the lives of many people. Shi Yuan looked at the regional chat channel. The regional channel of 10,000 people has been reduced by about 200 people. This is just one area. If the entire foggy world is included, more than 100 million people have disappeared and died in various dangers. Most of these dead people are old, weak, sick and disabled, and have low physical fitness. They were unable to resist hunger and cold at the beginning of survival, so they were directly eliminated. Of course, there are also some people who entered some dangerous places, such as deep mountains, swamps, waters, etc. They died under the attack of nature or wild beasts. Qi Yuan walked into the foggy forest and saw ordinary plants. It's just that the number of vegetation is particularly large. Because of the cold current, most of the leaves are withered and the branches are withered. The fresh air is mixed with the smell of leaves decaying in the soil and the fragrance of pine resin, mixed into the unique smell of the forest. Qi Yuan held a pickaxe in his hand and walked carefully in a thick layer of fallen leaves. Suddenly, a touch of fresh green suddenly appeared in the withered trees and vegetation. Qi Yuan approached curiously, and after finding no danger, he walked closer to check. Name: white fir, good. Use: the wood is white, light, and tough. It is used for construction and manufacturing tools, etc. It has better defense and insulation effects. It has a fragrance, which has a certain sleep-inducing effect. Introduction: high-quality construction wood. It is actually good-grade wood. Qi Yuan looked at this piece of white fir trees in surprise. And it is also a very good quality special construction wood. And it can also improve defense and increase insulation effects. Qi Yuan felt that the surprise came too suddenly. In the chat channel of the trading market, Qi Yuan saw a lot of high-quality resources, all of which were found near the shelter. Similar to Yang Ke's wisteria, Zhou Ming's potatoes, and Qin Shuyu's guardian thorns, they were all found near the shelter. It can be said that he made a fortune as soon as he went out. Qi Yuan envied him for several nights. However, the area near Qi Yuan's shelter was surprisingly desolate. Qi Yuan thought that the area he was in was particularly poor and the resources were particularly scarce. He was still thinking about moving in the future, but he didn't expect to find a piece of good level resources. Although the use of good level resources is still unknown, the value is definitely not low. Since excellent level spring water can be used instead of ordinary mineral water when making healing potions, then other wooden products, even the shelter level, can also be replaced with high quality wood? Qi Yuan thinks that it is likely that it can be done. This place is not far from the shelter, and it is not troublesome to collect wood. Qi Yuan can use white fir wood as the material for upgrading the shelter to level 3. If the shelter is upgraded successfully before the cold wave arrives, then you can live more comfortably during the cold wave. Qi Yuan took out his axe and started chopping trees. Today, Qi Yuan planned to walk around the shelter. Try to find all the resource boxes that appear. Then go to the north to dig stones. However, since better resources have been found now, it is more appropriate to stay and chop trees. Qi Yuan also thought about using all the daytime to find resource boxes today. After all, the probability of resource boxes appearing today is higher. However, resource boxes are ultimately a matter of luck, and the risk is too great. Therefore, Qi Yuan still chose to collect good-grade wood. At this time, Qi Yuan really felt the shortcomings of the stone axe. The blade edge is not sharp, and there are already many uneven gaps. It seems that it will be scrapped after a few uses. The ordinary stone axe is obviously not good enough to cut down the good-grade white fir tree. Qi Yuan chopped for nearly 30 minutes before he cut down a white fir tree. Looking at the worn stone axe, Qi Yuan couldn't help shaking his head. It seems that I have to buy an axe in the trading market after returning. In the current trading market, with the increasing number of manufacturing scrolls, tools such as axes and drafts are also beginning to appear. However, due to the scarcity of iron ore, the number of iron tools is still relatively small. Now this axe is probably going to retire. On the last day of retirement, try to contribute more energy and cut more white fir trees. Although white fir trees are more difficult to cut, you can get a lot of wood. After all, a white fir tree is more than 30 meters high. You can imagine how much wood it can get. The first tree obtained 22 units of wood. Compared with cutting ordinary trees, the efficiency is more than doubled. This extremely high collection rate and large amount of harvested wood should also be one of the advantages of this good-grade white fir tree. There is not much time left today. Qi Yuan plans to chop trees here and wait until dark before going back. The stone axe is getting blunter and blunter, and it is becoming more and more difficult to chop. Qi Yuan chopped until dark, and only chopped 4 trees, harvested 85 wood and 1 white fir tree root. Finally, on the way back, Qi Yuan was lucky to pick up a wooden resource box. Today is also a day of great harvest. Braving the cold wind, I returned home in the night. Qi Yuan ran back all the way at almost the speed of a 100-meter sprint. I don't know where a long and ferocious beast roar came. The whimpering of the wolf, accompanied by the roar of an unknown beast, echoed in the deeper part of the forest in the south. Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel scared. He didn't have Qin Jinjuan's strength and couldn't kill a good-level beast. Qi Yuan's heart palpitated when he thought about how he had just stayed there for several hours. Fortunately, he finally returned to the wooden house safely. Under the light of the orange oil lamp, his heart, which had been beating fast, gradually calmed down. Yesterday's announcement said that due to the cold current, there will be more wild beasts in the future. Qi Yuan had never encountered any animals, so he didn't care much. However, this experience sounded a wake-up call for Qi Yuan. In the future, when you go out, you need to pay special attention to prevent attacks by wild beasts. It's best to buy a weapon, so that you can have a certain degree of self-defense. See 15 Resource Inventory. Another long dark night. This was already the fourth night Qi Yuan had experienced after arriving in the Misty World. But these 4 nights seemed longer than all the nights combined. Lying on the small bed in frustration, looking up at the wooden ceiling, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally, Qi Yuan rested for a while and cheered up. After all, there were many things to do in the evening. Qi Yuan originally took out 2 resource boxes. I plan to reward myself first. A pick-em-up. I was very lucky today and miraculously picked up 3 boxes. 1 bronze resource box and 2 wooden resource boxes. Among them, the first wooden resource box picked up has been opened. I got a set of plush pajamas, a pair of gloves, and a pair of white rice. There were 2 resource boxes placed in front of him. Qi Yuan planned to practice using the wooden resource boxes first. The light flashed by. 3 items appear in the wooden resource box. A quilt, a pair of warm pants, and 5 apples. Unexpectedly, it was just regular warm items and food. But it is surprisingly practical, and it is definitely the most needed item at the moment. Qi Yuan ate an apple directly to replenish the vitamins his body needed. While eating, I thought, according to the probability of the resource box appearing today, almost everyone will get 1 or 2 warm items. It can be regarded as greatly enhancing the ability to resist cold. Qi Yuan directly crushed the light ball, and 3 items appeared in front of bedding, that is, cotton mattress. The ordinary grade bedding is considered thick and is a small bedding weighing 4. Qi Yuan immediately put the bed on the single wooden bed, which was just the right size. From then on, Qi Yuan had to sleep on the cold and hard wooden board. There is nothing much to say about thermal pants, a symbol of maturity, autumn pants. 5 apples are very fresh, and fruits are also rare in the Misty World. During the long winter, there are a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables. The vitamins rich in fruits and vegetables are substances that the human body must absorb. Therefore, Qi Yuan will store fruits and vegetables carefully and will eat some after a while. Including the berries obtained before, they are also stored. The contents of the wooden resource box were very wrong. Qi Yuan opened the bronze resource box without hesitation. Hope the good luck continues. Cyan light filled the air, and the same 3 items appeared in front of him. 12 heavy lambswool thickened quilt, excellent, high quality flour 5, good, snow boots, good luck still favors Qi Yuan. The 3 words excellent level are always so exciting. Qi Yuan went to the trading market a while ago and saw the thick lambswool quilt, which made him envious for a long time. That one was only good grade, but now this one is excellent grade. No matter the quality, weight, or thermal insulation effect, it must be improved to a higher level. When this 12 heavy cashmere quilt appeared, the entire single wooden bed was filled. Looking at this large quilt that is more than 10 centimeters thick, you can feel the full sense of comfort. The snow-white cashmere is full of warmth, and the thick weight is full of security. Qi Yuan was so anxious that he wanted to get into the quilt. Considering that I hadn't showered in 3 days, I decided to wait until I cleaned myself before going to bed. Of course, I am also worried that once I go to bed, I will probably never want to get out of bed again. The remaining 2 items are also very practical. Snow boots that are practical for going out and flour for making pasta can greatly enrich Qi Yuan's inventory. After the joy, Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel worried for a while. To be able to find such rich items in the resource box must be because you are very lucky. What others have come up with must be similar, or even better. Then a question arises: what kind of cold snap will make the system feel that even after obtaining these resources, it will still be difficult to survive? This will definitely be just a few snowstorms. It will be an ordinary low-temperature weather. This is definitely a cold wave beyond everyone's imagination. The word cold wave seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. This makes many people despise the terrifying natural disaster that the cold wave means. Qi Yuan secretly warned himself that he would never let down his guard. Even if you are the richest and most prepared, you may still lose your life in the cold current. Qi Yuan classified and stored all the items from the resource box. Keep warm items, such as clothes and quilts, in the bedroom. The food is kept indoors. Currently, there are 8 types of warm items. A blanket, a cotton padded jacket, a set of winter plush pajamas, a pair of leather gloves, a quilt, a pair of warm pants, 12 heavy lamps, wool thickened quilt, excellent, snow boots, good. Qi Yuan was very satisfied with this. Not many people should be so wealthy. The food is also stored in the original state. Steak brick size compressed biscuits 521 g berries 4 apples 5 flour, good, 1 white rice 52 pods 28 pieces of crystal rice half the size of a fist a few uneaten steaks. This is all Qi Yuan's current inventory, and all the wealth he has accumulated in the past few days. He can definitely be considered a wealthy person. Classify various items into categories and stack them neatly in corners. She originally collected 500 milliliters of spring water today. Then he watered the plants he planted. The crystal rice, potatoes, and guardian thorns all grew normally, obviously affected by the low temperature. Suddenly I remembered that the transaction with Yang Ku yesterday had not been completed yet. Qi Yuan hurriedly opened the Mist Survival Manual and found that Yang Ku's transaction application had been sent. Trading application, Wisteria X1 message, a complete Wisteria, the deal we agreed on yesterday, my 50 milliliters spring water is great. Qi Yuan didn't have any ink, so he directly agreed to the deal. The wisteria is very big, more than 3 meters high. The rhizomes are densely packed, accounting for less than half of the length of the entire wisteria. In Qi Yuan's yard, he dug a big hole near the potatoes and planted the wisteria in it. Wisteria is a key cultivation target, so Qi Yuan arranged it more casually. Considering that the wisteria has too many flowers, it can easily take up too many nutrients and affect the growth of the wisteria itself. So Qi Yuan cut down more than half of the wisteria flowers and branches, leaving only the main trunk part. A total of 13 branches and several wisteria flowers were collected. All are piled next to the guardian thorns to provide the nutrients needed for the growth of the guardian thorns. After guardian thorns slowly absorbed the nutrients of wisteria, its overall condition improved significantly. The main body of thorns wrapped around the fence is much thicker and stronger, and the spikes have become much sharper. Qi Yuan estimated that after feeding like this 2 or 3 times, the guardian thorns will start to reproduce. At present, it seems that the individual strength of guardian thorns is not strong, and they probably mainly rely on group strength to hunt. The information mentioned that in the guardian thorn community, there is usually a mother plant, which is mainly used to breed offspring. There will be child thorns scattered around the mother thorn body, which are used to hunt food and guard the mother body. This way of living is basically like a plant, more like a cave-dwelling animal like an ant. This is why only the mother plant of guardian thorn has value. Because only the mother thorn can reproduce, the other daughter thorns can only have one life. Otherwise, Qi Yuan could have made a fortune by selling thorns. After dealing with the wisteria matter, Qi Yuan contacted Wang Yu again to trade black beetle excrement. Use 20 milliliters of spring water to trade for 100 grams of black beetle feces. This 100 grams of feces was divided into 5 parts and buried next to the crystal rice in the garden. Seeing that there was still no movement from the crystal rice seeds, Qi Yuan poured 10 ml of spring water on each seed. In this way, all the plants are taken care of, and you just need to wait for the harvest. However, if I want to see a good harvest from these plants, I know how long I have to wait. As soon as he finished what he was doing, Qin Jinjuan's message came over. Qin Jinjuan didn't say anything and directly sent 6 pieces of ordinary grade steak. Qi Yuan was both satisfied and surprised and thought to himself, Qin Jinjuan is very strong. He can actually hunt so much food every day. Until today, Qi Yuan had only heard a few distant beast roars. This gap is really too big, which makes Qi Yuan very curious. Qi Yuan, are there so many wild beasts near you? Can you hunt them every day? Qin Jinjuan, I have special props and can find wild beasts. It is very dangerous to pass because the shows the level of the beast, so it is possible to encounter a good level beast. I see. After hearing Qin Jinjuan's explanation, Qi Yuan understood. A variety of props can be found in resource boxes, and it is normal to have such hunting beasts. Qi Yuan traded 120 milliliters of spring water in exchange for these 6 steaks. Thinking that Qin Jinjuan hunts wild animals every day, he definitely doesn't have time to look for food. The meat obtained was also exchanged for spring water with himself. What about food for the winter? Qi Yuan asked with some worry. You hunt wild animals every day, do you have time to store food for the winter? Qin Jinjuan smiled faintly and sent dozens of kinds of food, including fruits, vegetables, beans, wheat, rice and nuts. Everything was available. Qi Yuan looked at these foods in shock. The types and quantities were more abundant than his own, and he felt bitter in his heart. Qinzhenjuan, most animals have stored food for the winter. After I kill them, the food will naturally belong to me. Qinzhenjuan, do you need an even portion for you? There is still a quantity. Qi Yuan smacked his lips. It seemed that many people had their own channels for obtaining food. I probably belong to a group of people with low food reserves. He declined Qinzhenjuan's kindness politely. If there is a time when food is served in the future, please ask Brother Qin for food again, Sai Yuan said half-jokingly. After these 2 days of getting along, the two have become very close. Qinzhenjuan is also a very honest person, with a very good personality and temper. After Qi Yuan's generous and selfless donation helped him cure his child's illness, Qinzhenjuan was very grateful to Qi Yuan and completely regarded him as one of his own. The two of them can be regarded as establishing a basic friendship. After taking care of the matters at hand, Qi Yuan planned to clean up his body. There are currently 5 liters of river water, but there is no water boiling container. In fact, you can build a kitchen, but the resources are currently insufficient, and you will need to exchange them with spring water for a while. Therefore, Qi Yuan went to the trading market and after careful selection, he chose a copper basin and exchanged it for 50 pieces of wood. There are plenty of water containers in the shelter, so you can refill just enough. This price is really cheap, equivalent to chopping trees for half a day. But there is no way, after all, wood is the most valuable material. As long as you spend time to collect it, even stone is facing this situation. Although the weather is getting colder and colder, wood is needed for heating. But compared with the harvested wood, the wood used for heating is only a part. As the number of manuscripts increases, the current price of stone is gradually decreasing. The price difference between it and wood is not much, and both are the most basic resources. Qi Yuan estimated that it is very likely that someone will be able to upgrade to a third-level shelter today. For some people with rich assets, 250 wood and 500 stones are not possible. Some extremely valuable good level and excellent level resources have a high exchange rate for wood and stone. Similar to the spring, if Qi Yuan uses spring water to exchange wood and stone, he can also quickly meet the materials needed for upgrading. C16 Making noodles without thinking anymore, Qi Yuan began to prepare his own bathwater and boiled water in a copper basin. 5 liters of water, boil 3 liters and mix with the remaining 2 liters. The water temperature is just over 50 degrees, which is just right for taking a shower. Since there is no sewer at home, Qi Yuan can only clean at the door. After cleaning, he pours water directly outside, just to add some moisture to the plants. The wind was just a bit strong and made Qi Yuan shiver, so he could only hide behind the wooden door. The cleaning was more casual, just soaking a piece of cloth and simply cleaning and wiping the whole body, but Qi Yuan was very satisfied. Finally, I feel like my body is no longer sticky, and I feel so refreshed when I put on my brand new pajamas. Such a simple and luxurious life is out of reach for a large number of people. Ordinary people have to cut down trees and dig heads like crazy during the day, and they don't dare to stop for a minute. They are so tired. As a result, at night, they started arguing on the trading channel again, and they had an inseparable quarrel over a piece of wood. Under such circumstances, naturally there will be no unnecessary thoughts about one's own cleanliness. Although Qi Yuan is very busy and hard every day. But relatively speaking, we have much better luck, and our development is also in the first echelon. So, both physically and mentally, I feel relatively relaxed. He comfortably added a few pieces of charcoal to the stove and lay on the bed comfortably. In fact, Qi Yuan understood that now he should seize the time to do some exercise and exercise more. However, the weather is too cold, and the indoor temperature has dropped to 0 degrees. It is not suitable for strenuous exercise. It consumes too much physical energy and can cause wind chill. What's more, the big plush quilt weighing 12 pounds is so tempting. Alas, this kind of weather is not suitable for exercise. If you sweat all over, you will easily catch a cold. Qi Yuan hid himself comfortably under the quilt, leaving only his face exposed. On the 4th night in the misty world, I finally solved the problem of keeping warm and was able to sleep peacefully. It was still a long time before dawn, so Qi Yuan took out the Mist Survival Manual as usual. The chat channel is still bustling with activity. Haha, I picked up 2 resource boxes. Who is as lucky as me? Sorry, I picked up 3. Would you 2 or 3 of you have my bronze resource box? Damn it, what did you say? There must be something good, my wooden resource box has been smashed. Yuawawa, why didn't I pick up anything? Who wants high-grade pyrotechnics? Use as fuel. It burns for a long time. One piece can be used all night. One piece costs 150 heads. Two pieces of ordinary grade steaks exchange for good grade quilts and quilts. Come on, the Qingshan Alliance is accepting people, and they are required to hand over 1 unit of head or wood every day. Come to the Qingshan Alliance, we will be brothers. Another lie to the Qingshan Alliance. They said that joining the alliance can exchange for high-grade resources, but in the end no one joined. Brother, you actually believe this? Purchase all kinds of food, rice, flour, beans and meat, privately discuss the price. I have to sigh that human beings are indeed very adaptable. After 3 days and 4 nights in the mist world, I have begun to adapt to this unique world. All the social classes and all the rules and regulations of the original society disappeared here. People began to abide by the laws of the mist world and adapted to the primitive society of the weak and the strong. Work at sunrise and return at sunset. In a dangerous wilderness environment, seek hope of survival. More and more people are beginning to adapt to the new life here, and social forms that are different from civilized society are beginning to emerge. A large number of resource transactions and resource exchanges intertwine everyone. In the contact market, wood and heads are used as currency, and various types of resources, props, and scrolls are traded. What Qi Yuan is thinking about right now is the issue of upgrading the shelter. Before upgrading the shelter, Qi Yuan decided to build the kitchen first. Since all the heads were traded into timber yesterday, Qi Yuan now has no heads. However, basic resources like two are not difficult to obtain. Qi Yuan used spring water to exchange 10 milliliters for 50 heads. A total of 110 milliliters was served, and each portion was served in a 10 milliliters wooden white wine glass. What Qi Yuan never expected was that the spring water was sold out instantly just after it was opened for more than 10 seconds. Although Qi Yuan has faith, spring water is definitely one of the most popular items, and sales are definitely no problem. But I really didn't expect it to be sold out so quickly. Qi Yuan didn't know that almost everyone who grabbed the spring water felt that they had made a lot of money. Heads and wood can be obtained in many ways, but spring water, a resource that can improve physical fitness, heal and prevent diseases, is absolutely priceless. Nowadays, the environment is so harsh, the weather temperature is getting lower and lower, and cold and cough symptoms are becoming more and more frequent. It is very necessary for everyone to prepare some healing props. There are often people purchasing in chat channels and trading markets, and once they appear, a large amount of resources can be exchanged. Qi Yuan put away the 550 yuan, but because it was inconvenient to move out of the house, he could only pile it up in the wooden house temporarily. There are currently 550 heads, 150 ordinary wood, and 85 white fir wood. Qi Yuan estimated that there was a high probability that the shelter would be upgraded tomorrow. Build the kitchen first. On the shelter page, click Select Build Kitchen. White light enveloped the wooden house. After a moment, a kitchen appeared next to the studio. There is a stacked stove in the kitchen, and a brand new iron pot is placed on the stove. Seeing the complete facilities, Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. If he had known that he would have used spring water to exchange materials just now, he wouldn't have used copper basins to boil water. Now that we have abundant ingredients, we can cook all kinds of delicacies. But for now, the main thing is to eat enough. Let's wait until we have more ingredients. It happened that we hadn't had dinner yet, so Qi Yuan decided to get some food for himself. The alternation of day and night in the misty world is completely different from that on Earth, causing some problems in everyone's work and rest. The same goes for Qi Yuan. Most of the time, he eats some solid food in the morning before going out. When we return to the shelter at night, we will have a formal dinner. When talking about dinner, it actually takes about the same time as the meal before. In this way, it is still a regular schedule, unlike some people who eat when they are hungry and sleep when they are sleepy. What's worse, there's nothing to eat at all. Qi Yuan uses flour to make a simple bowl of plain noodles. There is no staple food such as rice and noodles in Chinese food, and it can never be called a formal meal. When I opened the 5-pound bag of flour, a fine layer of snow-white smoke came to my face, and the dry flour dust drifted away from my nostrils with my breath. This was not a pleasant smell, but the familiar smell of food made Qi Yuan sigh with emotion. Finally, I can have a warm meal. Qi Yuan grabbed a handful of fine flour and felt the silky feel, feeling a sense of security and satisfaction. This made Qi Yuan look forward to crystal rice even more. If you can harvest crystal rice for a long time, you won't have to worry about running out of food in the future. In addition to the 5 planted crystal rice, there are 28 well-preserved ones. Qi Yuan thought that he would have a chance to cook one and try it later. Don't look at just one piece of rice. A crystal rice is half the size of a fist, and it is considered an excellent food, rich in energy. Shi Yuan took out about 500 grams of flour and put it in a basin of boiling water. Take out the treasured 5-liter bottle of mineral water. Pour the mineral water into the flour, mix it together, and turn it back and forth with Shi Yuan's hands. Flour is kneaded into dough. The conditions are limited, there is no salt and no oil, so it can only be crude. After kneading the dough, roll it out into a large piece of very thin dough and divide it into a shape similar to noodles. In fact, because there are no knives, the noodles vary in size and thickness, which seems to have little to do with the noodles, says long strips of dough. But in an environment like the foggy world, you can't be too particular about it. Boil a small pot of water in an iron pot, and put the noodles in after boiling. On the other side, Shi Yuan grilled a piece of steak on the stove, which was excellent wolf meat. High-quality steaks can improve physical fitness, increase body size and weight. After Shi Yuan ate the good-grade steak yesterday, he felt that his appetite had increased. Whether traveling or cutting down trees, physical aspects have grown a lot. If he had ability, Shi Yuan would eat ordinary grade ingredients even after. Although a piece of steak does not bring much improvement to the body, if you eat high-quality food for a long time, the physical transformation must be amazing. Maybe everyone can become a Superman. The steaks are baked in the stove, the noodles are tumbling in the boiling water, and the aroma of the meat and noodles are mixed together. Shi Yuan moved his index finger, feeling saliva secreting in his mouth and churning in his stomach. A simple meal of pork chop noodles, but there is something extraordinary about it. It symbolizes the life in the mist world, which is officially separated from the life of living in a world of mist. Have the ability and resources to cook food simply. The only drawback is that there is no bowl, so you can only use a basin, and there is no green onion, coriander, soy sauce, and 13 fresh ingredients. The overall taste is much worse. Fortunately, there are good grade steaks, and the flour is also good grade. Even without other condiments, it still tastes very delicious. Suckling the smooth and tender noodles, Shi Yuan felt as if he had returned to civilized society and his once comfortable life. All the simple lives that were inconspicuous or even despised before have become distant dreams here. Food enters the abdominal cavity, bringing a great feeling of fullness, and a warm current flows throughout the body. The original fatigue were swept away, and the empty body was instantly filled with energy. Although this is not the first time I have experienced this feeling, it is still amazing. Shi Yuan felt the strength of his body and felt that his physique seemed to have improved slightly. Eat a third of the steak and half of the noodles. This left Shi Yuan unable to walk. Looking at the steaming noodles half in the pot, Shi Yuan suddenly thought of something. It's not easy for Qin Jinjuan to raise a child. He makes a living by hunting wild beasts. He definitely doesn't harvest many resource boxes, and there won't be food like flour. Among the few friends, he also has a close relationship with Qin Jinjuan, and Shi Yuan also intends to make this friend. Shi Yuan sent over the remaining noodles. In a wooden house deep in the forest somewhere, a man with a resolute face was sitting at a wooden table. Opposite the wooden table sat a little girl carved in pink and jade. There were two people, one big and one small, holding a piece of steak in their hands, and there was a bowl of nuts on the table in the middle. "Dad, I don't want to eat steak and nuts anymore, I want to eat rice." The little girl was lying on the table board and said aggrievely. Qin Jinjuan was also helpless. "Xiaotong, be good, Dad will find wild fruits for you tomorrow." First, ding. "Dad, there is a message." Qin Jinjuan looked strange. "Who wants to buy steak from me again? Didn't I say I don't sell it?" Qin Jinjuan also has his own trading circle with the scarce steak. However, after trading with Shi Yuan, he rarely sells steak to others. Now every day, he will keep a good grade steak, eat 4/5 himself, and Xiaotong eats 1/5. Most of the rest are sold to Shi Yuan, and the winter food mainly depends on the collected dry food nuts and food collected in the wild. As one of the first people to eat good grade food, Qin Jinjuan naturally knew the great value of high quality food, so he would try to eat as much good grade food as possible. See 17 Iron Axe and Machete. When Qin Jinjuan first ate good grade steak, he found something unusual. As a special soldier with top physical fitness, Qin Jinjuan knows his physical condition very well. His physical fitness, flexibility, etc., which had gradually deteriorated due to age, have actually improved significantly. There seems to be a magical power in these foods, which play an incredible role. From then on, Qin Jinjuan rarely sold steaks above good grade, and kept them for himself and his children. If the children don't eat much, then eat less, which will be very good for the body. Qin Jinjuan believes that if Xiaotong can eat high-quality food for a long time, he will never catch a cold or fever in the future. and his aging body will gradually recover, and even exceed the original peak strength. If good grade food has such an effect, what will excellent grade food be like? The first time Qin Jinjuan drank excellent grade spring water, he was shocked by its magical power. The hidden injuries, blockages, and hidden diseases left by the battle on the body are all slightly warm at this moment, with a tingling feeling. Although the effect is not particularly obvious, it is indeed real. Moreover, the changes brought by the excellent spring water are more profound than those of the good grade steak. It's just that the amount of spring water is not much. Qin Jinjuan is also happy to exchange steak for spring water. Besides, Shi Yuan also saved the life of his child, and Qin Jinjuan always remembered this kindness in his heart. Qin Jinjuan was still quite curious when he saw the message sent by Qi Yuan. "It's the uncle who treated you," Qin Jinjuan said gently. Clicking on the chat channel, a transaction message suddenly appeared. It was the noodles sent by Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan didn't finish eating, so he sent the noodles left in the pot to Qin Jinjuan, including the soup and noodles. Qin Jinjuan received the noodles and was very surprised. "I didn't expect Qi Yuan to be so willing to eat hot noodles." And she generously gave herself a portion. "Qi Yuan, I cooked too much, so I'll leave one for the kids to supplement their nutrition." Qin Jinjuan smiled gratefully and said, "Xiaotong, uncle brought you noodles. Don't you want to eat nuts? Noodles?" The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she jumped off the chair and ran to Qin Jinjuan. As the transaction was completed, a copper basin filled with noodles appeared on the wooden table. White hot air drifted from the noodle soup, rolling out the wheat aroma of the noodles. The little girl's clear big eyes widened instantly. Qin Jinjuan thanked Qi Yuan, then changed the noodles to his own bowl and returned Qi Yuan's copper basin. Qin Jinjuan took a bite and was surprised to find that it was actually a good grade noodle. He quickly stopped Xiaotong from eating noodles, fearing that she would be too full from excessive nutrition. Although the noodles had no taste, the little girl still ate them and smacked her lips. "Delicious, Daddy." After sending the noodles over, Qi Yuan went to the trading field to buy goods. While browsing the chat channel and the trading field, he drank spring water with a wooden wine glass. Qi Yuan also understood the benefits of excellent spring water, and planned to keep 100 milliliters for himself every day in the future. It's not because he is reluctant to drink it, but because the spring water has excess energy. Often, after drinking 100 milliliters, he will have a clear sense of fullness. The more you eat these excellent grade foods, the more you feel their value, and the more you feel that choosing Spring Eye is really wise. 500 milliliters a day is definitely a huge fortune. There is also 1 drop of water milk every 7 days. Qi Yuan is more and more curious about the use and efficacy of water milk. 500 milliliters of spring water a day is already so valuable, not to mention 1 drop of water milk every 7 days? Qi Yuan felt the refreshing taste of spring water and looked through the information of the trading field. It is getting more and more dangerous to go out now, and you need to buy a suitable weapon. At this time, the stone axe should be eliminated, and you need an axe of good grade or above. Qi Yuan first looked through the trading application of spring water and found that there were no exciting props. Qi Yuan hung a total of 50 milliliters of spring water, which was divided into 5 portions, 10 milliliters each. Therefore, the trading applications submitted were not particularly precious items, and Qi Yuan didn't think much of them. Ding! A message appeared. "Hey, what does Brother Qin want to talk to me about?" "Qin Jinjuan, I collected some things, can you see if there is anything useful?" Qin Jinjuan sent 7 or 8 items. Sling manufacturing blueprint, good. Iron axe, good. Stone spear, normal. Trap, normal. Wolf tooth dagger, good. Qi Yuan had never seen most of the items, and rarely got them. "Qi Yuan, Brother Qin, where did you get so many things?" "Qin Jinjuan, I opened them from resource boxes." "Qi Yuan, how many boxes did you open?" "Qin Jinjuan, you should not have hunted wild beasts. All wild beasts will drop resource boxes after death." "Qi Yuan, what? All wild beasts will drop resource boxes?" Qi Yuan was stunned. You know, it is very difficult for others to get a resource box. They can only rely on luck. Qin Jinjuan, yes, ordinary beasts drop wooden resource boxes, and good beasts drop bronze resource boxes. However, in the resource boxes dropped by hunting wild beasts, only food, clothing, seeds, furniture and other daily necessities occasionally appear. Most of them are weapons and tools, and the types are relatively simple. Listening to Qin Jinjuan's explanation, Qi Yuan also understood something. Qi Yuan has never hunted wild beasts, so naturally he doesn't know these situations. "I always thought that the probability of weapons and tools appearing was low, but I didn't expect it was because of the wrong way to obtain them." "Qin Jinjuan, take whatever you like, I have a lot of these." And Xiaotan likes the noodles you gave me very much. Since Qin Jinjuan said so, Qi Yuan is not polite. Qi Yuan, brother Qin, to be honest, I do need an axe and a weapon. Qin Jinjuan, the axe is not a problem, I don't cut trees, you can take this iron axe. As for weapons, what do you like to use? Qi Yuan, this. I really don't know. I just need a weapon for self-defense, and I don't have any practical foundation. What weapon do you think is suitable for me? Qin Jinjuan, no combat foundation, right? Then I still suggest you use a knife, which is simple, practical, and powerful. Qi Yuan, I also think the knife is pretty good. Do you have any knife-like weapons? Ordinary grade will do. A transaction message came, which was an iron axe and a good grade machete. The knife looks like a watermelon knife, about 50 centimeters long and 3.5 centimeters wide. It is long and straight, square and looks particularly upright and imposing. Qi Yuan didn't expect Qin Jinjuan to be so generous and actually gave him a good grade knife directly. Qin Jinjuan, this knife is good. Even if you don't have the basics, it can exert great power. I will teach you a few more routines when I have time. Qi Yuan, okay, thank you, brother Qin. Qin Jinjuan, since you call me brother Qin, you don't have to be polite. Qi Yuan smiled faintly, very grateful, and felt that he really did not help the wrong person. Qin Jinjuan's straightforward character of revenge when there is revenge, repay kindness when there is kindness is indeed very suitable to be a friend. Qi Yuan did not want to take advantage. Brother Qin, let me tell you a piece of news. Qi Yuan told Qin Jinjuan all the news about the secret realm. Everyone can enter the secret realm once. If Qin Jinjuan can gain a lot in the secret realm, then Qi Yuan can also get a lot of benefits by adding an ally and friend. Qin Jinjuan, there is such a thing? Then I must go out and try it tomorrow. Qi Yuan, the secret realm will only appear for a few minutes at dawn, so we must hurry up. Qin Jinjuan, okay, I will remember it. Thank you for letting me know. Qi Yuan, you're welcome. Qi Yuan played with the machete, and the ferocious blade flashed a bright light. Even if Qi Yuan didn't know much, he knew it was a good knife. It was definitely not a street stall. If it was placed in a civilized society, it would probably be taken to the police station for 2 days. Qi Yuan put the iron axe and machete together with his own stone axe and pickaxe, and put them in a resource box. After sorting these out, Qi Yuan lay down on the small wooden bed. The weather is getting closer, especially the temperature at night, which has dropped to an incredible level. It is very important to conserve energy, which is related to the mental and physical condition tomorrow. Qi Yuan completely curled himself up in the big quilt, and soon fell asleep. The night was too long, and when Qi Yuan woke up, it was still dark. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Qi Yuan felt that it was even colder in the morning, and he didn't want to move at all in bed. The charcoal in the stove had been extinguished, leaving only a faint light. Qi Yuan forced himself to get up and put on his thin clothes. First, he added a few pieces of charcoal to make the stove burn more vigorously. Then he went to the kitchen to make some breakfast. He boiled a pot of water on the stove, then put in some bean pods, and simply simmered them for a few minutes before eating. Although the taste was bad, the starch tasted very filling, so it was still acceptable for breakfast. He exercised in the shelter for about an hour. The day is bright. A short 6-hour day begins. Qi Yuan takes his iron axe and machete, as well as a resource box for transporting wood, and goes out. What to do today is very simple. Go to the white fir forest to chop trees. It will take another 250 woods to upgrade the shelter. 85 were collected yesterday, which means that at least 165 units of wood must be collected today. Qi Yuan arrived at the white fir forest early. This large area of lush white fir is an inestimable wealth. With the blessing of a good level iron axe, the efficiency is different. It used to take nearly 30 minutes to chop down a tree, but now it can be done in less than 20 minutes. The time spent on chopping down white fir is far more than it took longer to cut wood than other trees. Even other good grade trees did not take that long. There are 2 reasons for this. The first is that white fir wood is tougher and has stronger fibers, making it harder to cut. The second is that white fir trees are very tall, so their trunks are relatively thicker. Although it takes longer to cut wood, you can harvest more wood from one tree. One white fir tree can harvest nearly 20 units of wood. Early in the morning, before the sun came out, in the white fir forest, there was a dong 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 sound of cutting wood. 1, 2, 3. Qi Yuan panted, wiped the sweat from his head, and shook his hands with difficulty. Even with gloves, the place where the axe handle was gripped still had blisters on it, and the pain came from time to time. Qi Yuan had been chopping trees for hours and was exhausted. The harvest was 220 units of white fir trees and 11 tree roots. He exceeded today's task. At the same time, a bronze resource box fell during the tree chopping process, which was a big surprise. I can finally upgrade the shelter when I go back today. Chi Yuan laughed happily. Yesterday in the chat channel, I saw someone upgrade the shelter to level 3. Many people were amazed, complimented, and envied, and the entire chat channel was talking about the upgrade of the shelter. Chi Yuan also envied for a long time, and now he has finally completed the upgrade. C18 third level shelter. Chi Yuan looked at the time and found that there was still more than an hour left. Thinking about transporting all the wood and resources home, it will definitely take a lot of time. So he plans to start shipping as soon as possible. In the following time, with the joy of being able to upgrade the shelter, Chi Yuan felt much lighter while working. It took more than 50 minutes to return 220 units of wood, 11 tree roots, and bronze resource boxes to the shelter. Before it got completely dark, Chi Yuan watered the beans and wisteria in the yard. Let's see how it grows. Doe still has no obvious reaction. The weather has been very serious and I don't know if he can survive. After most of the flowers and branches of the wisteria were cut off, a lot of burnt wounds appeared, and the growth was somewhat sluggish. However, Saihara is not particularly interested in wisteria. After all, it has no practical value. It is used as a way to obtain tree roots, so just return the roots. The guardian thorns grow well. You should put some plants next to them from time to time. The plants will automatically absorb nutrients to meet their growth needs. However, if you want to propagate ramets, you need more and more energy. Chi Yuan thought for a while, took out 3 of the 11 white fir tree roots collected today and placed them next to the guardian thorns. Good grade tree roots, the guardian thorns absorb it much slower, indicating that the energy in it is very abundant. After observing for a period of time, it was obvious that the guardian thorns grew much faster, and new branches even grew out soon. Chi Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the magic of this creature, which could absorb nutrients so quickly. Yes, it's a living thing. The guardian thorn is not a traditional plant, but a half-animal, half-plant species. After absorbing enough plant nutrients, the guardian thorns can grow quickly and even bloom and bear fruit. Chi Yuan suddenly thought of something and took out the mist survival manual to find Wang Yu. Chi Yuan, is there any more black beetle droppings? Wang Yu, it's 100 grams. The amount of black beetle excrement is very rare. The price may increase in the future. Chi Yuan frowned. This person wanted to raise the price. I sell 100 grams every day, and I obviously don't want to trade too much. Wang Yu, later, 20 milliliters of spring water will be exchanged for 50 grams of black beetle excrement. If you agree, we can trade in large quantities. Chi Yuan's face turned completely dark. Are you taking yourself for granted? Chi Yuan didn't reply and closed the chat channel directly. The value of black beetle excrement is indeed very good. The soil in the flower bed has been greatly changed and will soon become a good grade soil. But it's not like she has similar items. On the contrary, it is the own excellent spring water, which is much more valuable than black beetle excrement. Moreover, Wang Yu's behavior of raising the price made Chi Yuan very uncomfortable and did not want to continue trading. At this time, Chi Yuan felt that in today's environment, interests are the only shackles to maintain relationships. The same goes for Qin Shuyu. She had promised well before that she would provide the Qiyuan water source in the future. However, in the past 2 days, I have not received much response from her. Even when I asked her to make a purchase, there was no response. As a result, Qiyuan was once again short of fresh water. If there is nothing else you can do, you have to ask Qin Zhenjuan for help. At present, Qin Zhenjuan and Chi Yuan have the closest relationship and are more practical people. It stands to reason that Chi Yuan has excellent spring water and is considered a worthy partner. Not to say flattery, but it is worth maintaining a good relationship. For some reason, Qin Shuyu didn't seem to care about her relationship with Chi Yuan. Even after the first transaction, her attitude had been perfunctory. The incident between Qin Shuyu and Wang Yu broke Chi Yuan's stable development. The problem of soil and fresh water is serious, and a new, more stable channel is needed. The wind in front of me is getting colder and colder, making my bones hurt. Reluctantly, Chi Yuan had to collect today's spring water and return to the house as soon as possible. The fire in the fireplace has been extinguished, and the room has become dark. At the same time, the temperature is also very low, reaching several degrees below zero. Chi Yuan hugged his cold arms, walked quickly to get some charcoal, and rekindled the fireplace. The orangered firelight swayed in the bedroom, adding softness and warmth. The charcoal burned and made a small pop sound, and the faint smoke layer carried the scent of charcoal. The uneasiness in Qi Yuan's heart dissipated a lot, and his stiff body became warmer. Half an hour later, the entire bedroom was completely warm. Qi Yuan got up and planned to make something to eat. It was too cold today, and it was even colder without a fireplace in the kitchen, so he didn't plan to make any more noodles, but simply made some food. Take a pot and boil it directly in water, then pick it up and let it cool before eating. Moreover, it can be stored for a longer time and can be used as a snack in the bedroom. You can grab a handful and eat it when you are hungry. After eating and drinking, Qi Yuan remembered that all the materials for upgrading the shelter were ready. I thought for a moment and said to myself that I had a bad memory and had been freezing in the second-level wooden house for a long time. Skillfully took out the missed survival manual and clicked on the shelter upgrade page, which showed that 250 wood and 500 units of stone were sufficient. But the wood used this time was white cedar wood. Click Upgrade. Are you sure you want to upgrade the shelter? Confirm. It was still the familiar white light that enveloped the entire sanctuary. This is the second time Qi has experienced a shelter upgrade since he was originally in the foggy world. Each upgrade represents a higher level of development of the shelter. It also means that Qi Yuan has adapted to this world and the chance of survival continues to increase. After waiting for a few seconds, he opened his eyes, and a brand new shelter appeared in front of him. Shelter, Level 3 wooden house, 100 square meters, including 80 square meters of house, 20 square meters of yard, plus 20 square meters of fence, totaling 120 square meters. Mainly made of stone, supplemented by wood. Exquisitely built, high-quality stone house. Already possesses the minimum ability to resist risks. The thermal insulation effect is greatly improved. Level 3 shelter facilities, wall, 40/200 stone, significantly improves shelter defense. Warehouse, 40/200 stones, slows down the rate of food decay to a certain extent. Vegetable garden, 55/100 good grade wood, increases crop growth speed to a certain extent rate. Stable, 40/200 stone 150/200 wood, raising good low-level beasts, with a small probability of taming the beasts. Studio upgrade, 40/200 stone, workbench upgrade. Living room upgrade, 40/200 stone, stove upgraded to fireplace. Obtain a shelter relocation scroll 1, can be relocated within 10 kilometers of the original shelter. Level 4 shelter upgrade conditions, meet the conditions. This upgrade of the shelter has many eye-catching changes. The first is the shelter relocation scroll. Moving the shelter within a small area is not a problem, and you can finally leave this barren place. Second is the building facilities of Level 3 shelters. Unexpectedly, fewer facilities can be built in Level 3 shelters. However, the facilities that can be built are very practical. This phenomenon also means that wooden houses will have fewer and fewer supporting facilities. Most of the special facilities, such as springs, flower beds, fences, etc., need to be obtained from resource boxes. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty of survival and increases the importance of resources such as springs. Qi Yuan had a hunch that both the resource boxes and the facilities equipped for system upgrades would decrease over time. If one day, there is no resource box and no system help, you must also have the ability to survive independently. For example, if you plant crystal rice, you must persevere no matter how difficult it is. If you want to achieve self-sufficiency, you will have greater confidence to survive. See 19 winter wheat seeds. While thinking about future plans, he looked at the shelter that had just been upgraded. In his 4th year in this world, he finally upgraded the shelter to Level 3. The area was expanded to 120 square meters, including a 40 square meter yard and an 80 square meter house. The originally compact rooms suddenly became empty. Compared with the Level 1 shelter, the Level 3 shelter uses more stone materials, and the foundation is 30 centimeters higher, which looks more solid overall. The wood inside the house is made of pale yellow-white fir wood, with exquisite and simple wood grain, exuding a faint wooden fragrance. The entire shelter is filled with a primitive forest atmosphere, giving a refreshing and faraway feeling. Back in the bedroom, the room is still small, but the wall has become white fir, which looks much brighter. It seems that the system uses more materials, so the walls of the room are thicker, and the sound insulation and heat insulation effect are greatly improved. In the closed bedroom, the temperature has risen above 0 degrees with the blessing of the fireplace. At least I won't shrink my feet and shiver with cold. Qi Yuan secretly thanked that fortunately there was a fireplace with the upgraded shelter, and the chimney pipe was directly connected to the outside of the house, sending all the smoke and dust. Otherwise, I would probably get carbon monoxide poisoning, and I might not know it until I woke up. Just when Qi Yuan's thoughts were drifting, a beep, beep sound suddenly rang in the room. It was Mist Survival Book, and a friend sent a message. Shi Yuan picked it up and found that it was sent by Qin Jinjuan. What caught his eye was an item information. Name, Animal Trap 3, good, purpose, capture wild creatures with a certain success rate. Introduction, it is okay for catching small animals, but don't dream of hunting large beasts. Seeing this item, Shi Yuan was delighted. It turned out to be an animal trap. Although it looks small and simple in style, since it is system certified, it must be useful. Shi Yuan, brother Qin, it seems that I have a good harvest today. I actually found such a good thing. Qin Jinjuan replied quickly. I opened the box and found the blueprint for making animal traps, but the materials were limited, so I made a few less. I think you should be able to use it. Shi Yuan, thank you, what materials do you need? I'll see if I have any. But Shi Yuan thought to himself, my place is so barren, so I probably don't have to hold out hope. Qin Jinjuan, do you have any tough finds? Really not. Shi Yuan still replied, I haven't seen it yet, but I'll pay attention to it later, and I'll tell you if I find it. After accepting the 3 animal traps, Shi Yuan traded 50 milliliters of spring water. The establishment of relationships is inseparable from the binding of interests, and there should be a tacit understanding of giving and taking. After closing the Mist Survival Book, Shi Yuan took the resource box dropped by from chopping trees, hoping to open high-quality props. Shi Yuan was looking forward to this bronze resource box. After all, this was the first time he obtained a resource box by cutting down trees. He didn't know if there were any special resources in it. A green light appeared. Although it was not the first time, Shi Yuan's heart was still beating nervously. He stared at the box and saw 3 things inside. Shi Yuan couldn't wait to check. Name, tomato seeds, good, use, tomato seeds nourished by the aura of the misty world are more nutritious, can slightly improve physical fitness, and supplement vitamins. Introduction, organic vegetables. Name, winter wheat seeds, good, use, winter wheat seeds nourished by the aura of the misty world can survive in low-temperature environments, have high satiety, and high yield. Introduction, precious and practical items. Name, fertilizer making scroll, good, use, make good grade fertilizer, slightly increase the growth rate of plants, and increase the harvest of plants. Introduction, organic fertilizer is more effective. Fuck. Wheat. Shi Yuan has always been civilized and rarely swears, but this time is an exception. Because he was too excited. The 3 items, purely from the value of themselves, are nothing. Tomato seeds, winter wheat seeds, fertilizer making method. It can even be said to be very simple, but from the long-term benefits, its future value is immeasurable. Especially winter wheat seeds, the strategic significance and future value are even comparable to springs. The environment of the misty world is too harsh, and the cold wave crisis is like the sword of Damocles, hanging over the head of every survivor. In this environment, no plant can grow normally, and often freezes to death before germination. But winter wheat is different. Winter wheat can germinate at a minimum temperature below 0. Although the survival rate is very low, and the growth rate and fruiting rate are pitifully low, this shows that winter wheat has a strong ability to resist cold. As long as the temperature is maintained at 8 degrees, winter wheat can grow healthily. Moreover, this is winter wheat that has been improved by the aura of the misty world, with better quality, and it is more likely to grow at 0 degrees. This means that as long as winter wheat is successfully planted, Shi Yuan will have a continuous source of flour, and the realization of noodle freedom is just around the corner. Put away the 3 items and hide the 2 seeds in the box, planning to plant them later. Because there is no suitable place for planting in the shelter at present, you can only look for a flower garden to buy. With uncontrollable excitement, Shi Yuan changed into pajamas, hid in the quilt, and began to browse the trading market and chat channel. Speaking of which, this is something that almost every survivor must do every day. On the one hand, it is to buy daily necessities, and on the other hand, it is to relieve the loneliness and fear in the heart. The chat channel is still very lively. I picked up 2 resource boxes today, ha 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 ha. Brother, don't be proud, who knows what will happen. You are just jealous, ha ha ha, it's getting colder and colder. Without warm clothes, I can't get out of the door. I advise everyone, if it is too cold, don't force yourself to go out and cut trees. A friend of mine caught a cold yesterday and went offline today. Offline? So this is really a game? Brother, do you think there is a possibility that he said offline means he died? Don't make a dead joke, this is a very serious matter. Come, a moment of silence 3 minutes. Brothers, are there any wild animals around you? There is a bear next to my shelter, 3 meters tall. I dare not go out, I haven't eaten for several days. Why don't you eat? Not eating is bad for your health. If you don't have rice, why don't you eat meat? Is meat not delicious? If you really can't eat, you must not let the Bear Brother starve. You have been caught in the rain, so you hold an umbrella for others? Serve the king with your body, and let the misty world be filled with love. Speechless, turn off the chat channel, which is full of meaningless chats and has no value. Open the trading market. Search for the flower garden. The result shows no. Chi Yuan is helpless. It seems that the yield of the flower garden is relatively low. It is possible that even if it is opened, no one is willing to sell it. After all, everyone is not stupid and knows the importance of planting. After getting through the initial period of not having enough food, it is rare to find bargains in the trading market. The history of human evolution has told us how to enter the tribal era from the barbaric era. Of course, it is farming. Relying on collecting wild fruits and hunting wild animals to live has always been the most primitive way of life. All the time, you need to think about how to eat, and there is no time to develop other things. See 20 Gaohanji. Therefore, planting and breeding is an inevitable process. For those who believe in survival, even if there is no flower garden, some crops will be planted in the courtyard. Although the initial investment is high, the return is low. But in the long run it has far-reaching significance. Seeing that there was no hope of buying a flower garden, Chi Yuan searched for some other daily necessities. Search for quilts. There are only a few pages, but the prices are ridiculously high, the kind that even a lifetime of hard work can't afford. Search quilts. Exchange for 99,999 good grade meat. Chi Yuan's eyes twitched and he cursed in his heart. Search for cotton clothes, pants, and shoes. The results are almost the same. The prices are generally too high, which is quite serious. In desperation, he could only buy a batch of spring water, still one 10 milliliters portion, hoping to find something that would make his eyes shine. Unexpectedly, just a few minutes after hanging up, the sound of Mist Survival album started to beep. Yo! Is this person waiting for you? Sai Yuan looked at the message in surprise. Gao Hanji, are you Chi Yuan? Gao Hanji? Chi Yuan was stunned and couldn't react for a while. But soon, the memories of high school gradually came to mind. I didn't expect that I could meet acquaintances here. Chi Yuan murmured to himself. This is his high school classmate, a tall girl with a cold personality. Her high ponytail and jeans are the biggest impression on Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan, class 4? Gao Hanji, yes, I didn't expect it was really you. Chi Yuan, what a coincidence. I didn't expect it, but it was fate. Although the dialogue was concise and no emotion could be seen, Chi Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. A living acquaintance? Being able to meet a familiar old friend in such a harsh environment is extremely valuable. At this time, in a certain corner of the misty world, in a secondary shelter. He is about 20 years old, with a cold face, extremely fair skin, a refreshing high ponytail on his head, and a not too thick quilt. At this time, Gao Hanji had a look of surprise on his face and tapped the Survival in the Mist book with his slender fingers. I didn't expect it, it's really great. She came to this misty world so far, but she still couldn't meet anyone she knew. There are too many people in the chat channel. Billions of people are sending messages, and it's too late to read them, let alone add friends. Now I finally saw an old classmate, and I was naturally very surprised. Chi Yuan, why do you want to buy spring water? Are you sick? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chi Yuan finally got down to business. Gao Hanji replied, the weather is too cold, and I'm afraid that some colds will become more serious, so I thought about buying some medicines, but they are too expensive. Chi Yuan nodded. He was afraid of the cold weather. The temperature at night had dropped to an unbearable level for normal people. For most people, with their weak bodies in the city, it is difficult for them to stay healthy in this foggy world. Colds and typhoid fever are extremely common, and many people even die from them. Gao Hanji, you have so much spring water, I can exchange it for this. As she spoke, she sent an item information. Name, insulation cotton, ordinary, work, it has good insulation work. Introduction, essential for survival in the wild. Chi Yuan looked at it in surprise. Although the insulation cotton could not provide direct heating, it was definitely very large and could greatly increase the indoor temperature and prevent heat loss. Chi Yuan, classmate Gao, how much do you like this insulation cotton? Gao Hanji quickly responded, there is only one roll left, which should barely cover 15 square meters. Chi Yuan frowned. If the insulation cotton is to be effective, it is best to cover the left, right, front and back of the room. Otherwise, the effect will be greatly reduced. 15 square meters cannot even cover the wall of the bedroom. But after thinking for a moment, Shi Yuan still chose to exchange. Transaction information: 50 milliliters spring water exchange for thermal insulation cotton. Gao Hanji was originally worried, knowing that she had lost too much insulation cotton, and the remaining quantity was of little value. So when I saw the transaction information, I was very surprised. This old classmate of mine is quite generous. Gao Hanji, thank you. If there are other resources in the future, I will add more. Shi Yuan, it's okay, you take first, is sick here, is much more serious than before. The two of them continued chatting for a long time, and it wasn't until past midnight that they closed the private chat channels. In Shi Yuan's impression, Gao Hanji had a cold personality when he was in high school, and the two of them were very communicative. Perhaps because of the special environment of the Misty World, Gao Hanji was obviously more talkative. It can be seen that she was really in a good mood when she met herself. From the chat, it is not difficult to see that Gao Hanji's living standard is far better than his own, and it was only yesterday that he barely upgraded the shelter to level 2. This level of development, whole human beings, can only be regarded as. As for food, she was extremely rudimentary, relying only on wild fruits near the shelter to satisfy her hunger. No worse than myself. After finishing the chat, the 50 milliliters spring water in the Chiyuan trading market was sold separately. Exchange them for barrel-making scroll and wooden tableware set, respectively. The wooden barrel manufacturing reel consumes 50 milliliters of spring water, which is more expensive, but worth it. The wooden tableware, the seller most likely has the drawings, is a large volume sale, and I just took some supplies. Just exchanged it directly. A large number of manufacturing scrolls appeared, such as the items in the trading market have been enriched, and all kinds of wooden daily necessities have appeared. And because it is a necessity of life, the market demand is very large, and there is no need to worry about sales. You can imagine that this group of people has definitely made a lot of money. This made Shi Yuan couldn't help but consider whether he should start selling charcoal and barrels. For example, in the trading market, there are more people selling barrels, but the amount of charcoal is relatively large, and the price is relatively high. One piece of charcoal requires 5 units of wood. The price has increased 5 times, which is definitely a huge profit. But at present, the sales of charcoal are not good. Many people would rather use wood for heating, and would not be extravagant enough to spend a lot of money to buy charcoal. But what they don't know is that 1 unit of wood can only burn for less than 1 hour, but 1 unit of good-grade charcoal can burn for more than 3 hours. To a certain extent, as long as the price of charcoal is lower than 3 units of wood, it is definitely worth the money. However, this information is only known to those who have used charcoal. There is still a world horn. Shi Yuan thought, if I use the world horn to publicize the news that charcoal burns longer, at a better temperature, and with more smoke, then I will sell it at a price lower than the market price, and I will definitely make a lot of money. So during this period, I can stock up a batch of charcoal. Even if I can't sell it all, I can still sell it. After thinking about these, it was already late. Shi Yuan added 2 pieces of charcoal to the fireplace and went to bed. As the night passed, the cold invaded every creature in the Misty World, and also took away countless lives. At 7 o'clock the next morning, when Shi Yuan woke up, the sky was still dim. Feeling the coldness of the air, Shi Yuan wanted to take a nap. But in the end, relying on his strong will and unyielding spirit, he only slept for half an hour longer. After getting up, Shi Yuan felt that the weather was cold again. The air seemed to be filled with ice chips, and every breath would hurt his respiratory tract. Enduring the cold, Shi Yuan got up and started to make breakfast. It was simple and unpretentious, a piece of good-grade meat. But with Shi Yuan's appetite, he was full after eating most of it. His whole body began to heat up, and the power spread to his limbs and bones. The temperature of his body's surface rose rapidly, and the feeling of coldness faded. Next, Shi Yuan began to exercise crazily. This set of exercise methods was learned from Qin Jinjuan, which can effectively and professionally enhance the body. It is the most scientific and effective exercise method in the military, which has been specially studied. C-21 relocation shelter. As the exercise progressed, Shi Yuan clearly felt the improvement of his physical fitness, and even his spirit became full. He had discovered that after eating good-grade steaks, if he did not exercise, it would often take a long time to digest, and it would not improve his body. But if he started exercising immediately after eating to digest the amount of steak, his physical fitness would be greatly improved. Shi Yuan also verified this discovery with Qin Jinjuan. Qin Jinjuan said that it was indeed the case. The amount of good-grade steaks was extremely abundant, and even he could hardly see it quickly. He had to cooperate with sufficient exercise to fully absorb it. The food in the Misty World is very special, especially the food above the good level, which contains a special power that is very good for the human body. According to the system, this is probably the so-called spiritual energy. After only half an hour of exercise, Shi Yuan's feeling of fullness was relieved, and his mental state was also restored, and he was in an excellent state. At this time, the sky is bright and the day has arrived. Today's weather, today is a good day with clear weather. The best choice for going out to collect supplies. Daytime duration, 6 hours weather, clear temperature, 610 climate trend, the cold current is very close, pay attention to collect enough supplies for the winter, and keep warm. Although it is still sunny, the temperature is getting lower and lower, and it has dropped below 10 degrees. Shi Yuan is ready for today's 6-hour outing plan. This time he didn't plan to wander around, but went directly to the southern forest. The other 3 directions are all barren, and no resources can be seen at all. In the south, good quality white fir trees were found. And deeper, the plants are lush and varied, and birds and beasts can be heard. This shows that it is not a wasteland. Since there are many creatures living there must be various materials needed for survival. It is foreseeable that if he stays in the same place without sufficient resources, his development speed will be reduced. So he must move the shelter. Shi Yuan prepared a machete, an axe, and a draft, and went to the south with light equipment. Swish! The wild grass on the ground condensed into ice chips, and there was a slight friction sound when stepping on it. Shi Yuan had walked this road several times, but he was still very careful. In the foggy world full of dangers, it is not too careful. It took more than 10 minutes for Shi Yuan to reach the white fir forest, and he could see the traces of yesterday's felling from a distance. However, today, Shi Yuan did not cut down the trees directly, but planned to explore the forest first. He wanted to find out what was going on behind the white fir forest and whether there were more abundant resources. If there were, he would have to find a suitable place to move. If it was still barren, he would have to consider exploring farther away. Passing through the white fir forest, Shi Yuan continued to walk deeper into the forest. The trees gradually became lush, with tall coniferous forest vegetation standing tall, and low shrubs and grass becoming more lush. The wild primeval forest, wrapped in the smell of grass, trees and soil, filled the nose. Under the tall trees, the sound of birds could be vaguely heard, echoing in the empty woods, ethereal and distant. Shi Yuan did not dare to be careless, and was very careful with every step. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that if he didn't have to fight for survival, the environment here would indeed be very suitable for retirement. The environment is beautiful, pollution-free, and far away from human habitation. As he went deeper, the fog in the forest became thicker, the vision became dim, and there were dark green grass and trees everywhere. Are we close to the edge of the mist area? Shi Yuan secretly estimated in his heart. Since there are lush grass and trees here, and animals live, there must be water sources. Shi Yuan's purpose this time was to find a water source and a suitable land for relocation. Measuring the terrain around, the east side is low and sloping, and the trees growing there tend to be broadleaved. And the soil on the ground is also more moist, although the soil is inevitably dry at this temperature. Shi Yuan changed the direction of the route and walked towards the east. After walking for nearly a quarter of an hour, Shi Yuan knew that he was not wrong, because he saw a squirrel as small as a palm jumping through the woods beside him. Turning over the soil on the ground, he also saw earthworms living in it. The number of creatures here began to increase, indicating that there was a water source nearby, which could provide the needs of creatures for survival. After walking for another quarter of an hour, he had completely entered the mist area. Shi Yuan held the machete tightly and was extra careful. Hua, hua, at this time, he suddenly heard the sound of water flowing from a distance. The sound was weak, but particularly crisp. Sound of flowing water. Shi Yuan stopped and listened carefully, and there was still a sound. It must be a stream. Shi Yuan's heart beat violently, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I finally found it. One of the basic elements needed for survival is water. To survive in the wild, 4 elements are indispensable: fresh water, fire, food, and shelter. In particular, the fire shelter is provided by the system. So, Shi Yuan's goal all along is to find fresh water and food. With excitement, Shi Yuan moved forward all the way, and finally, not long after, a clear stream appeared in front of him. It is about 2 meters wide, and the water flow is not turbulent, but the water quality is very good, and you can see the bottom of the water at a glance. Looking carefully, I can still see very small fish in the water, but the size of the fish is very small, smaller than a finger. After all, this water source can be regarded as a stream in the forest, with a small flow of water, so the fish in it are also small. But compared with the location of the shelter at this time, it is not an exaggeration to say that this place is a paradise. At least it is not as if there are bare weeds for miles around as soon as you go out. Shi Yuan walked upstream along the river and found that the stream was slightly wider, the terrain on both sides of the river became flat, and the stones nearby began to increase. Yes, it seems that the source of the stream is relatively stable and will not dry up suddenly. Shi Yuan nodded with satisfaction. As he moved forward along the way, the location at this time was already deep in the mist area, close to the thick fog area, farther than any previous trip. But he was not worried. If he moved the shelter here, all problems would be solved. Looking around, the trees here are still lush. Although the leaves have fallen, the dense branches cover the sky. At this time, Shi Yuan swept his eyes and found that there was a broken hillside in the forest not far away. The terrain was much higher, the trees around were sparse, and the surrounding environment was relatively flat, with withered weeds on the ground. This place is good, Shi Yuan thought to himself. Not only is it close to the water source, but the terrain is flat and backed by the hillside, which can cover the shelter to a certain extent and reduce the danger of the forest. At the same time, the area is enough. If some trees are cut down, the shelter can be accommodated. Shi Yuan has decided to move the shelter here. However, in order to be on the safe side, he still carefully checked the surroundings, cleared all the weeds on the ground, and felled all the surrounding trees to clean up the land. After confirming that there was no problem, he chose to move the shelter. As the white light enveloped, a magical power emerged. When Shi Yuan opened his eyes again, his shelter had appeared in front of him. The mist around him also dissipated, and his vision became clear. C-22 Beehive. Seeing the familiar shelter, Shi Yuan felt much calmer, and the panic of being in the wild was relieved. Now that the shelter has been relocated, check out what resources are nearby that you can use. Shi Yuan returned to the shelter and took out 3 hunting traps and took them with him. The forest around the shelter is much more lively than the original wasteland. Just walking along the way, I saw a lot of animals. This is because winter has passed, many organisms have begun to hibernate, and their numbers have decreased. If it weren't for the cold current environment, there might be more kinds of wild beasts coming out. Shi Yuan was not particularly familiar with setting up traps, so he could only arrange them according to his own ideas. There are many traces of wild animal activities left in the forest grassland. For example, pine nuts that have been gnawed by squirrels, berries that have been eaten by wild birds, footprints of certain animals, fresh feces left in the grass. These activity traces were left in the messy grass, showing the animals' usual movement routes. These wild animals often travel along fixed routes. Therefore, if you only place traps on these routes, you will have a higher probability of successful capture. There are many red berries dotted in a withered grass, most of which have been eaten by birds, leaving only a small number of malnourished berries. It can be seen that the peck marks on the surface of some berries are fresh. It shows that the birds here still come to eat. So Shi Yuan placed a trap here. As for the other 2 traps, they were placed next to a mouse hole and under a pine tree. The most convenient thing about traps is that after setting them up, you can do other things. In the next time, Shi Yuan still plans to collect wood to prepare for making charcoal. I don't know how long the cold wave will last, and sufficient charcoal is also a strategic material. Continuing back to the white cedar forest, it is still a mist area, with light clouds and mist floating in it. This time, Shi Yuan started cutting down trees from the other end of the forest, closer to the shelter. Bang bang bang. It's still unpretentious tree cutting time, and the collection of white fir trees is very efficient. There was not much space to pile up a few piles of wood. But not too long ago, something unexpected happened. Buzz buzz buzz, a bee the size of a thumb was wandering around in the forest, making a sour sound. Shi Yuan frowned and looked up, and found that there were many bees flying in the woods not far away. Is there a beehive here? Shi Yuan looked over curiously, but did not dare to get too close because he was afraid of being stung by bees. From a distance, you can see that most of the bees are surrounding a locust tree. 3 meters away from the tree, there is a tree hole the size of a wash basin. Bees swarmed in and out of this tree hole, making a thin, low buzzing sound. It's a bee. There must be honey. Shi Yuan was overjoyed, and started to think, maybe we can eat honey today. In the wild, it is still very dangerous to encounter a large number of bees. If you do not use the right method, you can easily be stung all over your body. A better method is to use smoke. Putting down the axe in his hand, Shi Yuan quickly rushed back to the shelter and used wood to bring fire. However, if you want to create a large amount of smoke, fire alone is not enough. The generation of smoke requires incomplete combustion of objects. Shi Yuan collected wet leaves, soaked the wood chips with water, and burned them on a flame. Crackling. Along with some popping sounds, Thick black smoke rose into the sky and quickly enveloped the entire forest. The fire was built under the tree, and the rising black smoke passed through the whole of the tree, just enough to be touched by the bees. In fact, it is better to put the burning material directly into the tree hole, which can lock all the black smoke in the tree hole. But the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, it is too dangerous. Once the bee swarm is frightened, they will swarm out and fly around, possibly injuring themselves accidentally. So to be on the safe side, it's better to take pictures slowly. Qi Yuan did not stare all the time, letting the fire continue to smoke, adding some burning materials from time to time. I continued to collect wood. Nearly an hour later, Qi Yuan cut down a white cedar tree and collected 98 units of good-grade wood. When I came to the hive again, I found that the effect was very good. Many bees fell to the ground and lost their ability to move. The remaining bees that could still fly seemed weak. Obviously, the smoke's killing effect is very good. At this time, Qi Yuan suddenly thought that bees can be regarded as ordinary beasts certified by the system. Can you get a wooden resource box by killing a bee? Although it is unlikely, it is definitely necessary to try. Directly approaching the beehive, the bee's desire to attack has been greatly reduced. Moreover, Qi Yuan is wearing heavy clothes, but he is not very scared. He raised his right foot and crushed the fainting bee to death. 3 seconds later, no resource box appeared. It doesn't seem to work. I'm too fanciful, so there might be such a bug. Qi Yuan sighed helplessly. However, he did not stop and trampled the bees on the ground to death one after another. After all, being close to the shelter and the white fir forest still posed a considerable threat to him. As more bees were cleared, the ground suddenly flashed with light, and a wooden resource box appeared. Ha! Qi Yuan's eyes lit up, and his joy was beyond words. It seems that there are resource boxes, but there are fewer. After clearing all the bees on the ground, a bronze resource box popped out, which was beyond his expectations. This made Qi Yuan fall into a dilemma. Should he completely clear the hive? With such an easy method, he can get a wooden resource box and a bronze resource box for free. If you miss this good thing, I don't know when the next time will be. After a mental struggle, Qi Yuan finally showed mercy. He only cleared the bees on the ground, and the inside of the tree hole was not damaged. After all, a stable source of resource boxes sounds so tempting. In the following time, Qi Yuan continued to chop trees, and when there was half an hour left, he began to return to the shelter. It took a lot of time to carry the wood, but the white fir forest in the shelter was much closer, which was much more convenient. Having hurried back to the shelter, Qi Yuan immediately went to check the traps. If you can catch prey, it means that there are abundant resources here, and maybe there will be a long-term and stable source of meat in the future. Although Qin Jinjuan can hunt wild animals and provide himself with steaks. But it is better to have your own channels for living resources. No one can guarantee that the two can always maintain a close relationship. If there is a conflict one day, they will not fall into the embarrassment of having no meat. When they came to the first trap, the rope was not moving at all, and it seemed that it was not triggered. Qi Yuan was a little disappointed, but he still cheered up and went to the next one. The second trap has been triggered. Qi Yuan was overjoyed and walked closer to check, but was disappointed. There was nothing in the trap, leaving only a small poke of gray-white fluff, which looked like rabbit hair. It seems that an animal did pass by, but it was just unlucky and did not catch it. Qi Yuan felt better, which at least showed that there were rabbits living nearby. And there was no problem with the placement of his own trap. If the rabbit may pass by once, it may pass by a second time. Continue to the third trap. This time, Qi Yuan heard the shrill cry from a distance. There's a catch, C23 Beast Taming Scroll. Qi Yuan had already given up hope, but he was pleasantly surprised. After pushing aside the grass where the trap was set, he saw a pheasant that was smaller than a domestic chicken. It was now trapped by the rope at its ankle and was struggling hard. Seeing the creature approaching, the pheasant was extremely frightened and struggled even harder. A large number of red and yellow feathers floated in the air, quickly raising a lot of dust and leaves. I didn't expect that I would actually catch a pheasant. Qi Yuan was ecstatic and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This trap was the first one set, placed under the berry bush, but he didn't expect that a bird would really come over. It seems that his idea of setting the trap was very reasonable. Qi Yuan quickly got up and spent a lot of effort to control the pheasant, then tied its 2 legs with the rope attached to the trap, and returned to the shelter by holding its wings. Just before dark, I returned to the shelter smoothly. Counting today's harvest, Qi Yuan was quite satisfied. First, the location of the shelter was changed to a forest with richer resources, and the water source problem was also solved. Secondly, we often collect wood. Today, the amount of wood has decreased, and only 118 units of good grade wood have been obtained. In terms of resource boxes, Hunting Bee Colonies has obtained a wooden resource box and a bronze resource box. The last harvest, which also made Chi Yuan most happy, was to use the animal trap to capture a pheasant. After returning to the yard, Chi Yuan worked non-stop. First, build a fence with wood as a chicken coop for raising pheasants, surround the pheasants, and tie the rope to the wooden stakes. As we all know, pheasants can fly like birds, and they cannot be tamed if their wildness is not eliminated. At the same time, in order to prevent pheasants from freezing to death in the middle of the night, Chi Yuan used the insulation cotton he exchanged from Gao Hanji yesterday to make a semi-enclosed simple chicken coop. Next to the chicken coop, there was a wooden barrel filled with clean water from the stream. As for the food problem, Chi Yuan considered a lot and reluctantly fed a handful of bean pods. At the same time, he thought to himself, I will pick all the rotten berries tomorrow, which will just be used as food for the pheasants. After dealing with the pheasants, he watered and fertilized the various plants in the yard. However, the amount of fertilizer is relatively small, and it is only temporarily provided to the crystal rice. At present, the fertilizer manufacturing drawings have been obtained. The manufacturing materials are not completely fixed. Only the following materials are needed. They can be rotten leaves, biological excrement, animal and plant remains, etc. The higher the quality of the materials, the more sufficient the nutrients, and the better the fertilizer effect. Chi Yuan collected some rotten leaves and vines, as well as common excrement fertilizers, and made several bags of fertilizers, just used to increase the growth rate of crystal rice. When checking these plants, Chi Yuan found that they were not growing well, especially the wisteria, which was almost withered and probably could not survive the cold wave. After consideration, Chi Yuan cut down all the wisteria and dug out the rich rhizomes at the bottom. He got 11 tree roots and a large number of branches. These useless plant wastes were all given to the guardian thorn as nutrients for it to survive the winter. Of the 11 tree roots, Chi Yuan kept 3 for himself, and the rest were also placed next to the guardian thorn. Chi Yuan believed that by absorbing the nutrients of the entire wisteria, the guardian thorn would most likely begin to reproduce and truly fulfill the role of the guardian shelter. After doing these things, it was already dark, the light was getting weaker and weaker, and the vision was not enough to continue working in the yard, so Chi Yuan returned to the shelter. He habitually lit a fire to raise the temperature in the shelter, and then started to make dinner. A bowl of bean pods and a piece of steak, although simple, it is very filling and tastes good. Many survivors are still in a state of hunger. It is good enough for me to have enough food, and I don't ask for too much. After eating, I exercised for half an hour to digest the steak. After eating this good grade steak, I only had ordinary grade steak left. I don't know if Brother Chin has hunted good grade beasts recently. After exercising, Chi Yuan carried the white fur in the yard into the studio, moved 80 units, and processed it into good grade charcoal. And he himself returned to the bedroom and started the sacred unpacking session. Chi Yuan rubbed his body, laughed, and happily opened the wooden resource box. Click! The box opened, and 3 items appeared in the box. Honey bread 5, ordinary, stone shovel, ordinary, fishing rod 1, ordinary, 3 plain items, not surprising, nor disappointing, just average. Not bad, I'll save my luck for the bronze resource box. I hope something good will come out of it. Chi Yuan thought to himself in a self-comforting way. A cyan light emerged, and the bronze resource box opened. 3 items as well. Beast trap making scroll, delivered. The moment Chi Yuan saw the scroll clearly, his eyes widened immediately. Qin Shinjuan had just sent 3 beast traps, but he didn't expect that he would open one right away. Beast traps are relatively useless to Qin Shinjuan, but they are extremely important to Chi Yuan. Because he is too weak, even after the enhancement of good level food these days and the daily exercise, he is still not enough to hunt wild beasts. Therefore, they rely on animal traps to obtain rare meat. Today, with only 3 animal traps, 1 pheasant was harvested. The success rate is pretty good. If he can make it independently, then he can set up dozens of animal traps, and the harvest will definitely be greatly improved, and there is no need to trouble Qin Shinjuan. With a good start, Chi Yuan quickly checked for the next item. Second item. Bicycle 1, good. After seeing the message, Chi Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then his head was full of black lines. Why do I need a bicycle in this forest? I can't ride it. I can't help but sigh, there are really all kinds of weird things in this resource box. A little disappointed, but when he saw the third item, Chi Yuan held his breath for a moment and took a deep breath. Excellent item. The probability of getting an excellent item from a bronze resource box is really low. Shi Yuan couldn't help but rub his eyes to make sure he saw it correctly, and laughed wildly with joy. Ha, I am indeed the Emperor of Europe. This kind of luck is truly unparalleled. Pick up the light ball and the item information will appear quickly. Name, Beast Taming Scroll, Excellent. Function, tame beasts below the excellent level and understand simple instructions after taming. Ordinary level beasts, taming success rate 100%. Good level beast, taming success rate is 80%. Excellent beast, taming success rate 30%. Introduction, a treasure refined with special techniques. Beast Taming Scroll. Such a fantasy object actually appeared on his body. Shi Yuan couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. It was really incredible. But more importantly, there is curiosity and surprise. Shi Yuan can already imagine that if he tames a good or even excellent level beast, his safety will be greatly guaranteed, and he won't have to worry about going out. But he had to plan carefully and choose which beasts to tame. So far, he has not found any powerful wild animals near the shelter, but the roars of beasts are often heard from deep in the forest. As the scope of exploration increases in the future, it is inevitable that we will encounter large beasts in the future. Window, _Tabula equals window, Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C24 Boss Chi. I was thinking about taming wild beasts when a message suddenly came from the Mist Survival Manual. Shi Yuan looked down and found a message from Gao Hanji. Gao Hanji, Shi Yuan, you said yesterday that you were looking for vines. I explored near the shelter today and collected some. I will send them to you. Along with the message sent, there were several cyan vines as thick as a baby's arm. Shi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He was really blessed by the goddess of luck today, Gao Hanji, and these vines were a perfect help in times of need. As soon as the animal trap was opened, materials were delivered to the door. Collect the vines and you will need them to make the animal trap. Shi Yuan thanked him and said, I'm very sincere, but I'm just worried about the lack of materials. After a few words of thanks, Shi Yuan sent another 50 milliliters of spring water as a token of gratitude. When I asked, is your shelter still at level? How is the collection of materials going? Was it upgraded before the cold wave? After a moment of hesitation, the message came. Gao Hanji, the quantity of wood is enough, but there are still more than 200 units of stone. It will be difficult to collect it in these 2 days. The upgrade of the shelter is what worries Gao Hanji the most. The environment is getting worse and worse, and the temperature has been below zero for a long time. If we do not upgrade to a level 3 shelter, we can imagine that life will be difficult in the future. Every survivor knows the importance of upgrading the shelter, but only a small part of it can truly complete the task easily. Shi Yuan frowned and asked, are you bad at picking axes? Why don't you protect yourself from the stones around you? Gao Hanji explained, there are 2 factors. My shelter is in a swamp, there are relatively few stones around, and my pickaxe is only an ordinary level. Seeing this, Shi Yuan felt helpless. When it comes to the worst spawning spots, the swamp is definitely one of them. The rainy and humid environment will inevitably cause rheumatism and bone pain once left in the environment, so it is definitely not suitable for long-term living. And because there is too much moisture in the air, it gets even colder at low temperatures. Compared with the temperature, it feels more than 5 degrees colder in the swamp. The most important thing is that there may be a quagmire somewhere in the swamp, and once you step into it, you will be doomed. Compared to his birthplace, it is just a little barren, but still acceptable. The location of Gao Hanji's shelter is obviously even worse. However, Shi Yuan thought for a moment and suddenly sent a message, isn't the soil next to your shelter very fertile? It's okay, it looks quite soft to me, but the lighting here is very poor, so it's not suitable for growing most crops. Shi Yuan has a clear look, the swamp is rich in vegetation, and the soil is mostly humus soil and natural fertilizer. Gao Shueshue, you are short of stones and I will help you collect them. Can you help me collect some soil in the next few days? Collecting dirt? Gao Hanji was a little confused, but after thinking about it, he understood Shi Yuan's needs. Although her own development is slow, she has seen many similar needs in the chat channel. Many survivors, after solving their dietary problems, will seek long-term stable food sources, and that is planting and breeding. Therefore, they will buy soil, various seeds, wild beast cubs and other items, and the prices are not low. Some time ago, there was a foreign survivor who spent a lot of money to buy a pair of rabbits. Obviously, Shi Yuan falls into this category. Well, just help me collect some fertile soil and then trade it to me. Feeling that something was missing, Shi Yuan added another sentence. I can give you a meal. When Gao Hanji saw this sentence, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Shishue, your master has enough food. Are you going to support me? As soon as the message came through, Shi Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but twitching his mouth. Help me do things, including food and shelter. It doesn't count as maintenance. At most, it's a labor union. Okay, Boss Chi. Another level shelter in the swamp. Gao Hanji couldn't help but laugh, with a smile in her beautiful eyes. Coming to this misty world, she was always in fear, and her spirit was always tense. Now that I have an acquaintance to chat with, the pressure has been significantly relieved. Shi Yuan did not treat La Shue badly, and directly used 50 milliliters of spring water to exchange for 200 units of stones in the trading place, and traded it to Gao Hanji. Upgrade your shelter first. According to my observation, if you don't upgrade to a level 3 shelter before the cold wave, it will be difficult to survive the low temperature weather. Shi Yuan reminded by the way. Level shelters are poorly insulated. Even with a fireplace, the indoor temperature is close to zero, making it difficult to survive. Okay, Boss Chi. Thank you very much. Gao Hanji replied with a smile. This left Shi Yuan in a daze. In his own impression, in high school, Gao Hanji was unsmiling and had a very cold personality. It seems that after experiencing the plight of the foggy world, and are more likely to open their hearts. There is no that is stubborn and says, I can live a very good life with just and I don't need other at all. Most ordinary people, when they are afraid of stress, are eager to find something similar. Shi Yuan understands this feeling very well. After all, when he first came to the mist world, he hid in a first-level shelter and shivered. Shi Yuan smiled and replied, You're welcome, Gao employee, work hard and find more fertile soil, the quantity should be larger. Good boss. After chatting with Gao Hanji, Shi Yuan felt a lot more relaxed and less stressed. The next time, he would spend his daily time browsing the trading market. There were too many chat channels, and the screen was constantly refreshed, and he would feel dizzy after watching for a while. So Shi Yuan visited the trading market most of the time. As the cold wave approached, the prices of warm and food items in the trading market soared. A cotton coat cost more than 300 stones. A piece of bread cost 100 stones or wood. And the price was still rising, and the market had begun to collapse. On the one hand, it was because the market demand was large. On the other hand, it was because wood and stone had depreciated. Before, because the shelter had to be upgraded, wood and stone were hard currency. But after reaching the third-level shelter, the system did not display the materials needed for the fourth-level shelter. So for reaching the third-level shelter, the demand for wood and stone has decreased. Relatively speaking, the prices of other items have dropped significantly. No matter how good the props are, they are not as practical as having a full meal. Because food is really too scarce. So Chi Yuan's goal is to sweep up some good quality props, preferably with long-term significance for future development. Soon, he saw an item in the vast array of items. Name, room, good, function, build a 20 square meter room with a ventilation system. Introduction, the light is not enough and it is a bit dark. Similar to the fence prop, it can expand the shelter area, and it is also in the outer area. Compared with the outer surface has a significantly better thermal insulation effect, is more concealed, and is more suitable for living. Only the lighting problem needs to be solved, otherwise life will be very inconvenient. However, these are minor problems. Shi Yuan looked at the price and found that the seller needed food and clothing, which made him feel a little distressed. Shi Yuan was unwilling to take out these strategic level supplies. Who knows how long the cold wave lasts, the more food the better. Finally, Shi Yuan also sent 100 milliliters of spring water to test it out. However, there was no immediate reply. Shi Yuan continued to browse other products. C25 tamed the black tiger queen bee. After browsing for more than an hour, Shi Yuan's eyes were dazzled and he didn't buy anything. It's not because there are no good products, it's because the price is too high. In desperation, I had to hang up 5 10 milliliters bottles of spring water again and wait for the destined person to come and exchange them. Shi Yuan was about to see if there was any reply from the basement seller, when he received a message from Qinzhenjuan. 3 regular steaks and 1 good grade honey. And a message, Brother Qi, do you still have any healing potion? Qi Yuan's heart tightened and he asked, Brother Qin, are you injured again? Qinzhenjuan didn't say much and sent a selfie. In the photo, Qinzhenjuan's face was full of bulges, his eyes were swollen with only a slit left, and he looked hopeless. Qi Yuan, Brother Qin, can the old hunter still make mistakes? Qinzhenjuan, I couldn't help it. I walked under the tree and the honeycomb fell directly on my face. I didn't even have time to run. Qi Yuan's eyes twitched. You can imagine Qin Jinjuan's helplessness at that time. No one could have imagined that the hive would fall from the tree on its own. Who can blame this? We can only blame the bees for cutting corners and not building the house solidly. By the way, Shi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. There were really a lot of bees in the forest. Didn't he find one today? It's just that he was lucky and was not injured. Shi Yuan, Brother Qin, do you still have any flesh and blood essence? I only have one bottle of healing potion left. Qin Jinjuan was also a little embarrassed and said, I don't have one here either. There are relatively few good level beasts, and with my current strength, it is very difficult to deal with them, and there is a high probability that I will be injured. But I have a good level poisonous queen bee here. I don't know if I can explode the flesh and blood essence. Hearing such an answer, Shi Yuan was also very helpless, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, there were only a few good level beasts. If there are a large number of good level beasts near the shelter, the survivors will not have to live. But the next second, Shi Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes fell on a certain word. Good level poisonous queen bee? Qin Jinjuan is so strong. He could hunt down high-level beasts before, but today he was still besieged by swarms and fled. This shows that the bee colony is very powerful. Bees can also expand the number of bees and increase their strength through reproduction. The more he thought about it, the brighter Qi Yuan's eyes became. Qi Yuan, Brother Qin, have you brought the beehive back? Are there any bees in it? Qin Jinjuan, I have taken out the honey from the hive. It is in the yard outside the hive. Do you need it? Qi Yuan replied excitedly, Brother Qin, can you give me the queen bee and the remaining bee swarms? Although Qin Jinjuan was confused, he still replied, no problem, you can take it if you want. It's useless if I keep it. So Qi Yuan traded the healing potion in exchange for the queen bee and the bee colony. The hive I arrived at was already in tatters, and the bees inside were half dead, so there was no need to worry about being stung. This swarm of bees is darker in color, larger in size, and has a long stinger on its tail. It looks more powerful than the swarm Qi Yuan encountered. After checking the system, the name of this bee is the black tiger bee. The overall strength of the bee colony is good, the same as the black tiger queen bee. The ordinary black tiger bees in swarm are all ordinary level. Black tiger bees are larger, with the ordinary level being as big as a baby's fist, and the queen bee being the size of an adult's fist. It is also highly toxic and is a highly aggressive bee species. Qi Yuan took out the beast taming scroll and chose to use it on the black tiger bee queen. 80% success rate, I hope it won't be too unlucky. Qi Yuan said secretly to himself. Although the success rate is very high, I still feel a little worried. Soon, white light enveloped the black tiger queen bee, as if performing some ritual. After a few breaths, without any system prompts, Qi Yuan could clearly feel that there was a mysterious connection between himself and the black tiger bee queen. Success! Qi Yuan was overjoyed and tried to give instructions to the black tiger queen bee. The queen bee really understood. It's just that the queen bee still has no IQ and can only obey the simplest instructions, such as, attack, don't hurt the owner, collect honey, reproduce, etc. What it can abide by is generally its original living habits, and it is impossible to let it draw, write, and sing. Regarding these, the black tiger bee queen can only say, there is more than enough heart but not enough power. Qi Yuan was overjoyed and directed the queen bee with great interest, but not long after, the queen bee lay motionless on the table. According to the feedback, the queen bee was seriously injured before, and her current physical strength is seriously exhausted and needs time to recuperate. It seems that Brother Qin tortured them a lot. He must have been stung badly, otherwise he wouldn't have come to me for healing potion. Qi Yuan thought secretly, feeling a little distressed. Of course, I don't feel sorry for Qin Jinjuan, I feel sorry for the loss of the black tiger bee swarm. You can imagine how powerful it can be if you have a complete group of black tiger bee swarms. But this is just a beautiful fantasy. After all, if the black tiger bee swarm is not defeated, the black tiger bee queen will not be captured. Give instructions to the black tiger queen bee to return to the hive to rest, and at the same time, let her restore the hive as much as possible to preserve the undamaged eggs inside. Qi Yuan also plans to rely on these bee eggs and larvae to restore the number of bee colonies in a short time. After feeding the bees some spring water and preparing some food, they placed them near the window in the living room and allowed them to regain their vitality. The window is far from the bedroom anyway, so I don't worry about the buzzing sound affecting me. After returning to the bedroom, Qi Yuan checked the trading market again. Many people offered spring water, but the things they offered were relatively ordinary, and Qi Yuan said he didn't like them. So after rejecting all of them, Qi Yuan searched the trading market and found the head material. However, what he found was not ordinary grade, but good grade heads similar to white fir tree. It's not just me who is lucky, there are also other survivors who found good grade resources around. And there are quite a few of them. Name, blue pattern, good, function, extremely hard blue pattern or suitable for building. Name, red, good, function, exclusive or near the fire mouth, stained with a little fire energy, can emit weak heat. Name, fine steel or good, function, fine steel or rich in impurities. The refined steel has good conductivity and hardness, which is suitable for making weapons. Name, gold river sand function, each type of ore has an extremely extraordinary effect, which makes Qi Yuan very jealous. But after considering practicality, he still chose the blue vein. These ores are intended to be used to build shelter facilities, so it is more appropriate to use them as building materials. The price of blue vein is also relatively fair, and it can be exchanged for the same grade of wood at a 1-to-1 ratio. It can also be purchased at a 1-to-10 ratio with ordinary materials. However, Qi Yuan does not intend to trade with white fir wood, because he also needs wood to make charcoal, and charcoal is more valuable than wood. So, he plans to trade directly with charcoal. C26 wall and basement. Qi Yuan sent the charcoal information and explained the benefits of charcoal, and then waited quietly for a reply. As soon as I exited the trading channel, there was a beeping sound from survival in the mist. Ha! Are you replying so quickly? Qi Yuan opened the message in surprise and found that was information about bluestone, and was about the transaction in the basement. The seller simply rejected the transaction application and replied, I will exchange it with you for 400 milliliters of spring water and enough food for 5 days. Seeing this person's request, Qi Yuan had a headache. To be honest, if the asking price is sky high, there is probably room for counteroffering. But if the price is mixed or even, and is particularly excessive, it means that this is the person's bottom line, and it is difficult to lower it too much. The price is still too high. Qi Yuan shook his head, hesitating. 400 milliliters of spring water doesn't matter. After all, there is 500 milliliters every day. At most, the whole day's supply is given to him. In the past few days, Qi Yuan has not used up all the daily amount, and has collected more than 1,500 milliliters. So for him, the spring water is sufficient. It was really difficult to have only 5 days of food. Qi Yuan tried to reply, you will need less spring water, and you will need so much food. I gave you so much. The other person replied, I can ask for less spring water and less food. Seeing this answer, Qi Yuan got even more headache. The other person looked like a rational person who knew what he needed most and was not dazzled by the excellent quality of the spring water. Sighing helplessly, Qi Yuan had no choice but to try another method and send the information about the animal trap. Qi Yuan, I can exchange this for you. There are few wild animals in the mist world, so you can catch them yourself. After sending the message, there was no reply for a long time, as if he was hesitating. 5 minutes later, a message was sent. You should know that the success rate of traps will be too high. However, you will only be willing to bring animal traps and food. Qi Yuan was helpless. Indeed, compared to food, the basement is also dispensable. The price is too high and I will take it. 400 milliliters spring water, 10 animal traps. Seeing the price finally given by the other party, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This price was still within the affordable range. After Qi Yuan, I still tried to lower the price. Finally, after some haggling, the deal was reached with 400 milliliters of spring water and 7 animal traps. The blue marble trader on the other side also responded to the message. Zhang Yueming, is charcoal really so useful? Qi Yuan, good grade charcoal can last up to 6 hours, with higher temperature and less smoke. I can give you 1 unit for free so you can try it. Zhang Yueming, okay, the ratio of exchanging charcoal for bluestone is even lower. It's very difficult to collect this kind of ore. 1:3 is a big loss for me. Qi Yuan, how about 3:7? Zhang Yueming, let's do it 1:2. We can do long-term transactions in the future. After thinking for a long time, Qi Yuan chose to agree. Qi Yuan, okay, add me as a friend. I hope we can have long-term cooperation. As for whether they can really cooperate for a long time, Qi Yuan can't guarantee it. After all, the examples of Qin Shuyu and Wang Yu were before them. Therefore, Qi Yuan always trusts the sellers he meets by chance. In the end, Qi Yuan exchanged 100 units of charcoal for 200 units of bluestone. She originally planned to use this batch of blue-grain stones to build walls. Among the facilities of the third-level shelter, the facilities that can be built include walls, warehouses, vegetable gardens, and animal pens, and the facilities that can be upgraded include studios and living rooms. Among the 6 types of facilities, Shi Yuan still feels that the wall is the most important. Especially after moving to the forest, the number of wild animals nearby increased significantly, and the level of danger also increased significantly, so the construction of the fence was urgently slowed down. Moreover, if you want to grow crops and raise livestock, you also need to prevent the influence of the outside world. Therefore, Shi Yuan made the decision to build the wall directly. Light enveloped the shelter, and 200 units of bluestone disappeared. 5 seconds later, a bluestone brick wall was raised around the shelter. The wall was 2.5 meters high and 30 centimeters thick. It was extremely strong and thick. The shelter, which originally had a wide view, was instantly surrounded and felt completely safe. With such a wall protection, it is difficult for ordinary and good-level beasts to affect internal security. By the way, Shi Yuan also built the basement. Because the basement is a prop, it needs to consume materials. Click to use to complete the construction. A few seconds later, a downward staircase suddenly appeared near the window in the house, which looked pitch black. This is the new basement. Shi Yuan walked in curiously and found that his vision was too dark. So I went back upstairs, put on the kerosene lamp and walked down to see clearly what was going on inside. The basement is very simple, without any decoration, and the area is about the same as a room, which should be 20 square meters. But according to the prop information, this basement is equipped with a ventilation system. So there is no problem living here for a long time. However, he has no plans to move down for the time being. After all, there are not enough lighting tools, which greatly affects the site. More importantly, the fireplace comes with the bedroom and is connected to the wall. The ventilation ducts are routed to the same room, so it is possible to move the entire fireplace in. Before the 2 problems of lighting and heating are solved, Shi Yuan will most likely live in the basement. This made him start to think. It seemed a bit practical to use the basement as a bedroom. Can the basement be used for other purposes? After thinking about it for a long time, he had no good idea, so he could only leave it vacant temporarily. Now that we have calculated it, the total area of the entire shelter has reached 140 square meters. There is plenty of space and you can consider using it. After returning upstairs, Shi Yuan was still very sleepy, but in order to better conserve energy and cope with tomorrow's life, he forced himself to go to bed as early as possible. After a night of silence, the 6th day comes. When I woke up, it was still dark. A sneeze, a sneeze, a sneeze. Before he woke up, Shi Yuan sneezed 3 times in a row and felt a little dizzy at the same time. Is this a cold? Shi Yuan sniffed and rubbed his temples, feeling a little weak. He braced himself up, stood up, and drank a few mouthfuls of spring water. A cool feeling swept through his body, which restored his energy a little. Okay, we must find a way to collect the essence of flesh and blood and prepare a bottle of healing potion. But if you catch a cold, you can cure it. Shi Yuan was secretly worried in his heart. Fortunately, it was just a mild cold and it didn't have much impact on the body. If the fever is severe, you'll be in trouble. In order to keep warm, Shi Yuan put on his pajamas, then put on a condom, wrapped himself up, and then got up and got out of bed. Rinse mouth, wash face, make breakfast. Because we have to do physical work during the day, breakfast is usually neat. Take a handful of pea pods, 2 steaks, and 2 honey buns from the box for today's breakfast. At the same time, there is also a share of gao-hanji. Of course, for Shi Yuan, a steak and a piece of bread can only be regarded as breakfast. But for gao-hanji, it can only be a whole day's ration, otherwise Shi Yuan would really be able to afford it. C27 Subdue Treehole Bee Colony. Even so, it is much better than the daily food of most survivors. So far, more than 95% of the survivors have never eaten meat. After eating, exercise for about an hour as usual. Wait until the sky is completely bright. Today's weather, it is cold today, please keep warm when going out. Daytime duration, 6 hours. Weather, cloudy. Temperature, 13. Climate trend, the cold current is very close. Remember the 3 major elements. Food. Keep warm. Wild animals. Today is the only cloudy day in 6 days. The lowest temperature during the day is only 1, and the highest temperature is only 3. It has completely entered winter. Shi Yuan brought all the props he needed, including 7 animal traps, a good level axe, a good level machete, and a black tiger bee colony. A strange scene appeared in the forest. A young man was holding a weapon, and a group of huge black bees were surrounding him, but they did not attack him, but just followed him closely. If this kind of thing happened in the civilized world, Shi Yuan would never believe it. This young man was still alone in this foggy world. Feeling the buzzing sound behind him, although it was a bit noisy, I have to say that I felt safe. After going out, I directly followed yesterday's idea and placed the 7 animal traps in appropriate positions, waiting for the prey to take the bait. I hope I can catch some prey today. By the way, I also checked the 2 traps left yesterday. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the trap being triggered, and it was still lying quietly in the grass. It seems that the power of the animal trap is indeed relatively low. Shi Yuan was not discouraged. As the number of animal traps increased, the possibility of catching prey would also increase. After setting the trap, Shi Yuan commanded the black tiger queen bee and rushed to the white fir forest without stopping. After a night of rest and recovery, especially the treatment of spring water, the black tiger queen bee recovered a lot, and her injuries were almost healed, but her mental state seemed not very good. I don't know if it can be successful. Shi Yuan walked along the way, whispering in his heart. After conquering the black tiger queen bee, he suddenly thought, since the black tiger bee colony can be tamed, then can the beehive he encountered yesterday also be tamed? The black tiger bee colony suffered heavy casualties, with less than 100 black tiger bees left. If we wait for them to reproduce and restore the population, I don't know how long we have to wait. If we can absorb other bee colonies to expand the black tiger bee colony, we should be able to quickly increase the population. I don't know if there will be communication barriers between different types of bee colonies. After all, the same race can evolve hundreds of languages. Bee language should be the same? Back to the tree hole where the bees were found yesterday, the buzzing sound can be heard from a distance. However, Shi Yuan had already hunted a large area yesterday, and the number of this bee colony has also dropped significantly. Speaking of which, the number of bee colonies is about the same as that of black tiger bee colonies. But the black tiger bees are obviously bigger, a whole circle bigger than the bees here, and their strength must be stronger. After giving the command to the black tiger queen bee, the black tiger queen bee twisted its huge buttocks and led its group of brothers to fly towards the tree hole. Judging from the simple consciousness of the black tiger queen bee, it is not afraid of the bee colony in the tree hole, but is in a relaxed mood. It seems that the individual strength of the black tiger bee colony should be much stronger than the tree hole bees. The following battle process was indeed as expected, showing a one-sided situation. The individual black tiger bees are several times more than the tree hole bees, which is equivalent to the difference between tennis and ping pong. It is difficult to defeat a black tiger bee when dozens of tree hole bees besiege it, and even tree hole bees are constantly defeated in fall. It seems that the black tiger bees are very strong. Shi Yuan hid in the bushes nearby and watched this scene with surprise. It is inevitable to feel a little distressed when seeing the bee colonies being killed and injured. But there is no way to do this. As long as the black tiger queen bee can control the tree hole queen bee, this battle can end quickly. But the black tiger queen bee obviously does not have this IQ. Simply leading the bee colony to fight, it is likely to catch the tree hole queen bee in one fell swoop. This is not okay. After Shi Yuan discovered this situation, he tried to contact the black tiger queen bee and command it to carry out effective tactics. After a long time, the black tiger queen bee in the battle barely understood Shi Yuan's meaning and began to rush to the tree hole, intending to find the tree hole queen bee. This scene made Shi Yuan's teeth sore. This queen bee, you are not a tiger. When you charge, why do you rush so fast alone? Don't you know how many brothers you brought? But on second thought, people come to call the black tiger queen bee, it's normal to be a tiger. Originally thought, the word black tiger is mighty and domineering. But now it seems that this is both black and tiger. Fortunately, the black tiger queen bee is strong enough, even if she rushes into the tree bee group alone, she will not be injured. Under Shi Yuan's remote command, the black tiger queen bee finally understood, and took a few strong black tiger bees to form a charge team and rushed into the tree hole. Although a large number of bees returned to defend, they were unable to stop them. Only at the cost of 2 or 3 black tiger bees being killed or injured, they helped the black tiger queen bee rush into the tree hole. Success! Shi Yuan clenched his fists in surprise and stared at the battlefield intently. Next, as long as the tree hole queen bee is subdued, this battle will be over. After 3 minutes of anticipation, the black tiger queen bee twisted her huge butt and flew out of the tree hole. At the same time, she was holding a yellow bee in her hand. This yellow bee is much bigger than the black tiger queen bee, and is only about the same size as an ordinary black tiger bee. Moreover, this yellow bee does not have a hard shell and stinger, and looks like an ordinary bee. But when Shi Yuan checked its information, he found that it also has good level strength. Name, Tree Bee Queen, good level. Introduction, the queen of the tree bee, the bee colony has good level strength, and it feeds on collecting nectar, tree sap, etc. It seems that the strength of beasts of the same good level is also very different. Command the black tiger queen bee to control the tree hole queen bee to return to the shelter. Because there is no beast taming scroll, it is impossible to tame the beast directly, and the beast pen can only be used. The beast pen is a facility attached to the third-level shelter, which requires 200 units of good-grade wood and has the function of taming beasts. Chi Yuan looked at his own survival and found that he was still short of 30 units of wood. You cut down 2 trees in the white fir forest to make up the wood needed for the beast pen, and then return to the shelter. White light enveloped the yard of the shelter, and a wooden shed appeared a few seconds later. Is this a beast pen? Chi Yuan looked at the simple shed curiously. A circle of tumter-high white wooden stakes surrounded a 5 square meter space, and there was a wooden awning on the top. It looked like an extremely ordinary wooden shed. I don't know how this wooden shed can trap beasts. However, Chi Yuan also placed the hive of the treehole bee colony on a wooden stake, and then arranged for the treehole bee colony to live in. The function of the animal pen is to tame wild beasts, but it can only tame wild beasts above the good level, so it is highly likely that the treehole bee queen cannot be tamed. However, Chi Yuan is not worried. After the ordinary tree bees are tamed, they will directly kill the old queen bee, and the bee colony will naturally give birth to a new queen bee. After the tree bee colony entered the animal pen, it was indeed much quieter. The animal pen seems to have a special function that restricts the bee colony around the animal pen and prevents them from leaving. Seeing this scene, Chi Yuan was relieved. It seems that the system facilities are indeed very good. Next, wait until the tree bees are tamed. By the way, Chi Yuan also put the captured pheasant into the animal pen, hoping that it can adapt as soon as possible. C28 pond breeding. Under the use of the animal pen, the tree wasps did not attack the pheasants, but were clearly divided into 2 areas, living together on the same ground. Chi Yuan did not take the black tiger bee swarm out again, and left it in the animal pen. In the following time, Chi Yuan left the shelter and planned to continue chopping trees. But as soon as he went out, a surprise hit him on the head. In the stream not far away, a cyan light shone, attracting his attention. Bronze resource box? The surprise came too suddenly, and Chi Yuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But fortunately, this was not the first time to get a bronze resource box, and Chi Yuan was much calmer. He walked quickly to the stream and used a wooden pole to pull the bronze resource box over. This was the first time that he picked up a resource box in the water. According to previous experience, resource boxes that appeared in different places also had different items in them. For example, the resource box obtained by hunting wild animals contains more tools and weapons. The resource box obtained by cutting down trees has different types of items. The resource box picked up from the ground usually contains all kinds of items, including but not limited to food, fresh water, clothes, props, etc. I wonder what will be found in the resource box in the water. Chi Yuan picked up the resource box from the water and thought curiously. Because it was close to the shelter, Chi Yuan did not plan to open it later, but chose to open it directly. The green light was diffused, and Chi Yuan's heart was pounding. 3 items appeared in the resource box. Pond, good. Crushing carp, good. 10. Clear moon algae, good. All 3 items are relatively solid things. Chi Yuan originally thought that the pond was a prop similar to a stable, but he found out after reading the information. The pond is similar to the basement of a flower garden, which can expand the area of the shelter. Name, pond, good. Purpose, it can store water and can cultivate aquatic products. It has its own drainage function. Introduction, 20 square meters, not included in the area of the shelter. This is a very good prop, especially for seekers who lack water sources. It is definitely a magical prop. It can store a large amount of fresh water. However, for Chi Yuan, the use is not very large. But by chance, the first prop is 10 crushing carps, which are just enough to be cultivated in the pond. Although I don't know if it can be raised, it is at least a thought. The third item is a water plant, Xingyue algae. She originally thought that this was just an ordinary algae and didn't care too much. But when he read the introduction, he was shocked. Only then did I realize that Xingyue algae is the most valuable item in this resource box. This algae is really too valuable. Name, Xingyue algae, good. Use, 1. Purify water quality and keep the water pure and drinkable. 2. Maintain water temperature. The waters completely covered by Xingyue algae are isolated from the air and maintain the underwater temperature to a certain extent. 3. The fully matured Xingyue algae is edible as a vegetable and provides various vitamins. Introduction, multifunctional and economical plant. It has 3 uses, and each use is very durable. Needless to say, purifying water quality, since the system says to keep the water quality in an edible state, the water quality must be completely in line with the requirements for drinking. In the future, you can transfer the water from the stream to the pond, use the water purification function of Qingyue algae to purify the water source, and then drink it yourself. The first use is even more amazing, maintaining the water temperature. Shi Yuan was still thinking before, although the pond was built and the fish were found. But at such a low temperature, the water will definitely freeze. How can the fish survive? The first use of Qingyue algae perfectly solves this problem, so that the pond will not freeze even in winter, making aquaculture possible. The third use is to raise the value of Qingyue algae to a higher level. In the eyes of the seekers, what is the absolute hard currency? Of course it is food. All seekers have been fighting for food in the foggy world these days. And Qingyue algae itself is an extremely high-quality food. Looking at the three items, Shi Yuan felt incredible. Is today's luck too good? The pond, crucian carp, and Qingyue algae are used together to form a complete cycle. Shi Yuan built up the entire aquaculture system from scratch. Shi Yuan felt like he was dreaming since he opened the box, and couldn't help rubbing his numb face. Since he got such a good thing, why cut trees? Isn't food more valuable than wood? Throwing down the heavy axe in his hand, he was tired of cutting wood every day, which was simply a miserable life. In the future, he could just buy wood directly or hire Gao Hanji to help him cut it. Shi Yuan felt that he could do more meaningful things, and there was no need to waste time cutting trees every day. He threw all the tools he had back to the shelter, and Shi Yuan began to arrange the pond. He planned to put the pond next to the shelter yard, which was close to the animal pen. Now, in the corner of the 40-square-meter courtyard, near the house, materials such as wood and stone are piled up. The right corner is the spring guarding the thorns. And in the lower corner, that is, below the wood and stone, is the newly built animal pen. Shi Yuan was planning to set up a 4-5 pond outside the yard next to the animal pen. As the props were used, white light emerged, covering the land and the sidewalls. After a few seconds, the scene in front of him was completely new. A 4-5-meter pond, about 1.5 meters deep, made entirely of blue stones, with a grid-shaped drain in the corner of the pond. The overall look was neat and tidy. Shi Yuan took out 2 wooden barrels from the house and transported water from the stream to the pond. Because the shelter was not far from the stream, only about 50 meters away, it was not difficult to transport it. And because of the training these days, and the improvement of the body by good-grade food, Shi Yuan's physical fitness has greatly improved. He can easily go back and forth without sweating. After 4 trips back and forth, the water in the pond finally reached a depth of 1 meter. Even though Shi Yuan was physically strong, he was exhausted. But seeing the sparkling water in the pond, he was very satisfied. He took out 10 crucian carps and put them into the pond, and also put the Qingyue algae in. The crucian carps were about 15 centimeters long and looked strong and energetic. They swam freely in the pond and seemed to be of good quality. Qingyue algae is a large algae with a shape similar to lotus leaves. Once a few Qingyue algae were unfolded, they immediately covered the entire pond, and even looked crowded. So Shi Yuan took out 2 or 3 Qingyue algae from the pond, and the remaining ones were just enough to cover the entire surface of the pond. The Qingyue algae that were taken out were all very large, each one was half a square meter in size. If they were only eaten as vegetables, they would take a week to eat each one. Not bad, I can change the menu tonight, add some vitamins, and give Brother Qin and Gao Hanji a taste. Shi Yuan thought happily. However, if you want the crucian carp in the pond to survive and reproduce smoothly, there is still a necessary condition. Oxygen. The water in the pond is not flowing, and there is not enough oxygen to support the survival of fish, so oxygen needs to be supplemented. Shi Yuan had 2 ideas. C29 good soil. The first is to make a water wheel. The production process is relatively complicated, but the principle is also very clear. So Shi Yuan is temporarily ruled out. The second is to connect the upstream stream through a pipeline to connect the stream water into the pond. At the same time, open some drainage channels to keep the pool water in a flowing state as much as possible. It is also necessary to maintain a balanced water level in the pond. This method is relatively simple and more convenient to operate, so it should be right. Shi Yuan found some bamboos of various thicknesses from the nearby forest. Remove all the bamboo branches, and then cut off the thick or thin parts of the bamboo roots and tips, leaving only the same thickness in the middle. Finally, open the middle bamboo joints to ensure that the water flow can pass smoothly, and then it can be used as a pipe. The distance from the creek to the upper reaches of the shelter is nearly 60 meters. Shi Yuan used 12 bamboo poles, which were connected to each other. At the same time, use stones to press the bamboo close to the ground to prevent the bamboo from moving and causing the bamboo to become disconnected. However, when the stream flows, a large part of it will flow to the ground in the middle, and all of it can enter the pond. The trickling water flowed through the 60-meter channel and into the pond. At the same time, Shi Yuan opened a small opening in the drainage channel at the bottom of the pond and drained some of the water out. Since then, the pond has finally been able to run smoothly. It has taken a long time to finish this, and there is only more than an hour left in the day. With the last remaining time, Shi Yuan decided to check the animal trap. There were a total of traps. After checking them one by one, I found 2 more harvests. A dead bamboo rat weighed 5 or 6 kilograms. After collecting it, 2 ordinary grade meat steaks were obtained. The other one, a gray rabbit, was still alive. During the struggle, he suffered fractures in many places on his body, and it looked like he was living longer. So Qi Yuan solved it with one blow. Collected 3 ordinary level steaks, a rabbit skin, and a wooden resource box. The harvest is not bad, it is a good start. On the way back to the shelter, Qi Yuan was lucky enough to pick up a wooden resource box. As the cold snap approaches, the frequency of resource boxes appearing increases, and most survivors can pick up wooden resource boxes. The journey back to the shelter went smoothly without any danger. After coming back, I took a look at the animals and plants in the courtyard. Most of them were growing healthily. The potatoes never sprouted. After digging them out and checking, I found they were frozen to death. Potatoes are just ordinary level plants, and they are obtained from the system. Their quality is not guaranteed, and it is indeed difficult to survive in such a harsh environment. It suddenly occurred to me that the 3rd level shelter comes with a vegetable garden. Will it increase the survival rate of the species? Qi Yuan immediately took out the missed survival manual and found that the vegetable garden required 100 units of good grade wood, which was obviously not enough. I don't have time to chop down trees, so I buy them directly from the market. 20 milliliters of spring water was consumed, the materials were collected, and then clicked to build. Still familiar with the light, a vegetable garden soon appeared, located next to the animal pen, with an area of approximately 9 square meters, a 3x3 square. This is the 3rd facility in the courtyard, the vegetable garden. I walked into the vegetable garden, grabbed a handful of soil, and found that the quality was indeed high. But after checking the quality, I found that it was still just ordinary grade. It's really a pity. I know that the quality of the soil in Gao Hanji will be better. Qi Yuan murmured to himself while opening that missed survival manual. Gao Hanji has already traded the soil, which weighs more than 300 kilograms. It seems that this employee is really not lazy. Qi Yuan took a look and found that the soil quality was indeed good. The soil was brown-black, moist and rich in water, and it also contained a large amount of decayed leaves. This was extremely high-quality humus soil. But unfortunately, the quality is still only average. Jean frowned. How to obtain good-grade soil? Can we only find natural good-grade soil, or obtain it from the system? Somewhat depressing, this is the best soil that can find. However, this also made me think about it. What is the difference between good-level items? Suddenly he thought, the biggest difference between good-grade steak and ordinary-grade steak is whether it contains spiritual energy. Aura seems to be a special thing in the foggy world. Food will become more energy-rich due to spiritual energy. The effect of the props becomes more powerful due to the aura, which is incredible. Wood, stone, etc. also acquire various properties due to aura. Almost all good-level items contain spiritual energy, so they can break through the limitations of ordinary-level items and achieve better quality. But how to increase aura? Let good-grade animals and plants rot in the soil, and then let the soil absorb the aura? This is indeed a wrong approach, but it consumes too much money. Qi Yuan himself eats high-quality food. What if it is spring water? Qi Yuan suddenly had an idea, and an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Excellent grade spring water. The quality of spring water is better, it contains more spiritual energy, and the natural effect is better. As soon as this idea appeared, Qi Yuan immediately became excited. This method has a high probability of working and is worth a try. Back in the house, I took out more than 800 milliliters of spring water from my collection and tried to pour it on the soil. I kept paying attention to the information of the spring water. As the spring water continued to mix with the soil became more moist and bright. After pouring about 10 milliliters, the soil information suddenly changed. Good grade soil. It worked. Qi Yuan was excited. The soil really broke through the original level and reached the good level. Name, Lingquan soil, good, function, good grade soil has a protective effect on seeds and rhizomes, making them easier to survive. It can increase the growth rate of plants, and the degree of increase depends on the concentration of spiritual energy. Introduction: use excellent grade spring water to promote high quality soil, protect rhizomes and seeds. Increase growth rate. This is the biggest feature of good grade soil. I planted a few plants myself. Crystal rice, which can only grow in good grade flower beds, can survive in such a harsh environment today. It can be seen that good grade soil is very useful for plants. However, another thing made Chi Yuan feel troubled. 10 milliliters of spring water can almost turn 100 g of soil into good grade soil. Now I have 800 milliliters of spring water, plus the spring water I didn't use today, a total of 1,300 milliliters. Keep 300 milliliters for drinking, and the remaining 1,000 milliliters of spring water can only turn into 20 kilograms of good grade soil. Although it looks small, it is actually not much. 20 kilograms of good grade soil can definitely be placed in the vegetable garden, and the roots will be full. If mixed with ordinary grade soil, the effect will be greatly reduced. So Chi Yuan took out 2 used resource boxes and put the transformed good grade soil in them. As for what to plant, I have already made plans, so I will plant winter wheat. 3 mud pits were dug in each of the 2 resource boxes, and 4 or 5 winter wheat seeds were buried. With good soil and good winter wheat seeds, the germination rate should be very high. After solving the soil problem, Gao Hanji will be needed to continue digging tomorrow, and she can help to collect vines. I took out the mist survival manual and sent a message to Gao Hanji to change her work task. Gao Hanji also agreed happily. Tomorrow is the first day, and after 12 o'clock tomorrow night, the cold wave will come completely. Although Chi Yuan is confident that he will develop very quickly, he can eat less food after collecting food. As long as the situation is too bad and he has been away from home for a few months, then these dry food will probably be enough. If he is older, he can eat less every day. But as the disaster approached, Chi Yuan still felt a little panic in his heart, a panic of knowing. Only when he made more preparations did he feel at ease. C30 plant catalytic liquid. As I returned to the house, I thought about what I had to do next. The first step is to enter the trading market and exchange 200 milliliters of spring water for 1,000 units of ordinary wood and 200 units of good grade wood. Put them all in the workshop and make charcoal. While waiting, Chi Yuan prepared dinner first. Today's dinner is pea pods and pork chops, and a plate of boiled moonweed. When cooking Qingyue algae, Chi Yuan deliberately cooked more and used up 2/3 of it to make 3 plates. They also sent 1 set to Gao Hanji and Qin Jinjuan respectively. Gao Hanji looked at S plate and saw that it is an ordinary vegetable used to supplement vitamins. She thought to herself, Chi Yuan's recipe is really rich, including meat, soy products, and vegetables. He casually stuffed a mouthful into his mouth. After eating a few mouthfuls, his face turned red in the next second. After all, Qingyue algae is a good grade plant. The aura contained in it has extremely strong energy and can quickly provide body energy. Even Chi Yuan will not eat too fast and needs to be digested slowly. What's more, Gao Hanji's physique is weaker and she will be even more full after eating. What's going on? Gao Hanji clutched her stomach, sweat dripping from her head. She obviously ate too much in one go and was holding on. Take out the mist survival booklet and quickly send a message to Chi Yuan. Gao Hanji, Chi Yuan, can the food you brought be eaten? Why do I feel uncomfortable after eating it? Uncomfortable? Chi Yuan looked confused and thought to himself, could it be that Qingyue algae cannot be eaten directly? No, I eat very well. I have plenty of energy and the taste is quite refreshing. Chi Yuan, I feel fine after eating, what do you do? Gao Hanji, I feel very full in my stomach, but I ate more than half of it. Chi Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. This child was quite pitiful. It seemed that he had never eaten good grade food. Chi Yuan comforted him helplessly, don't worry, this is high grade food and the energy is sufficient. It's best to eat slowly when you eat. If you eat too much at once, exercise more to help digestion. DDDD. Seeing the reply message, Gao Hanji felt a little embarrassed for a moment, as if she was embarrassed. However, she has indeed never eaten good grade food, and has not even seen good grade props a few times. So far, I have picked up a bronze resource box once and found 3 warm items, but I have never obtained any other good level items. Oh, so shameful. After dozens of minutes of exercise, Gao Hanji collapsed on the floor of the shelter, her body soaked with sweat, and her fair skin was rosy. Shaking his head helplessly, he felt the abundant energy in his body, touched the tighter skin, and couldn't help but sigh, is this high-grade food? It has such amazing effects. It must be very expensive. My old classmate is really rich. Not knowing what classmate Gao was thinking, Chi Yuan started to exercise after eating. By the way, drink the remaining 100 milliliters of spring water to improve your physical fitness as much as possible. After absorbing the energy from the food and spring water, Shi Yuan felt that his strength had increased a lot and his physique became stronger. When the original room temperature was 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, I felt very cold. But after these days of exercise, I feel I can bear it even if the temperature reaches 0 degrees. It shows that your physical fitness has improved significantly. Shi Yuan estimated that his current strength should be comparable to ordinary beasts. At this moment, the Mist survival book made a sound, and Shi Yuan picked it up and took a look. It was from Gao Hanji. Thank you just now. The Qingyue algae tastes good. Shi Yuan simply replied, you're welcome. Improve your physical fitness and it will be easier to survive the cold wave. Gao Hanji, well, I opened the wooden resource box today and found a good level item. I can't use it. Take a look. Along with the message, there is also item information. Shi Yuan originally thought that it was an ordinary good level item, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But when I saw the item information clearly, my eyes widened instantly. Name, Growth Catalyst Liquid, good, use, Catalyze Plant Growth Rate. Ordinary level plant catalytic effect, 100% excellent plant catalytic effect, 80% excellent plant catalytic effect, 20% introduction. A plant catalyst made from a magical formula makes plants mature quickly. Gao Hanji, it's useless for me to hold this. You should have planted something, right? It's useful. It's so useful. Shi Yuan couldn't describe his excitement in words. It was like pie in the sky. He was unlucky when he went out and was hit by gold bricks while walking. I didn't expect that my old classmate would be so good-tempered. He actually got such a heaven-defying prop from a wooden resource box. There is plant catalytic liquid. Explain that all kinds of animals of yours have the opportunity to grow and harvest quickly in a short period of time. Shi Yuan clapped his thigh excitedly. Classmate Gao, I want this prop. Just say whatever you want. Gao Hanji, giving it to you, didn't you treat me to high-quality food? I will repay you. Shi Yuan did not expect that a high-grade food would be exchanged for a high-grade prop worth 100 times. He quickly said generously, okay, I will cover 1 meal a day for the next 7 days. Then I, Gao, will rely on Boss Chi a lot. No problem. Shi Yuan agreed without hesitation and was so happy that he grinned to the back of his head. Those ordinary foods can be exchanged for more good-grade foods, which is a sure win. Playing with the plant catalyst liquid, Shi Yuan's mind began to turn. How should it be used? Crystal rice? Wheat? Guardian thorns? These 3 plants are what he is currently planting. Among them, crystal rice is excellent, and wheat and guardian thorns are good. Considering that the effect of plant catalysts on excellent plants is 20%, crystal rice is excluded first. As for wheat and guardian thorns, one represents food and the other represents shelter safety, both of which are very important. After some ideological struggle, Shi Yuan chose a compromise method. Plant half. Divide the plant catalyst liquid into 2 parts, and pour 1 part on 6 wheat seeds. As the liquid is poured on the soil, it is slowly absorbed by its seeds. Next, Shi Yuan witnessed an extremely magical scene. The seeds that absorbed the catalytic liquid experienced seeding, germination, growth, flowering, and fruiting in just a few minutes. It seemed that because of the use of the catalyst, there was more than 1 wheat plant growing in each pit, and this time the growth was not affected by the close distance. As a result, dozens of wheat plants grew out of the small resource box, and each plant was covered with green and yellow wheat. These wheats are very different from ordinary wheat, because they are so big. Each grain of wheat is the size of a thumb, the whole ear of wheat is heavy, and the fruit is particularly full. And Shi Yuan was surprised to find that he seemed to have put too much catalytic liquid, so the wheat was almost fully mature. This bottle of catalyst should be able to catalyze 3,050 wheat plants, but because half of it was poured out at once, the nutrients were excessive, and these dozen wheat plants were directly ripened. Shi Yuan felt his heart bleeding. If he used them separately, he might be able to harvest a lot more. To make up for the loss, Shi Yuan quickly harvested the mature wheat and then quickly planted new seeds. C31 Protect Thorn Reproduction. The newly sown seeds absorbed the remaining nutrients and soon sprouted green shoots. However, they only grew 5 centimeters in height and then stopped growing. It seems that the energy of the catalyst has been exhausted. Although another batch was not ripened, the second batch was successfully sprouted, which was quite a surprise. The harvested winter wheat was also packed up by Shi Yuan. There are 13 winter wheat plants in total, and each plant yields more than a pound of wheat. The yield is incredibly high. In the end, I had to calculate and harvest a total of 15 kilograms of winter wheat. It is indeed a good grade crop. The huge harvest of winter wheat also made him look forward to the maturity of crystal rice. Good level crops have such a harvest, so why should excellent level crops not be doubled? Moreover, each grain of crystal rice is larger, and the yield of one plant must be greater than that of winter wheat. The newly harvested winter wheat cannot be eaten directly yet and needs to be made into flour. After the packed winter wheat is patted and the husks are removed, the wheat needs to be ground into powder to make it flour in the true sense. Shi Yuan did not have a stone mortar, so he could only use the blunt side of the axe to crush the wheat, and then grind the wheat grains into powder. This huge project took more than 5 hours in total, and Shi Yuan was so tired that he was sweating profusely. But it is also painful and happy. Which farmer can refuse the joy of harvest? All the wheat was successfully turned into flour and put into a resource box for storage. The final weight reached 14.5 kilograms, which was a great harvest. After seeing the great effect of the catalyst on winter wheat, Shi Yuan was even more excited about the remaining half bottle. Guardian Thorn has always had a tepid speed. When I fed the roots of the wisteria tree before, I thought it would multiply, but I never expected that there would be no movement now. I hope this half bottle of catalytic liquid will allow the Guardian Thorns to grow completely. Shi Yuan poured the remaining half bottle of catalyst liquid onto the Guardian Thorns. The guarding thorns in winter wheat reacted the same way and began to absorb nutrients quickly. It's just that the harvest thorns are absorbed much faster than the winter wheat. In just a few seconds, the guarding thorns are like a cat-smelling fish, and they start to grow crazily. The largest mother plant guarded the thorns and soon grew to more than 2 meters, almost reaching the roof of the shelter before stopping. The entire guardian thorn has changed a lot compared to the original one. It is as thick as an arm and is densely packed with sharp spikes the size of fingernails, making it look sharp and sharp. At this time, the guardian thorns were obviously much more active, gently swaying the thick rattan, like a shy child, happy after getting candy. The performance of guardian thorns is very different from ordinary plants. Instead, it is more like a thinking creature. Next to the mother plant, several small green vines began to grow. They were only as thick as chopsticks and full of sharp thorns. They looked like a smaller guardian thorn mother plant. Start breeding. Shi Yuan was pleasantly surprised. On the first day he came to the Misty World, he received the Guardian Thorn and had high hopes hoping that could take on the responsibility of guarding the sanctuary. Although the quality of the Guardian Thorns is only good, but he has always felt that the Guardian Thorn is definitely not an ordinary good-level plant. He invested no amount of materials, and even though the Guardian Thorn didn't respond, he didn't give up. Until today, the Guardian Thorns have finally begun to reproduce. Around the side wall of the shelter, more than a dozen trumpet guardian thorns grew vigorously, just enclosing the side wall. It stops growing when it reaches 1 meter in height. There is a whole guard of thorns, guarding the mother plant in the middle of the guard thorns, which looks particularly impressive. Shi Yuan has no doubt that the guardian thorns at this time definitely have good level strength. If a good level beast approaches the shelter, it can be defended by the guardian thorns. Oh, what kind of luck is this? Such a good thing can be found in a wooden resource box. Shi Yuan looked at the guarding thorns and was filled with emotion. Even good level props can be divided into good and bad. And the plant catalytic liquid is definitely the best. Only then did Shi Yuan remember that he had received 2 resource boxes today. Returning to the shelter, Shi Yuan solemnly took out 2 wooden resource boxes, hoping to enjoy Gao Hanji's happiness. Snap! Snap! There were 2 soft sounds in succession, and the resource box was opened. Sweater, normal, cotton pants, ordinary, instant noodles 5, regular. The first resource box is the one picked up on the road. The props provided are relatively practical and conventional, including items to keep warm and food. The second wooden resource box is obtained by killing prey in the trap. Animal skin jacket, normal, soap 1 normal, scratch card, normal, as expected. All props are ordinary grade and of relatively ordinary quality. But among them, there is one thing that is more special. Scratch cards. Shi Yuan's face darkened. Did he invent something weird again? However, after checking the information, I realized that I had wrongly blamed the system. This is an exclusive scratch card for Mist World. Name, scratch card, normal, function, you can get 010 spirit coin rewards. Shall, obtain amount of the general currency of the Mist World. A common currency in the Foggy World? Spirit coins. When Shi Yuan saw this word, he couldn't help but be stunned. All along, most of the survivors bartered, and the most common goods were wood and stone. However, due to the frequent fluctuations in the trading market, the exchange rate was also very unstable. The system has never controlled the trading market, let alone unified a currency. However, on this ordinary level item scratch card, the words spiritual currency appeared. And it is also called the universal currency of the Foggy World. Does this mean that the system is likely to launch a universal currency next? Very likely. Although it is not certain now, this trend is definitely right. Shi Yuan put this matter on the spot and scratched the scratch card by the way. He was lucky enough to get 8 spiritual coins. 8 white coins appeared in his hand. The whole was simple and without any patterns. It had a jade texture and looked like a work of art. I wanted to check the specific information, but only the word currency was displayed. There was no way, so I had to store it for the time being and use it later. After finishing all the things in hand, Shi Yuan was about to go to sleep when he received a message from Gao Hanji. Gao Hanji, Shi Yuan, look, it's snowing. Snowing? Shi Yuan was surprised, but not too shocked. In such a super low temperature now, snow is inevitable, it's just a matter of time. Opening the Mist Survival Manual, the chat channel is already in chaos, and the fast flipping messages can't be seen clearly. But from the fast flicking words, we can barely see the words such as snow, cold, and food. This sudden but inevitable heavy snow has affected the emotions of all survivors. Heavy snow is coming, and the cold wave is approaching. This is the voice of all survivors. In this fog, candles flicker, and everyone falls asleep with heavy emotions. Because tomorrow is the last day of the cold wave. All the survivors only had 5 or 6 hours to prepare. Even Shi Yuan felt an inexplicable panic and uneasiness. At this moment, Qin Jinjuan's chat box suddenly popped up. C32 Form Alliance Qin Jinjuan, Brother Qi Yuan, are you still short of food? Qi Yuan replied, I have prepared a lot, but I don't know how long the cold wave will last and whether it will be enough. Qin Jinjuan, you are right, no one knows what the cold wave will be like before experiencing it. We must seize the last moment and stock up on another batch of food. Qi Yuan was a little curious and didn't know what Qin Jinjuan meant by reserving food. Qi Yuan, Brother Qin, what do you think? Qin Jinjuan quickly sent information on 2 items. Name, Beast Exploration Scroll, good, function, explore the traces of wild animals within a radius of 20 kilometers. Shao, Hunter Artifact, Shi Yuan thought for a moment and asked, Brother Qin, what do you mean? Qin Jinjuan traded the Beast Exploration Scroll directly and said, the beasts near my shelter have been almost hunted down, and I probably won't encounter a few of them. But there should still be a lot of wild beasts near your shelter. My idea is to use the last moment to help you clean up the area around the shelter and stock up on a batch of steaks. Shi Yuan was delighted, but then he frowned and replied, Brother Qin, your idea is very good. However, my strength is far less than yours. There is a probability that I will not be able to kill the beast. Instead, I will be killed by the beast. Oh, I forgot to send this to you. Qin Jinjuan slapped his leg and sent another prop. Name, Ally Scroll, excellent, function, use both parties to form allies. Both allies have privileges. 1. A small teleportation array appears in the shelters of both sides and can be teleported to the other side's shelter. Can be used once per week. 2. Allies cannot harm each other. 3. When in danger, you can ask your allies for help. Shao, true helps each other. Qin Jinjuan said, I spent a lot of food to get this prop. It is said that it was also taken out from the secret realm. Shi Yuan was shocked and had to marvel at his short knowledge. He didn't expect to have such a prop. But thinking about it, there are more than 7 billion survivors here, and countless props are released every day, including many gift props. Similar to shelter masks, dimensional backpacks, plant catalysts, and ally scrolls in front of you. Qin Jinjuan wrote down the parts he needed to fill in, and then traded the scroll to Qi Yuan. After carefully checking the contents of the contract, Qi Yuan also signed his name. The alliance is established. The identities of Qin Jinjuan and Qi Yuan's allies have also been verified by the system. Inside the house, near the entrance of the room, a silver-white halo appeared, which looked mysterious and majestic. Is the teleportation array. Allies can teleport to each other's shelters through this teleportation array. Of course, there are strict requirements for the number of transmissions. You can only transmit once per week. After forming allies, Ming's plan to clean up the wild beasts near the shelter can be implemented smoothly. Qi Yuan can predict that there will definitely be a harvest this time. After the two agreed to take action tomorrow, Qi Yuan also chose to go to bed as early as possible to replenish his mental and physical strength. It was a quiet night. Outside the shelter, it was not very snowy, but it never stopped coming, which also meant that this snow was by no means simple. Those with experience know that a sudden blizzard is not scary because it will not last long. On the contrary, there is continuous snow, and it will be a long and cold winter. That night, snow suddenly covered the place, and the temperature dropped to freezing point. The temperature outside the shelter has reached 20. The vast misty world fell into deathly silence. Wild animals, whether they are as powerful as wolves, bears, ligers, or rats and rabbits, are all huddled in warm caves, shivering. No matter how stubborn the creatures are, they all live at home. Many cold-resistant plants withered this night. A few good great plants can withstand this cold. This is not just one place, but something happening in every corner of the entire misty world. This is definitely not just the atmosphere, nor is it the climate. This is a trend of ecological change similar to the Little Ice Age, which is a challenge to the entire natural environment. In the scattered shelters, tragedies are unfolding. In many secondary shelters, there are frail and middle-aged people shivering, huddled in the cold and freezing to death. A woman infected with wind chill fell into a coma due to high fever and never woke up again. There are also many people who are unable to fall asleep for a long time while listening to the howling cold wind outside the window. The second day is early. Chi Yuan got up as usual and found that it was still completely dark and no light could be seen. The window is full of oppressive cold wind, and the wind is blowing rapidly, and the sound of the wind pressure is like the roar and neigh of an oppressive beast. Chi Yuan's love is extremely heavy. The cold wave has not yet arrived, but it is just the prelude to such a situation. I really can't imagine what the cold wave will be like, and I don't know if my action today will be affected. Chi Yuan let out a long sigh, endured the biting cold, and got out of the 12-pound cashmere quilt. After adding a few charcoal to the fireplace, we started making breakfast. This time he planned to cook a little more, just in time for Qinzhenjuan to come over for breakfast. After all, not only did the family take out the valuable item, the ally scroll, but they also came all the way to help him clean up the beasts around the shelter. It would be a shame if he didn't treat them to a meal. Take out enough flour for 4 portions and make noodles according to the steps. Take out 2 steaks, cut the fat with a knife first, stir-fry the oil in the pan, then cut the lean meat into thin strips and stir-fry in the oil. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted out. After serving the shredded meat, Chi Yuan poured the remaining meat oil into the noodles to enhance the aroma of the noodles. Finally, it was the Qingyue algae. After tearing it into small pieces, simply boil it in water and serve it quickly while it is green. Step by step, the simple cooking steps gradually calmed Chi Yuan's restlessness. Snow was flying outside the window, and smoke was lingering inside the window. In the wilderness where thousands of mountains and birds were flying, the smoke from cooking mixed with the aroma of food, bringing a hint of smoke. Chi Yuan hummed a little tune, and found Gao Hanji and Qinzhenjuan in the Mist Survival Manual to ask for their rice bowls. He divided the noodles, shredded pork, and Qingyue algae into 3, 1, and 4 portions, and then traded them to both sides. At the same time, he told Gao Hanji to go out more slowly. The swamp would only be more dangerous if it was covered with snow. Chi Yuan didn't want his only 2 good friends to suddenly die in an accident. If Gao Hanji really didn't have enough supplies, Chi Yuan would be happy to sponsor one if he had sufficient resources. After breakfast, he did it every day as exercise. At this time, Qinzhenjuan also sent an application, requesting to use the teleportation array to come here. To teleport to the other party's shelter, the shelter owner also needs to agree, and you can't enter and exit at will. After agreeing, Qinzhenjuan can come through the teleportation array. Although the two have only known each other for 6 months, Chi Yuan feels that their relationship is better than that of friends for many years. After all, they have been through hardships. This is the first time he has seen Qinzhenjuan in reality. See 33 The Last Day Chapter 33 The Last One Brother Chi Yuan, this shelter of yours is so impressive. It even has a room. I saw someone again, and heard a cheerful voice. Qinzhenjuan is tall, with short stubble, and is wrapped in thick clothes and a gray-black animal skin jacket. He looks very wild. Brother Qin, welcome. Chi Yuan smiled and said hello. You're welcome, and I want to thank you for breakfast. I don't know how long it's been since Tong had hot food. Now she has noodles, and she's so happy. Qinzhenjuan found a chair to sit on, feeling happy at the same time. Said, if she likes it, bring some flour back when you go back. Chi Yuan said with a smile. Ha, you're too polite. I don't know how to do these things. The two met happily. After greeting each other, they started talking about business. Brother Qin, can you still hunt wild beasts with this kind of energy? Chi Yuan looked at the wind and snow outside and asked with some worry. Qinzhenjuan frowned and said, if the snow does not continue to get heavier, we can still go out. I am afraid that the snow will get bigger and block the way back to the shelter, which will be dangerous. Chi Yuan nodded, thought for a while and said, since the system said that the cold wave will not come until 7 days later, there is a high probability that we can still do it today. Let's wait for the winter to fully start and then look at the specific situation. There is still one Shibu from Bai. Shi Yuan took advantage of this time to prepare the tools needed for walking, and asked Qin Jinjuan how to use the machete and some training issues. After Qin Jinjuan's professional guidance, Shi Yuan's flaws during exercise were corrected. At the same time, the sword technique is more comfortable to use. 40 minutes later. The wind and snow outside the window stopped, and the sun even appeared above. The light became brighter, and the yellow-white sun rays sprinkled on the white snow, and the whole world became bright. It seems that I was right. I can still do it today, Shi Yuan said with a smile. At this time, everyone in the chat channel was excited. Great, I thought I wouldn't go today. Hurry up, look at the situation yesterday, this cold wave is really scary. Damn it, I fell down on the door, it's so slippery outside. You are all away from work? It's so cold. You might as well stay at home and sleep. What else are you going to do? Brother upstairs, stay at home by yourself, don't starve to death in the shelter. Can any of you lend me a piece of clothing? It's too cold to leave the house. I'll go find some food while I wait. I'll give you half of it, so can anyone lend me a piece of clothing? I want to eat shit. There is no guarantee. How can I lend it to you? Everyone cherishes this last opportunity to explore and holds it against them. The cold continues outside. After this week of training, anyone who can survive will have no problem with their IQ. Most of them have got rid of their lazy habits, otherwise they would not be alive today. Today's Chi, the weather is sunny today, but the temperature is low, so you need to keep warm outside. White duration, 4 hours temperature, sunny temperature, 80 climate trend, the last step before the cold wave comes. Sunny, 4 hours. Brother Qin, please do it as soon as possible. We don't have much time today. After checking the gas condition, Shi Yuan turned his head and said to Qin Jinjuan, well, okay. Qin Jinjuan replied, while taking the beast exploration scroll and starting to search for beast information. On the beast search scroll, a radar-like map appears, illuminating a unit of 20 kilometers around the shelter. One red dot appears on the scroll. At the same time, appears, and there is also a nearby shape. Shi Yuan saw it for the first time and was immediately attracted by the situation displayed based on the situation of the 20 kilometers around the shelter. He discovered that the forest he was in was much larger than he had imagined. It was far from being 20 kilometers away from showing the whole picture. His shelter was only at the outermost edge of the forest. This made Shi Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Such a huge forest shows that it is rich in resources and has great exploration value. There is no need to worry about resource depletion in the future. But equally, in such a huge forest, powerful beasts are also numerous, and the danger factor rises sharply. The image now shows on the scroll, with densely packed red dots, which makes one's scalp numb when looking at. Brother Qin, are there so many wild beasts around my shelter? Shi Yuan took a breath and asked in disbelief. Qin Jinjuan looked at it and replied, it's not as much as you think. The beast search scroll captures all signs of life regardless of strength. Therefore, not only large beasts such as wolves and tigers are displayed, but also animals such as ants, mosquitoes, rabbits, and mice are displayed, so it seems that there are a lot of them. But don't worry, we can actually judge the general type of beast through the distribution of red dots. As he spoke, Qin Jinjuan pointed to a bunch of red dots and said, for example, this bunch of red dots are gathered on the lust stem. If the red dots gather and overlap in large numbers, there is a high probability that they are ants. Look at this red dot again. It is located near the mountain, and there are no other animals around it. It is most likely a large beast living in the cave. There are also these. In the forest, they are extremely concentrated in the middle and show a tendency to spread around. There is a high probability that they are bee swarms. We must follow these rules to find large beasts. Shi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and probably understood what Qin Jinjuan meant. Although this method has certain drawbacks, the risks are still within the tolerance range. Okay, let's attack then. After Qin Jinjuan explained the situation, he said directly, first remove the single red dot that does not move. Shi Yuan nodded in response. As he walked into the courtyard, he suddenly remembered something and said, Brother Qin is waiting, I will bring a helper. Helper? Qin Jinjuan paused and looked back with some confusion. For a second, he saw an extremely disgusting figure. A black bee with a big-ass twist. It is the black tiger bee queen. Shi Yuan, this is. Qin Jinjuan looked at the big bee and couldn't help but think of his own tragic situation, and his head was instantly covered with black lines. Shi Yuan caught the black tiger bee queen and said, Brother Qin, you gave me the queen bee last time, and I domesticated it with a special scroll. At this time, Shi Yuan saw Qin Jinjuan staring at the black tiger bee queen with hatred, and remembered the unhappiness between them. Shi Yuan said with some embarrassment, "Brother Qin, how about you give me a beating? Now I won't fight back." Qin Shinjuan waved his hand helplessly. "Forget it, since you have subdued, then we'll be one of our own from now on. This guy is quite powerful. Without the healing potion, my body may not be able to withstand the toxins." This was the first time Qi Yuan heard Qin Shinjuan talk about it, and he didn't expect the Black Tiger Bee Queen to be so powerful. "With the help of this Queen Bee, our operations should be smoother," Qin Shinjuan said, then asked, "How is the recovery of the bee colony? Can it be scaled up?" Qi Yuan shook his head and said, "The number is not too large, there are more than 100 of them. However, I have added other types of bees too, and the number is quite considerable. Today, there are more than 150 black tiger bee colonies and about 800 tree bee colonies. As for a hive, the number of bees under normal circumstances should be more than 5,000. It can be said that both of these two bee colonies are currently in a state of severe decline." C34 A good harvest. After the two were ready, they entered the forest and began to look for wild animals. There were two bee colonies behind them, with a total of about 1,000 bees. The group of people rushed to a cave in the snow. This cave is located 500 meters south of the shelter. It is a place that Qi Yuan has never explored. The scroll shows that it is a cave with 5 or 6 red dots. Qin Shinjuan guessed that this should be a wolf den, where a small group of wild wolves gathered. This small group of wolves lives outside the forest, which means that they are not strong, and it is difficult for them to get enough food. Their physique is also relatively weak. Qin Shinjuan explained while leading Qi Yuan to explore the cave entrance. Not long after, the two really saw a cave that was not very big. The entrance was relatively shallow, and a lot of wind and snow were blown into the cave. It can be clearly seen that deep in the cave, there is a huddled wild wolf. It looks small, about the same size as an ordinary wild dog, or even skinnier. Good opportunity. Qin Shinjuan's eyes lit up and he said, "This pack of wolves is weak in combat. They are affected by the weather. We should be able to deal with them easily." As the words fell, Qin Shinjuan took a bow from his back, bent the bow and put an arrow on it, aiming at the wolves in the cave. Whoosh! The arrow passed through the leaves and shot into the cave fiercely, with a sound of breaking through the air. When the arrow approached the cave, one of the wild wolves sat up alertly, but it was too late. "Whoa! Hit it!" One of the wolves was hit, blood gushed out, and it howled in pain. The pain and weakness made it unable to get up, and it collapsed in the cave. The other 4 wolves around them were instantly alert, and they stood up with their weak bodies, looking around vigilantly. "Qi Yuan, they are weaker than I thought. They should have not eaten for several days. Let's go directly." Qin Shinjuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly called Qi Yuan. "Okay." Qi Yuan answered without hesitation. Even if Qin Shinjuan didn't say it, he had secretly ordered the black tiger queen bee to lead the swarm to rush to the cave. The swarm of bees after being subdued seemed to have an extra external brain, and their actions were more spiritual and reasonable. Qi Yuan commanded the swarm of bees to avoid the teeth, limbs and other parts of the wild wolf, and concentrated on attacking the carotid artery. Not only can it achieve greater damage, but it can also reduce the possibility of the swarm of bees being attacked. Seeing the swarm of bees surrounding the 4 wild wolves, Qin Shinjuan also rushed into the bushes without hesitation, holding a machete and rushing forward, faster than the swarm of bees. The wolves entangled by the swarm of bees had no power to resist, and Qin Shinjuan chopped off their heads with a knife, and blood gushed out for a while. Qi Yuan was secretly shocked. Although he knew that Qin Shinjuan was very strong, he didn't know how strong he was. Only after seeing it with his own eyes, he had a clear understanding. Qin Shinjuan's strength is likely to reach the good level, and even if it is in the middle of the good level, it is not weak. After these days of training and the improvement of good level food, Qi Yuan felt that his strength had touched the good level. If he encountered a good level beast, he could barely fight a few moves, not to mention that he could beat it, but it was far worse than Qin Shinjuan. In just a few minutes, Qin Shinjuan killed 5 wild wolves without any damage. Qin Shinjuan wiped the blood off the knife and said with a smile, "This bee colony is really good. It's much easier to hunt wild animals with their cooperation. It seems that we need to cooperate more in the future. Since we are bound to an ally, we will definitely cooperate to hunt wild animals in the future." Qi Yuan walked out of the bushes and came to the cave. After checking the information of the 5 wild wolves, 4 of them were ordinary and 1 was good. But the strange thing is that only 5 wooden resource boxes were dropped, probably because the good wolf king was too weak and too watery. Collect the wild wolf corpse. Obtain 12 ordinary steaks, 2 good steaks, and 3 wolf teeth. It can be said that it is as shabby as it can be. Qin Shinjuan shook his head and sighed, The cold wave not only has a big impact on us, but also on the beasts in the foggy world, and they are even worse off than us. Yes, at least we have shelters, resource boxes, and system guidance, but the beasts in nature can only survive on their own. Speaking of this, Chi Yuan couldn't help but feel fortunate. At least for humans, it is not the worst situation at present, and there is still a chance to survive. After putting away the stakes, wolf teeth, and resource boxes, Chi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The opportunity of the day is rare, and most beasts are also suffering from the heavy snow and are in a weak state. If there are survivors who dare to go out and hunt wild beasts, they may have a great harvest. Just after going out and getting such a harvest, the two people's confidence increased greatly. Continue to look for the next beast. This time, Xinjian locked onto a bamboo forest, 1,000 meters away from the current cave, with more than a dozen light spots gathered. Xinjian estimated that this should be a nest of bamboo rats. He had also hunted a nest near his shelter. When they arrived at the bamboo forest, they indeed found dozens of rat holes scattered in the bamboo forest. For the bamboo rats' hiding, the two used the simplest method, smoke. Most of the holes were blocked, leaving only 2 holes open. Then, a fire was lit at one of the holes to let the thick smoke enter the cave. Chi Yuan and Xinjian waited at the other hole. As the thick smoke continued to enter, the bamboo rats in the cave felt uncomfortable, and dozens of red dots began to move as they watched the search scroll. After trying many passages, they finally ran towards the only cave entrance. However, they were just walking into a trap. Whenever a bamboo rat came, Xinjian would chop it with his knife and kill it directly. Unexpectedly, the bamboo rats were not as thin as wild wolves, but were fat and full of fat. It seems that this nest of bamboo rats has a good life and has a lot of food storage. In the end, a total of 9 bamboo rats ran out of this cave and became souls under the knife. There were 5 others, and no one knew where they escaped from. They did not come out of this cave. Perhaps there was another cave entrance that had not been discovered. There was no way for those who escaped, so they could only give up and collect the 9 captured bamboo rats to obtain 9 steaks and 9 resource boxes. At this time, a total of 23 steaks and 14 wooden resource boxes have been obtained, and the harvest is simply terrifying. The two dug the mud and found the granary of the bamboo rats, which contained a lot of stored food. However, after Chi Yuan checked, he found that most of them had been eaten, and the quality was not very good, but they could just be taken back to make food for pheasants. After hunting 2 waves of beasts, it took only more than an hour. Considering that there was enough time and there were too many resource boxes, it was not convenient to carry them with you. So the two of them first sent this batch of supplies back to the shelter. After replenishing their physical strength, the two continued on their way. Xinjian took the beast search scroll to find a suitable hunting target. Because most of the red dots are dense and scattered, it is difficult to tell what kind of beast they are, so most of them can only be excluded. Try to find solitary beasts as much as possible. Only large predators will choose to live alone, and they have a strong sense of the situation. There are no other beasts around, which makes it easier to find them with the scroll. This time, after some discussion, the two chose a cave about 2 kilometers away. There were only 4 red dots in the cave, and there were no wild animals around. It was very likely a large predator like a wolf. See 35 expand bee colony before setting off. Chi Yuan suddenly suggested, "Brother Qin, let's go around here." Chi Yuan pointed to a dense red spot in the forest. Xinjian immediately understood what he meant. A bee colony? Okay, this bee colony doesn't look big, there are less than 1,000, just enough to replenish your bee colony. After slightly changing the route, the two set off together and walked towards the depths of the forest. On the way, Chi Yuan also found a piece of good grade wood, which was a birch tree, but the number was very small. After recording the location, he continued to move forward. Soon, we came to the depths of the forest and found scattered bees. It seemed that because of the weather, the bee colony seemed a little depressed. Looking at the style of the bee colony, it should be the same species as the tree bee, with a yellow-black body, a relatively small size, and no desire to attack, and mainly relying on collecting honey for a living. This made Chi Yuan feel relieved. If there are more than 3,000 black tiger bees, then there is no need to fight. The more than 1,000 tree bee colonies in my house are not enough to fill their teeth. Maybe even I will have to take a beating. Approaching the tree where the beehive is located, I finally saw the specific appearance of the bee colony. A huge beehive is hanging on a tree several meters high, surrounded by dense bees. The number of bee colonies is much larger than the previous treehole bee colony, but the strength should not be too strong. In order to save time as much as possible, Chi Yuan does not intend to let the two groups of bee colonies fight, but directly go up. That's right, burn it directly. Under the tree where the beehive is located, there are firewoods for burning. Because it has just snowed, it took a lot of time to find firewood. This time it is not a simple smoke, but the whole tree is directly set on fire. The fire ignited at the root of the tree, and the flames spread on the trunk. Because the bark is dry and flammable, and the inner core is more humid, it burns more slowly. So soon, the flames spread along the trunk and all the way to the tree. Many bees close to the hive were burned to death because they had no time to dodge. And Qi Yuan's purpose of doing this is very simple, which is to force the queen bee out. Not long after, a fist-sized figure flew out of the hive. That's it. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered the black tiger queen bee to lead his own bee colony and rush to the tree queen bee quickly. Originally thought that it could be easily solved, but unexpectedly there was still an accident. In the bee colony, there are 3 more bees that are about the same size as the queen bee, just a circle smaller than the tree bees. Qi Yuan estimated that the probability of these 3 tree bees is also good level strength. Although the black tiger bee queen was strong, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and was blocked by 4 good level tree bees. This made the battle tense. Qi Yuan frowned and thought it was not good. The number of the tree bee colony was at a disadvantage, and the overall strength was far weaker than the opponent, so it could only rely on decapitation to win. Once the time was dragged on too long, it would be very disadvantageous for the tree bee colony, and it was very likely to be slowly devoured by the opponent's bee colony that was several times larger. Brother Qin, it seems that you still need to help. Okay, no problem. Qin Zhenjuan readily agreed, took out the bow and arrow, bent the bow and shot the arrow. Bang! The bow and arrow shot at a good level tree bee. The tree bee was not directly pierced, but was knocked several meters away and fell on the ground without moving. Qin Zhenjuan was shocked. Although it was just an ordinary bow and arrow, it could shoot through the wolf directly before, but it was blocked by a bee. What a hard shell! It is really a good beast, and the difference between it and ordinary beasts is so big. Qin Zhenjuan was amazed. Although the tree bee that was hit was very likely to die, the hardness of its shell was incredible. There were 2 bows and arrows, one successful and one failed. A good level tree bee fell on the ground. Now there is only one good level tree bee and the tree bee queen left on the battlefield. The black tiger queen bee was under less pressure, and she beat the tree bee queen. It didn't take long for her to subdue it. The battle between the 2 bee colonies was forced to stop after the tree bee queen was captured. Just like last time, the holding the queen bee to command the bee colony method temporarily controlled the group of tree bees. If you want to really control it, you have to wait until you return to the shelter, put the bee colony into the animal pen, tame a common tree bee, and then train it into a queen bee. This will be a relatively long process. But for the time being, this bee colony has been controlled by Qi Yuan. The tree bee colony has grown again, with a number of more than 2,300, and at the same time, 1 or 2 good level tree bees have been added, and the strength has increased. As for the 2 tree bees that were shot down, Qi Yuan was worried that the tree bees were too strong, and if there were 2 more good level tree bees, it would be difficult to control them. So he killed them directly. But no resource box was dropped. After dealing with all the ordinary level bees that were killed and injured, only 2 ordinary resource boxes were obtained. Qi Yuan looked at the expanding bee colony and the resource boxes, and his mouth was grinning to the back of his head. Brother Qin, I didn't expect that hunting wild animals would yield so much. Not really, it just happens that there are more small wild animals here, and we are stronger. For ordinary survivors, without wild animal search scrolls, bee colonies, and weak individual strength, let alone hunting wild animals, they dare not even walk around in the wild. The 5 skinny wolves we encountered, no matter how weak they were not something an ordinary person could handle. Qin Zhenjuan solemnly explained that hunting requires sufficient caution, and any thought of contempt is fatal. Just like Qin Zhenjuan himself, he had also been attacked by a swarm of black tiger bees. If it weren't for Qi Yuan's healing potion, he could have healed the wound and prevented the toxin from spreading throughout his body. He probably wouldn't make it through that. Qi Yuan also nodded in approval. Being able to run rampant in the forest today was the result of the combined strength of 2 people. They are still 2 very good people. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan stopped smiling, regained his cautious mood, and continued to move forward. Minutes later, the 2 came to a rock wall several meters high. The rock wall was covered with green trees and vines. If you look carefully, you can vaguely feel that there is a cave behind the tree vine. The 2 did not approach rashly, but hid nearby to check. Qin Zhenjuan explored the nearby environment and found a pool of water. Pushing aside the snow on the ground, a few footprints appeared on the mud. It's a wild boar. Qin Zhenjuan and Qi Yuan recognized it at the same time, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. The two looked at each other, silently exited the area near the cave, and returned to the relative safety of. Shinjinjuan looked grave and said, "It seems to be a wild boar cave. Wild boars generally like to live in caves or by rivers. They sleep during the day and forage at night. They should be sleeping now, so we don't need to worry too much. However, we still have to discuss whether we should take action or not." You also saw the row of footprints, which are much larger than those of ordinary wild boars. This shows that the wild boars here are very special and very strong. Chi Yuan frowned in thought and asked, "Brother Qin, according to your experience, what is the strength of the wild boar? If it is an adult male wild boar, it should be the top good level. My current strength can probably be ranked in the middle or upper level among the good levels." Qin Jinjuan thought for a while and said seriously. Chi Yuan's heart sank. In other words, in an unknown fight, Brother Qin probably wouldn't be a match for a wild boar. What's more, there are 4 heads here. See 36 wild boar. Suddenly, Chi Yuan asked, "Brother Qin, the wild boars here are not all adult boars, right?" "Indeed, if I'm right, they should be 1 male and 1 female, plus 2 piglets." Qin Jinjuan replied, and then asked, "Chi Yuan, are you planning to take action?" Chi Yuan thought for a long time and asked, "Brother Qin, do you think we have a chance of winning? If we add swarms of bees, we still have a chance, but the casualties will be huge. The colony can recover, that's not a problem. The question is it worth the cost to hunt wild boars?" Chi Yuan's eyes were firm, and he continued, "The stakes that 2 adult wild boars can provide are absolutely beyond imagination, and they are a great fortune. As for the 2 piglets, they can be brought back to the shelter for breeding. If they are 1 male and 1 female, their value will be even greater. If the cost is just losing part of the colony, I think it's totally worth it." Qin Jinjuan's eyes moved slightly, obviously moved by his thoughts, and he added, "Not only that, the resource boxes dropped by top-level good-level beasts must also be of very high quality. You hunt fewer beasts, so you may not understand. Although they are all good-level resource boxes, the quality is slightly different. According to my observation, the stronger the beast, the easier it is to get high-quality props from the resource boxes it drops. The beast search scroll in my hand was obtained from the resource box dropped by a good-level beast I hunted at the very beginning. Obviously, if given the chance, Qin Jinjuan would be more inclined to hunt these 2 wild boars. But relying on his strength alone is far from enough. Although he hates the black tiger bee queen, he has to admit that the strength of the bee swarm is very strong, especially the toxin of the black tiger bee. Even strong good-level beasts must be dealt with caution. Brother Chi Yuan, I have no problem here, but you need to use the bee swarm to consume it first. This probability will damage the bee swarm." Qin Jinjuan threw the question back to Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan thought for a moment, "If the bee colony is gone, we can replenish it, as long as the black tiger bee queen doesn't die. This deal is worth it." Done. The two made a decision and began to make plans to hunt the wild boar. It's a plan, but it's actually very simple. Just let the swarm attack first and consume the wild boar status. The hornet wasp can cause a lot of trauma to the wild boar's skin through its tail sting. Then the black hornet takes action, expanding the wound and injecting a dose of venom. Through trauma and toxins, the wild boar's status is greatly depleted. Finally, Qin Jinjuan took action to deal with the weak wild boar. In this process, the most important thing is the poison of the black tiger bee, especially the black tiger bee queen, because it is difficult for ordinary hornets to effectively kill wild boars with thick fur. This made Qi Yuan deep in thought. Toxins, toxins. Seeing that Qi Yuan was silent, Qin Jinjuan asked, "Qi Yuan, what are you thinking about?" Qi Yuan sighed and said, "If we can use strong poison, we should be able to complete the plan more easily, but it is a pity that there is no poison." "Poison? What do you think? Poison?" Qin Jinjuan asked strangely. "No, my idea is that although the hornets are not poisonous, we can make their tail stings dipped in poison, and then attack the wild boars in a suicidal manner, making them more susceptible to poisoning." Qi Yuan explained. "But the biggest problem is that he doesn't have any poison." "Poison?" Qin Jinjuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. "It's a pity, I don't have any poison." Qi Yuan sighed. "Who said that? Just because you don't have one, doesn't mean that I don't have one. Ha ha ha. Your idea is really good." Qin Jinjuan slapped Qi Yuan on the shoulder so hard that he said with a smile. Qin Jinjuan looked at the time and said, "There is still enough time. Let's rush back and let Xiaotong trade the things." Qi Yuan's missed survival manual still left his shelter, so the two quickly returned to the shelter. Through private transactions, I quickly contacted Xiaotong from S Home Alone and asked him to trade the items. "It's a dark green poison sac," Qin Jinjuan explained. this is a venomous snake I encountered before. It is of good strength and is only as thick as a finger, but its poison is terrifyingly strong. I saw with my own eyes that it poisoned a good-level giant wolf and knocked it out in a few minutes." Chi Yuan looked shocked, but then he asked again, "The poison is so strong, it won't affect wild boar meat, right?" "It's okay, this is a paralyzing poison, similar to an anesthetic." When Chi Yuan heard this, he nodded and approved this method. "Now everything is ready, all we need is the east wind." Back outside the wild boar cave, the two began to prepare. 1,000 hornets were selected from the swarm and their tail stings were contaminated with venom. The venom-contaminated hornets are actually death squads. Even if they don't attack wild boars, they will be poisoned by snake venom in a short time. So the attack speed must be fast. Because there was not enough time, there was no time to catch the hornets, and they were all contaminated with snake venom for a while. Therefore, Chi Yuan could only be divided into multiple batches, with each hornet forming a batch. After being contaminated with snake venom, they immediately began to attack, batch after batch. Following the order, ordinary-level hornets with no IQ swarmed into the cave crazily. Soon, an angry roar came from the cave, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere. But soon, the sound gradually stopped. Obviously it was not the wild boar that died, but the first batch of hornets that had already emerged. But the second batch of tree wasps had already assembled and rushed forward again. Then came the first batch, the second batch, the fifth batch. As expected, the stinger of the ordinary tree wasps was difficult to pierce the thick fur of the wild boar. So the first few batches of tree wasps did not cause much damage and died tragically on the spot. But when it came to the fifth and sixth batches, the wild boars began to suffer substantial damage. Not long after, the wild boars ran out of the cave. It was indeed a male and a female wild boar, with two little wild boars behind them. Before the attack, Chi Yuan had already given the order attack the one closest to him. That is, the adult male wild boar. At this time, the male wild boar was obviously injured, and the toxin began to gradually enter his body. It could feel that its back began to hurt violently, and it felt a strong numbness. The two contradictory feelings intertwined with each other, making it extremely uneasy and quickly entering a state of rage. Chi Yuan and Xin Jinjuan couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw the tall giant wild boar. If they faced this giant heathen, they would not be able to fight even if they had more than 2 lives, and they would probably become the wild boar's fat for the winter. Too strong. Luckily you came up with the method of using poison, otherwise we would never be able to deal with this beast. Xin Jinjuan was shocked, and felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly, otherwise his life and death would be unpredictable. At first, he thought he could still fight. Until he saw the size of the wild boar, he realized that he had overestimated his strength. The wild boar rushed furiously, knocking the bee colony to the ground and trampling on the ground crazily. But the actions of the bee colony, guided by Chi Yuan, were not completely brainless, but abnormally orderly. Almost all the tree bees gathered around the wild boar's posterior part. This is the wild boar's blind spot, and it cannot attack or touch effectively, so it is impossible to clear the bee colony here. You can only hit the stone wall and trees to try your best to shake the bees in front of you down. But the effect is minimal. C-37 A lot of wild boar meat. Not long after, the male wild boar's neck was already dripping with blood, and the red blood flowed down and dripped on the white snow. At this time, the hornet's attack is effective. The tail stinger can pierce flesh and blood, and the snake venom can easily enter the blood. Chi Yuan's plan is more than half successful. As the snake venom enters and spreads throughout the wild boar's body along the blood, the venom effect begins to show. In the process of struggling, the wild boar could clearly feel that his body began to become more and more out of control, and his whole body began to feel numb. It struggled against the rock wall in an attempt to recover its body, but to no avail. It even inadvertently expanded the wound, making it more serious. The female wild boar on the side just watched strangely at first. When she noticed something abnormal, she also let out a heavy and mournful sound, but she didn't know how to help. The effective snake venom is more effective than imagined. Only a dozen minutes later, the male wild boar was leaning against the stone wall, breathing heavily and almost no longer moving. Chi Yuan's face showed joy. Success. Next, use the same method to deal with the remaining female wild boar. There is not much snake venom left, only enough for 600 hornets to be contaminated with venom. But after being attacked by 600 hornets, the female wild boar almost lost her fighting ability. Seeing that the 2 giant beasts were poisoned by snakes, exhausted, and fell to the ground unconscious, Chi Yuan and the others walked over cautiously. Xin Jinjuan personally took care of these 2 powerful beasts. In order to prevent the snake venom from invading the flesh and blood and rendering the pork inedible, the two men immediately started dismembering the body on the spot. Fortunately, snake venom does not affect the collection of meat steaks. The two behemoths collected a total of 38 high-grade meat steaks, 6 parts of flesh and blood essence, 8 large pig bones, 15 pounds of lard, and 2 bronze resource boxes. The harvest is extremely rich. Shi Yuan estimated that if most of the meat steak hadn't been condensed into flesh and blood essence, otherwise, there would be at least hundreds of high-quality steaks. But there is nothing we can do about it. At the same time, the two little wild boars were also tied up by the two people and became part of the harvest. At this time, you can see the information about the wild boar. Name: Taipei mountain pig, good grade. Introduction: a powerful mountain predator with a hard and thick iron back, huge body and powerful strength. A very powerful and good level wild boar. If it weren't for the suicide attack by a large number of swarms, Xinjiang alone would never be their opponent. Xinjiang couldn't help but sigh. The beasts here are completely stronger than the creatures on the earth, and these are only good-level beasts. Shi Yuan also smiled bitterly and replied, yes, in this damn foggy world, it is already difficult just to have enough food and clothing, just to survive. While talking, the two of them found canes and tied up the two little iron-backed mountain boars. These two little wild boars are just ordinary beasts, only 30 centimeters tall and weighing no more than 20 kilograms. In the hands of two people, it is completely impossible to turn the waves. After taking care of the two little mountain pigs, Xinjiang stood up and looked at the cave, which was the nest of a family of pigs. He opened his mouth and said, let's go in and take a look. I wonder if we have stored any food. The two of them stepped inside. The cave was not too deep, and the light could shine in, just enough to see clearly what was going on inside. What comes into view is a ball of dry and yellow straw. It should be a place where a family sleeps, and it still retains the residual warmth. At the end of the cave, I did not find any stored food, but instead saw a pile of broken sword remains. Shi Yuan looked horrified and quickly walked forward to check. He was extremely shocked. How could there be a sword here? Are there any other survivors nearby? All kinds of doubts are brewing in my heart, bringing about strong uneasiness. Xinjiang also frowned and knelt down to check. After careful inspection, he said doubtfully, these swords are not normal. Abnormal? Shi Yuan also looked puzzled, and soon discovered the problem. First of all, the production of these tools is not sophisticated, but extremely rough, and the material contains a lot of impurities. This shows that these tools are not systematic products. The system props are all very exquisitely made and of excellent quality. Such shoddy goods will never appear. Secondly, the remains of these swords have been severely rusted and corrupted, leaving heavy traces of time. Therefore, this should not be a remnant of recent. This is a batch of weapons that have been preserved from a long time ago. This discovery made Shi Yuan relieved, but new questions followed one after another. Where did these weapons come from? Could it be that in the misty world, besides humans on Earth, are there other original inhabitants? Or maybe, hundreds or thousands of years ago, there was a civilization similar to humans on Earth, which was transferred here by this powerful force? All of this is unknown. Shi Yuan comforted himself. Fortunately, this was not the worst discovery. After all, these weapons are definitely more than 100 years old. Even if there were people here before, it was hundreds of years ago, so there is no need to worry. At present, there are only traces of his actions around the shelter. There has never been a survivor who found other people in the misty world. Putting aside the broken weapons for the time being, the two continued to search the cave and found nothing of significance. So the two returned to the outside of the cave and packed up all the harvests. More than half of the daytime had passed. The sun was blocked by thick clouds, and the view became dark again. Shi Yuan, let's go back as soon as possible. It looks like it's going to snow again. Xinjiang looked at the sky seriously and said in a heavy voice. Okay, the harvest is enough. Go back as soon as possible. Xiaotong is still waiting for you to go back. It took nearly half an hour to go back because the stakes were too heavy and it was very troublesome to transport them. Indeed, there are differences between steaks. This batch of iron-backed mountain boar pork steaks is more than twice as large as bamboo rat and wild rabbit steaks. And the rich pork aroma is not comparable to the meat of ordinary wild animals. When they returned to the shelter, they were already exhausted and collapsed on the ground. But the physical fatigue was far from being enough to overcome the inner satisfaction and joy. Shi Yuan said that he would rather come 10 more times to do this kind of fatigue. After all the steaks, materials, and resource boxes were placed in the yard, the two of them were relieved. Xinjiang was much stronger, but he still panted and said, Shi Yuan, I didn't realize it when I first came here. I didn't expect your shelter to develop so well. Basement, twice the size of the yard, animal pens, vegetable garden, and even such a big pond. Look, there are actually fish in it? After recovering some physical strength, Qin Zhenjuan began to visit Qi Yuan's shelter. The area is much larger than other shelters, and the facilities are extremely rich, which shocked him. TSK, this is rice? There's wheat here? This is wheat, and don't touch the rice, it's excellent grade, very precious. Qi Yuan reminded distressfully. Qin Zhenjuan was shocked and took back his hand. This thing is actually excellent grade? Wow, there's a pheasant here. There's still honey in these 2 beehives, right? And this pond, 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 fish. And this lotus leaf, is it the Qingyue algae you treated me to yesterday? TSK, it's all good grade. Hey, what is this? Why is there a large piece of thorns? Did you plant it specifically? C38 distribute the harvest. Qin Zhenjuan looked around in the yard in surprise, seeing many items that amazed him. He had always felt that he was developing very quickly. Because with his strong strength, he could hunt wild beasts and obtain resource boxes far more than other seekers. For Qi Yuan, the young man who saved his daughter's life, he had always wanted to help him. This time he came to help clean up the wild beasts near the shelter out of friendship and concern. In his opinion, how fast could Qi Yuan develop if he cut trees every day? How much food could he store? So he spent a lot of money to buy the ally scroll just to help Qi Yuan. One is to clean up dangerous beasts, and the other is to help Qi Yuan store food. But after he came, he found that he seemed to be wrong. Qi Yuan's development speed seemed to be no worse than his own, and even better than his own in some aspects. Who would have thought that although Qi Yuan was not strong, he was lucky? The development along the way was very smooth, and the resource box was never broken. Seeing Qin Zhenjuan's inexperienced look, Qi Yuan smiled helplessly and said, "Brother Qin, it's getting dark, let's divide the spoils quickly." "Oh, yes, divide the spoils." Qin Zhenjuan slapped his head and remembered the business. Originally, he planned to leave all the food to Qi Yuan if he didn't get much. But now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. All the harvests today were sorted out. First, the most important food. There are 21 pieces of ordinary steaks in total. There are 40 pieces of good steaks in total, 2 of which are smaller and collected from wild wolves. In addition to some, there are also 6 pieces of blood and flesh essence, 8 pig bones, 15 pieces of lard, 3 wolf teeth, and 2 small wild boars collected from 2 wild boars. After the discussion, the two divided the money. Qi Yuan received 11 ordinary grade steaks, 20 good grade steaks, 3 blood and flesh essences, 4 pig bones, 8 pieces of lard, 2 wolf teeth, and a wild boar. Qin Zhenjuan generously gave Qi Yuan 1 more portion of all the food in odd numbers. The blood and flesh essence was made into healing potions on the spot, and 3 bottles were divided. After the food was distributed, the rest were put into resource boxes. 14 wooden resource boxes and 2 bronze resource boxes, which could be divided in pairs. Just as the two distributed the harvest and were immersed in joy, the daytime ended. Almost in an instant, the only light left in the sky was swallowed up in an instant, and the heavy clouds were like a mountain pressing down, covering the sky of the entire foggy world. Not only here, but all the seekers fell into darkness at this moment. Except for the faint light inside the house, it was terribly dark outside, and no light or scenery could be seen. The air seemed to condense, and the cold breath rushed into the nose, like the skin. Even if you were wearing heavy clothes, you would feel like you were falling into an ice cave. Qi Yuan couldn't help shivering, and his eyes looking out the window revealed a hint of uneasiness. Qin Zhenjuan also frowned and said, "I have to go back quickly. I'm worried about Xiaotong being alone at home." Taking the harvested supplies, Qin Zhenjuan's figure disappeared in the teleportation array. At this time, Qi Yuan also began the final preparations before the cold wave. The animals raised in the yard, the bees have already hidden in the hive, and the pheasants have also hidden in the chicken coop. With the cover of the wall, the wind and snow in the yard are much smaller than outside. The beehive of the bees is more resistant to cold, and should be able to barely survive in low temperatures, but it is still very difficult. Therefore, Qi Yuan used wood to make a windproof fence for the bee colony, enclosing the entire beehive to reduce the impact of wind and snow. The pheasant's chicken coop has insulation cotton, which has a good insulation effect. Just stuff some hay in it. The only thing left is the little wild boar. This untamed little pig is still quite dangerous. Therefore, Qi Yuan placed it in the basement to prevent it from tossing other animals. The crucian carp in the pond, because of the protection of Qingyue algae, the water temperature is magically maintained at 0 just to ensure that the pond does not freeze. The cold resistance of the guardian thorn has always been very strong, and it has its own set of cold resistance methods, so Qi Yuan does not need to worry too much. After handling the planting and breeding industries, Qi Yuan's heart was also relieved. At this time, the wind and snow were getting stronger and stronger, and it was not convenient for him to stay in the yard for a long time, so he went back to the house. The temperature was getting lower and lower, even indoors. The temperature dropped to 20, making Qi Yuan suffer. You could only hide in the bedroom and light the fireplace quickly. In order to increase the temperature, Qi Yuan deliberately added a piece of charcoal and turned the fire in the fireplace to the maximum. The sound of burning hot wood and the whistling and dull sound of wind and snow outside the house formed a sharp contrast, as if he was in two different worlds. The warm and narrow shelter gave him a rare sense of security. Feeling the warmth of the fireplace, Qi Yuan's frozen body recovered, but he still felt very cold. Yu took off his coat and got into the 12 cashmere quilt. After staying in the quilt for dozens of minutes, he didn't feel so cold. He took out the mist-seeking handbook and began to look through the information in it to understand the situation of other seekers. The first thing that popped up was Gao Hanji's information. I sent you 23 vines, which should be today's harvest. Gao Hanji, I sent you the vines I collected today. Gao Hanji, it's getting dark here, and the temperature is getting very low. There's a lot of snow outside, and the creek is frozen. Qi Yuan, how are you doing there? Qi Yuan quickly replied, it's the same here, the temperature is dropping very fast. This change should be for all the requesters. It's really terrible, the snow outside is bigger than a fist, and it piled up half a meter high in a few minutes. Gao Hanji opened the message with some palpitations, obviously panicking about the cold wave. Qi Yuan was about to open a message to comfort her, but the system issued a notice. Missed announcement. First of all, congratulations to all the surviving seekers for successfully passing the 7-day novice period. Now we will face the first test, the cold wave. I believe everyone is ready to face this disaster. At the same time, the novice protection mechanism will be completely cancelled after today. The changes are as follows. First, the fog protection area will disappear, and there will be no fog-free area, light fog area, and thick fog area in the future. Wild beasts will no longer be restricted by fog. All seekers, please be prepared to face powerful wild beasts. Of course, there are also many powerful seekers who have already started to face and even hunt wild beasts. Please keep up the good work. The second point is to cancel the item information prompt. In the future, when seekers encounter various resources in the wild, the system will not prompt the name, grade, and operation. The third point is that silver resource boxes will appear in the future. The quality of resource props will be excellent and rare. Please be prepared, all seekers. At the same time, at 12 o'clock tonight, the development of all seekers will be comprehensively evaluated and rewards will be given. The evaluation criteria include shelter level, shelter facilities, total amount and rarity of resource acquisition, number and quality of props, amount and rarity of resource boxes, shelter strength, exploration of the foggy world, etc. Multiple aspects of evaluation. Please be prepared. See 39 new fog announcement. This system announcement immediately attracted the attention of all the seekers. The new information in the announcement made everyone read it word for word, not daring to be careless. Because this represents changes in the future. The main content of this announcement has been made very clear, with 3 points in total. The first is to cancel the boundaries between mist areas and dense fog areas, and seekers will no longer be restricted by areas. But in the same way, beasts are no longer restricted. During these 7 days, except for a few unlucky seekers, the rest of the people hardly encountered wild beasts. Even if they did, most of them were ordinary level beasts. Of course, a powerful individual like Qin Jinjuan who actively hunts wild beasts is definitely a different matter. Such a change represents the elimination of the protection of the system and the reduction of intervention for the seeker. People with greater autonomy also face more dangers. Secondly, it is about information prompts. From now on, when you encounter resources in the wild, information prompts will no longer appear, and you will not be able to know the name, function, and grade of the resources. This further shows that the novice protection period has passed and the system's intervention in the seekers is gradually decreasing. The last point is the liberalization of resource boxes, supplies, and beast levels. During these 7 days, only wooden resource boxes and bronze resource boxes appeared, and the quality of the props was limited to ordinary and good levels. There is only a very small possibility of obtaining a small number of excellent props from secret realms and bronze resource boxes. In this way, the highest strength of the beast appears, and the highest level is the good level. Beasts like the iron-backed mountain boar are even the most powerful. But this situation will change in the future, and the overall grade will be improved. Excellent and even rare items will appear. These are considered system updates, and what follows are phased rewards. At 10 o'clock tonight, we will comprehensively evaluate the development status of all applicants during this period. Similar to the evaluation in the secret realm, it is the same as the overall request range, so the rewards will not be bad. Shi Yuan is also very curious, not knowing where his development speed ranks among all mankind. At this time, the chat channel also started to become lively. What does this announcement mean? Does it mean that we no longer need to be restricted by the fog in the future? Are you still happy? This mist is obviously to protect us and prevent wild beasts from approaching. I'm afraid I'm not a fool. Alas, the system has reduced the amount of help, making it more difficult for people to ask for help. That's it, find a big guy to hug you. Please boss. Please give me +1, boss, please give me +2, boss. I strongly recommend that the system provide a video system. Otherwise, you won't be able to hug your thighs. Sister above, your current career is not easy. Add a friend so we can have a good chat. Ahem, there is actually a kind of scroll that can go to other people's shelters. Complete door-to-door service. Damn it, are there such unorthodox props? Go, such a precious prop is actually used for such a thing? What a waste of natural resources. Brothers, stop talking. Don't you think it's very windy outside? It feels like the house is moving. Indeed, I saw outside that many big trees were blown away, but the house didn't move. Oh, by the way, what's the level of your shelter? Level. I think the level 1 is pretty good, so I didn't think about upgrading it. Is the high steel used on the blade? Well, take your blade to the sky. Brothers, are you confident in tonight's comprehensive evaluation? That's a must. I can pick up a resource box almost every day. I can say it ranks at the upper middle level. A resource box every day? I'm afraid you don't know, but you can directly get resource boxes by hunting monsters, and there are also stakes. Damn it, boss. You dare to hunt monsters alone. Boss, I am the beauty of the Department of Finance and Economics of University. I am a newbie. I know how to act like a spoiled brat. Please support me. Divorced with 2 children, mature and gentle young woman, and powerful, and good at sex. It turns out that by hunting wild beasts, you can directly obtain resource boxes? I don't dare to go even if I know it. There are more beasts here than on Earth. There are many people chatting, but the content is not nutritious. At the same time, there were also many golden top messages, which were sent using the world loudspeaker. Most are for sale or acquisition of resources. But some of them were very special and caught Qi Yuan's attention. The names of the senders are some national leaders from the original society, and their names are familiar to most Chinese people. The information sent is also different from others. This is a popular science post on how to resist cold snaps, prevent frostbite, colds, and diseases, and improve the effect of keeping warm. There are many very practical methods in it, and there are also blessings and encouragement for all seekers. There are several similar posts, and many of the senders have foreign names. This made Qi Yuan feel a little touched. Even though Yuan Da's fame was shattered, there were still people working hard to retain him and help people in distress. With emotion, I read all the useful information carefully and gained a lot of useful knowledge. Only then did he remember that he also had a world trumpet. This world speaker was originally used to promote charcoal. However, in the last few days, he did not go to cut trees, so the wood stock was relatively small, not enough to make too much charcoal. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan opened a trading market. The trading market at this time was in an extremely extreme phenomenon. The prices of food and warm items were already incredibly high. The value of wood depreciated slightly, and the value of stone depreciated greatly, especially stone, which had reached the point where it was not worth giving away. Even for good-grade wood and stone, the market conditions were not much better. After all, for all seekers, the easiest thing to obtain was wood, and the largest amount of wood was also stored. Even if it was consumed every day, the quantity was still very large. Especially for people with good-grade axes, they could cut 300,400 pieces of wood a day, so there was no shortage of wood for heating. Instead, food and warm items were difficult to obtain and the quantity was small. Qi Yuan's heart moved, and he searched for wood. A large amount of information about the sale of wood appeared. The cheapest, 100 units of ordinary wood, only need 100 grams of food. Qi Yuan bought it without hesitation. He had a lot of food, more than 20 kilograms of flour alone, more than 30 steaks, and many other foods, including pheasants, small boars, crushing carp, honey, Xingyue algae, crystal rice, etc. Especially good-grade food, the energy contained is several times that of ordinary food, often a small amount can meet the needs of a day. Therefore, some ordinary food that tastes not very good, Shi Yuan doesn't think much of it. And more than 50 kilograms of bean pods are the objects of dislike. Not only are they not nutritious, but they are also dry and difficult to swallow. So Qi Yuan planned to use bean pods to exchange for a large amount of materials in the trading market. 300 ordinary wood, exchange for 500 grams of food, exchanged. 50 ordinary wood, exchange for 100 grams of food, exchanged. 200 good-grade wood, exchange for 2 kilograms of food, exchanged. 300 good-grade water-pattern stones, exchanged for 1.5 caddies of food, exchanged. Bathroom 1, exchanged for 2 kilograms of food, exchanged. Beast Taming Scroll 1, exchanged for 10 caddies of food. Well, it's a bit expensive, but worth it. After bargaining, 8 caddies of food was sold in the end. Qi Yuan exchanged more than 50 kilograms of bean pods for various supplies, filling up the entire living room. In the end, it was calculated. 5,380 units of ordinary grade wood were obtained. 2,140 units of good grade wood. 1,360 units of good grade ore. And, Toilet 1, Beast Taming Scroll, good level, 1, Upgrade Scroll, good level, 1, Aphrodisiac Powder, good level, see 40 The Magic of Upgrading Scrolls Chapter 40 The Magical Use of Upgrading Scrolls. There is no need to go into details about stone and wood. They are common materials and are very cheap now. Beast Taming Scroll, I obtained before and tamed the Black Tiger Bee Queen. This time it was a mistake and I got another one. The remaining 3 props were carefully selected by Qi Yuan. Toilet is a facility prop that can form a bathroom in the shelter, with its own pipes leading to the outside. Qi Yuan has always been troubled by excretion problems. He often runs to the toilet in the middle of the night, shaking every step he takes, and his hands and feet are numb from the cold. After discovering this prop, take it immediately. The second item is Aphrodisiac Powder. Name, Aphrodisiac Powder, good grade, function. It has the effect of stimulating desire in wild animals, improves the animal's desire to reproduce, and improves the reproductive efficiency and success rate. Xiao, spring comes early. This item is relatively useless to most survivors. However, there are many animals in captivity in Qi Yuan, especially bee colonies with a basic population. Therefore, this prop is very useful to him and can quickly increase the number of bee colonies. Qi Yuan planned to use it on the black tiger bee colonies when the weather gets warmer again, so that they can reproduce as quickly as possible. The third item, the upgraded scroll, is of great value. Name, Upgrade Scroll, good level, function, upgrades ordinary level items to good level and can be used 3 times. Xiao, complete the life transition. To be honest, this scroll looks very powerful. Qi Yuan did think so at first. It is used on items with extremely powerful effects, and its absolute value is doubled. But after buying it, he didn't know where to use it. All the ordinary level items obtained are actually very ordinary. Even if they are upgraded to good level, they still seem to be useless. Upgrade the stone pickaxe to good level? It doesn't seem necessary. Xinjian has so many tools. Upgrading food to good? Actually, no need to. I should have quite a lot of good grade steaks. Upgrade the seed to good level? That's a good idea. However, I already have excellent crystal rice and good grade winter wheat, and most of the other seeds are good grade. Some of Shanfan's high quality props seem to be of good grade. Instead, there are only some useless ones, only ordinary ones. Qi Yuan scratched his head for a long time, but still couldn't think of a good idea. So, he sent the upgrade scroll information to Gao Hanji and Xinjian, asking for their opinions. When they saw the item information, they had the same reaction as Qi Yuan. Gao Hanji, what kind of top-notch prop is this, so powerful? Xinjian, hey, Qi Yuan, are you opening the resource box? The quality is so good. Qi Yuan looked at them helplessly and asked, where do you think this prop is suitable to be used? This question confused the two people opposite. After thinking hard for a long time, I couldn't find a suitable ordinary level prop. Gao Hanji, who has never seen the world, is still thinking of upgrading ordinary grade instant noodles to high grade instant noodles. Qi Yuan ignored it and sent a photo by the way. Is oneself filled with it? Use. There are more than a dozen resource boxes containing meat, steaks and flour, almost all of which are good grade. Seeing this scene, Gao Hanji, who was originally fantasizing about high-quality instant noodles, suddenly turned pale. It was obvious that he was despised. At the same time, there are still some people who want to cry without tears. They are so irritating that people compare themselves to each other. It is really shocking. At this time, Xinjian sent several ideas. which were all relatively good props, and the quality was average. Such as water purifiers, bandages, machines, binoculars, multifunctional knives, etc. Shi Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the wide variety of props. It seems that Qin Jinjuan's development level is still very good, far beyond what Gao Hanji can match. However, some things only slightly increase the value and do not make people feel amazing. This made Shi Yuan very hesitant. If this scroll is of excellent grade or even rare grade, it will definitely exist like an artifact. Unfortunately, it is only good grade. When Shi Yuan was hesitant, Qin Jinjuan sent another message. Shi Yuan, ask, does this prop have scope of application? What do you mean? Shi Yuan narrowed his eyes and seemed to be inspired. Can it be used on living things? Yes, creature. Shi Yuan's eyes lit up and he was instantly enlightened. Ordinary level items are worthless, but if the ordinary level Black Tiger Bee can be upgraded to a good level, how much will its strength be improved? And he also has an ordinary level iron-backed pig. Qin Jinjuan, don't worry, try using it on yourself first, I guess it won't have much effect. If fails, you can use it on the Black Tiger Bee again. If it succeeds, it means you can use it on the beast. The remaining opportunity can be left to the iron-backed pig, and after it is domesticated, it can be directly promoted to a good level. I've seen it, our two iron-backed pigs happen to be one male and one female. When Shi Yuan saw the message, he was immediately surprised, but he suppressed it as much as possible. He secretly thought, as expected of being a ginger or an old man, his ideas are tricky. Qin Jinjuan's logical thinking is obviously more rigorous and organized, and more whimsical. Shi Yuan calmed down and started trying. Use the upgrade scroll on yourself. After a few seconds, the display unfortunately becomes unusable. Shi Yuan was a little hopeful, originally thinking that he could directly become a top-level master. Helpless, Shi Yuan had no choice but to pin his hopes on the Black Tiger Bee. With eager expectations, Shi Yuan left the house directly and walked to the yard despite the heavy snow and cold wind. I selected attained ordinary level Black Hornet in the animal pen and used the upgrade scroll. Shi Yuan held his breath and stared closely. Until seconds later, the size of this Black Hornet increased, the black carapace on its body became brighter, and the muscles of its body became more powerful. Finally, it grew to be about the same size as the Black Tiger Bee Queen. It works! What a success! Shi Yuan beamed with joy. This Black Tiger Bee has become the second good-level combatant in the Black Tiger Bee swarm. At this time, the Black Tiger Bee Queen came out of the hive and looked at the Black Tiger Bee in confusion. She couldn't quite understand, this girl was just a rookie yesterday. Why did she suddenly become the same as today? Seeing the boss staring at him, Black Tiger Bee's strength skyrocketed, and his confidence also skyrocketed, and he neighed without showing any weakness. This is a sign of competition. The Black Tiger Bee Queen couldn't bear this anger. She made a sharper chirp on the spot and quickly rushed towards the Black Tiger Bee. The two twisted together on the spot. Shi Yuan did not stop her. This is a habit among bee colonies. Bees of similar strength will compete for the position of the queen bee. If they are not completely convinced, there will be disputes in the end. The battle comes and goes quickly. This Black Tiger Bee had just broken through the good level, and its strength was far inferior to that of the Black Tiger Bee Queen. It was quickly beaten to the point of fleeing. The Black Tiger Bee Queen is unwilling to give up and threatens to destroy her. When Shi Yuan saw this scene, he naturally would not let the Black Tiger Bee Queen kill him, so he intervened to stop the Black Tiger Bee Queen. Because the two Black Hornets were both domesticated, they quickly obeyed the orders, stopped fighting, and returned to the hive. At the same time, in order to facilitate separation, they were given names respectively. The Queen of Black Tiger Bees is called Dahe, and the newly promoted Black Tiger Bee is called Hai. C41 scraped the market after getting the verification. Shi Yuan was ecstatic and returned to the house excitedly, even the feeling of coldness in his body was reduced a little. The significance of the upgrade scroll is really great. Since the upgrade scroll can be used on the Black Tiger Bee, it must be able to be used on the iron-backed boar. As long as the little iron-backed boar is tamed in the animal pen, the scroll can be used to quickly upgrade it to the good level. This means not only a strong combat power, but also long-term development. If there is only one iron-backed boar, it will be fine. But you have to know that this time a total of 2 iron-backed boars were harvested. And they are one male and one female. Once they reach adulthood, they can mate and start breeding. It can be said that the value of this upgrade scroll has exceeded dozens of good-level items. This wave, Shi Yuan is definitely making a lot of money. After lying back on the bed, Shi Yuan's mood is still in a state of surging emotions. After telling Qin Jinjuan the news of the successful experiment, Qi Yuan then opened the Mist Survival Manual and entered the trading market to see if there were any such scrolls. Search for upgrade scrolls. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few on sale. It seems that although this item is rare, many people still get it, and this scroll is not a non-sale item. For many people, it is not worth much. It can only be regarded as an ordinary good-grade item with decent quality. It is far inferior to some top-quality items, which are almost non-sale items. Similar to Shelter Light Shield, Spring Eye, Healing Potion Manufacturing Scroll, and Qin Jinjuan's Beast Search Scroll. These items can be said to be the cornerstone of the development of each survivor, the basis for the rapid development of the shelter, and their own characteristics. Once Qin Jinjuan loses the Beast Search Scroll, his own development efficiency will definitely be greatly affected. Qi Yuan also lost the confidence to develop quickly without the fountain and healing potion. But the upgrade scroll is different from these props. For most survivors, the upgrade scroll is still a relatively useless item. Of course, this was only in the past. Now, after Qi Yuan discovered the special effect of the upgrade scroll on beasts, the true value of this prop has also been developed. If other survivors also discovered this use, they might be able to use this method as the basis for the development of the shelter and quickly pull up a group of powerful beasts. So while others have not discovered this secret, Qi Yuan quickly bought it. Among these upgrade scrolls for sale, the prices of 3 sellers are relatively low, only requiring some food, and the quantity does not exceed Qi Yuan's tolerance. Qi Yuan easily exchanged all of them with compressed biscuits, bread, and some flour. Thus, he got 3 more upgrade scrolls. As for the remaining few, the prices were very high, which had completely exceeded their own value, so Qi Yuan would not be a sucker. However, he did not give up, but offered a price of 1 ordinary steak to each seller to test the seller's bottom line. Qi Yuan still had some confidence. After all, for these people, this item was not precious. Before long, someone replied to the message. After all, now is the cold wave period, all survivors are in the shelter, and almost all of them are brushing the Mist Survival Manual, so they will definitely see the message immediately. This is a good grade item, and you want to buy it for just an ordinary steak? Qi Yuan, how much do you say? 10. Qi Yuan, great price. Wait for the right person. Qi Yuan didn't tolerate the random offer and treated him like a fool, and ignored it. If you really want to buy it, $9? Where are you? This is really a good thing. I can't bear to use it myself. Forget it, I'll give you $8. $1 more. I admire you. I can't give you any less. Brother, are you really leaving? Hey. Big brother? How about that $1? $4? Big brother, don't leave. I was wrong. $2. Just $2. Big brother, you can use this scroll to turn ordinary steaks into good steaks. It's definitely worth it. I really can't lower it anymore. Qi Yuan, deal. Seeing the price drop, Qi Yuan decisively made a move to exchange and got the 4th scroll. Afterwards, he used a similar method to consume a steak and a pound of flour to get the 1st scroll. I thought that I could use this method to successfully get all the remaining scrolls. But reality slapped me in the face. In the subsequent transactions, the sellers were always unwilling to lower the price, even if they didn't sell. These sellers themselves should be considered to have a good development, and they are not short of food, so they don't want to trick Qi Yuan. In the trading market, there were only 4 upgrade scrolls left, and the price was more than a piece of steak, which was not something Qi Yuan could afford. However, Qi Yuan didn't give up, but told Qin Jinjuan this information. Qin Jinjuan should have a lot of food in his hands, maybe he could take a few. After all, it's better to collect as many as possible for such a huge value item. Even if you can't get it yourself, it's not bad to leave it to your allies. After hearing the news, Qin Jinjuan was also unambiguous and said that he would take as much as possible, even if the price was a little high. Hearing this generous statement, Qi Yuan couldn't help but smack his lips. It seems that Brother Qin has stored so much food that it is unimaginable. 30 minutes later. When Qi Yuan searched for upgrade scrolls again, there was no such thing. It seems that Qin Jinjuan did take all of them. Qi Yuan calculated that Brother Qin consumed at least 20 ordinary level steaks this time. He is really rich. After harvesting this batch of upgrade scrolls, Qi Yuan did not use them immediately, but kept them as treasures. At present, there are only a few black tiger bee colonies. If there are too many good level black tiger bees, it is easy to cause disputes, which is not good for future development. The safest way is to wait until the black tiger bee colony expands to a sufficient number, and then use the scroll to slowly increase the proportion of good level black tiger bees. In addition, now is the time of the cold wave, the temperature is terribly low, and it is difficult for the bee colony to survive, let alone grow and develop. So most of these things have to wait until the cold wave ends before they can be started. Checking the time, it is only a little over 9 o'clock in the evening, and there are still 3 hours to 12 o'clock. I must stay up late today. After all, the system will conduct a comprehensive assessment at 12 o'clock, and rewards will be issued. So today, almost all survivors did not choose to sleep. Another reason is that the cold wave is coming, and there is a high probability that I will not be able to go out tomorrow, so there is no need to go to bed and get up early. There are still more than 3 hours. Should I find something to do? Chi Yuan was lying on the bed idly, and he was a little surprised. Forget it, open all the resource boxes, so that we can get some resources and props. Originally, he planned to keep the resource boxes and open one when he was bored to bring some fun to life. But now after thinking about it, he decided to open them all. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. See 42 mist beads. There are 7 wooden resource boxes and 1 bronze resource box in total. Chi Yuan placed all 8 resource boxes in front of the fireplace, which looked extremely spectacular. In the light of the fire, there was a faint sacred atmosphere. Try your luck with the wooden resource box first. Rubbing his hands, Chi Yuan sat upright and opened the wooden resource box with a cautious look. Snap! 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 7 crisp box opening sounds, like the most beautiful sound in the world, made Chi Yuan happy physically and mentally. 22 props were neatly placed in front of him. Although they were all ordinary grade, there were many of them. Chi Yuan checked them one by one and found that the quality was very ordinary, but there was one good grade item. Chi Yuan remembered that there was a weak good grade wild wolf, but it only dropped an ordinary grade resource box. This only good grade item was most likely opened from this resource box. Because this is a wolf bone bow. Name: wolf bone bow. Good grade. Function: made of good grade wild wolf bones. It has a powerful bow and arrow. This is a very strong bow, but Chi Yuan does not know how to shoot arrows. When hunting wild beasts before, Chi Yuan also saw Qin Jinjuan using a bow and arrow. Although it was just an ordinary bow and arrow, it was also very powerful. Since he opened a good grade bow and arrow, Chi Yuan couldn't help but consider whether he should practice archery more and improve his strength. Although his physical fitness has improved, his combat effectiveness is not high. When fighting, he usually hides behind. If he has a precise archery skill, he will not be completely powerless. After making up his mind, Chi Yuan plans to start practicing archery tomorrow. The remaining items are of ordinary quality, roughly divided into food, warm items, and tools. In terms of food, there are noodles, instant noodles, potatoes, potato chips, cucumbers, etc. The quantity is not large and the quality is average, but it is better than nothing, and it can be regarded as enriching the recipe. There are more warm items, with a total of 13 items. A pair of warm socks, a box of 5 cotton underwear, a flannel hat, a bib, a thin quilt, autumn trousers, a flannel blanket, etc. However, there are also some inexplicable clothes, such as fishnet stockings, bras, women's dresses, etc., which make Chi Yuan helpless. What does he want these things for? Finally, there are 2 props, a set of tables and chairs, and a bedside table. It doesn't make much sense, but it also enriches the furniture and facilities in the house, making this shelter look more lively. There is also the last bronze resource box, which comes from the adult iron-backed boar. According to Qin Jinjuan, although they are all bronze resource boxes, the resource boxes dropped by stronger beasts can open better props. Chi Yuan also witnessed the strength of the iron-backed boar. It was top-notch at the good level, so the resource box it dropped must be a fine product. Snap! A green light appeared, and Chi Yuan opened the resource box. 3 items appeared. Judging from the color of the light ball, they should all be good level items. Large boarskin blanket, good level. Fine snow boots, good level. Mist beads, good level. The first 2 are both warm-keeping items of very good quality, only the mist beads are special. Name: mist beads, good level. Function: in the shelter where the mist beads are located, the shelter will be obscured by mist within a radius of 2 kilometers, and other animals will easily get lost when entering. Introduction: to a certain extent, it will also arouse the desire of wild animals to explore. Regional props? Chi Yuan was shocked. This was his first time to open this type of props. It is hard to tell whether it is useless or a fine product. The fog range formed by the fog beads does effectively protect the shelter and affect the sight of foreign beasts. But it is a mixed blessing. This special area is easy to attract curious animals to approach. Chi Yuan plans to consider using the fog beads after the cold wave passes. The current defensive strength of the shelter is not strong. Only when the weather warms up, we focus on cultivating bee colonies and guarding thorns, so that our tribe can expand and effectively deal with the invading beasts. At that time, we can use the fog beads to cover the area of 2 kilometers with fog and make it our own territory. Thinking of this, Chi Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. It seems that the development prospects of his shelter are still very bright. After opening all the boxes, the harvest is also quite satisfactory. It is definitely a good harvest. Next, it is to wait for 12 o'clock to come. Chi Yuan had nothing to do, so he casually flipped through the Mist Seeker's manual, wandered around the trading floor and chat channel, and waited for time to pass. Today is the most active day for all seekers in the past 7 years. Without the panic and fear when they first arrived, they began to gradually adapt to the misty world. At the same time, they were not as busy as in the previous 7 years. It must be said that humans adapt very quickly. In just 7 years, life in the civilized world seemed to be completely away, and completely integrated into the survival rules of the misty world. In the chat channel, all they talked about were food, survival, props, resource boxes, beasts, battles. Everyone was struggling to survive. Chi Yuan discovered that at the beginning, there were more than 7 billion people in total. But now, the total number of people in the chat channel is only more than 5 billion. Although it still looks huge, let's think about it from another perspective. That means 2 billion lives were lost in 7 years. Nearly 300 million people died every year. Some people starved to death, some froze to death, some died of illness, and some were killed by wild animals. In too many invisible places, shelters collapsed and lives were lost. Chi Yuan looked at the darkness and cold outside the window, and his heart was inexplicably confused. We call ourselves seekers, so where is our way? Is it to rebuild a new civilization in this foggy world? Or to completely eliminate disasters and human suffering? When the thoughts drifted aimlessly, 2 o'clock had arrived. Amid the eager cheers of all seekers, the system's announcement came again. The loud and deep voice of the system rang in everyone's ears. Poor seekers, congratulations on spending 7 days in this wonderful world. Too many weak people died, but many people still survived. Next, the comprehensive evaluation of all seekers will begin. Use the most intuitive way to verify your gains in the past 7 days. Whether you are one of the masses or the best of all seekers, everything will be revealed. As the voice fell, a table appeared in front of everyone. Rating standards: top 10,000, S10 000500000, A 500 0005 million, B 5 million 50 million, C 50 million 200 million, D 200 million 60%, E bottom 40%, F. The system will begin to rate all seekers, and will finally display them in the grades of SAPDEF. The evaluation begins. At this moment, 5 billion shelters glowed with a faint white light at the same time, being watched by the Supreme Power. Everyone held their breath and just stared at the mist-seeking manual in their hands, waiting for the system's evaluation. Chi Yuan's eyes were calm, but his violently beating heart betrayed him. This was a nervousness that could not be hidden. Xinjuan sat at the table, his serious eyes were expressionless, and the little girl next to him had a serious face. Gao Hanji sat up from the bed, just clenched his hands, his palms were soaked with sweat, and his eyes were worried and waiting silently. Somewhere in the forest, in a shelter like a big tree, the young man's eyes were bright, waiting for the result. On an iceberg thousands of meters high, in an icehouse built of ice, a foreign man with a stern face, tightly grasped the mist-seeking manual in his hands. In an oasis in the endless desert, in a shelter covered by a light shield, a middle-aged man looked up and waited quietly. At the bottom of a huge lake, in a water shelter made entirely of water-repellent stones, a 30-year-old woman waited silently. Somewhere underground. On a small island in a lake. On the trunk of a tree with a diameter of 100 meters and a height of 100 meters. In a crater. In a cave in a mountain, see 43 spiritual pond everywhere in the misty world, in various types of shelters, all survivors are waiting. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. When waiting for the 5th minute, the mist survival manual finally changed. In front of everyone's eyes, a huge letter appeared. A? Or B? Or is it C? Is it D? E? F? Everyone's eyes widened, some were happy and some were sad. Xinjuan looked at the letters, smiled slightly, and a hint of understanding appeared on his calm face. I didn't expect to be one of the top 10,000 in the world. I know how Shao Qi is. Gao Hanji looked gloomy, looked at the big D in front of her, and sighed helplessly. Chi Yuan was half lying on the bed, breathing a long sigh of relief with a relaxed expression on his face. You are still so lucky. What rewards will you get for being among the top 10,000 in the world? Level. Unexpectedly, his development speed is still among the best. Maybe first place, top 10, and top 100 are more difficult, but the first 10,000 is still a big hope. The global assessment has appeared 3 times in total. They are the upgrade to the second level shelter on the first day, the assessment in the secret realm, and this assessment. The first 2 times, Shi Yuan also ranked low and received extremely rich rewards. Excellent grade springs and excellent grade crystal rice were obtained at that time. At that time, the highest quality was only excellent level, so they all received excellent level items. But now, after the system is updated, rare levels begin to appear. Shi Yuan estimated that since it was a level rating for all survivors and he was among the top 10,000 in the world, the reward should be a rare level. As expected, another system message was sent soon. Rating reward name, Shi Yuan rating, S reward, 1, random resource scroll 1, rare level, 2. Random shelter facility scroll 1, rare level, 3. Silver resource box asterisk 24. In the public chat channel, trading market, and private chat channel, the name turns red and lasts for 1 month. Note, for all survivors, the same rating corresponds to the name of the same color. S, red A, purple B, blue C, yellow D, green, gray F, white damn it. Except for the silver resource box, the rest are all rare. Although Chi Yuan had been prepared for it, he didn't expect the rewards to be so rich. And from beginning to end, I have never seen a single rare item. I didn't expect to get so many suddenly. Moreover, it's just Chi Yuan, all survivors are the same. Everyone has seen rare items before. But after this time, nearly 20,000 rare items will appear. Moreover, these props are all concentrated on the best 10,000 survivors. Only Chi Yuan was excited, and the other 9,999 people who received level ratings were equally excited. No matter how calm he is still dizzy by this wave of rewards. As the rating ends, rewards are also sent. In front of Chi Yuan, 2 silver-white resource boxes and 2 golden scrolls appeared, namely Random Resource Scroll and Random Shelter Facility Scroll. Happiness came so suddenly, Chi Yuan hesitated for a moment, not knowing which one to open first. After hesitating for a long time, Chi Yuan first took the scroll of Random Shelter Facility in his hand. Like the name of the scroll, the content should be rare-level shelter facilities, such as bedrooms and kitchens. After choosing to use the scroll, the golden scroll slowly changed, and the appearance of a building emerged. It is a semicircular pool. Spiritual marsh pond. Rare level. Shi Yuan looked at it carefully and realized that this building did not seem to belong to the earth. After reading S introduction, he realized it. This is a digester. One is only 10 square meters in size, but it uses a very powerful biogas pool. Name, Spirit Marsh Pond, rare level, use, filtering items of good grade or above, residual spiritual energy in the body to form pure spiritual substances. After carefully reading the introduction several times, Shi Yuan finally understood the purpose of Lingam Pond. It means that after putting items of good grade or above, whether they are plants, animals, or props, into the spiritual swamp, the spiritual substances in them can be separated. This should belong to the special biogas pool in the mist world, which recycles waste and turns it into useful things. In fact, Shi Yuan was not very excited after reading it. This rare level building did not give him a big surprise, but it was a bit baffling. After all, he clearly understands what is the use of so-called spiritual substances. Moreover, where do so many good-grade waste products come from for recycling? After realizing the original idea, I suddenly realized how to use spring water to mix soil to create good-grade soil. After all, only a small number of excellent-level springs contain spiritual energy, and the spiritual matter separated from the spiritual marsh pool must be purer. From this point of view, he can obtain purer spiritual substances through the spiritual marsh pond and cultivate more good-grade soil. It can be considered a very valuable building. After Chi Yuan chose to use it, he built a shelter in the spiritual marsh pond. At the same time, some ore was consumed, and the wall was modified to include the spiritual pond. Chi Yuan was very curious. What does this rare-grade building look like? So, he went outside the house again in the cold wind to take a look. But unfortunately, the spiritual pond has no characteristics. It is just a small building with an area of 10 square meters and a bulge on it like a noodle. It looks very good. Chi Yuan can only comfort himself. After all, it is a rare-grade building. There must be functions that I haven't figured out. I can't be too anxious. After all, the more precious things are, the more eye-catching they look. Thinking of this, my heart was relieved a little. Try to throw a good grade wood into the spiritual pond, wanting to try its specific use. Soon, the spiritual pond made a faint and dull buzzing sound, and began the purification process. A few minutes later, the Lingzhua pond stopped working, and two things appeared in the two channels behind the pond. On one side was a piece of wood, and on the other side was a small bottle of liquid. The principle is easy to understand. After the good grade wood is purified, the internal energy and spiritual power are absorbed and turned into an ordinary grade wood. The separated spiritual power is collected and becomes the spiritual liquid in the glass bottle. Of course, the small bottle in the Lingzhua pond needs Qi Yuan to replenish it manually. Whether it is a wooden barrel or a cup, it can be replaced. Qi Yuan picked up the small bottle and found that there were only a few drops of liquid at the bottom of the bottle. It looked crystal clear, but the amount was pitiful. This is understandable. After all, it is just a unit of wood. How much spiritual power can it have? He raised the bottle to his nose and sniffed it gently, and found that the smell was very familiar. Is this the smell of the spring water in the spring? It's just that the taste is much stronger and it looks thicker than spring water. But if you add some water to it, the taste will probably be exactly the same as spring water. Is this another alternative spring? Qi Yuan was speechless, but after thinking about it, he found that it was not the case. The spiritual liquid in the spiritual pond can only be mixed with water, but also with other tissues. Mixed with water, you can get spiritual springs. Mixed with soil, you can get good grade soil. If used on plants, can it also provide a lot of spiritual power for plants? What about using it on animals? Or, what about eating it yourself? Gradually, Qi Yuan seemed to understand that this rare grade building is really valuable. This can be artificially made into a good grade item. See 44 Home Service Scroll. Chapter 44 Door Service Scroll. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan suddenly figured it out, and his original dissatisfaction disappeared. Such a powerful spiritual pond will have a very large operating space in the future, providing unlimited flexibility in all directions. Qi Yuan was very satisfied with the first rare level reward. After returning to the house, Qi Yuan took the second scroll, a random resource scroll. As you can imagine, this is most likely a resource-based reward similar to a spring eye. The biggest feature of resource rewards is that they can be obtained sustainably in the long term and maintain long-term development. Following the confirmation, the random resource scroll slowly changed into the shape of a bamboo. Bamboo forest. This is a rare bamboo forest resource. Name, Yunqi Bamboo Forest Resource Scroll, Rare Level, Work, a rare bamboo forest covering an area of 2 acres, producing Yunqi bamboo and Yunqi bamboo shoots. If a large amount is collected at one time, it will affect future production. It's just a scroll, and Qi Yuan doesn't know the details and can't judge its true value. However, it not only produces Yunqi bamboo, a rare material, but also produces Yunqi bamboo shoots, a rare food. It is also very valuable to think about. Considering that it is too cold now, if the scroll is used now, it will affect the growth of the bamboo forest. So Qi Yuan accepted it for the time being, planning to use this resource scroll again after the cold snap passed and the weather got warmer. While Qi Yuan was checking the rewards, the entire chat channel was completely boiling. The names of all the survivors appear in different colors. Its very few bright red colors are particularly eye-catching among countless people's names. Everyone knows that this red color represents the rating of all survivors this time, which has reached the top 10,000. Among the more than 5 billion survivors, the top 10,000. What does this mean? Means that these people are the real bosses. As soon as the ratings were completed, all the red-named survivors were wildly sought after. Holy crap! What level of boss is this? There are 10,000 people in the world. There is actually a famous guy among my friends. I haven't noticed yet. No more chatting, I'm going to hug my thigh. Brother, make a friend and let's lick together. I want to lick it too. It's amazing, I actually know the top 10,000 bosses. I beat my friend to death and he didn't even admit that he was the boss. My friends are all gray. I cry to death. Are there really any red names? Why don't I see any? At this time, a red name appeared. Come on, good brother, is it this color? Boss, 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 look over here. Suck, suck, suck. Lou, what are you doing? While you are still hesitating, I have already licked you. Damn, brother is so fierce. Hey, there's a purple name here, don't run away, let me lick it a few times. Brothers with famous names, please give me a piece of meat. Thank you. Internet beggar? Thinking of freeloading? Go away and mind your own business. Brother, I have a teleportation talisman from the family. Ahem, let's chat privately. Red name, in addition to a large number of dog lickers, there are also many cynical people. Everyone, listen to me, this is a global disaster. All of us are victims of the disaster and poor survivors. I propose that the survivors with red and purple names bring the food they have stored, give it to more people in need. Yes, that's good. Share it. Split it. Split it. Fine you ma asterisk hashtag percent plus asterisk percent such a brainless person. After all, it was still a small number, and they were quickly drowned out by the huge sound of curses. Shi Yuan was thinking about opening the silver resource box, but was interrupted by a burst of urgent messages. DD. Opening the private chat, I found messages from 6 people. Except for Gao Hanji and Qin Jinjuan, he could no longer remember the other names. Open the chat channel between Gao Hanji and Qin Jinjuan. I found that Gao Hanji's name is green, and the rating should be D, which should be in other levels. But Qin Jinjuan didn't expect it, it was bright red. Gao Hanji, Hong Ming. Shi Yuan, you are a real boss. Just by reading the message sent, Shi Yuan could see her surprise. Gao Hanji really found it incredible. Although he knew that Shi Yuan was developing well and was very wealthy, he did not know Shi Yuan's specific strength. It's only a level at most, getting a purple name is pretty good. But much to her surprise, as soon as she opened her friends list, she saw an extremely bright red, Shi Yuan. At this time, she understood that her boss Qi seemed to be really the big boss. Shi Yuan replied, well, don't get excited, your green name is also very nice. Gao Hanji, what is your reward? Is it good? Shi Yuan replied, it's not bad, 2 scrolls and 2 resource boxes. Gao Hanji was stunned, it sounds quite ordinary. I also have 2 scrolls and 2 boxes. Shi Yuan, do you mind talking about it in detail? Gao Hanji, good level teleportation scroll, good level wooden basin manufacturing scroll, a wooden resource box, and a bronze resource box. How about it, not bad, right? Shi Yuan looked at the melons and dates, secretly thinking that the system was really stingy, but still comforted, not bad, the teleportation scroll is still very good. What about you? Shi Yuan thought about it and answered, the things are almost the same, just a little higher quality, rare level. Rare level. Gao Hanji was confused and couldn't remember the price for a while. After 5 seconds, the brain reacted. Ordinary level, good level, excellent level, rare level. Gao Hanji slapped his head, embarrassed again. There is a difference of 2 levels. Gao Hanji, is this called almost the same? Shi Yuan comforted, not only the level, but also the actual value, such as your teleportation scroll, I have never obtained it. Don't fool me, no matter how real it is still good level. Gao Hanji is not stupid, always think Shi Yuan fooled herself. Shi Yuan didn't care and said with a smile, do you want to use the teleportation scroll and come to my house as a guest? Gao Hanji pursed her lips and didn't answer, but asked, do you know that the teleportation scroll has another name? It's called the door-to-door delivery scroll. Door-to-door delivery service? Shi Yuan thought about it carefully and it seemed to be true. There is a kind of business that has been extremely prosperous and everlasting no matter what time, place, or environment it is in. That is the flesh trade. As survivors in the foggy world, everyone has a lot of pressure every day, and it is inevitable to vent their desires. So the special function of the teleportation scroll has also been developed to the fullest. However, the teleportation scroll has a big drawback. Unlike the ally scroll, it restricts 2 people from hurting each other, but the teleportation scroll has no such restriction. There have been many examples where women have been teleported and lost both money and sex, but some people have even lost their lives. Although Gao Hanji obtained the teleportation scroll, he certainly didn't dare to use it easily. See 45 loud music. After chatting with Gao Hanji for a few words, Shi Yuan also responded to Qin Jinjuan's message. Qin Jinjuan, not bad, Shi Yuan, he is also class. What facilities and resources have you obtained? Shi Yuan is actually also very curious about what props other survivors with red names have received. Replied, a biogas pool and a bamboo forest. Where are you, brother Qin? Soon, Qin Jinjuan also replied, the shelter facility is an incubation room, and the resource point is a piece of black iron ore. Qin Jinjuan then explained in detail the functions of the incubator and Mojing iron mine. I can hear the water flowing straight from Shi Yuan. Ink-fine iron ore is a rare-grade iron ore. Although its specific function is unclear, it is certainly extremely valuable. The incubation room made Shi Yuan envious. The function of the incubator is to speed up the hatching, reproduction, and growth of beasts, and to increase the survival rate of the cubs to a certain extent. This shelter facility is simply tailor-made for Chi Yuan's bee colony. If Chi Yuan obtains the incubation room, then SB swarm will take off quickly. First, use the incubation room to quickly expand the number of ordinary black tiger bees. Then use the animal stable to tame the ordinary level black tiger bees. You can immediately use the upgrade scroll to upgrade them to a good level. Every time the bee colony increases to a certain number, it will be upgraded and led by a high-quality black tiger queen bee to form a new bee colony. Don't be too satisfied. Chi Yuan sighed and said, "Brother Qin, I am so envious of this incubation room." Qin Shinjuan seemed to know what Chi Yuan was thinking, and said, "Don't be envious of me, I'm still depressed. I finally got a rare level facility, but you ended up using it. It's really unlucky." Hearing these words, Chi Yuan was a little moved, but also a little confused. "Brother Qin, don't you plan to raise a group of bees? There is an incubation room, so it should be easy to breed." Qin Shinjuan replied, "Is still considered. If necessary, we'll ask you to borrow the bee swarm. Moreover, since we are bound to allies, we should try our best not to overlap in development directions, otherwise it will easily cause internal consumption of resources." Chi Yuan nodded and understood that Qin Shinjuan had his own ideas. However, he also understood that Qin Shinjuan had another very important point that he did not explicitly state: if the two of them develop in the same direction at the same time, they could easily become competitors and affect their cooperative relationship. Chi Yuan was also quite impressed that he had established such a deep friendship with Qin Shinjuan with just a bottle of healing potion and some spring water. This is definitely the luckiest thing. The two of them are both class survivors, but they can still completely trust each other and cooperate with each other. This is an unparalleled advantage. After the exchange, Chi Yuan distributed about 50 black tiger bees from the hive and traded them to Qin Shinjuan. "Let's put this batch of black tiger bees in the incubator for cultivation." Of course, Chi Yuan also sent the beehive there, and the bee eggs in it should be able to hatch as soon as possible in the incubation room. The remaining black hornets occupy the magpie's nest and the hornet's hive. Next, Chi Yuan checked the information. "I have a total of 6 friends. In addition to Gao Hanji and Qin Shinjuan, there are also Qin Shuyu, Zhou Ming, Wang Yu and Zhang Yueming who were the first to know each other. Qin Shuyu was the first to sell guardian thorns to Chi Yuan, and Chi Yuan also helped her upgrade to the second-level shelter on the first day. She originally promised to provide water to Chi Yuan for a long time, but later she couldn't be contacted. Zhou Ming sells potatoes and telephone poles. Wang Yu was selling black beetle excrement, but he raised the price, so he terminated the cooperation. Zhang Yueming sells blue-grain stones. Currently, the two of them are still doing business and their relationship is pretty good. 4 people sent messages one after another. Zhou Ming and Zhang Yueming were relatively normal, just expressing their admiration and praise. Zhou Ming, "Oh my god. Brother, you are too strong. I didn't even expect that there is a famous guy among my friends. This guy takes care of me." Zhang Yueming, "Brother, I didn't expect it. You are actually among the top 10,000 in the world? I really admire you. I will take care of you from now on, brother." Chi Yuan replied to both of them respectively, and also expressed his willingness to cooperate. If the other party has precious resources, is still happy to make more friends. After all, the two of them are not weak. Zhou Ming is in a level purple name, and Zhang Yueming is a level blue name. In the eyes of many ordinary survivors, they are also objects of flattery. The tone of the message sent by Qin Shuyu was much lower, and she only had a clever reputation. "Qin Shuyu, Brother Chi Yuan, I'm sorry before. If so, I hope to cooperate with you. The shelter is close to the river and there is a lot of good grade wood." Chi Yuan didn't look at it and just replied, "No need, there is no shortage of water now." The overall layout of a certain riverside shelter is relatively simple. Among them, a 27.8-year-old charming woman scratched her fists in annoyance when she saw the answer in the Mist Survival book. She joined a mutual aid alliance before, thinking that relying on the allies inside, she could quickly cooperate and develop, so she didn't care about this ordinary child. But in the end, the alliance collapsed, and it also lost a lot of resources, resulting in slow development. Unexpectedly, after this rating, when I checked the friend list again, I found an S-level red-named friend. I found out that I was a friend I met on the first day. I promised to provide water, but in the end, I just broke the promise. As a result, when the chat channel was opened, there were only several inquiries from Chi Yuan in the chat history, but no reply from her. This made her face turn red in annoyance. After closing Qin Shuyu's chat channel, Chi Yuan deleted her directly. However, compared with the previous 3 people, the message sent by Wang Yu was a bit shocking. She sent a 20-minute video. Chi Yuan was quite curious. He didn't expect that Mist Survival Book could actually shoot videos. Curiously, he clicked it, and the next moment, a gentle and licentious sound resounded in the bedroom. The sound was as gentle and crisp as a lark. Sometimes it was high-pitched and passionate, and sometimes it was low and sad. In the picture, a 20-year-old woman with short hair and white skin was twisting on the dim bed. Snap! Shi Yuan was full of black lines, and he closed the Mist Survival Book with a snap, and 1,000 Chao Nima ran through his heart. Use this to test cadres? Which cadre can stand the test? 7 days in the foggy world, every day there is a huge pressure to survive, and being suppressed is already very angry. How can you bear this kind of teasing? Shi Yuan picked up the spring water on the table and drank it fiercely, using the abundant energy to forcefully suppress abnormal thoughts. After replying a sentence, he deleted Wang Yu directly. Shi Yuan, sorry, I don't like young women. When the lewd sound completely disappeared in the shelter, Shi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, even if you want to find a woman, you have to take the initiative. What do you mean by teasing me? With the current market, with your red name on your head, what kind of person can you find? However, after this experience, Shi Yuan couldn't help but think that the survivors nowadays have begun to show various chaos due to the pressure of survival, and need to be more careful. Even through the chat channel, there will be all kinds of heresy. It is really hard to guard against. Moreover, I must have been holding it in for too long, otherwise I would not have been almost unable to bear it when I heard the sound. See 46 silver resource box. After all this trouble, Shi Yuan couldn't sleep at all. He had to get up from the bed and open the remaining 2 silver resource boxes. He originally planned to open them tomorrow, but today's harvest was too rich and he needed to digest it. But since he couldn't sleep, he could only find something to do. This was his first time to get a silver resource box, so he was still very excited. In theory, there is a high probability of getting excellent items in the silver resource box, and a small probability of getting rare items. With trepidation, Shi Yuan opened the silver resource box. A rich white light was released from the opening of the resource box in an instant, flashing so brightly that he couldn't open his eyes. Although I know that the silver resource box is precious, there is no need to make the light so bright. Shi Yuan complained helplessly. When the light gradually weakened, Shi Yuan turned back to check. There were still 3 items, but the color was silver white. At present, they were all excellent props. There was no luck to get rare items, nor was there any bad luck to get good items. Check carefully. Ally scroll, excellent. Prophecy scroll, excellent. Dry and wet separation bathroom, excellent. The first silver resource box really opened a very good quality item. Needless to say, the ally scroll, he and Qin Jinjuan used the ally scroll to form an alliance. That's why Qin Jinjuan was able to come to Qiyuan's shelter on the last day of the cold wave and hunt beasts together. The value and significance of the ally scroll, for ordinary survivors, is just a prop for huddling together for warmth and mutual help. But for 2 strong people, the significance is extraordinary. What one person can't do, if 2 people help each other, can be easily accomplished. Like Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan, 2 level survivors act together. Even a powerful beast like the ironback boar can be hunted without injury. Without the ally scroll, both Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan will lose if they encounter the ironback boar alone. However, Qi Yuan was a little hesitant. Where should this ally scroll be placed? Gao Hanji? But she is too weak and has nothing. As for others, Qi Yuan has no close relationship with these 2. So an ally scroll can only be kept temporarily. Another item, a dry and wet separation bathroom, is also simple and easy to understand. Qi Yuan already has a toilet, but it is of a relatively low grade and very simple. Therefore, after getting this excellent dry and wet separation bathroom, Qi Yuan directly chose to use it and arranged it opposite the bedroom, forming a 15 square meter bathroom, which is larger than the bedroom. Qi Yuan got up from the bed for the nth time to visit this newly appeared bathroom. The bathroom is separated into dry and wet areas, with a bathtub inside for bathing. There is a toilet and a wash basin next to it. Qi Yuan was a little curious, so he turned on the faucet in the bathroom and found that hot water could actually flow out. Huh? Where does this hot water come from? Extra out of thin air? Qi Yuan looked puzzled. He checked along the pipes and finally found the reason. It turned out that the water heater pipe connected to the bathtub surrounded the fireplace and could use the heat of the fireplace to heat the water in it. Of course, the water in the water tank still needs to be added manually after it is consumed. Qi Yuan planned to take a good bath by himself tomorrow daytime. After coming to the misty world for so many days, except for occasionally boiling water to wipe, he has not really taken a bath. As for the present, it is better to open the resource box first. In addition to the ally scroll and dry and wet separation bathroom, there is also a very special prop for nourishment, the prophecy scroll. The word prophecy was too mysterious, so Qi Yuan did not understand its meaning. When he saw the specific information, he understood it. Name, prophecy scroll, excellent grade, purpose, predict the next disaster. Introduction, God will not always remind you. It was a very simple composition, but it shocked Qi Yuan. The next disaster? Does it mean the next natural disaster after the cold wave? Qi Yuan originally thought that the cold wave was just a test. After the cold wave, there will be a period of relatively peaceful development, and no longer worry about the impact of extreme climate. He did not believe that this degree of cold wave disaster would be a normalized disaster. But now it seems that the situation may be worse than he thought. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, slowly extended his fingers, and used this prophecy scroll. On the white scroll, the original handwriting gradually disappeared until it became a blank paper. Then, a line of handwriting appeared. 2 huge black characters appeared in Qi Yuan's eyes. High temperature. Qi Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and thousands of thoughts surged in his mind. Is the next natural disaster high temperature? Qi Yuan would never think that these were 2 ordinary words. The so-called high temperature here is definitely beyond imagination. Whether it is true or not, we must prepare as soon as possible. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. The matter of high temperature was hidden deep inside. Qi Yuan felt a little heavy and silently opened another silver resource box. Compared with the excitement of the first time, Qi Yuan was much calmer this time, and turned his head at the same time to avoid being blinded by the flash. 3 items appeared. Ally scroll, excellent level, storage box 5, excellent level, dimensional backpack, excellent grade, another ally scroll. Qi Yuan suddenly discovered that the large number of teleportation scrolls and ally scrolls indicated something. The next disaster will be terrible? Will the survivors need to help each other to survive? Or, do they hope that the survivors will join forces? Unable to figure it out, Qi Yuan also put the question aside. The remaining 2 items are also exquisite. Name, storage box, excellent grade, design. The storage box is 0.3 meters long, 0.2 meters wide, and 0.2 meters high. But it contains 5 cubic meters of space. Introduction, small warehouse. Name, dimensional backpack, excellent grade, design. It contains an 8 cubic meter dimensional space. Introduction, carry your dear little backpack, and find a resource collection artifact. Both are space-type props that can store more supplies and are very practical props. Qi Yuan has already accepted all the rewards for this level rating. Spirit Swamp, Bamboo Forest, 2 ally scrolls, separated wet and dry bathroom, prophecy scroll, 5 storage boxes, dimensional backpack. Any one of them can make other survivors drool and envy. However, Qi Yuan also understands that the other 9,999 level survivors have received the same rewards as himself. Even, there must be people with good luck who may have obtained better props. In front of ordinary people, he may have the capital to be proud, but in front of the real strong, Qi Yuan feels that he should be cautious. All the harvested props were stored away, and Qi Yuan got into bed and began to sleep. Listening to the sobbing and roaring wind and snow in the shelter, feeling the warm temperature of the fireplace in the bedroom, and the dim firelight, Qi Yuan felt faintly at peace. Accompanied by a night of heavy snow, Qi Yuan fell into a deep sleep. But for many other survivors, this is definitely a sleepless night. The temperature outside is as low as -37, the room temperature inside the house is -23, with a fireplace, the bedroom temperature is -13. For many survivors who do not have enough warm clothes and charcoal for heating, the temperature in the quilt is not much higher. Such a low temperature is enough to take away your life. Some people sleep comfortably, some are cold all night, and some have stiff bodies. See 47 super low temperature. When I woke up the next day, it was horribly dark inside the shelter, with almost no light. Only the faint charcoal in the fireplace flickered from time to time, giving off a dim glow. How long have I been sleeping? What time is it now? Qi Yuan's mind was drowsy and his body was weak. He obviously overslept. I took out the Mist survival book and checked the time, and found that it was already 12 noon the next day. This is the first time since he came to the Mist world that he has slept in so indulgently. Feeling a little hungry, Qi Yuan got up and prepared to leave the bed and go to the kitchen to make something to eat. He had promised to provide Gao Hanji with meals for a week, but he didn't know if she had starved to death at this point. But as soon as his arms stretched out from the quilt, he was frozen by the cold air and immediately shrank back. This temperature. Why is it so low? It's so cold. Qi Yuan immediately shrank back, his exposed arms covered with goosebumps. The indoor temperature must be over 20 degrees below zero, right? How low is the temperature outside? Shi Yuan finally showed a somewhat worried expression. At this super low temperature, the thermal insulation effect of ordinary clothing has become very poor. That is to say, Shi Yuan's quilt is of good quality and has good thermal insulation effect, so you can have a good sleep. There are 2 layers of bedding, a 12-weight cashmere quilt, a pigskin blanket on the layer, and a sweater and cotton pants. In order to keep warm, Shi Yuan piled the plush pajamas, cotton jackets, and cotton trousers he usually wore at the end of the bed to ensure that the temperature was not lost, so he could have a warm sleep. These are the precious warm items that Shi Yuan obtained after opening dozens of boxes. There are more than a dozen items in total. But what about the other survivors? Shi Yuan felt a little heavy in his heart. He opened the chat channel of Mist Survival Book and found that the total population had dropped below 5 billion. Overnight, 7.8 billion survivors died. Shi Yuan finally understood that the so-called cold wave was not just about storing food for the winter. Such low temperatures can kill people directly. Just a few minutes of exposure to the air can cause your skin to freeze. And the probability of wind chill increases. It is conceivable that many people will starve to death, freeze to death, or die of illness in the cold wave. With a heavy heart, Shi Yuan put on all his clothes under the quilt. Even so, he still felt cold, like a pair of cold fingers, touching his body through thick clothes, leaving a chill all over his body, making people shiver. The temperature in the bedroom is now colder than it was before the cold wave came, even when I was out in the wild. Not daring to give up, Shi Yuan tremblingly stuffed the charcoal into the fireplace and adjusted the flame to the maximum. I was sitting on a resource box, close to the fireplace, with my hands stretched into the fireplace, and I felt a little warmth. My legs were shivering in my pants, they were numb from the cold, and my muscles couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, good-grade charcoal works great, releasing a lot of heat and raising the temperature of the entire bedroom. At this time, Shi Yuan felt that he was alive again. Looking at the situation in the chat channel, other people should be very cold as well. Shi Yuan gathered his energy, took out the Mist Survival booklet and started flipping through the chat channel. So cold, I was hiding under the quilt, as if I was stuck in an ice cave. Don't say, you'll feel better if you set up shop next to the fireplace. I can't feel my feet, they are all blue and hard. Brother upstairs, he's frozen. Let's have his legs amputated. I'm not kidding, I can't move like this. I'm not kidding, I'm the director of a first-level hospital. I ride on a horse. Hey, if this low temperature lasts for many days, how many people can survive? It's just Slevel and a level people. I thought my warm items were enough, but I didn't expect that it's cold even now wearing clothes, wrapped in quilts, and hugging the fireplace. Don't say Sklas red name, it's useless for anyone to come. Who can withstand this kind of abnormally low temperature? A survivor with a red name sent a message. Shi Yuan also deeply agrees that ordinary warm-keeping items are difficult to be effective at such low temperatures. Does anyone have a good heating method? Please bring it out quickly. I will spend money to buy it, yes. We need help. I saw before that there is a kind of huayang or that can emit high temperatures when burned. It is sold by an old man next to the fire. I want to buy it. I will buy it at any price. I really can't bear it. Me too. Me too +1, me too +2, you're just cold. I've had a cold for 2 days, and now my fever is at least 40 degrees. I might not be able to survive it. Brother, resist it. Why are you still resisting? It's actually quite good. In such a cold weather, at least I can have a whole body, and it may not rot for a few years. Damn it, brother, why are you so optimistic? The situation of the others is not much better than Shi Yuan, or even more miserable. At this time, Shi Yuan thought that the batch of charcoal he had hoarded seemed to be useful. After Shi Yuan felt his body had recovered, he left the bedroom and went to the studio to check on the charcoal production. Yesterday I bought a quantity of lumber, 5,380 units of ordinary grade lumber and 2,140 units of good grade lumber. After a night of manufacturing, it has been made into charcoal on the workbench. Shi Yuan checked the quality of the charcoal and found that it was very good, especially those made from high-grade wood, which looked dark and shiny. Shi Yuan did not sell it directly, but first packed up 200 units of good-grade charcoal and sent them to Gao Hanji and Qin Shinjuan respectively. Qin Shinjuan mainly makes a living by hunting wild animals, and he certainly doesn't have many items to keep him warm. This batch of charcoal should be able to help him. Moreover, Qin Shinjuan was very helpful to him. Whether it was hunting monsters or expanding bee colonies in the incubation room, the two of them had a very close cooperative relationship, and there was nothing wrong with providing assistance. As for Gao Hanji, her development is slow and she definitely doesn't have many warm items. Shi Yuan can't watch her freeze to death. Soon, the two people's thank you messages were sent back. Gao Hanji burst into tears of gratitude and almost burst into tears with excitement. Next, Qi Yuan began to think about ways to sell charcoal. I still think that the effect will be better if we use the world's loudspeakers to promote it. Taking out the world speaker and the mist survival booklet, he began to organize his words. 10 minutes later. World speaker, Qi Yuan, the cold wave has arrived and the temperature has dropped extremely seriously. The indoor temperature has reached -20°C. Ordinary thermal insulation items have little effect. However, you can try it. The charcoal produced using the system scroll exceeds that of wood in terms of heat provided in burning time. According to my research, the burning time of 1 unit of ordinary wood is 1 hour, and the burning time of good grade wood is 3 hours. Ordinary grade charcoal can only burn for 3 hours. However, good grade charcoal can burn for 6 hours. Far more efficient and effective than wood. I will sell a batch of charcoal in the trading market, and everyone can buy it if they need it. Although in the chat channel, there are currently golden messages from speakers. But when Qi Yuan was released, the impact of the red name and gold letters was not weak at all, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. See 48 Charcoal for Sale Chapter 48 Selling Charcoal. Is charcoal really that useful? Has anyone used it before and can explain it to you? Don't believe it, you're lying. I also made charcoal, and it didn't have this effect at all. TSK, a red named level seeker, actually came to cheat us, thinking we were fools? Are you blind? They used the manufacturing scroll to make charcoal. How could the system certification be wrong? Aren't they all the same? I think wood is pretty good. How much difference can it make? I don't understand. Has anyone used it before? Ask. I feel that burning wood is very cold. It can't provide heat. Go up. Go up +1. Soon, someone stood up to explain. The charcoal manufacturing scroll is not particularly precious, and there are many seekers who have obtained it. So in all, there must be many people who have used it. However, everyone has their own trading circle, and there are many props with great effects, most of which are circulated in a small range and will not be famous among all the seekers. Well, to be honest, charcoal is really effective. It is definitely better than burning wood directly. Well, I think so too. Not only does it last longer, but it also produces more heat when burned. It's okay. Throw a few sticks a night and it will burn well. No one stood up to express their opinion. Qi Yuan saw the scene and immediately felt relieved. It seemed that this time it worked. Qi Yuan knew very well that it was impossible for everyone to believe it, and he did not need everyone to believe it. If someone starts a discussion, it will inevitably drive the popularity of charcoal, and naturally there will be seekers who will buy it with a try-it attitude. If there is only one person who buys charcoal out of 100,000 people, then all the charcoal can be sold. By then, people who have used charcoal will naturally know the benefits of charcoal, and more people will buy it in the future. After sending the world loudspeaker, Qi Yuan moved from the chat channel to the trading market. More than 5,000 ordinary charcoals and more than 2,000 good charcoals were all put on the shelves for sale. As for the exchange ratio, the resources were carefully considered before making a decision. 1 unit of ordinary, good, charcoal can be exchanged for 2 units of ordinary, good, wood, or other grade items. The price of 1:2 is much lower than the price of other charcoal on the market, and it is also a price that most buyers can afford. Moreover, the effective charcoal is 23 times that of wood. If the price is lower than 3 times that of wood, the buyer will make money. Although there were endless arguments in the chat channel, charcoal was greatly sought after once it was put on the shelves. Soon, Qi Yuan received a large number of trading applications. At that time, not only Qi Yuan, but also many other charcoal-making scrolls, seized this opportunity and began to frantically buy wood and make charcoal for sale. For a time, the entire trading market had more charcoal. However, Qi Yuan was the first to sell charcoal with his reputation as a world trumpeter and a red-name charcoal seeker. So many people came here to sell charcoal, and there was no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Not long after, Qi Yuan sold all the charcoal and gained a lot of resources. In the end, ordinary wood, harvested 92.30. Good wood, harvested 32.85. There are also a lot of other grade props, but the quality is very poor, and they are all very useful items. Qi Yuan stuffed all the harvested wood into the studio and slowly made it into charcoal. At present, the biggest limitation is that the working speed of the manufacturing table is too slow, resulting in too much charcoal and not enough to sell. But this is unavoidable, and other people who sell charcoal also face this problem. In the process of making charcoal, Qi Yuan was not idle. First, he checked it out and developed the breeding and planting industries. He fed some ordinary food to the iron-backed wild boars in the basement, mostly leaves and weeds. The crystal rice and winter wheat in the living room were a little sluggish in the cold, but they still managed to survive. After diluting the spring water, I watered them separately. I was worried that they would freeze into ice, so I watered them a little. Chi Yuan Gang opened the door to check the bee colony and pheasants. As soon as the door opened, the violent wind rushed in, making me step back a few steps. The cold wind roared like a lion, mixed with dead branches and dust, and blew a lot of ice and snow. I barely opened my eyes, and the house was pitch black, and I couldn't see any light. There was no light, but endless darkness. The violent snow fluttered down, and the biting cold wind blew in gusts. Chi Yuan couldn't help shrinking his neck and tightening the collar of his clothes. The air was filled with cold and dryness. I don't know how long this situation will last. Through the light from the shelter, Chi Yuan vaguely saw the pheasants tightly huddled in the animal pen and the beehives filled with white snow. Perhaps because the environment was too harsh, Chi Yuan found that the bees and pheasants had all been successfully domesticated. So, in order to prevent them from dying in the cold current, Chi Yuan moved them all to the basement. Because they were domesticated, most of them became more docile and did not show behaviors such as running away and attacking. Back in the house, Chi Yuan began to make lunch. Ordinary steak plus noodles plus Qingyue algae, and also sent a portion to Gao Hanji. However, Chi Yuan lost some weight, both for himself and Gao Hanji. Because most of them are good grade ingredients, they contain a lot of energy, so they need a lot of them to replenish the body's needs. After lunch, Chi Yuan started to exercise. Taking the wolf bones obtained a few days ago, Chi Yuan planned to take advantage of this time to practice archery. After asking Qin Jinjuan for some skills, Chi Yuan started practicing in the living room. Hang a piece of wood next to the window as a target. Chi Yuan stood at the other end of the living room, holding the wolf bones and began to aim and shoot. According to Qin Jinjuan, the direction of shooting from the chest is perpendicular to the line between the person and the target. Slightly spread your feet. The relative position of the two soles of the feet is between the shaped and the H-shaped. Hold the handle in the middle. Using the three-finger shooting method, the arrow is placed on the side of the handle where the arrow is held. In other words, if the arrow is held with the left hand, the arrow is placed on the left side of the handle. The thumb shooting method is the opposite. The arrow tail is between the index finger and the middle finger, and the ring finger assists the middle finger to keep the string hook stable. The last step is to shoot. Chi Yuan followed the requirements and completed every action meticulously. Whoosh! The arrow was like a white light, and it quickly pierced the wooden stake in the distance. With a snap, Chi Yuan's heart couldn't help but tighten. My house. As expected, the arrow missed the target and hit the wooden wall nearby, firmly nailing it. It was only 10 meters away, and it was difficult to hit the target effectively. It was really embarrassing. But Chi Yuan had no choice. This was his first time to use a bow and arrow. He had only heard a little about the skills, but had never actually practiced them. Worried about hitting the wall again, Chi Yuan lined up a row of wood in front of him, so that even if he missed the target, he would not hit the wall. In the following time, Chi Yuan began to practice shooting non-stop, bending his bow and shooting arrows again and again. With more practice, his shooting movements became more standard, and his sense of accuracy also improved. Soon he could hit the wooden stake smoothly. Although it was still crooked, it was a big improvement overall. See 49 Rare water emulsion. After practicing for more than 5 hours, Chi Yuan stopped and sat in the kitchen to rest. After such a long period of exercise, Chi Yuan felt that the coldness all over his body had slowed down, and it was no longer as biting as it was at the beginning. Next, Chi Yuan still has 2 important things to do, both of which make him feel happy. The first thing is to take a bath, and the second thing is to water and milk. After turning on the faucet in the bathroom bathtub and starting to release hot water, Chi Principal went to the spring outside the house. Spring I, each spring produces 500 milliliters of spring water rich in water, which has certain functions of conditioning the body, sterilizing, and cleaning the body. Every 7 days, a drop of water milk containing a large amount of water is produced. Chi Yuan has already experienced the 500 milliliters of spring water per day. It is an excellent water source and has greatly improved Chi Yuan's body. Moreover, in the early stages of development, spring water was used in exchange for a large amount of supplies, which provided convenience to Chi Yuan in many aspects. It is one of the most important resources in the entire shelter. And the spring also has another function, which is to produce a drop of milk every 7 days. Today is the 7th day after obtaining the spring. When I came to the spring, I used a weak kerosene lamp to illuminate the spring, looking for its water and milk. Finally, Chi Yuan found a milky white regular object at the bottom of the spring. It looked only as big as a soybean and had a jade-like texture throughout. Chi Yuan stretched out his hand and touched it, and found that it was really a solid body, feeling warm but not cold at all. After getting it, Chi Yuan immediately returned to the house. In just 30 seconds, Chi Yuan felt the cold penetrate his thick clothes and shivered with cold. After returning to the house, I checked the information carefully. It is indeed a watery lotion. Name: water emulsion, rare grade, usage: crystals rich in spiritual water. It can provide a large amount of spirituality to the living body, increase physical fitness, and clean body stains. Use with caution below the good level, and can be diluted for external application. Introducing Natural Elixir. It's actually a rare grade. Chi Yuan did not expect that an excellent spring could actually produce rare items. This means that the value of the spring has been further improved. Moreover, the use of lotion is not clear at all. Simply improving physical fitness will increase its value to the peak. Ever since he discovered that good-grade food could subtly improve physical fitness, Chi Yuan had paid special attention to this aspect. On weekdays, try to supplement high-quality food every day and insist on exercising, just to improve your own strength and survive better. But this was the first time Chi Yuan had seen an item like this with the words "improve physical fitness" clearly written on it. And it's a rare item. It can be imagined that the effect of lotion must be extremely powerful. As for the following comment, use with caution below the good level, it can be diluted and applied externally. This further highlights its effect, which must be extremely strong. Chi Yuan's current strength is still far away from the good level. It can only be regarded as close to the good level, so he takes it directly. So just follow the instructions, dilute it and apply it externally. However, Chi Yuan has a better way: take a bath directly. Dilution plus external application, is this just equivalent to taking a bath? When the hot water in the bathtub reached the second half of the bathtub, Chi Yuan threw the lotion into the water. This milky white stone quickly soaked in hot water and turned into a pale white liquid. As the water emulsion slowly dissipated, the mist rising from the bathtub seemed to be mixed with a refreshing fragrance, and the pure hot water became a little more translucent. Chi Yuan smelled the water vapor in the air and suddenly felt refreshed. Rare grade water emulsion, the effect is so strong. Chi Yuan sighed, closed the door at the same time, took off his coat, and entered the bathtub. The hot water temperature wraps around the whole body, removing all the coldness, and the warm feeling penetrates from the skin to the muscles. Enter the bone marrow. The fatigue, and tension of the past 7 days disappeared at this moment. Chi Yuan could feel that every joint had a numb and itchy feeling, as if the backlog deep in the body was subtly being eliminated. Lying on his back amid the clouds and mist, Chi Yuan felt the magical power changing his body. But not long after, Chi Yuan felt a mysterious sense of saturation in his body. Gradually, the skin on the body surface turned red, a large amount of fine sweat appeared on the forehead, and the whole body was unbearably hot, and I wanted to get up in the bathtub immediately. Obviously, the temperature of the water in the bathtub is not very high, only about 50 degrees, but it feels extremely hot, as if it has reached 60 or 70 degrees. Chi Yuan understood that this was most likely due to the effect of water in milk. Just like the changes that high-quality food can have on the body, once too much is eaten, the body will be unable to bear it and must exercise to relieve it. That was only a good level, but the water emulsion was 2 levels higher, reaching the rare level, and its effect was even more amazing. Chi Yuan clearly felt that this burning sensation was not completely unbearable, and there seemed to be a strong energy accumulating in his body. As the burning sensation became stronger and stronger, Chi Yuan frowned and stood up, ready to get out of the bathtub at any time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, minutes. Finally, the energy in the body seemed to reach a critical point, and an unreleased energy surged out and spread to every corner of the body. The skin, muscles, blood, bones, tendons, and even the spirit of the whole body all become transparent at this moment. Breakthrough! Good grade! Chi Yuan opened his eyes with a look of joy. I didn't expect that I would reach a good level of practice so quickly, and I will finally be able to protect myself in the future. Chi Yuan shook his strong arm and felt that his body was in excellent condition. At the same time, the unbearable burning sensation in the whole body disappeared at this time, and the warm and comfortable feeling was restored. Water milk, it's such a good thing. Chi Yuan closed his eyes, calmly felt the power in his body, and murmured to himself. At this time, I am quite sure that food above good grade does have incredible power. According to various signs, it should be the so-called spiritual energy. Why are there so many magical props in the foggy world? Why are there creatures far beyond ordinary beasts? Why are there powerful foods? Everything is because of aura. Nowadays, the physical improvement and the huge changes after entering the good level make Chi Yuan more sure of this guess. Continuing to lie in the bathtub, there is still a steady stream of water pouring into the body, converging on every part of the body. Chi Yuan vaguely felt that after breaking through to the good level, there seemed to be a stream of energy flowing in his body, which should be the indifferent spiritual energy. In other words, even if I am dead, can I still decompose good grade steaks? Chi Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling that this was indeed the case. He should be considered a good level beast now. Clearing his mind of inexplicable thoughts, Chi Yuan continued to absorb energy. According to S estimate, only about 4 layers of lotion have been consumed. No wonder the system notes that it should be taken directly only if it is at least a good level or above. However, it is impossible to absorb the amount of it at all. After soaking for more than, the physical quality improved again, and the amount of in the body became stronger. Chi Yuan estimated that his current strength has reached the late stage of good level. Looking at the specific battle, if we just compare physical fitness, he should be much different from Qin Jinjuan. Window_Tabula equals window_Tabula. Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300 x 250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 x 250, target type, mix, C50. Yang Zhenghe. Chi Yuan felt that his body had reached its limit and absorbing any more would be a waste, so he got up from the bathtub. The water in the bathtub still has about % energy left, so it would be a waste to pour it out. It can be used just enough to water plants and provide drinking water for bees, pheasants, and pigs. After Chi Yuan put on his clothes, he made a dozen wooden barrels in the workshop, filled them with bath water, and placed them in the living room for later use. Compared with excellent spring water, water emulsion dilution is actually better. Water emulsion is the essence condensed from spring water, so its composition is more delicate and pure. After being dissolved in water, it is easier to absorb than spring water. In scientific terms, water emulsion has smaller molecules and higher purity. Therefore, watering plants with water emulsion will have better results. Chi Yuan stretched and felt refreshed, both physically and mentally. I took out the Mist Survival Manual and looked at the time, and found that it was already past 6 in the evening. Suddenly, Chi Yuan saw a message, which was to apply for friend information. It was not surprising at first, but since the release of World Speaker, added friends and wanted to hug her. But this application is the same, his name is Red, and his name is Yang Zhenghe. Shelter Mask. Survivors Mutual Aid Alliance. These 2 words appeared in Chi Yuan's mind. On his first night in the Mist World, Yang Zhenghe sent a shelter mask message on the chat channel and established a Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance. But I don't know whether he succeeded in the end or not, because many similar alliances eventually fell apart and became infamous. Chi Yuan thought for a while and approved the friend application. Not long after, Yang Zhenghe sent a message. Yang Zhenghe, hello, brother Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan, hello, are you okay? Yang Zhenghe, as introduced by, Yang Zhenghe is the leader of the Survivors Mutual Aid Alliance. Chi Yuan asked, which Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance? There are many alliances with this name. In fact, since Yang Zhenghe first proposed the Survivors Mutual Aid Alliance, there have been many others who have tried to form various alliances. Moreover, the names are all very different, similar to the Survivors Mutual Aid Association and the Mist Survival Alliance. Even the names have in the number. It has passed the alliance form and is suitable for the situation in the foggy world. Each one is tens or hundreds of kilometers apart, and there is no way to restrain each other. As a result, there are now a lot of deceptions and abductions in these mutual aid alliances. Even many alliances themselves exist just for the purpose of deceiving and abducting, which has led to the reputation of the word alliance never being so good. And this is also the most embarrassing place for Yang Zhenghe. He wanted to establish a Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance, but in the end the result was very unsuccessful. Yang Zhenghe was a little helpless and replied, now the Survivors Mutual Aid Alliance has been screened and the number of people is only over 100, and they are all reliable. Chi Yuan, then you are looking for, do you want to add to you? Yang Zhenghe, yes, I hope you can think about it. After all, each development has its own characteristics, and we will do our best in every direction. If we can help each other, we will develop more fast. Regarding Yang Zhenghe's invitation, Chi Yuan also completely rejected the cooperation, but was not optimistic about the current form of cooperation. If all are combined using ally scrolls, he will be very happy to add. Chi Yuan replied, the willingness to join forces is great, but I can ask you, what is the method of your alliance? After more than 10 minutes, Yang Zhenghe sent a long message. Yang Zhenghe has opened a special scroll that can form a group chat, so established a mutual aid alliance. Therefore, we usually communicate in groups. When chatting, each member of the group will note his own characteristics, that is, the resources he can provide. If necessary, they will add friends to trade privately. You can think of it as a small trading market. Qi Yuan asked doubtfully, then your trading circle should be relatively complete. Why do you still want to bring it in? Yang Zhenghe organized some speech and replied, the development of the alliance also requires strong individuals. Ordinary survivors need high-quality resources from us, and we also need regular resources from them. Therefore, we will definitely have too many powerful individual survivors. After you join the alliance, you can sell your supplies in the group, and you can also buy the resources you lack. Whether it's weapons, daily necessities, various scrolls, tools, or even good grade or above food, life-saving medicines, as long as you can afford the price, you can trade them. Yang Zhenghe feels that when most survivors hear this, most of them will be attracted by various resources and are very happy to join. It's a pity that Qi Yuan is not one of them. Yang Zhenghe gave an example of various resources that he owns and does not need to be provided by others. Even better, it would be better for him to have himself. Moreover, this kind of mutual aid alliance will definitely be as perfect as Yang Zhenghe said. If there are too many, there will be rivers and lakes, and there will definitely be trouble in it. He has no interest in wasting time and energy on other survivors. So, Qi Yuan finally refused and replied, if you use it, the alliance will join. But if you sincerely invite us, we can trade with each other. For other ordinary materials, Qi Yuan naturally looked at the upper hand. But as an S-level red name survivor, Yang Zhenghe must have good things. After all, among the rewards for the top 10,000, there are rare level shelter facilities and resources, which are extremely precious. Yang Zhenghe was a little surprised when he saw Qi Yuan's reply, but he did not continue to force it. Replied, okay, it's the same if I join you. If you want to join in the future, you can talk to me again. Okay, if you need cooperation or help, you can also find me. Qi Yuan replied politely. Next, the two exchanged resources that can be traded. Yang Zhenghe's development direction is inclined towards planting, which is also related to his acquisition of the Shelter Light Shield. His development cornerstone must be based on the Shelter Light Shield to build the shelter into an agricultural base. So he has good grade food, including various vegetables, fruits, and grains. This is more in line with Qi Yuan's needs. He only grows crystal rice and winter wheat, and lacks vegetables and fruits. But now it is a cold wave period, and Yang Zhenghe's planting is also greatly affected. Although he can barely survive under the protection of the Shelter Light Shield, it is impossible to have a good harvest. So for now, Yang Zhenghe can't sell too much food. But according to Yang Zhenghe, he can also provide a large amount of good-grade fresh water, which is another resource near his shelter. When it was Qi Yuan's turn to talk about resources, he thought about it again and sent 4 item information. They are healing potion, spring water, charcoal, and steak. At the same time, he sent a message saying, you can buy spring water and charcoal directly from you. Steak is available during the cold wave. Healing potion is very effective, but extremely precious. If you have blood and flesh essence, you can ask you to make it. I will only charge you for the labor fee. After saying that, Qi Yuan suddenly had an idea and sent a message saying, oh, by the way, if there are good level beasts next to the shelter and you can't deal with them, you can also ask you to provide a teleportation scroll. See 51 lard residue. After all, the number of wild animals near the shelter is limited. After this hunt, I don't know when it can be replenished. Without sufficient prey, there is no source of meat, which is a big loss in food. If you can get some work, it would be a good idea to hunt wild animals near other shelters. The only problem is that you may be framed by others. After all, you are going to another shelter, and no one knows the specific situation. If someone has some bad intentions, Qi Yuan can't predict it. However, you should bring Qin Jinjuan with you at that time. The wild animals near Brother Qin's shelter should have been cleared almost, and he is worried about not having any trouble. One person may capsize in the gutter, but if 2 people cooperate, there should be few people who can be their opponents. Moreover, at that time, the bee colony is likely to expand, and the iron-backed mountain boar is likely to have grown up. Qi Yuan's strength will definitely increase significantly. In the oasis of the desert, next to a small lake, a spacious shelter stands here, covered by a white semicircular light shield. In the yard of the shelter, there are 3 rows of greenhouses, in which a large number of vegetables and fruits are planted. Each vegetable and fruit looks very large, and the green fruits produced are more than twice as large as ordinary vegetables and fruits. If you see it, you will be amazed. These are good grade fruits and vegetables, and there are even many excellent grade foods. This is Yang Zhenghe's shelter. A shelter in the desert oasis. At this time, Yang Zhenghe sat at the table with the mist-seeking handbook in front of him, and was video calling with 6 people. These 6 people are the 6 administrators of the Seekers Mutual Aid Alliance, and their ratings have all reached B level or above. Either blue name or purple name. One of the burly men asked, "Brother Yang, has that level seeker agreed to join us?" "No, he doesn't like the things in our alliance. He doesn't even care about my good level fruits and vegetables and fresh water." Yang Zhenghe answered calmly. "How can it be possible? Fruits and vegetables, meat, weapons, tools, living resources, medicine, so many things, there must be something he needs, right?" Yang Zhenghe sighed and said, he must have his circle of friends, and he should not lack the daily necessities of life, otherwise he would not be able to reach the top 10,000 in the world. "That's a pity." A charming woman about 27 or 8 years old said regretfully. "It's okay, although he didn't join the alliance, he agreed to cooperate with me," Yang Zhenghe said. At the same time, he also mentioned the resources that Qi Yuan was willing to sell. After listening, the others also fell into deep thought. Excellent spring water. Life-saving healing potion. Meat. Charcoal. Each one is extremely precious and widely needed by those seeking it. No wonder he doesn't want to join. He not only has it, but it's of better quality. Someone sighed. "Oh, by the way," Yang Zhenghe added, he also said that if any of you have a good level beast that can't be dealt with near your shelter, he will help to deal with it. Hiss, everyone took a breath. There is a world of difference between being able to fight against beasts, being able to barely hunt beasts, and being able to easily deal with good level beasts. The young man frowned and said, "So confident? It seems that not only is the development fast, but also the strength is strong. Helping others to clean up the beasts means that the beasts near his own shelter should have been cleaned up. It's really amazing. Indeed, the bear near my shelter is so strong that I don't dare to go out." "Me too. The big snake here is so elusive that I can't beat it." No need to say anything more. We don't need to belittle ourselves. Although our individual strength is a little weaker, our overall strength is not inferior to his. Yang Zhenghe interrupted the chat of other people and said in a steady voice, "Let's maintain a cooperative relationship with him first, and don't be too enthusiastic, so as not to let people look down on us. If this person is really good, we will try to bring him in later." 8 o'clock in the evening. Qi Yuan took out a large piece of snow-white lard and placed it on the kitchen chopping board. This was lard obtained from the iron-backed mountain boar. There were 15 pounds in total, and Qi Yuan took 8 pounds. Qi Yuan cut the lard into small pieces with a knife and put it into the pot. The iron pot had been heated in advance. As soon as the lard was poured into it, it made a sizzling sound, accompanied by white smoke rising, bringing out a rich lard aroma. Under the high temperature of the iron pot, the fat was squeezed out of the internal fat and fried into a golden color, which looked extremely tempting. Smelling the tempting smell, Qi Yuan was quite emotional. "I didn't like the taste of lard before, I thought it was too greasy. But now, I can't stop eating the aroma of lard." As the lard is continuously refined, 90% of the lard is squeezed out, leaving only smaller and smaller lard residues. The fried lard residues, which are only the size of a fingernail, are fished out and placed in a wooden bowl on the side. Then the lard is taken out and stored in an unused wooden barrel, and then used for cooking. Because there are no various seasonings, the meals may be light, and lard can only be used to enhance the flavor. 8 pounds of lard, a total of 6.5 pounds of lard and a large amount of lard residue are refined. The lard residue tasted good. Qi Yuan took out a small bowl, took out it and gave it to Gao Hanji and Qin Jinjuan. Finally, after thinking about it, he sent a small bowl to Yang Zhenghe, which was considered a friendly exchange. As soon as she sent it to them, Gao Hanji replied to the message. "Hey, I'll reply in a second," Qi Yuan said teasingly. Gao Hanji had no choice but to ignore it and sent a box of light red powder over. "Gao Hanji, I bought it from a friend. What do you think?" Qi Yuan took out the items and said in surprise, "Salt? Sahara, is this natural rock salt? Is there natural rock salt near your friend's shelter?" "Gao Hanji, it should be, but the quantity is not large, the impurity content is relatively high, and the output is very small." Qi Yuan also nodded in recognition. No matter how he said it, this was a rare source of salt, which was crucial to survival. The raw meat steaks are constantly eating, and the salt required by the body can be absorbed and replenished through the meat steaks, so the requirements for salt are not high. But ordinary seekers cannot. In many cases, the daily recipes are very monotonous. It can only be said that you eat whatever you have. It is good to be full, let alone eat meat. This situation has caused many people to have adverse reactions in their bodies due to lack of salt, vitamins, and other substances. Shi Yuan, this is a good thing. You can ask your friends to buy more. You will definitely be able to use it. Gao Hanji, okay, I'll ask her again. I should be able to buy some more. They are great. Not only are they big and have good personalities, they also want me to join their alliance. Gao Hanji said. Shi Yuan didn't pay much attention to it. It was probably an organization similar to the Mutual Aid Alliance. The particles of rock salt are relatively large, so Qi Yuan can only grind them again to turn them into fine powder. Sprinkled on the crispy lard residue, the taste is improved by more than one level. Soon, Xin Jinjuan and Yang Zhenghe also sent messages of thanks. Yang Zhenghe responded with some tangles. If you are willing to give me the meat, it means that you are willing to be friends with me. If you don't reciprocate politely, it will be somewhat unjustifiable. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Zhenghe sent back 2 good-grade carrots as a thank you. C-52 helped me dig cassava. It was dark as usual, the snow kept falling all day and all night, and the temperature continued to drop, constantly challenging the limits of the body's endurance. In an ordinary third-level shelter, there were several people sitting around. That's right, it's not a video or a group chat, but a real face-to-face conversation. They all sit solemnly, with calm and steady expressions, short black hair and solemn spirits, and eyes that are calm and intimidating. Mr. Huang, you are the director of the Meteorological Bureau. What do you think of the weather today? The leader asked, but the other 4 were silent. It's not optimistic. This is no longer an ordinary cold wave. Looking at the current situation, this is a large-scale climate change. Rather than saying it is a cold wave, I think another word is more appropriate. The old man named Huang Lao has a slightly older tone, but his voice is still sonorous and powerful, with a heavy feeling like ordinary steel. What word? Huang Lao's eyes moved slightly and he said, Ice Age. Yi frowned and asked in disbelief, is it so serious? Is it expected to be at this super low temperature from now on? No, the others just breathed a sigh of relief, and Mr. Huang continued, it will be even lower. Others couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Now the temperature has begun to reach -40 degrees Celsius. If it continues to drop, it will really be a great destruction of life. When we were on Earth, the lowest temperature during the Ice Age was -50 C, and the average temperature was about 8 C. However, I estimate that the Ice Age and the Misty World would have lower temperatures, longer duration, and greater damage. Another heavy hammer hit everyone on the heart, so heavy that they couldn't breathe. The old man in the lead, with calm and deep eyes, took the lead to break the deadlock and said, okay, since the problem has arisen, there must be a solution. Isn't this why we are here to discuss the solution today? Another person wearing a green cotton padded jacket looked at it and said, Old Zhang is right. The environment here is indeed worse, but the help from survivors is also not good. You should have experienced it. Good items and above all has incredible power. So what do we do? The old man in a green cotton padded jacket said, establish a gathering place for survivors. After all, the power of one person is limited, and a group of talents can fight against this disaster. After the old man finished speaking, he did not respond, and his expression remained heavy. They have tried this many times, but none of them have been successful. Whether it is an organization like a Mutual Aid Alliance, trying to find nearby survivors, or using props to meet, but all attempts have huge drawbacks. The special environment of the foggy world and the situation faced by the survivors cannot be solved by establishing a gathering place. Moreover, it is also very unrealistic. Joe, don't deceive yourself. This method won't work at all. No one will listen to you. And we don't have the power, providing buildings for living, long-term stable food, fresh water resources for long-term use, and the most basic thing is to bring all survivors together. You know, each survivor is at least 50 to 100 kilometers apart. A total of 7 billion people, God knows how big the entire foggy world is. Moreover, this is the area occupied by the survivors. As for whether there is a wider area outside, there is no clue. Then promote small gatherings? Do dozens or hundreds of people live together? I don't think it's advisable. You also know how scarce supplies are here. How much food can you find next to your shelter? How many can you supply to survive? Indeed, they probably won't pay attention to us either. After several hours of discussion, the debate continued. Finally, the leader, the old man surnamed Zhang, knocked on the table and said, there is no need to discuss anymore, this is not on Earth after all. We also have no right to decide the future development of all survivors. It's not our turn to decide what will happen in the future. Old friends, just let nature take its course. The corner of Joe's mouth twitched. Let nature take its course? Why did you pull us here, Lao Zhang? Look at your old face. Shouldn't you have just vowed to solve the problem? Ahem. The old man surnamed Zhang coughed twice in embarrassment and said, We are just ordinary people, so how can we solve the problem? Since you are here, help me dig up the cassava in the field. I have an old bone and it's really inconvenient. You know, a teleportation scroll is very expensive. The old man surnamed Zhang smiled heartily and said, Your names are either purple or blue. It doesn't matter if you are tricked by me. It just so happens that we old friends are getting together. I don't know if we will have a chance in the future. After hearing this, the others felt a little depressed and remained silent. Too many have died, mothers, children, friends, classmates, love. The old man surnamed Zhang continued, Also, the system has been guiding our development, and there should be no malicious intent. We can just follow what the voice in the sky says. Since the arrangement is to keep all the survivors so far apart, we don't have to deliberately think about gathering together. Our ideas are not necessarily correct, and others are not without the ability to survive. The situation we face may not be as bad as we imagined. Life will find its own vitality. Also, since the system rates all survivors, it must have deep meaning. We'd better follow the system's guidance. You should try your best to win over those rated Slevel, A-level, and Blevel. Try to maintain a cooperative relationship. Mr. Zhang's voice was calm, without any seriousness, and he spoke with a normal expression, just like communicating between old friends. Chatted for a while more, and finally returned to the shelter. Of course, the cassava must be dug before leaving. Qi Yuan didn't know that in a corner of the misty world, a group of old people with worldwide aspirations were having such a discussion. But even if he knew it, he would definitely feel helpless. Gathering place? She, am about to become an immortal, who is still gathering with you. It is difficult to survive now because of weak physical fitness. What if it is a good level? What about the excellent level? What about even rare level strength? As for the Ice Age? No one else would have such worries, but Qi Yuan knew that the cold wave would not last long, and the next disaster would be super high temperatures. Perhaps for the Earth, a disaster at this price will definitely be the mass extinction of life during the Ice Age. But for the foggy world, it may just be the rotation of spring, summer, autumn and winter. It is indeed like that saying, life will find its own way to survive. 7 days are just the beginning of finding a way out. As a large number of waste and unlucky people are eliminated by the natural environment, the remaining survivors have a certain ability to survive, and at least their IQs and abilities are not too bad. Although the number of survivors dying will still be very high, the decrease will definitely slow down. Most of the survivors who can survive this cold snap can gradually take root in the foggy world and find their own way of survival. However, after this rating reward, all the survivors were still out of control, and a wave of chaos emerged. See 53 Chaos. After this rating reward, a certain prop appeared and quickly became popular among all survivors. Teleport Scroll. It is a good level prop, but its function and significance can even exceed some excellent level props. The emergence of the teleportation scroll means that the limitation of distance is broken, and survivors can meet each other, no longer blindly surviving alone. A sudden change made everyone feel caught off guard. The loneliness, fear that I had when I was trying to survive alone, seemed to be vented at this moment. And because it was during the cold snap, more people could not restrain their excitement, and a chaos caused by the teleportation scroll broke out among the entire group of survivors. First of all, in the chat channel, a large number of families seeking information appeared. Some are looking for relatives, mothers, and children, some are looking for friends, classmates, and colleagues, and some are looking for wives, lovers, and mistresses. Some people are lucky enough to find relatives who are also alive, and can use the teleportation scroll to see each other, and even move the shelter together. Of course, it is not about moving the entire shelter together, but about moving important resources to one shelter and then living together. The third level shelter itself is an 80 square meter house with a 20 square meter yard. It is larger than residential houses in many cities and is more than enough for a family to live in. And you are in nature, with beautiful environment, fresh air, and wild animals. If there is no pressure to survive, it is indeed a good secluded life. Of course, the most advantageous thing is that they can die together, so that they won't be together for decades, only to have to be buried separately in the end. Such changes are still very good so far. But more often than not, there is no acquaintance at all, let alone a relative. Part of the reason is that there are too many messages in the chat channel, and it is impossible to see what other people have posted. And part of it is that too many people have died. Sometimes, there is no news, but good news, and you can still have good thoughts. In addition to those who are looking for their relatives, there are many people who they met after coming to the foggy world. For example, Chi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan met through transactions. There are also ways like the Survivor Help Alliance to meet partners. Due to frequent transactions with each other, we have developed a good relationship and are willing to cooperate more deeply. But the risk is relatively high. Even among relatives, people can kill people and seize supplies, let alone ordinary people. With all his wealth, he used the teleportation scroll to come to someone else's shelter. It was unclear whether he was greeted with a machete or a welcome. But as far as public opinion is concerned, it is not uncommon for people to kill each other. Mad, this is my biological brother. He actually tricked me into his shelter and set a trap to kill me. Ha, people's hearts are dark now. I just agreed with my allies to merge the shelters, but he turned around and bought poison from others. Fortunately, I am popular and knew about it in advance, otherwise my life would have been lost. What do you mean? My friend and I agreed to live together, but he climbed into my bed in the middle of the night and almost got dragged into fencing. Fortunately, I can run fast. Brother Lu, don't be too outrageous. Actually, it's good to avoid pregnancy, you are even more outrageous. Oh, fellow Taoists. I advise everyone to be cautious. There is no guarantee for the teleportation scroll, and it is very likely that the body will die and the Tao will disappear. However, I remember that there is an excellent alliance scroll, which can establish alliance relationships, can also teleport to each other, and also has life protection. You also said it's an excellent level. Who can get it for ordinary people? TSK, let me show you, this girl is so easy to deceive, she came here to live with me. She gave away resources and people, look at this body, white and tender, so moisturized. Behind the message, there is also a photo. In the dim shelter, a young woman with good appearance was tied up hand and foot and thrown on the bed. Her clothes were not covering her body, revealing her pure white skin. The chat channel does not have an anti-underage system, so the photo information can be seen at a glance. Damn it, is this how you get deceived by online dating and lose both your life and money? You need to be careful when dating online, and be careful when you're dating online. TSK, it's so cool, brother, you've got a girl. You're so perverted, do you deserve the trust of others? Girl in the building, I'm sorry for frightening you. I'm willing to treat you to dinner as compensation. Come on, I'll bring out the teleportation scroll, and you come to my shelter. Get out. 666, that's too bad. Brother, originally I was just frightened, but now you are really fertilized. Evil thoughts are spreading. After all, only a small number of people can successfully find relatives or like-minded allies, and successfully merge with shelters. Can occupy no more than 3 layers. In most cases, collecting is a tragedy and ends up with nothing in life or wealth. This crazy wave of shelter mergers only lasted for less than a day before it stopped immediately and was regarded as a snake and a scorpion. But the chaos did not stop there, and intensified. Flesh business, gambling business, and other kinds of businesses began to become popular among the overall survival group. Just because of the cold wave, everyone's resource reserves are not rich, so many people are still restrained. But it can be predicted that once the cold wave ends, the chaos will inevitably become more serious. Such a situation has sounded the alarm for everyone. The shelter is really used to protect us. Not only the natural environment and wild animal attacks, but also to prevent attacks from the same kind. When Shi Yuan returned to the bedroom in the evening, opened the Mist survival manual and looked through the chat channel, he learned what happened on that day. In the public chat channel, Shi Yuan frowned when he saw the evil chat records and photos. He did not expect that the appearance of the teleportation scroll would cause such a trouble. However, he also understood that most of the troubles actually happened among the survivors at the lower level. They have been under the pressure of food, cold, and wild animals for a long time, so they are more eager to seek change, and fall into the trap of some people. Anyone who has developed well, has no worries about food and drink, and is relatively rational will not be deceived so easily. However, Shi Yuan also began to think about his relatives and friends. Both his parents had chronic diseases and passed away during his school years. There was no need to go to his grandparents, as he had hardly seen them. As for his classmates and roommates, they almost stopped contacting each other after graduation. He had dated several girlfriends, but the longest time was only 1 or 2 years, and they were not even close to marriage. After they broke up, they had no contact. Thinking about it this way, there were no relatives or friends worth looking for. The only person he missed was technician number 53 from his golden years. He didn't know if she was still alive. If he could meet her, he could reminisce about the past. Shi Yuan was thinking about it, but he quickly gathered his thoughts and started to do business, working hard to survive. After all, at present, even the fastest growing group of people are not completely free from food and environment restrictions. The first goal is still survival. It is the so-called rating of the system, which divides all survivors into different levels. This made many irrational survivors see the false prosperity and suddenly get carried away. In fact, whether it is Qi Yuan, Qin Zhenjuan, or Yang Zhenghe, they would not think that they have no worries about food and clothing, and these smart people are more cautious in trying to survive. See 54 Midnight Sound Chapter 54, Sounds at Night. The charcoal that had been made was put up for sale in batches in the trading market again. At this time, there were already a lot of charcoal on sale in the trading market, and the price was around 1:3, which was higher than the price of Qi Yuan's charcoal. However, he did not change it and still put it on the shelf at a price of 1:2. The value of charcoal was not high, and 1:2 was already a very fair price. After hanging up the charcoal, Qi Yuan began to sleep. He didn't know how long the cold wave would last, but he still planned to keep his original rest and go to bed and get up as early as possible. Originally, tonight would be a comfortable night as usual. But things didn't go as planned. At midnight, a loud rumble came from the yard. Qi Yuan suddenly woke up from his sleep, and his sleepiness immediately dissipated. What's going on? Although he was in the shelter, he was still in the foggy world full of dangers. Qi Yuan never dared to sleep deeply, and would wake up at the slightest movement. Qi Yuan quickly got up and shivered immediately because of the cold. The temperature difference between the quilt and the bedroom was at least more than 20. Although there was still plenty of charcoal in the fireplace, the temperature in the bedroom was still very low. In the quilt, after putting on his clothes, Qi Yuan rubbed his cold face and tried to be alert as much as possible. The window was still dark, and no light could be seen. As the wooden door opened with a creak, the air like frost rushed in. Qi Yuan tightened his collar and looked at the door. There was no abnormal movement. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yuan opened the shelter a crack, and a fierce cold wind rushed in with a lot of snowflakes. The roaring and raging wind was like the whimpering of a beast. The sound insulation and temperature insulation of the third-level shelter are very good. From the room, the sound of the wind outside is not that loud. But when Qi Yuan opened the door, he was immediately startled. This was the most terrible snowfall and the most terrible wind he had ever heard in his life. Just listening to the sound was enough to make people shudder and not want to take a step out. But the movement outside made Qi Yuan uneasy, and he must go out to check what happened. If a wild animal touches the shelter, he will die at that time. However, when Qi Yuan pushed the door of the shelter again, he found that the door was blocked and could not be opened no matter how he pushed. Qi Yuan's heart jumped violently, cold sweat overflowed from his forehead, and there seemed to be a cold wind blowing on his back. What's the situation? Is there something? Qi Yuan stepped back a few steps, looked through the side of the door, and after seeing the situation clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy snow in the past 2 days has hardly stopped. The amount of snow is very high, and the snow on the ground is piling up at a terrible speed. The snow on the ground is now 1.5 meters high, almost covering most of the door. No wonder I can't open the door, fortunately it's safe. But suddenly, Qi Yuan suddenly thought, if the snow blocks the entire door, how can I get out? And the snow is still falling, sooner or later it will cover the entire shelter. By then, there will be a lot of snow on the top and bottom, and it will not only be a problem of not being able to get out. The third-level shelter is indeed very strong, but if there is too much snow on the roof and it bears too much weight, it is likely to collapse. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan's heart couldn't help but twitch. This situation is really possible. If it is not cleaned up as soon as possible, then you will live in danger all the time. The sound just now is probably that the animal pen was collapsed by the snow. Qi Yuan was no longer sleepy and did not plan to rest. He had to clean the snow on the shelter overnight. He went back and took out a shovel, shoveled out the snow piled at the door, and put it into a wooden barrel. Fortunately, there were wooden barrels to make scrolls, which could produce a large number of wooden barrels, otherwise they would not be able to hold so much snow. After removing some of the ice and snow and opening the door wider, it was more convenient to take care of it, but a lot of snow water was spilled into the room. Fortunately, the floor of the shelter was paved, otherwise so much snow water would inevitably get damp and moldy. It took nearly 3 hours to completely open the door and see the scene outside. The snow had piled up to the height of Qi Yuan's neck. Looking over, he could see the collapsed animal pen, which had been buried by the surrounding white snow. Looking up at the roof, the snow layer was more than 30 centimeters. Fortunately, the roof was a slope, and some of the snow fell down, so it was not piled too high. However, once the snow on the ground piles up to the same height as the house, it will be really dangerous. Qi Yuan no longer hesitated, holding a kerosene lamp, and began to clear the snow with all his strength. Not to mention cleaning the entire yard, at least he must ensure that he can go out normally. After reaching the good level of strength, Qi Yuan's physical strength, endurance, and physical fitness have greatly improved, and the cleaning is much faster. However, there is not much improvement in the cold resistance. It may be that the weather is too cold, even the good level of physical fitness cannot resist it. After dealing with the snow in front of the door, the snow on the roof is relatively simple. Climb up the roof nimbly and push the snow down at the ridge. A light push will clear a large piece. The process is very stress-relieving and it will be cleaned up quickly. Looking at the roof that has revealed its original appearance, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I have to clean it frequently in the future, otherwise it will still pile up after a while. Qi Yuan added another task to his daily life: cleaning snow. Back at the shelter, it was already past 5 in the morning, but the sky showed no signs of getting brighter. After washing his face with hot water and soaking his feet, Qi Yuan felt that his body heat was recovering. After that, he went to the kitchen and fried a piece of good level steak to replenish the calories consumed by his body. After reaching the good level, Qi Yuan found that his appetite had increased a lot. Before, it took him almost a day to eat a piece of good level steak, and he would still feel very full. But now, even if it is a larger Taiyabishan pork steak, he can eat most of it in one meal. It seems that after reaching the good level, the body's energy consumption has increased significantly, so food supplementation is more urgent. It can be expected that ordinary level food will gradually fade out of Qi Yuan's menu in the future, and good level food will be the only food. After eating the steak, Qi Yuan still didn't feel sleepy, so he started to exercise in the living room and practice archery. However, due to the weak light, the efficiency was not very high. This was a problem that had been discovered yesterday, but there was no way to solve it. He searched in the trading market, but did not find a suitable lighting fixture. Candles were available, but the lighting effect was not necessarily better than kerosene lamps. The kerosene lamp that came with the shelter was very magical and never went out. Just like the life of the survivors, they survived hard in the foggy world, but they always persisted. Qi Yuan thought about buying dozens of candles and lighting more in the shelter, so that the house could always be illuminated. In the end, he gave up. There was no special candlestick in the shelter, and the walls were all made of wood. Once the candles fell over, it would easily cause a disaster. This was too risky, so he could only look for other more suitable lighting methods. See 55 7 Days Chapter 55. The next day, unexpectedly, the next day was another day without the sun. Qi Yuan checked the pond in the afternoon after leaving the hospital and found that the situation was very ideal. Although the Qingyue algae can balance the temperature, it can also withstand such low temperatures. Heavy snow fell on the pond, which completely filled the pond, and the water in the pond was frozen. The crushing carp in it were all frozen into ice cubes and could only be taken back to make fish soup. The Qingyue algae relied on its own energy to melt the ice and snow around itself, so it barely survived, but the situation was not optimistic. If it was discovered in time, it would probably follow the footsteps of the crushing carp. Qi Yuan had to take the Qingyue algae back and temporarily keep it in a wooden barrel, using water-based dilution to maintain its vitality to prevent the Qingyue algae from becoming completely extinct. Crushing carp is quite precious. Although it is good grade, it is only used as food. On the contrary, Qingyue algae is more valuable. And every night, you can drink a bowl of hot fish soup. Good grade crushing carp, even without ginger and scallions, will have a distinct fishy smell. The fish soup is milky white and delicious, and the fish meat is firm and tender. Obviously, the crushing carp should be quick frozen, otherwise the meat quality will be so good. Qi Yuan cooked the fish soup and sent some to Qinzhenjuan. When they were stocked, most of them were nuts and steaks, and fish were definitely not available. It was just right for Xiao and Xiaotong to taste the fresh food and warm up their bodies. As for Gao Hanji, because of the plant catalyst liquid, he promised to provide her with food for 10 days, but knowing how long the cold wave would last, Qi Yuan did not dare to provide too much food. They all provided ordinary steaks as much as possible. After all, Qi Yuan himself usually only eats good quality steaks. As for the fish soup, Qi Yuan sent her a bowl of soup, but didn't give her any fish. And these days, I always feel that Gao Hanji is strange and too normal. Next, it is the daily life of the cold wave without any waves. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. The longer the cold wave lasts, the more uneasy the survivors feel. For a whole day, the heavy snow never stopped, and the night never receded. The whole foggy world seemed to fall into eternal darkness. In the first few days, everyone lived in the shelter, fighting for survival by going out, and their lives were quite comfortable. However, as the days of doing nothing became longer, the stored food was almost eaten up, and irritability also grew deep in my heart, becoming more and more impetuous and uneasy. No one could bear it, staying alone in the dark and cold shelter, with nothing to do and no way to go out. There were even fewer people, and a similar problem to Chi Yuan's previous one occurred. The shelter collapsed. As the snow on the roof was cleared, the snow on the roof continued to pile up until it was as high as the roof. The pressure on the roof became greater and greater, and even the third-level shelter could not bear the burden. In this environment, once you go to the shelter, you can imagine the end. After Chi Yuan learned about these situations in the chat channel, he was also very glad that he discovered them early, and then he followed in the footsteps of these people. These days, his daily routine is very regular. Get up at 10 o'clock in the morning, brush your teeth and wash your face, and then have breakfast. Breakfast is usually steak with Qingyue algae. After breakfast, the charcoal made in the evening is hung on the trading market, and then it is exercise and practice swordplay and archery. So these days, Chi Yuan has greatly improved both his physical fitness and swordplay and archery skills. Then in the afternoon, he usually does not eat lunch, but takes a rest to replenish his body. In the afternoon, he still exercises and practices swordplay and archery. In the evening, he will have another meal to replenish the body lost by exercise, usually with fish soup and noodles. In the evening, he is free to receive the gains from the trading market, and visit the trading market to see if there are any high-quality props. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Gao Hanji seems to have joined an alliance these days. According to her, it was a friend who sold salt last time who introduced her to an alliance leader, and now she has officially joined. In fact, Chi Yuan is not optimistic about this kind of alliance, and does not think that it can really be friendly and helpful, and there is a high possibility of accidents. Gao Hanji was determined to join, so Chi Yuan didn't say much. Later, because of one thing, the relationship between the two people declined rapidly, and the contact became less and less. The reason was that Gao Hanji opened a bottle of plant catalyst liquid from the bronze resource box. Chi Yuan also sighed that her luck was really good. However, Gao Hanji did not intend to sell it to Chi Yuan, but to a friend in the alliance. Even though Chi Yuan offered the price of 2 good-grade steaks, Gao Hanji finally chose to refuse. Chi Yuan was also quite dissatisfied with this, and there was some grudge in his heart, and the relationship between the two became much weaker. Although getting along with Gao Hanji was not pleasant, the transaction with Yang Zhenghe these days was quite smooth. Yang Zhenghe purchased good-grade charcoal from Chi Yuan many times, which made Chi Yuan make a fortune. He harvested 3 teleportation scrolls, 10 luminous stones, and a large number of useless roots of good-grade plants. The teleportation scroll is worth mentioning. It is very valuable and should be prepared. Luminous stone is a high-grade mineral that can be used for lighting. It emits a pale white light, which is almost as bright as a 5W light bulb. It is used in the shelter, and the effect is just right, which saves Chi Yuan from living in the dark all day. The rhizomes of high-grade plants are used to feed iron-backed mountain pigs and pheasants. As a result, the relationship between the two parties also heated up rapidly. Is the day after the arrival of the cold wave. This is also the day when the second lotion is produced. To this day, Chi Yuan still remembers the great effect of the first drop of lotion. It actually allowed to reach a good level of practicality directly from ordinary people. And just the dilution of water and emulsion also allows crystal rice and winter wheat to thrive. Crystal rice seedlings have grown to 10 centimeters tall and look full of life. As for winter wheat, it has also grown to a height of 30 centimeters, and green wheat ears grow out. Therefore, Chi Yuan was extremely looking forward to the second lotion. After dinner, Chi Yuan arrived at the shelter and took out a milky white bead the size of a mung bean from the spring. It is water emulsion. Although Chi Yuan has good physical strength and can take lotion directly, he still plans to take a bath to absorb it. Like last time, put a full bathtub of hot water, and then put the water in the hot water to melt. Next, it's time for a comfortable bath. This time, it was far less painful than the first time. Although there was still a strong burning sensation, it was still within the tolerance range and overall it was very comfortable. Through the skin, the warm spirit washes the body, and its strength continues to improve. The amplitude was slightly weaker than the first time, but in the end it still reached the peak state of good level. And this time, the last remaining bath water had almost no energy and was just pure bath water. Feeling that his body is getting stronger, Chi Yuan is in very good physical and mental condition. It's really a rare level item. The effect is so powerful that it can't be compared to eating good level food. Chi Yuan felt his body, and his heart was filled with excitement. With just 2 lotions, my physical fitness has surpassed Qin Jinjuan's years of training, which is really exciting. While Qi Yuan was admiring it, the mist survival manual on the side sounded, which was a message from Yang Zhenghe. Yang Zhenghe, Qi Yuan, it's urgent. I need to buy a bottle of healing potion. What's wrong, are you sick? Qi Yuan asked doubtfully. C56 Excellent Upgrade Scroll. Yang Zhenghe, an administrator in the Alliance. She was attacked by a wild beast and was seriously injured. Qi Yuan frowned. He didn't expect that under such heavy snow, there would be wild beasts out to attack the shelter. But this also sounded the alarm for him. The long-term cold snap has left only the survivors with a shortage of food. The wild beasts in nature have also suffered greatly, and have even begun to brave the cold snap in search of food. Qi Yuan replied, although our personal relationship is wrong, we still have to settle the accounts clearly after purchasing the healing potion. Of course, we'll push her to you. You can add her as a friend in chat among yourself. After saying that, Yang Zhenghe pushed someone to Qi Yuan and looked at the name of a woman, Duya. The friend request was approved quickly. Duya, hello, Duya. Qi Yuan, you can see it, tell me directly. Are you here to buy the healing potion? Duya, yes, I am seriously injured and urgently need treatment medicine. At what price can you give me the treatment medicine? Qi Yuan thought for a moment and replied, I know what you have, so it is appropriate for me to quote you. Just tell me what you have. Duya was in urgent need of treatment, and you didn't talk much. Several items were sent to her minutes later. Linkai Garden, excellent level. Secondary Shelter Scroll, excellent level. Fine Water Stone Mine, excellent grade. Teleport Scroll, good. Upgrade Scroll, excellent level. Among the items she sent, only one reached the excellent level, and the rest were all good level items of medium quality. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw this excellent item. Special Upgrade Scroll, excellent level. No matter what, this prop must be taken down. Before, when Qi Yuan was looking for a good level upgrade scroll, he tried to find an excellent level one, but he couldn't find it at all. I didn't expect that I would see it here. According to Duya's wishes, I am only willing to give out 1 excellent item, or 5 good items. Qi Yuan was also used to it and replied, 2 excellent items. It's possible. The healing potion is only good grade, so why is it so expensive? Duya refused decisively, with a vague premonition of good in her heart. She had also inquired with other people before, and the prices were indeed ridiculously high. Qi Yuan didn't give in at all. At this price, it's worth saving your life. Duya was a little embarrassed. These items, which she gained from this rating, were considered her most precious inventory. If she was injured too seriously this time, she would definitely take them out. Duya, 1 piece of excellent grade, plus 10 pieces of good grade. 2 excellent ones, the good one is too bad, I want it. The cold words shook Duya's heart, making her short of breath. Do you think this is a high-quality item at all? 1 life is worth it. Qi Yuan continued to persuade. Duya's heart twitched, looking at the excellent items, her heart ached to the point of bleeding. You want too much, if you have more, you will also have less. As long as I can rely on Yang Zhenghe's face, just look at his face, and I want something. You. After more than 10 minutes of communication, Duya only felt that her physical injuries had worsened, and even her heart was greatly traumatized. Due to the threat to her life, Duya could only let Qi Yuan pick 2 excellent items. Qi Yuan did not hesitate and chose Upgrade Scroll, excellent level, and Secondary Shelter Scroll, excellent level, which made Duya feel so distressed that she almost vomited blood. In fact, Qi Yuan was also very interested in the other 2 excellent level items, but after all, the friend introduced by Yang Zhenghe was too powerful. Of course, Qi Yuan really plans to get all the excellent items. He also felt that life-saving things must be measured by levels. 2 excellent items, in exchange for 1 life, a loss. Qi Yuan was very happy to be able to exchange for these 2 excellent items. Name, Upgrade Scroll, excellent level. Function, upgrades good level items to excellent level and can be used once. Introduction, complete life transition. It has the same function as the good level upgrade scroll, only the number of uses has changed. A good level upgrade scroll can be used times. The excellent upgrade scroll can only be used once. After all, compared to the accumulation of good level upgrade scrolls, the value of excellent level upgrade scrolls is much higher. Even if is used on beasts and upgrades other good level items, the value is still very great. For example, upgrading Beast Taming Scroll, good level, to excellent level can achieve the same effect. Or upgrade the Healing Potion Creation Scroll, good level, to excellent level. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan was suddenly stunned. It seems, there is a better choice than using the beast. Although he really wanted to own an excellent beast, deep down told Qi Yuan that an excellent healing potion was more precious. Excellent beast? Also an excellent healing potion? Qi Yuan was entangled for a while. After half an hour, Qi Yuan will collect the upgrade scroll in the storage box. His final decision was to upgrade the beast. Excellent level healing potions are good, but the materials required are definitely more precious. Qi Yuan estimated that the excellent level healing potion would probably require the flesh and blood essence of an excellent level beast. It is very likely that even with the excellent level healing potion making scroll, it is difficult to collect enough materials, and even good level healing potions will not be made by then. Thinking of this situation, Qi Yuan dared not easily upgrade the healing potion making scroll to the excellent level. Another item, secondary shelter scroll, excellent level. Qi Yuan also saw this scroll for the first time, but after reading the introduction, it is definitely a very precious item. Name, Secondary Shelter Scroll, Excellent Level, Function, 1. Build a secondary shelter. The level can only be lower than the original shelter, and it has an alliance relationship with the original shelter. 2. It can occupy other survivors' shelters as secondary shelters. Introduction, Cunning Rabbit Cave. Build a new shelter. Although Qi Yuan has no plans to build a new shelter at present, after all, the original shelter has not been built yet, let alone the secondary shelter. However, in the long run, if important resources are found, they can be occupied by the secondary shelter. And if they encounter danger, they can also use the secondary shelter to leave immediately. To a certain extent, this is definitely a fine item. This bottle of healing potion is worth selling. Containing his excitement, Qi Yuan took out the Mist Survival Manual and checked the sales of charcoal today. In the past few days, a large amount of charcoal has been sold every day. The number of ordinary grade wood harvested alone has reached more than 45,000 units, filling the entire yard. This is because the workshop works continuously for 20 hours a day and can only produce 10,000 units of charcoal a day, so the harvest must be more. And the inventory of good grade wood has exceeded 10,000. Looking at the full, almost higher wood than the shelter, Qi Yuan hesitated. Should I continue to sell charcoal? Why do you store so much wood? Most people only use wood to buy charcoal. Even if they use other props, they are high-value daily necessities. These days, Qi Yuan has replaced all the pots and pans, tables and chairs, toothpaste, toothbrushes, wash basins, and even slippers, underwear, and toilet paper in his home. It can be considered to improve the quality of life, but there is no high-quality props. After thinking for a while, Qi Yuan decided to ask Qin Jinjuan and Yang Zhenghe for help. C57 Zhaochang Yang Zhenghe and Qin Jinjuan are both red names level survivors, and they will definitely have their own trading circles. Qi Yuan planned to sell charcoal in the future instead of the trading market, but directly wholesale charcoal, just like he sold it to Yang Zhenghe last time. After asking, although Qin Jinjuan was alone, he also had some survivors with strong strength to buy meat from him, but there was no friend like the leader of the alliance. However, Yang Zhenghe did know some managers of other alliances, and was willing to help Qi Yuan ask about the situation. A few minutes later, Yang Zhenghe pushed a survivor with a purple name to Qi Yuan, and said, "This is Zhao Chang, the leader of the Fierce Alliance, which is also a medium-sized alliance similar to our auxiliary alliance. The internal main focus is on trading cooperation. The strength should be good, and he is also willing to buy charcoal." Fierce Alliance? Qi Yuan looked at least 1,000 or even 100 of the various alliance names. Rather than saying he is the leader of an alliance, it is better to say he is the leader of a QQ group. Accepted Zhao Chang's friend request. Qi Yuan, hello. Zhao Chang, hello, I didn't expect you to be a big boss. Boss Yang said he would introduce me to a brother who sells charcoal, but he turned out to be a big boss with a red name. Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows. How could this man not have the bearing of a leader at all? He kept calling him a big boss, which was really embarrassing. However, he also misunderstood this leader Zhao. 10,000 level red name survivors only account for 0.000002% of the total survivors. In other words, there is only one for every 50,000 people. The proportion can be said to be very, very low, which also leads to many ordinary survivors pursuing level red name survivors. But Qi Yuan always felt that no matter whether it was the top 10,000 or the top 100 million, those who could survive to this day were almost all too poor. The gap between the rich and the poor would not be that big. Qi Yuan replied relatively calmly, "You don't have to call me boss, just call me Qi Yuan." Okay, boss. Qi Yuan curled his lips speechlessly and said, "I can provide 10,000 units of ordinary charcoal and 1,000 units of good charcoal a day. How much can you get? When it came to business, Zhao Chang also calmed down and said, 1,000 good-grade charcoal, and another 3,000 ordinary charcoal every day. Shi Yuan nodded. It was already considered very powerful to be able to get these quantities. Of course, these charcoals should not be purchased by him personally, but by the entire alliance. By this calculation, the number of people in his alliance should be at least 500. Shi Yuan estimated silently. But the more people there are, the stronger they will be. Logically speaking, Yang Zhenghe is stronger and the alliance was established earlier, so even if he wants to pull tens of thousands of people, it is possible. But more people is useless. Almost every member has been selected by Yang Zhenghe, and their strength and character will be too poor. Qi Yuan estimated that the overall strength of the members of the Zhaochang alliance should be weaker than Yang Zhenghe. Qi Yuan, then what price do you want to calculate? Yang Zhenghe should have told you that I need wood. Of course, we can exchange with other resources. Later, Zhao Chang sent information about several items. Name, white pine sand, good grade. Function, it has the function of filtering water quality and is suitable for most aquatic animals and plants to live in. Name, ice crystal, good grade. Function, ice crystals bred in extremely cold land can release cold air. When the stored ice attribute energy is used up, it turns into ordinary ice cubes. Name, White Creek water, good grade. Function, good grade water source, clear water quality, sweet taste, has a certain effect on conditioning the body. Name, Yellow-winged cicada shell, good grade. Function, has certain medicinal value, clears away heat and fire, treats cough. These are all resources near other survivors' shelters in the Alliance, and are also our characteristics. Among them, the yellow-winged cicada shell is the most expensive, and the exchange rate will be higher. Ice crystal is an ally in an extremely cold land, which was discovered recently and is in small quantities. Also, white pine sand. Zhao Chang introduced the functions and values of the 4 good-grade resources respectively. They are all good resources. After reading the information of the 4 resources, Qi Yuan was more interested in white pine sand and ice crystals. So he said, 50 white pine sand grains and 100 ice crystals every day. Boss Qi, you really make it difficult for me. The price is too high, especially ice crystals, which can't be found outside in this weather. Zhao Chang said with some embarrassment. Then 50 white pine sand grains and 50 ice crystals. Well, okay, if you collect them one day, can you use other resources instead? Yes. The two talked well and completed the first transaction immediately. Qi Yuan harvested 50 white pine sand grains and 50 ice crystals. Compared with a pile of wood, these things are indeed much more valuable. In fact, Qi Yuan felt that he had made a profit, and Zhao Chang also felt that he had made a lot of money. He also secretly thought that Qi Yuan was really generous and gave thousands of charcoal as soon as he said so. Although 50 white pine sand grains and 50 ice crystals seem less precious than charcoal, they are actually not that valuable. Especially in today's situation, the cold wave has lasted for 7 days, and the consumption of food and charcoal is high. Many survivors are almost exhausted, and we don't know how long the cold wave will last. At this time, the value of charcoal continued to rise, but white pine sand and ice crystals were things that no one wanted. Especially ice crystals. Zhao Chang was also confused. Why did Qi Yuan want ice crystals in such a cold weather? Qi Yuan didn't care about this gain or loss. For him, charcoal was the most scarce resource. There were too many woods in the yard, and they were simply used up. Qi Yuan still put all the remaining 7,000 ordinary charcoals on the shelf. But this time, he no longer needed ordinary materials, but set it to require good resources. 1 unit of good wood can be exchanged for 5 units of wood, or other good resources. For Qi Yuan, ordinary wood really has no value, but good materials, it is no problem to store more. Even if it is used up in the end, it can be thrown into the spirit pond and transformed into spiritual liquid. Although I haven't used the spiritual liquid much and I'm not sure about its specific function, Qi Yuan believes that it is a rare facility anyway, and it will definitely have its value. After it was put on the shelves, the sale speed dropped slightly, but there were still many people buying it. After 7 days of dark cold, charcoal was consumed almost 24 hours a day, and the cost performance was much higher than that of wood. 2 pieces of wood burned for a total of 2 hours. When exchanged for a piece of charcoal, it can burn for 3 hours, and the temperature is even higher. 2 units of good grade wood can burn continuously for 6 hours, and 1 unit of good grade charcoal can also burn for 6 hours. Although the time is the same, the temperature is better and the effect is better. After these days, most survivors have realized the benefits of charcoal and will choose to exchange it for charcoal. Many people have begun to convert charcoal into a new currency and circulate it in the trading market. Survivors like Chi Yuan who have charcoal to make scrolls have all made a lot of money. To them, Chi Yuan is like their real father. Without Chi Yuan using the world loudspeaker to promote charcoal to all survivors, they would not be able to sell charcoal so well. The only limitation is the efficiency of the studio. In order to convert all the wood into charcoal instantly, it must be manufactured one unit at a time. See 58 Brother Chin, I want to eat fish. Chapter 58 Brother Chin, I want to eat fish. On the 8th day, the snow was still falling and the sky was still dark. Today, Gao Hanji rarely sent a message, but the content made Chi Yuan frown. Gao Hanji, Chi Yuan, my friend in the alliance said that if you are willing to join us, we can sell some rock salt to you later and get a discount. Chi Yuan was a little helpless. Gao Hanji didn't know what kind of medicine he had taken wrongly. During the cold wave these past few days, it was like entering a pyramid-selling organization and being fascinated by the friends in the so-called alliance. Has advised me several times, but most of the alliances are unreliable and there may be some problems. But she seemed to trust her friend quite a bit, so the two were still at loggerheads. Now, Chi Yuan doesn't want to pay any attention to it. Anyway, the 7-day supply of food mentioned earlier has been paid off. As for the second bottle of plant catalytic liquid, she would rather sell it to a friend cheaply than to herself. Chi Yuan felt very uncomfortable. We are selling it, please contact me directly for a quote. Chi Yuan replied casually. These days, buys some ingredients in the trading market, including salt, sugar, garlic, ginger, and pepper. Although some resources are relatively small, there are always some, such as a shelter next to a salt lake or a field of sugarcane surrounding it. Hundreds of millions of survivors, what do they not have? It's just a matter of value. Moreover, just because of Chi Yuan's bright red name, many would rather reduce the price or even give it to just to add a friend. However, Chi Yuan refused, saying that he would not be short of resources and would save his debt. As for receiving benefits but not adding friends? Chi Yuan did not want to lose his reputation and find it difficult to do business in the future. Gao Hanji, Chi Yuan, why are you like this? Invites you to join. It will definitely be better for everyone to survive in an alliance than for you to survive alone. If I didn't stay there, well, I wouldn't have come here to invite you. We had such a good relationship before, why didn't you trust me? Chi Yuan didn't know what to say and just wanted to close the chat box. But Gao Hanji's next words caught Chi Yuan's attention. It's not that you are a red name survivor, otherwise we wouldn't invite you to join. If you are interested, I can contact you and you can meet and chat. Chi Yuan suddenly became alert. Red name. Meet and chat. For a moment, Chi Yuan seemed to grasp something. Are these coming for me? Chi Yuan immediately asked, do you know that I have a red name? What else did you say to the people? This is not a secret. You have used World Speaker, and many people know your name. There are many throughout the alliance. The strength is very strong, I think you should be able to trade with them, so we'll help you promote it. Speaking of this, Chi Yuan's face became colder and colder. Isn't this woman a bit stupid? What are you helping me promote? The main business is charcoal, various high-quality crops, therapeutic drugs, etc. They said they can buy it at a high price. Gao Hanji replied. Chi Yuan's eyes trembled slightly, as if he wanted to understand something, and his expression became a little serious. Gao Hanji's personality suddenly changed, and she even molested strangers. This situation. After Chi Yuan thought for a moment, he replied, okay, you can help me contact you. We and I will meet at your shelter. Really? Okay, I'll contact Brother Pang. How about setting the time tomorrow? Gao Hanji sounded obviously happy. Okay, tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. I will bring a friend, remember to make sure that we don't have too many people. Chi Yuan explained. Let it go, we are all fine and there will be no problems. Gao Hanji assured. After turning off Gao Hanji's chat channel, Chi Yuan looked heavy and thought for a long time with his eyes downcast. Finally, he took out the Mist Survival book, opened the private chat channel, and sent a message to Qin Jinjuan. Chi Yuan, Brother Qin, are you free to go for a run with me tomorrow? No problem. What happened? Someone is watching me. Is it dangerous? Okay, I understand. See you tomorrow. A few minutes later, Chi Yuan appeared in the lower room holding several scrolls. Bee colonies, iron-backed mountain boars, and pheasants all live here safely. Among them, the number of black tiger bee colonies has more than doubled. Previously, the bee eggs in the hive were taken to Qin Jinjuan's incubation room for incubation, and now a batch has been hatched. With the blessing of rare-level facilities, even during the cold snap, this new batch of black tiger bees were very healthy and did not suffer the effects of the cold. Today, the number of black tiger bees in the colony reaches more than 500, most of which are of ordinary grade. There are only 2 black tiger bees, which reach the good grade of. Shi Yuan originally planned to wait for the weather to recover before letting his black tiger bee break through the good level. But now, plans to move forward. I took down 3 item upgrade scrolls this time, one of which was used once. As 8 rays of light emerged, they enveloped the 8 most powerful black tiger bees. A few seconds later, 8 fist-sized good-level black hornets were perched on Shi Yuan's arms with great momentum. The black tiger queen discovered something unusual. He seemed to be twisting and running out, and when he saw a row of 8 good-level animals, he was immediately startled. But it is the queen bee after all, and it is stronger, so it is not afraid. Seeing the black tiger bee queen come out, Shi Yuan called her over and took out an excellent scroll from her arms. Excellent upgrade scroll. Shi Yuan was still hesitant before. Should this excellent level upgrade scroll be used for the iron-backed boar? Or for the black tiger queen bee? The final decision was for the black tiger queen bee. The strength of the queen bee determines the strength of the entire bee colony. After the queen bee reaches the excellent level, it is easier for its black tiger bees to improve their strength, and the overall strength will be stronger. At the same time, the excellent level black tiger queen bee can effectively deter these few good level black tiger bees, so that they don't fight internally and disrupt the peace of the bee colony. The light silver light slowly enveloped the black tiger queen bee. This breakthrough lasted for a long time, and the process was more painful. In the silver light, the black tiger queen bee grimaced in pain, a large amount of yellow-brown body fluid flowed out of her body, and a sharp hiss echoed throughout the basement. Shi Yuan watched nervously, not daring to make any sound, silently waiting for the breakthrough to end. After more than 20 minutes, a fist-sized black tiger bee body fell on the ground, covered with a lot of body mucus. This is not the body of the black tiger queen bee, but its shed shell. It was the first time that Shi Yuan knew that an adult bee could shed its shell. At this time, the black tiger queen bee that broke through the excellent level was flying majestically in the air. The fist-sized black tiger queen bee has grown to the size of a small or medium-sized millstone. The black armor on its body is harder and flashes with a dark light. The stinger behind it is several centimeters long and dark green in color, which looks particularly penetrating. I don't know what strength the black tiger queen bee has reached now, Shi Yuan muttered to himself and took out a machete to test its strength. With the excellent machete, it chopped on the black armor of the black tiger queen bee. With a swoosh sound, the black tiger queen bee was unscathed, and even her flying figure did not move at all. What a hard shell! Shi Yuan exclaimed. He did not expect that the excellent black tiger queen bee would have such a great improvement in strength. With good level strength and a good level machete, the black tiger queen bee could not be hurt at all. The most important thing is that the black tiger queen bee does not rely on physical fitness to fight. The trump card of the black tiger queen bee to dominate the forest is its own black tiger bee colony and its own stinger. See 59 adequate preparation. Seeing the huge changes in the black tiger bee queen, and the powerful aura on her body, the other good level black tiger bees instantly withered, and followed her obediently around the black tiger bee queen. Looking at this good level black tiger bee and the excellent level black tiger bee queen, Shi Yuan felt relieved and felt a sense of security. Just wait until it becomes clear and see what happens. After a night of silence, Shi Yuan had no interest in chaotic life and continued to follow his usual living habits. At 7:30 in the morning, Xin Shinjuan arrived at Shi Yuan's shelter through the teleportation array. The two exchanged greetings and the atmosphere was harmonious, and they soon talked about what they had done today. Shi Yuan, is this person coming towards you? Shi Yuan nodded. That should be true. You guys should know something about me through a friend who has a good relationship with me, but you don't know much about my strength. Yes. Xin Shinjuan nodded slightly, but the next moment he frowned. Shi Yuan, how strong are you? I didn't expect that Brother Qin would see it. Shi Yuan laughed and clenched his fist with a smile. It seems that you, kid, are still hiding a secret. Your strength has improved so quickly. You should be stronger than me, right? Xin Shinjuan laughed and cursed, his heart full of shock. The difficulty of improving strength is very clear. It requires long-term exercise and a large amount of high-quality food. Shi Yuan said with a smile, Brother Qin, I know your strength very well. Although my physique has improved, my fighting ability is almost zero. I can't compare with you. The combat ability is almost zero? Xin Shinjuan looked at Shi Yuan suspiciously, then looked back at the wooden pile in the living room covered with knife marks and arrow holes, expressing a little disbelief. Xin Shinjuan didn't ask any more questions and asked instead, should the two of us go directly? Just go directly. With our strength, we should be able to deal with them easily. Shi Yuan said confidently while picking up a backpack. When Qin Jinjuan saw this scene, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes, and his calm face showed a rare hint of speechlessness. Qi Yuan, why are you carrying a school bag? Qi Yuan was stunned and said, bring some gifts. Qin Jinjuan scratched his head and said helplessly, Qi Yuan, let's stop being secretive. As he spoke, Qin Jinjuan also took out a backpack from his large cotton-padded jacket, which was exactly the same as Qi Yuan's. Qi Yuan's forehead veins jumped. Yes, you are also prepared. 2 minutes later. Brother Qin, why did you secretly bring a pig? Damn it, your iron-backed wild boar is already a good level? Why did you bring so many black hornets? Well, just in case. Why is this black tiger be so big? Good grade? We just broke through and are very weak. Brother Qin, what are you talking about? Oh, this is pine scale powder. It is only useful for good level beasts and below. It can paralyze the entire body of ordinary level beasts in a few seconds. Hey, don't worry about me yet, this is the black tiger bee queen. Well, he's already at the excellent level. His strength is barely passable. Let's take him out to see the world. Qin Jinjuan's mouth twitched. Excellent level, see the world. Oh, by the way, Brother Qin, what is this? Qi Yuan asked, pointing to Qin Jinjuan's dimensional backpack. Excellent grade bomb fruit, used for setting off fireworks. What are you talking about? Oh, this is the secondary shelter scroll. What is it used for? Searching the house, grass. Inside the Gao Hanji shelter. Brother Peng, what are you doing? Gao Hanji looked at the people in the shelter and looked for hiding spots in every corner of the shelter. Under the bed, behind the fireplace, in the room, in the kitchen. Seeing this large group of, Gao Hanji became more and more uneasy and said angrily, Brother Peng, didn't you agree to bring only one? A young man with a well-proportioned figure and slim hair, with a thin face and a smile on his lips, said, Hanji, this is your shelter after all. If they attack you, it's okay. It's a precaution, isn't it? Is my friend, a very close friend? Gao Hanji looked a little struggling. Can we have a good relationship? We are in an alliance, we are a family, will we harm you? Yes, Sister Hanji, just listen to Brother Peng. We are all one family, and we have the closest relationship. Next to him, a young woman with short hair put her arm around Gao Hanji's shoulders and said softly, Oh, is just your classmate. He knows his face but not his heart. Is so kind to give you good grade food. Who knows what he is thinking? Do you know how precious good grade food is now? The female continued to persuade, if he's not interested in you, how can he be so nice to you? You just came to the mist world before. Because you were too afraid and lonely, you were confused by S concern. Sister Cheng, I should, needless to say, no matter what, is a famous player, so we should make some preparations, right? Maybe won't take action against you. What if you have any objections to us? Yes, we are just protecting ourselves. Hanji, don't think too much. With our relationship, don't you still trust me? Then, okay. At 8 o'clock, Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan arrived at Gao Hanji Sanctuary through the teleportation scroll. In order to avoid falling into a box, Qi Yuan deliberately stuffed the black tiger bee queen into his chest and clothes so that he could respond immediately to any situation. Even if there are ground spike traps on the ground, the black tiger queen bee can be directly placed under the feet. In addition, no matter what flying needles, stingers, or even ambushing 8 swordsmen, there is also a black tiger queen bee, which is enough to fight one. 1 minute later, the two arrived smoothly. The teleportation of the teleportation scroll is much slower than the teleportation of the ally scroll, and the quality difference is quite large. What came into view was a dim shelter living room with very simple internal facilities. Even the facilities that came with the shelter only built a living room, kitchen and a bathroom, as well as a facility similar to a toilet. However, the overall look is relatively simple, but it is still clean. There are already 3 people sitting at the table in the living room. A thin-faced man, a short-haired young woman, and Gao Hanji. Seeing Qi Yuan coming, Gao Hanji was still very happy, with a look of joy on her face. She was very grateful to Qi Yuan, so she was eager to bring this good friend into the alliance family. Qi Yuan looked around and didn't care about Gao Hanji's eyes at all. Qin Jinjuan looked deeply, carefully looking around everything in the shelter, scanning every detail. After exploring a circle, his face relaxed slightly, and he muttered to himself, a group of young kids. Qi Yuan didn't move his face, sat silently on the table, sitting opposite the man. You are Qi Yuan, right? The thin man said with a sharp voice, forcing a faint smile. Yes, it's me. My name is Lu Jipeng, nice to meet you, Qi Yuan. Lu Jipeng said with a slight smile. Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows, thinking that he would be hypocritical, but he didn't expect that he was unconcealed. How confident is this? Lu Jipeng, right? Didn't you want to talk to me a long time ago? Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Qi Yuan responded lightly. Lu Jipeng raised his eyes and said, I heard that you grow a lot of good quality crops, including wheat and rice. C60 solved the problem. Qi Yuan did not reply, but looked at Gao Hanji. Seeing his evasive eyes, Qi Yuan's face turned slightly cold. Wrong, you were a little bit wrong. Rice is an excellent grade. Hearing these words, Lu Jipeng's eyes flashed with greed, and he said with a sneer, I can allow you to join our alliance, but you have to hand over these crops, and the alliance will cultivate them uniformly, and give them to you when the time comes. Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows, finally understanding. This person has no intention of talking to himself, is he just provoking? You don't want to have a good chat? Qi Yuan said coldly, but there was a hint of smile on the corner of his mouth. Lu Jipeng shook his finger and said sadly, that sentence just now may be the most sincere sentence I have ever said. Qi Yuan shook his head, I think you can say more sincere words. Lu Jipeng was also concerned and sneered, what about? Your girlfriend tastes like donuts? Lu Jipeng, what are you talking about? Gao Hanji on the side became more and more satisfied as he listened, and asked with an angry look on his face. Lu Jipeng's face turned cold, and he slapped him in the face, I've seen you all before, and you thought I would spoil you. Wait until you go back tonight and see how I completely destroy you. Qi Yuan frowned, not expecting that he would turn against him so directly. Are you afraid that we can just use the teleportation scroll to escape back? Seemingly sensing Qi Yuan's doubts, Lu Jipeng sneered and said, do you think I would worry about you escaping? Hee, from the moment you arrived at this shelter, you have been unable to fly. Qi Yuan was thoughtful and took out the teleportation scroll from his arms. The teleportation scroll can be used once and for all, so after teleportation, the teleportation scroll can be used again to teleport back to your own shelter. At this time, the teleportation scroll in Qi Yuan's hand showed that it could not be used. Qin Zhenjuan also took out the teleportation scroll in his hand, which showed that it could be used. Ha, isn't it strange? Don't think that it's just a high-quality prop for you famous level seekers. This forbidden airstone is worse than any other prop. Lu Jipeng completely tore off the disguise and said with a smile. Gao Hanji was knocked to the ground, with a look of shock on her face. She turned to look at Zhao Qing aside. Sister Qing. Zhao Qing showed a helpless expression. Don't think too much, just accept your fate. Serve brother Pang well tonight, and your life may be easier in the future. Then I went out to pick up the guests, and with this group of supplicants, I will die. Make you peel off your skin. Qi Yuan's expression changed and he asked, are you so confident that you can deal with the two of us? Just try it and you will know. As the voice fell, more than a dozen strong men walked out of every corner of the shelter, surrounding Qi Yuan and the two of them. Qi Yuan was not surprised and said with a sneer, you really want to ambush the hundreds-word axe? Do you want to throw a cup as a sign? Lu Jipeng sneered, are you too confident? Go ahead and tie him up. A dozen people obeyed the order and surrounded him with machetes in hand. However, before the blade fell, Qin Zhenjuan stood in front and cut the blade in half. This knife of his is excellent. Qin Zhenjuan decided to delay and slashed at the body with his dead hand, but at the next moment, a strange scene happened. With a bang sound, the man was blasted away and hit the wall behind him. However, his body was not split open by the blade. Qin Zhenjuan's expression changed, and his thoughts turned around. Armor, yes, stone armor? Qin Zhenjuan is proficient in knife skills, so he naturally knows exactly what he is cutting. This is armor with a stone-like texture. Qi Yuan was also very surprised. He didn't expect that these people were really powerful. Lu Jipeng's eyes were cold. Do you think I know? Good grade food can improve your physical fitness. You shouldn't have eaten it, right? You can actually be so strong. It doesn't matter if you fail, you will still die. Although the man who was knocked to the ground temporarily lost the ability to move, he was not fatally injured. When the others saw this scene, they knew that the two of them could not cause any effective damage, and they were also frightened, so they directly surrounded the two of them. Qin Zhenjuan retreated to Qi Yuan's side and whispered in his ear, you can kill him. I've stopped using my strength. There's a treasure inside the clothes. Use bee swarm. Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows and nodded silently. He grabbed the backpack behind him and opened the zipper, and hundreds of huge black tiger bees poured out. The people gathered around were about to swing their swords, but they were immediately frightened by this scene. What is it? Insects? The weapons that had been slashed at Qi Yuan and the two men were forced to withdraw them and began to swing them at the oncoming swarm. Under the command of the Black Tiger Bee Queen, 9 good-level Black Tiger Bees also joined the battlefield and quickly occupied the top. In the corner where people noticed, Qin Jinjuan sprinkled white fine powder, which quickly spread in his mind. Lu Jipeng on the side saw this scene and panicked for a moment, saying loudly, "They are all wearing clay guards. What are you afraid of? Just kill them." However, there was not much time left for them to react. After only a minute or two of hesitation, the venom suddenly struck. The 2 toxins flow rapidly in the blood with strenuous exercise. With their ordinary physiques, they cannot last long. In just a few minutes, all 10 people collapsed on the ground, unable to move. The wounds stung by black tiger bees began to appear white spots, and there were obvious signs of decay. Lu Jipeng was so frightened when he saw the scene. You, don't come over." Although he did not exercise strenuously, his blood circulation increased due to nervousness. He was soon poisoned by pine scale powder and fell to the ground paralyzed. Qi Yuan curled his lips. It seemed that they were indeed prepared, but this preparation was obviously too sufficient. "Lu Jipeng, right? Now you can tell me your plan from beginning to end? Why are you thinking of dealing with me? I should know you, right?" Qi Yuan looked at Lu Jipeng, who was lying limply on the ground, and said calmly. After the initial panic, Lu Jipeng calmed down and breathed heavily. "Today I, Lu Jipeng, have been fooled, and I admit it. Brother, how about you let me live? I'll give you a favor." Qi Yuan frowned, pressed Lu Jipeng's face to the ground, pressed his front teeth against the stone floor, and said coldly, "What did I ask? Didn't you hear clearly? Big brother, don't, aw." A foot stepped on the back of the head, and 2 rows of teeth suddenly hit the stone floor. The roots of the teeth were separated from the gums. The dull impact was mixed with the crisp sound of teeth breaking and a miserable cry. Bright red blood, along with several white half-broken teeth, spilled on the floor. Due to the effect of pine scale powder, Lu Jipeng could only let out a shrill scream, but his body was unable to react in any way. Due to the severe pain, the pupils of his eyes instantly dilated and then contracted, and 2 lines of tears flowed out under control. Qin Jinjuan, who was on the side, couldn't bear to see this scene, and said, "Qi Yuan, you are right, you should put your head up and bang it directly on the flat ground. It will easily cause respiratory tract obstruction. It will be fine if you suffocate to death." Qi Yuan was stunned, scratched his head and said, "Well, I learned it by watching TV, so I don't have much experience." "It's okay, it's the first time for everyone, and there are more than a dozen people over there." The dozen or so paralyzed people behind him all showed frightened eyes, especially Zhao Qing, whose hands and feet were twitching uncontrollably in fear. C61 The whole story. Qi Yuan glanced over and happened to meet Zhao Qing's horrified eyes. Although she immediately lowered her head, she still caught Qi Yuan's attention. He grabbed Zhao Qing's collar and dragged her to Lu Jipeng's side, pressing her pretty face into the blood. Big brother, I'm telling you, no. Don't, I'm telling you, big brother." Zhao Qing was incomparable, and kept talking with a crying voice. "Don't worry, get the posture right first. Come on, put your teeth on the stone. No, big brother, I was wrong, please spare my life, please. Seeing that he was almost scared, Qi Yuan let him go and said coldly, "Then tell me, your plan from beginning to end." Under Qi Yuan's coercion, Zhao Qing told the whole crime process all at once. After listening, Qi Yuan had a clear understanding of the whole thing. A group of people headed by Lu Jipeng were engaged in legends in civilized society and were very proficient in human nature. After arriving in the Misty World, the survivors were under various survival pressures and their psychological defenses were relatively weak, so it was easier to break through. Especially young girls, in loneliness and fear, are extremely easy to be bewitched once they are induced. So Lu Jipeng made a plan and started this business specifically. First, Zhao Qing, under the influence of her gentle sister, sold salt and other items to build a good relationship with young women, and every chat and care every day. When the relationship becomes closer and closer, they will be introduced to the so-called alliance group, and use a nearly brainwashing method to input the thinking of alliance as family, allies or family members into them. At the same time, deliberately create a warm scene of harmony and mutual assistance, completely destroy the psychological defense line, and work for the alliance wholeheartedly. Many times, they will use extremely low prices to purchase the precious resources and props they have obtained. The reason is that we are family members and allies. Gao Hanji, who was standing aside, turned paler when she heard this. Zhao Qing continued to speak. After Qi Yuan broke through her psychological defense line, she almost wanted to tell all the information in one go. After that, the cold wave was approaching, and the system rating began to appear in a large number of teleportation scrolls. "Brother Peng, Lu Jipeng's ambitions became bigger and bigger, so he began to make appointments with the girls. They all trusted Lu Jipeng, so they easily went to Lu Jipeng's shelter, and then were forced to stay by him. At this time, he found that it was too little to coax girls and cheat them of this material. So, he changed his business. He tricked all the brainwashed women in the alliance into his shelter, then controlled them and started to run a flesh trade. Because the girls he selected were mostly young women with good looks and simple personalities, his business was particularly good. Later, when I was looking for a target in the trading market, I locked on Gao Hanji and approached her by selling rock salt. After that, I chatted with her every day, cared about her, shared food and other small items with her. But at this time, we found that good level food often appeared in her food. I found something wrong, so I slowly got her to talk during the chat. Later, I found out that she had a red-name friend, who was an old classmate. Originally, we didn't plan to take action against you, but wanted to cooperate with you. But after chatting, we found that you only planted a large number of crops and sold drugs, and you were not very strong. You are a young man who just graduated not long ago, and you must not be very cunning. That's why Lu Jipeng had evil thoughts and wanted to rob your shelter. So, we deliberately changed the way we dealt with Gao Hanji. We didn't bring her back to the shelter to receive guests, but let her keep in touch with you and find a way to get you to join the alliance. But you also know that this method is not successful, and you are still unwilling to join. Lu Jipeng also took into account that as a red name survivor, your IQ must be high, and it is difficult to brainwash you. So, he thought about controlling you directly and using your teleportation scroll to directly occupy your shelter. Then, there was this action. As the whole story became clear, Qi Yuan also understood the reason completely. After hearing the whole process, Gao Hanji's already fair face became even paler, almost bloodless. Brainwashing? Deception? Induction? Control? Taking customers? Countless memories came to her mind. From the first day she met Zhao Qing to the present, everything became clear in her mind. All the abnormal details that she had not noticed before were magnified in her mind at this moment. At this moment, the beautiful dream that was originally woven completely collapsed. She couldn't imagine that if they didn't want to deal with Qi Yuan, she didn't trick herself into the shelter, otherwise what would happen to her? She asked herself, given her current state, would she refuse if Zhao Cheng and Lu Jipeng invited her to visit? The more she thought about it, the more cold sweat covered her back, and the cold wind blew behind her, shivering. Qi Yuan didn't care about Gao Hanji, the idiot, because he was very interested in Lu Jipeng's inventory. Looking at Lu Jipeng, who was like a dead dog on the ground, Qi Yuan looked at him with no mercy, staring at his bloodshot eyes, and said indifferently, "Do you lead the way yourself, or do we tie you up?" This time, Lu Jipeng seemed to know that he was doomed to die. Surprisingly, he did not beg for mercy. He became very tough. "I am doomed. I know who you are. I will definitely not let you go. If you have the guts, you can kill me now. You will not lose out in this life. Also, your girlfriend is very nice. She has not been to my shelter, but it does not mean that I have not stayed overnight in her shelter." Qin Shenjuan, who was standing aside, could not help but snorted coldly when he heard Lu Jipeng humiliating Qi Yuan like this. He was about to kill Lu Jipeng with his long sword. But the next moment, Qi Yuan quickly stopped him. "Qi Yuan, there's no need to talk nonsense to him. This kind of person." Qi Yuan didn't wait for Qin Shenjuan to finish, and pulled open the clothes on Lu Jipeng's chest, and said calmly, "Brother Qin, don't be fooled. He has poison tied to his chest. Once it is split, we will be in big trouble." Qin Shenjuan's pupils shrank, and he looked at Lu Jipeng's chest. Sure enough, there was a bag of lavender powder tied to it. Once it was split, it would immediately disperse. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, he took a deep look at Qi Yuan. He didn't even notice this detail. Qi Yuan patted Lu Jipeng's face. "Do you think this kind of words will anger me? This will only leave you a flaw. Let's go." As the mind automatically thought, the black tiger queen bee flew out of Qi Yuan's chest. The 10-centimeter long poison needle was inserted from Lu Jipeng's top of the head, and it was easy to penetrate a piece of tofu and easily penetrate it all. After Lu Jipeng's tearing scream, his body was completely motionless. The other men also used the same method to deal with them all. The black tiger queen bee was safe and quick. All the teleportation scrolls on these men were collected. At the same time, a translucent stone was found in the cabinet of the kitchen of the shelter. It was the Forbidden Sky Stone. As the Forbidden Sky Stone was put into the dimension back, the teleportation scroll in his hand was restored to a state that could be used again. Brother Qin, it's time to harvest. C62 molding clay. Qi Yuan Qinjinjuan searched the shelter for more than a dozen people one by one and brought back everything. Except for Lu Jipeng, the other dozen or so people don't have much inventory, so they can be considered as having a lot of money. A dozen people combined could only find a bunch of ordinary grade items, and only a few good grade items. There were 8 teleportation scrolls, but in the process of going back and forth to the shelter, I almost lost everything. However, I found a lot of food and warmth items. Although the quality was not very good, most of them were of ordinary grade. In Lu Jipeng's shelter, the storage is extremely rich, and many precious resources were found. After careful search, Qi Yuan was also shocked by Lu Jipeng's inventory. Among the ordinary level items, excluding those that have not been used, those that have not been seen, those that have been passed, the remaining items are still different. The first is the normal level items. There are banding patches, umbrellas, sleeping bags, nail clippers, hot water bottles, lighting sticks, fishing nets, deer fur, and nearly 30 kilograms of sweet potatoes, berries, potatoes, and other food, as well as bedding, quilts, blankets, and other warm items. Among the good grade items, several crafting scrolls were found, including chair manufacturing scroll, tumbling basin crafting scroll, and paper making scroll. There are also 300 units of good grade charcoal, more than 500 units of good grade wood, or 12 cans of meat, 2 pairs of snow boots. There are also many odds and ends, but Qi Yuan did not take a closer look. The only good level items with high value are 12 teleportation scrolls, 5 shelter relocation scrolls, 1 beast dispelling scroll, 1 pack of insect repellent grass seeds, a grapevine. Many things must have been deceived from the girls. In the eyes of ordinary people, these things are already considered very abundant supplies. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan also found excellent items. Name: bait making scroll, excellent level, for bait favored by aquatic beasts, more likely to catch high quality fish. Name: salt mine resource scroll, excellent level, ingredients: special salt mine, supplements trace elements of human body, improves body immunity, and has anti-insect and antibacterial functions. It produces 1 caddy per day, and excessive consumption will lead to resource depletion. These 2 props have a high probability of being obtained from raiding rewards, and the quality is very good. In addition, a pile of yellow-brown soil was found in the studio, which looked very similar to the armor they were wearing. Name: plasticine, good grade, made of a special kind of soil that requires a good grade of water to moisturize it. After shaping, it will be extremely hard and have a strong defensive and earthquake-resistant effect. So that's it. Qin Jinjuan played with the plastic clay and was very interested in it. I said, how can ordinary people resist my knife? It turns out it is such a treasure. Qi Yuan thought about it and said, Brother Qin, please check the beast search scroll. This kind of soil is probably a wild resource point. Okay. Qin Jinjuan's eyes lit up, and he took out the beast search scroll and checked it. Near Lu Jipeng's shelter, there are a relatively large number of wild animals, and even the plants are very small. They are all made of various stones, sand, and soil. Qin Jinjuan analyzed, the living materials here are relatively high, but there are a lot of ore resources, but the specific grade cannot be seen clearly. At this time, a clear and hoarse voice sounded, this soil is indeed dug from outside. Qi Yuan turned around and saw a 25.6-year-old woman. In addition to various resources, 6 young women were also found in the Lu Jipeng shelter. They range from 18 to 27 years old. They have good looks and are covered with small bruises and wounds. These people were all coaxed by Lu Jipeng's tricks. Although they were brainwashed at first, they all regained their consciousness after being tricked into shelters and experiencing the humiliation of these inhumane abuses. Do you know the exact location? The man shook his head, then nodded. Qi Yuan saw her fear and comforted her. Don't be afraid, just tell me what you know. It's okay if you say something wrong. I don't know the specific location, but it should be south of the shelter. He often brings back a kind of yellow-brown stone, and when the water is dissolved and filtered, this kind of soil can be obtained. The woman huddled in the corner and spoke in a weak voice. Qi Yuan listened, nodded, and said, it seems that there is no problem, it is indeed a wild resource. Brother Qin, do you think this plastic clay is valuable? It's very valuable. Qin Jinjuan replied without hesitation, ordinary people wearing clay armor can almost withstand the attacks of high-level beasts. Even I have a hard time splitting them with a single sword. After receiving a definite answer, Qi Yuan also had a choice, then this shelter cannot be let go. Qi Yuan took out the secondary shelter scroll and used it on Lu Jipeng's shelter. Generally speaking, after a survivor dies, other people cannot teleport to their shelter. But this group of people came to Gao Hanji's shelter using teleportation scrolls. Their teleportation scrolls still have a chance to be teleported back, so Chi Yuan can come to their shelter to collect them after they die. If Chi Yuan uses the secondary shelter scroll to occupy this shelter, the shelter will return to its owner state. With the use of the scroll, Lu Jipeng's shelter completely became Chi Yuan's secondary shelter. The small teleportation array that comes with it is the same as the ally scroll, and it can be used once every 7 days. However, the difference is that Chi Yuan does not need to apply to anyone to use the teleportation array. If others want to use it, they must get Chi Yuan's consent. After packing the resources, he put them into the dimensional backpack and planned to transport them back. However, Chi Yuan saw the 5 women in the corner and said helplessly, "Brother Qin, do you want a wife?" "Pa." Qin Jinjuan slapped Chi Yuan on the back of his head, "Get lost." Then he added, "If I do this, what will Xiaotong think of me?" "I understand." Chi Yuan showed a look of understanding. "What about these people? Deal with them? Or sell them?" Qin Jinjuan couldn't help rolling his eyes. "What can I do? Keep them for mining." Anyway, Lu Jipeng and his group left them with ordinary food and warm items, so they can be self-reliant. When the weather recovers, they will go mining and chop trees. "Do you want them to do flesh trade?" "Forget it, keep them for chopping trees." "I thought this business would make more money, but Lu Jipeng is still so poor." Chi Yuan waved his hand to refuse. These girls can only be kept in the secondary shelter first. Their own shelters have been destroyed by Lu Jipeng and cannot be used. As for the shelters of Lu Jipeng and others, they can no longer be used from the moment they die. Chi Yuan was able to go back to sweep up the supplies, and with the teleportation scroll they brought when they came, he returned to their shelter again. Because the teleportation scroll can go back and forth. Otherwise, Chi Yuan would not be able to go to their shelter. After placing the 5 people here, the 2 returned to Gao Hanji's shelter with the supplies. In addition to the corpses on the ground, Gao Hanji was still sitting on the ground in a daze. "What should we do about this?" "Your friend?" Qin Jinjuan asked. "High school classmates, throw them over together." Chi Yuan said casually. "Chi Yuan. I?" Gao Hanji said with a trembling voice when she saw Chi Yuan coming back. Chi Yuan glanced at her and said, "Use the teleportation scroll to go to another shelter and make a good renovation." Gao Hanji looked gloomy, and asked, "What about my shelter?" Chi Yuan then thought that if Gao Hanji was not dead, her shelter would not disappear. But Chi Yuan didn't have a secondary shelter scroll, so he decided, move what needs to be moved, and keep the shelter. Sending Gao Hanji to the secondary shelter, Chi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan also returned to the shelter. C63 The snow has stopped finally, it was time to divide the spoils. This time we harvested a lot, but most of them were too low quality, just ordinary daily necessities and worthless resources. The ordinary and good items were randomly divided into 2 parts. Given the relationship between the 2, there was no need to divide them too carefully. There were excellent items in clay, which needed to be carefully distributed. The amount of clay was 13 sets from the corpse, which was about 45 kilograms. More than 30 kilograms were found in Lu Jipeng's shelter. Added up to 75 kilograms, the 2 divided it equally. There were 3 excellent items. Nofli, bait-making scroll, excellent, salt mine resource scroll, excellent. Among them, the Nofli did not need to be distributed because it had been left in the secondary shelter by Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan left a missed survival manual for the 6 people in the secondary shelter. Because once the survivors die, the missed survival manual will also become invalid, so after Lu Jipeng and others died, their missed survival manual was no longer used. It's the same as the shelter. As for the missed survival manual of the other women, they have also been thrown away, and Gao Hanji's is no longer used. However, considering her intelligence, Chi Yuan secretly left the forbidden air to prevent them from getting the teleportation scroll and escaping. Of the 2 remaining items, Chi Yuan took the bait-making scroll, excellent grade. Qin Jinjuan took the salt mine resource scroll, excellent grade. In other words, whoever needs it can just exchange them. After dividing the spoils, Qin Jinjuan returned with a full load, and Chi Yuan also solved the conspiracy against himself, which was considered a happy ending. Chi Yuan counted all the gains this time. Among them, the ordinary level was allocated: fire stick, fishing net, deerskin towel, umbrella, 15 kilograms of ordinary food, and 2 small quilts. The good level has 6 transmission scrolls, 3 shelter migration scrolls, wooden basin making scroll, and paper towel making scroll, as well as 6 can meats, a pair of snow boots, 35 kilograms of plasticine, and a grapevine. The excellent level has bait making scroll. It can be regarded as a small fat wave. This is the first time that Qi Yuan has had a dispute with others since he came to the Misty World, and it is a conspiracy that threatens his life. Fortunately, Qin Shinjuan helped to calm the situation, and his own strength was not strong. In the end, he quickly solved it with thundering means, and the process was safe. After this incident, Qi Yuan was completely awakened. For his own safety issues, he must be more vigilant. Among the survivors in the foggy world, there are too many dark evils and too many bound human natures. Because of the lack of laws, they are completely released here. This incident was accidental and inevitable. Qi Yuan realized that he was lucky. The shelter was well developed in all aspects. He was worried about food and drink, weak in strength, and the people he met were also affectionate and righteous. So for himself, the dozen days in the foggy world were more like a more difficult alien world game. But for many other people, it was more like a doomsday disaster. Lack of food, cold invasion, crisis of wild beasts, sinister people. There has never been a disaster in history that cut the total number of human beings in half and almost destroyed human civilization, but now it has appeared. It was in this process that words such as crossing, resource box and system added a dramatic tone to this disaster, making people forget its original appearance. Qi Yuan sighed deeply, calming down his inner turmoil and calming himself down. Speaking of which, I killed more than a dozen people in this operation, but it didn't seem to be too disgusting. It seems that I am quite ruthless. Qi Yuan comforted himself and said self-deprecatingly. At this time, a fat bee was speechless. You are so noble. You are so arrogant. Let me take more than a dozen lives. Your order, my ass is smoking. The 10th day of the cold wave. A message spread in the chat channel. The snow stopped. Qi Yuan hurriedly opened the window and looked out, but it was still pitch black, and he put his hand deep outside the window. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No snowflakes fell. The snow really stopped. For 10 years, all survivors have been trapped in the shelter and cannot go out to find food and resources. The supplies that the owner had previously stored were barely enough to support the consumption during the cold wave. Many people ran out of food and were about to starve to death in the shelter. The news that the snow had stopped was exciting news for everyone. However, Qi Yuan looked at the snow piles, which were already higher than the shelter, and other places should be the same. In this case, he knew how long he had to wait for the snow to completely melt. At least for the past week, the environment outside was still very bad, and it was difficult to go out and explore. And it was ruled out that there would be continued snow and repeated cold waves. Qi Yuan actually had a lot of supplies left. The good grade steaks and flour were mixed, and only about 1/3 were consumed. Now that the cold wave showed signs of improvement, Qi Yuan was less worried. But staying in the shelter was really boring. In addition to taking care of the shelter during the day, he practiced archery. It's bearable for a few days, but it's really uncomfortable for a long time. Starting from today, we can start to clean up the yard. The heavy snow had to stop before, and the yard was full just after I finished cleaning it, so I put it on hold for the time being and waited until now to start. Other survivors should be similar, and there are almost no cases of laziness in the shelter. Similarly, Qi Yuan also notified the 6 people in the secondary shelter. Although they are physically weak, there are too many people after all, and it will be too difficult to clean up. These people are not idle either. Qi Yuan bought a large number of seeds from the trading market, both ordinary and good grades, and gave them all to them to plant. Qi Yuan did not look closely at the ordinary grade, and there were exactly 6 good grades, namely sunflower, white jade succulent, purple sweet potato, gray leaf raspberry, fruit cucumber, and tomato. 6 people, 1 good grade seed each, and dozens of ordinary grade seeds, are cultivated indoors in the shelter. There are 2 flower beds in the shelter, plus the large number of wooden barrels sent by Qi Yuan, which are just enough for indoor planting. On the contrary, the secondary shelter is for living by oneself, and there is no need for living space, so Qi Yuan sent a few wooden barrels to fill the shelter and plant crops all over it. At the same time, Qi Yuan took back all the food left there, and the food will be distributed according to the crop yield in the future. If the plant growth is good, then eat some, and if the growth is good, then give more, and distribute according to work. But so far, indoor planting has been very successful. Without spring water, water emulsion diluent, and fertilizer, it is difficult for crops to grow in cold weather. Not to mention sunflowers, which are plants that need sunlight very much. It would be strange if they were thought of. I don't know which unlucky child got it. But Qi Yuan is also worried, and now he is trying it. After the cold wave is over, he will plant on a large scale. I hope that when a disaster strikes, I can harvest a batch of fresh crops. Chi Yuan has thought many times about finding a prop similar to the shelter light shield to minimize the impact of the natural environment on crops. If you live in such a harsh environment for a long time, you can't develop planting and breeding. Once the resources around the shelter are exhausted, you must move the shelter and find a new living environment. This way of survival is similar to the tribal era and nomadic peoples. They are in a state of wandering for a long time and cannot stabilize their lives and development. C64 system update. Just when Chi Yuan was thinking about the shelter light shield, the system issued a new fog announcement. It seems that because the most difficult time of the cold wave has passed, the system has begun a new adjustment. Mist announcement. Big update. From today, the Mist survival manual will be fully updated. 1. Cancel the trading market and retain private transactions. Just the first message appeared, and everyone was stunned. The first knife directly cut the trading market? After that, it will not be easy to buy various resources, nor can it sell the resources collected by yourself. Chi Yuan was also shocked. The trading market has always been the biggest plugin for all survivors. All the missing resources can be found in the trading market. Just like buying upgrade scrolls before, you can search globally and find all the information immediately, and make transactions and purchases. At the same time, selling charcoal is also a big gain for Chi Yuan. If he cannot sell to all survivors, he cannot accumulate wealth quickly. The same is true for spring water and healing potions. The trading market is a magical tool. Even if everyone is hundreds of miles apart, they can directly exchange resources. Once the trading market is cancelled, it will be difficult to accumulate a lot of wealth quickly. For many lucky survivors, it is a severe challenge. Because all survivors have to consider one issue. That is comprehensive development. Once, when you found a good grade lake next to the shelter, you can exchange all other materials by selling good grade freshwater. You can even lie on the gold mine and count money without working. This is the convenience brought by luck. But from now on, this deformed shelter that relies solely on the weather and develops abnormally will be very difficult to survive. But the only thing to be thankful for is that private transactions have not been banned, which is considered to be a mercy. Chi Yuan can foresee that in the next period of time, the development of most people will be greatly restricted. The same is true for himself. At least charcoal is easy to sell and can be sold to Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Chang. It is almost impossible to use food to sweep the market again. 2. Launch the common currency of the Foggy World Spirit Coins and public stores. The second update appeared, attracting everyone's attention again. The common currency appeared. Below this update, there is also a long detailed introduction. Chi Yuan read it for 5 minutes and finished it. In short, it is the method of obtaining currency and the method of using it. There are 2 ways to obtain spirit coins. One is to obtain it from nature. Spirit coins are actually coins containing spiritual energy. There are natural spirit stones in nature, but the number is very small and buried deep underground, so it is difficult to find. This made Chi Yuan suddenly feel that he seemed to have lost something very important in the past. The second way is to exchange it with the system, which is also the way 99.99% of people get spirit coins. All resources above the good level are rich in a certain amount of spiritual energy, and these resources can be used to exchange spirit coins with the system. As for what the spirit coins are good for? After the trading market is cancelled, there will be a public store in the system, where some resources will be sold and can be purchased with spirit coins. Of course, survivors can also trade with spirit coins. 3. Completely cancel public chat channels and regional chat channels. Transformed into a forum system, each survivor can post 1 post per week. Yes, the chat channel is also cut. But this is acceptable. After all, the chat channel is large, it can be regarded as a place to release emotions, and the messages posted in it can also be seen clearly. If it is changed to a forum, the content is clear at a glance. After a week, there is only 1 posting opportunity, which makes the communication between survivors less again. 4. Reduce the impact of the system on resource collection. The 4th change is confusing to those who read it. But after reading the specific content, Chi Yuan also understood it easily. The so-called weakening of the system's impact on resource collection means that in the future, when a tree is cut down, it will directly become a unit of wood. Stone will become a uniform unit of stone. When hunting wild animals, the system will directly transform them into meat steaks and flesh and blood essence. If you hunt a wolf, you will get a wolf corpse. If you cut down a tree, you can also get a whole tree. The subsequent decomposition and division must be completed by the survivors themselves. Completely restore the reality. Chi Yuan understands that the system is reducing its help to the survivors, and all the system's assistance will gradually disappear. Until one day, there is no system anymore. 5. Some manufacturing scrolls cannot be directly manufactured through the workbench. According to the system, the future manufacturing scrolls will provide the manufacturing method of the items, and then the survivors will make them by themselves. Shi Yuan's mouth twitched. Looking at this rhythm, will he have to burn charcoal by himself in the future? Mix the healing potion by himself? How much time will this waste? Does this mean that the charcoal industry is completely abandoned? 6. Greatly reduce the probability of resource boxes appearing, and slightly reduce the probability of resource boxes dropping when hunting beasts. 7. The method of upgrading shelters after level 4 is announced. A total of 7 updates have made all survivors dizzy. Nothing is left. The already difficult survival has become more difficult and complicated. Many survivors who were developing rapidly were suddenly at a loss, and Shi Yuan was one of them. I plan to expand my territory, become bigger and stronger, and conquer the foggy world. What do you want me to do? Now it's better. I'm back to the forest farmhouse life completely. Looking at the white snow outside the house, Shi Yuan felt an inexplicable feeling of confusion and fear. Maybe no one has noticed. The reason why we can persist so much in the foggy world is because of the existence of the system. The system carries a large part of the sense of security and gives everyone a cheat code to get through the most difficult period in the early stage. But now, the plugin is blocked. Everyone goes back to before liberation. Call. Shi Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling that everything around him had not changed, but it seemed that everything had changed. After taking out the missed survival manual, the trading market and chat channel have disappeared, leaving only forums and public stores. I clicked on the public store, looked at the items on the shelves, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth. Ordinary level, mineral water, thick bread, clothes, and a few daily necessities. The prices are all 1 spirit coin, which looks quite cheap. Good level, teleportation scroll, machete, toilet making scroll, wood splitter, shelter migration scroll. 5 items, the first 4 items cost 10 spirit coins, and the last item costs 30 spirit coins. This public store looks quite affordable. Shi Yuan murmured to himself. His only impression of spirit coins was the 8 spirit coins scratched out from the scratch card. He felt that the price was not expensive. Among the excellent items, there is an ally scroll, which costs 100 spirit coins. Hey, by the way, I know what the exchange ratio of spirit coins is. Shi Yuan thought curiously and found an image of a spirit coin exchange in the corner of a public store. Let's try it with good grade wood first. As a unit of wood disappears, nothing changes. However, a message popped up on the missed survival manual, saying that it was full of 1 spiritual coin and could not be redeemed. Shi Yuan was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. He didn't expect that 1 unit of good grade wood could be exchanged for 1 spirit coin. In other words, the value of a unit of good grade wood is greater than that of a bottle of ordinary grade mineral water. Then try 2. As the wood fell apart, Shi Yuan's face turned completely dark. See 65 level 4 shelter. When 10 units of good grade wood are put in, a white spirit coin appears in the hand. 10 units of good grade wood for 1 spirit coin? Then you sell a bottle of ordinary mineral water for 1 spirit coin? Shi Yuan's eyelids jumped with anger. Is this public store too black? Shi Yuan continued to try to exchange it for various good grade resources and found that the prices were slightly different, but similar. However, in comparison, the price of the finished props is slightly higher than the resources themselves, but the difference is also very small. Although the exchange rate is frighteningly low, Shi Yuan does not think that the system will deliberately lower the value. It is very likely that the spirit coin itself is valuable and has a very important role. No longer considering the issue of spirit coins, Shi Yuan opened the forum again. At this time, a large number of posts have appeared in the forum. You can choose to sort by popularity, and this time sort by time. Shi Yuan chose the most popular post, which is about teaching survival in the wild. It has tens of thousands of words, covering all aspects of survival knowledge, including finding water sources, identifying food, avoiding cold, setting traps, beast weaknesses, planting crops, raising beasts, and other various information, and is sought after by a large number of survivors. And this person is a famous player in China, named Christy. Shi Yuan also carefully checked this post, and many contents are very useful, which is very helpful for survival in the wild. By the way, Shi Yuan also gave it a thumbs up. This kind of post, which is of great benefit to the survival of all survivors, naturally wants to increase its popularity as much as possible so that more people can see it. I just don't know how to write so many words in such a short time. I continued to browse some other posts and found that everyone was more rational. But the most popular posts are all very useful for survival and are very relevant to the survival content of the Mist world. For example, a complete list of resources, props, and scrolls in the Mist world, a complete list of beast information in the Mist world, 18 wonderful uses of shelter space, on the possibility of taming powerful beasts. The reason for the success of Red Name Survivors, is it really just luck? I read many posts in succession, and the content was very solid, and there were almost no complaints. Chi Yuan sighed, this forum has been well changed, and it is much more useful than the previous chat channel. Browsing it casually, Chi Yuan suddenly saw a post, the evil level 4 shelter, the spirit coin exchange is too much. Chi Yuan suddenly thought that after this update, the shelter can be upgraded to level 4. Chi Yuan slapped his head and immediately opened the shelter information and clicked to view the conditions for upgrading the level 4 shelter. I saw a big line of words appear in front of me. Level 4 shelter materials, 1000 spirit coins, not bad. Chi Yuan originally thought that the upgrade conditions would be very harsh, but it turned out to be better than expected. In total, it was only 10,000 units of good grade wood, which was still within the acceptable range. 12 days after the cold wave came, Chi Yuan made a lot of money by selling charcoal, of which wood was the largest. In the first 5 or 6 days, more than 100,000 ordinary grade wood and more than 20,000 good grade wood were harvested. Later, the yard could not hold anymore, so Chi Yuan changed the exchange rules and only accepted exchange with good grade resources. Now, Chi Yuan is very glad that he made this decision. Only good grade materials can be exchanged for spirit coins, so ordinary grade wood is useless no matter how much it is. In the next 6 days, Chi Yuan consumed more than 60,000 ordinary grade wood and harvested more than 12,000 good grade wood. So now, just in terms of wood, he has 40,000 units of ordinary grade wood and more than 32,000 units of good grade wood. If all of them are converted into spirit coins, that is 3,200 spirit coins, and he will become rich immediately. Chi Yuan couldn't help but sigh that if the trading market was not cancelled, he would rely entirely on this method to make a fortune. It is very likely that the system will cancel the trading market to avoid Chi Yuan's situation and prevent survivors from relying on this convenience to make huge profits. But it can be imagined that people like Chi Yuan will definitely not do this. Selling charcoal, selling good grade fresh water, selling daily necessities, but the raw materials are sufficient and can be mass-produced through the workshop, and more or less, you can make a lot of money. But for most ordinary survivors, 1,000 spirit coins are too much. Assuming there is a good grade tree next to the shelter, and you have a good grade axe, you can chop 200 units of wood a day. It takes 50 days to chop 10,000 units of wood. This is just an ideal situation. If you still have to worry about food every day and spend time looking for food, then the daily harvest may be halved. It is very likely that ordinary survivors will need about 100 days to collect 1,000 spirit coins to upgrade the shelter. Of course, special circumstances are not ruled out, such as picking up a resource box, opening 3 rare grade props, and bursting out directly on the spot. It is also possible to walk through a lake full of excellent grade fresh water and immediately become a nouveau riche on the spot. However, according to Chi Yuan's experience, even a good level lake would not be too large. According to Yang Zhenghe, there is a good level lake next to the shelter in an oasis, but the lake is very small, less than 30 square meters, and it is not dared to be used extensively. Chi Yuan said that he has money and can upgrade the level 4 shelter at will. Exchange 10,000 good grade wood, and a full 1,000 spirit coins will appear in front of you, looking shiny. Choose to upgrade the shelter. 1,000 spirit coins were enveloped by light and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, the entire shelter was also enveloped by white light. 3 minutes later, the upgrade was completed. A completely new shelter appeared in front of us. Chi Yuan was originally standing in the living room, but the next moment, they all appeared in the yard. Obviously, due to the expansion of the shelter, the original living room became the yard. Check the shelter information. Shelter, level 4 stone house, covering an area of 200 square meters. The actual area is 360 square meters. Boutique shelter, area, comfort, quality, risk resistance, and facility perfection have been greatly improved. Level 4 shelter facilities, none. Ordinary facilities have been configured. Level 5 shelter upgrade conditions. 1. The survivor's strength reaches the good level. 2. Own at least one rare level facility. 3. Have absolute control over the 3-kilometer radius around the shelter. 4. 30,000 spirit coins. Level 4 shelters are very different from level 1, 2, and 3 shelters, and they are worth upgrading with money. The first thing to notice is that the area is 360 square meters, which is more than 3 times larger than the level 3 shelter. Shi Yuan happened to be in the yard and had a panoramic view of the entire shelter. The total area of the shelter is 300 square meters, with a yard of 100 square meters, a house of 100 square meters, and a basement of 100 square meters. As for the extra 60 square meters, it comes from the fence, basement, and pond, which are completely included in the scope of the shelter. Shi Yuan is now in the yard on the first floor, which has reached an area of 100 square meters. It was originally filled with wood, but now the wood only occupies one corner. The snow on the ground has also been cleared. At the same time, the surrounding walls have been renovated, and the whole is blue stone, reaching a height of 2.5 meters, surrounding the entire shelter. In the yard, the collapsed animal pen has been restored, and it is larger and stronger than before. In addition to the animal pen, there are ponds, springs, guardian thorns, vegetable gardens, and spiritual ponds in the yard, and the ground is soft and lawn. See 66 shelter changes. Looking up, the shelter has not expanded too much, but the overall layout is much more spacious. Walking into the shelter, the overall appearance is very spacious, but there are only a dozen luminous stones, and the light cannot illuminate the entire shelter. Holding a few luminous stones, Shi Yuan looked around the entire shelter and roughly understood the overall situation. Needless to say, the yard has no other changes except for the upgraded facilities, the expanded area, and the lawn. And the interior is built with good grade Oran wood, and the room facilities have been rearranged. On the first floor, there are living rooms, kitchens, bathrooms, workshops, warehouses, and bedrooms. The living room is equipped with a fireplace and a set of wooden tables and chairs. The kitchen has not changed much, the area has changed a lot, and the cooking tools have not increased, and it is still an iron pot. The bathroom is very simple, with only a stone wash basin and toilet. Shi Yuan never thought that the toilet can be made of stone, and it looks pretty good. The workshop is very small, and the workbench is still there, but many items can no longer be made. And there are more production tools. There is a small kiln in the corner, which should be used to make charcoal. There is a wooden cutting table, as well as a saw in the corner, which should be used to make wooden barrels and basins. These tools seem to be equipped according to the existing manufacturing scrolls. I just don't know if the system will equip new tools when I get new manufacturing scrolls in the future. Shi Yuan looked at each tool and thought silently. However, he estimated that the system would not be so good in the future and all the tools would be equipped. At this time, Shi Yuan found that the scroll had changed, and a lot of text appeared on it, all about the details of the item production process. For example, the healing potion scroll recorded the production materials and methods in detail, and Shi Yuan needed to do it himself. Although the healing potion only uses a few materials, the processing method is very complicated, the material ratio is very delicate and complicated, and the process is as many as 20 steps. Shi Yuan smiled helplessly. The workload will be a bit high in the future. Fortunately, he still has 6 free laborers, and it should be no problem to let them make these. Just be careful not to let them know about the precious production scrolls such as healing potion. Finally, there is a warehouse, which is piled with a lot of supplies and a storage box. The storage box is similar to the dimensional backpack. It looks small, but each one has 5 cubic meters of space inside. In order to facilitate management, Shi Yuan still took the trouble to classify all the supplies and put them in a storage box. 2 of them are for food, 1 is for tools and weapons, 1 is for scrolls, including manufacturing scrolls, teleportation scrolls, shelter migration scrolls, etc. The last one is for rare resources, such as white pine sand, ice crystals, etc. It will be easier to find things in the future. Then there is the bedroom. The bedroom is very simple, with only a wooden bed, a bedside table, and a small fireplace. Because the floor is covered with stones, there is no need to worry about fire. Although it sounds like a modern house, it is actually still the original forest cabin style, and all the facilities are very simple. The original dry and wet separated bathroom is now included in the bedroom, which is very convenient to enter and exit. After looking at the facilities on the first floor, Shi Yuan is still very satisfied. The only shortcoming is that the space is too small and the light is a little insufficient. Next is the basement. Shi Yuan walked down the stairs to see if there is any surprise in the basement, but unexpectedly, there is no facility in the basement. Looking at the spacious 120 square meters basement, which is paved with huge stones, it looks very neat and tidy. Only bees, wild boars, and pheasants huddled in the corner, all looking at the suddenly changed house with surprise. Is this system cutting corners? Isn't it said that there will be facilities? Why is there no room in the basement? Shi Yuan seriously suspected that the system was deceiving him. Now it seems that the changes in the entire shelter are not that big. The basement, house, and yard have expanded in area. Then there is an extra bedroom, a warehouse, and a bathroom in the house. Shi Yuan was in a good mood at first, but he felt uncomfortable the moment he saw it. But on second thought, in fact, for survivors, the most important thing is not the gorgeous living facilities, but enough living space. Especially the wide yard. In the forest environment, there are still many wild animals around the shelter. Shi Yuan can't plant plants and raise animals in the shelter. Therefore, he can only use the limited space yard. This 100 square meters yard is enough to cultivate a lot of fertile land. Because the shelter was upgraded, the surrounding snow was cleared, the vision became wide, and the situation in the forest could be seen. But at first glance, it was still white snow, and many trees had completely withered under the long-term low temperature. I don't know when the cold wave will pass, Shi Yuan looked at the monotonous scenery and said with boredom. But now, Shi Yuan is not completely idle. The snow in the yard has been cleared, and he can come out to do something, without having to stay in the shelter every day. Holding the luminous stone, he came to the right side of the shelter, and the guardian thorn was curled up in the corner. The guardian thorn is very special. Even in an environment of -50, it still survives. Even the newly grown small guardian thorn survived in such a harsh environment. I believe that as the climate recovers, the state of the guardian thorns will be restored. After that, Shi Yuan took the bees, pheasants, and iron-backed mountain boars out of the lower room and put them in the animal pens in the yard. After the Taipei mountain boar was domesticated, he used the upgrade scroll and easily reached the good level. The adult Taipei mountain boar is taller and smaller than Shi Yuan do. Next, you can consider the mating issue. Xin Jinjuan's iron-backed mountain boar has reached the good level. The two pigs are of the same age and breed, and they are childhood sweethearts and love each other, so they are a perfect match. If you can get married, it is a good thing. Of course, we can leave aside the fact that they are brothers and sisters. Shi Yuan did as he said and sent a message directly to Qin Jinjuan. Shi Yuan, brother Qin, the Taipei mountain boar has grown up, do you want to try mating? Qin Jinjuan did not agree immediately, and said with some worry, so urgent? The situation of the cold wave is still unclear, and the temperature will drop repeatedly. It is normal for Qin Jinjuan to have such thoughts. After all, he does not know about the next disaster. Shi Yuan understood very well that the cold wave may not have completely ended, and it may even last for a long time. But the climate trend is definitely getting warmer. So, Shi Yuan sent the information about the prophecy scroll. And he said, Brother Qin, look at this. The weather will definitely gradually get warmer, and there may be wind and snow, but the degree will definitely not be as good as before. After a while, Qin Jinjuan replied, okay, I didn't expect that you actually have this kind of props. Now you can prepare in advance. Yes, I just happened to store a batch of ice cubes in the lower room before the snow melted. Oh, by the way, Brother Qin, have you upgraded the shelter? It has just been upgraded, and the area has expanded a lot. You can bring the iron-backed mountain pigs here and let them get familiar with each other, is a worry. In such a cold weather, they may not have the desire to reproduce. Qin Jinjuan said with some worry. See 67 Ice Making Pa. Another item message was sent over. Name, aphrodisiac powder, good grade, effect. It has the effect of stimulating desire for wild animals, enhancing the reproductive desire of animals, and improving the efficiency and success rate of reproduction. Description, spring comes early. They must get married this time. Seeing the aphrodisiac powder, Qin Jinjuan was completely relieved. The reproduction of iron-backed pigs is not completed in a day or two, it is a very long cycle. If it can start as early as possible, Qin Jinjuan is also very happy. After all, the environment in the mist world is harsh, and he can't guarantee that he can hunt wild animals every day. If a stable breeding industry is established sooner, life will be more secure. Through the teleportation array, Shi Yuan sent the iron-backed pigs to Qin Jinjuan's shelter and put the two iron-backed pigs in the incubator to cultivate feelings first. After they are familiar with each other, Qin Jinjuan will use aphrodisiac powder to increase their reproductive desire. After chatting with Qin Jinjuan for a few more words and playing with Xiaotong for a while, Shi Yuan returned to the shelter. After returning to the shelter, Shi Yuan began to prepare for a disaster. Make ice cubes. Be prepared for high temperatures. Shi Yuan believed that the prophecy given by the system scroll was credible. Therefore, after the cold wave ends, there is a high probability that high temperatures will appear. Therefore, cooling facilities must be well prepared. While there is ice and snow, reserve more ice cubes. Use 4 wooden boards to make a rectangular frame, 50 centimeters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters high, as a mold for ice cubes. A total of 30 such molds were made. Then collect the accumulated snow, put it in the mold to fill and compact it. Then water it to melt the snow, and after freezing at low temperatures, you will get ice cubes. The principle of ice formation is that after the snow melts, it turns into ice when it encounters low temperatures. Because of the weather, the process of making ice cubes was very smooth. It only took a few seconds to make the ice cubes successfully. The finished rectangular ice cubes were moved to the living room and neatly stacked against the wall. This process was still very troublesome and took a lot of time. After moving more than a dozen ice cubes, Shi Yuan suddenly remembered that why he was working so hard. Didn't he have 6 free laborers? So, Shi Yuan contacted the 6 people, and then sent all the molds to them, asking them to make ice cubes according to the requirements. They did not question Shi Yuan's requirements and started to work obediently. Compared to the days of being ravaged by Lu Jipeng and doing flesh trade, working for Shi Yuan was too easy. Secondary shelter. 6 figures were busy, each wrapped tightly, like 6 rolling balloons. Their physical fitness is not as good as Shi Yuan's. The cold outside is more unbearable for them, so they just wear more clothes to keep warm. Among the 6 people, Zhou Yu, who is only 19 years old and petite, approaches Gao Hanji, who is compacting ice. She asked softly, "Sister Han, Brother Chi left us here and never came again. Why don't you ask him what his plan is?" Gao Hanji raised her head, her fair face red from the cold, and said, "He didn't chop me on the spot, he was merciful, let's not bother him. Oh, he looks good, otherwise he wouldn't have kept us for nothing. You see, he usually lets us grow vegetables, make ice cubes, and doesn't have to do anything against our will. It's already very good." Zhou Yu had the darkest experience, so she was very satisfied with her current life. In Lu Jipeng's hands, she not only had to serve all kinds of guests, but also had to meet Lu Jipeng's perverted requirements. At first, there were 7 people, but in just 1 or 2 days, 2 of them were tortured to death by Lu Jipeng. This memory is what they least want to face. Now they have food and drink, and there is no danger, which is really comfortable. But she didn't know that Shi Yuan didn't eat ordinary food, and usually used it to feed ironback pigs and pheasants. And the 6 of them together, they didn't eat as much as the ironback pigs. Next to them, a woman with a gentle face smiled and said, "Xiaoye, don't embarrass your sister Han. We are lucky to live to this day and live a stable life here." "Okay, Sister Shi." Zhou Yu replied with a bitter face and continued to make ice cubes. Gao Hanji said softly, "You don't have to worry, as long as you don't hurt him, he shouldn't do anything to you." "I just don't understand why he keeps us," Zhou Yu said helplessly. On the side, another girl said jokingly, "If you were so curious, go ask yourself. Do you want to eat you? Oh, what if he has improper thoughts about you? It's not easy for you to refuse," Zhou Yu said with a pout. At this time, Shi Yuan, who had just come over with the teleportation array and stood at the door of the shelter, was instantly full of black lines. "What have you been talking about these days?" Ahem, before Zhou Yu finished speaking, she was frightened by the cough and almost fell on the ground. Lu looked back and saw Shi Yuan with a dark face, walking towards her. She was immediately frightened and dared not move. Shi Yuan came over, patted Zhou Yu on the shoulder, looked at her with a scrutinizing look and said, "You must refuse." "No, no." Zhou Yu buried her head and rubbed her hands in confusion. Seeing how frightened she was, Shi Yuan shook his head helplessly, and considering that she was still a child, he did not joke with her anymore. He said, "Everyone, go in first. I have something to tell you." The 6 people went in obediently and sat around the table without saying a word. Shi Yuan took the main seat. Seeing everyone sitting, Shi Yuan said, "The cold wave will continue for a while. You can't go out for a long time, and you can't collect plasticine. So here, we don't need so many people for the time being. I will bring 2 people with me to the main shelter to work. Who of you is willing to do it?" None of the 6 people answered, and all buried their heads in their chests, which made Shi Yuan speechless. At this time, Gao Hanji said softly, "That, you can go." Shi Yuan glanced at him, looked at him, and rejected him. "You should be smarter. You should stay here." When Gao Hanji heard this, her face suddenly turned red, and she shut up and stopped talking. Seeing that no one was talking, Shi Yuan was too lazy to wait and made a decision directly: the oldest and the youngest, the rest will stay here. After making the decision, the eyes of the others were all on the 2 people. They were Zhou Yu and Chu Wenxi, both of whom froze and looked at Shi Yuan in panic, a little at a loss. Shi Yuan was speechless and didn't bother to care about them. He gave them 2 teleportation scrolls and teleported them directly. The shelter urgently needs help. Shi Yuan thought for a long time and still felt that the charcoal business could continue. Because he still has 2 big customers, Yang Zhenhe and Zhao Chang, and their alliance still has a great demand for charcoal. Especially after the update, it is no longer possible to buy charcoal from the trading market, resulting in a large shortage of charcoal. I have approached Qi Yuan many times, wanting Qi Yuan to sell a batch of charcoal. However, Qi Yuan would definitely not do this thankless job by himself, so he only asked 2 coolies. C68 Cold Current Trend. Qi Yuan only knew their names after the 2 arrived. The older one was called Chu Wenxi, 26 years old, more mature, and was originally a civil servant. The younger one was the girl who had been gossiping about him, only 19 years old, named Zhou Yu, and was originally a student. When they first arrived at Qi Yuan's shelter, they were immediately attracted. The 100 square meter large yard and the same-sized shelter cabins were much larger than their own shelters. Even compared to Lu Jipang's shelter, it was more than twice as spacious. Not only the shelter itself, but also there were many animals active in the yard. Several huge beehives were hung on the tree trunks beside the fence, surrounded by many bee colonies, buzzing around. Occasionally, bees would fly out of the fence to look for food outside. In the animal pen, a pheasant with colorful feathers walked around leisurely, pecking at the food on the ground from time to time. A closer look revealed that the pheasant and the others seemed to eat the same food every day. In addition, there was a huge wild boar 2 meters tall, lying in the animal pen, snorting and twitching its tail from time to time, looking very leisurely. The 2 were so surprised when they saw this scene that they were speechless. They had never thought that humans could develop such a large-scale shelter in such a short time and have so many rich resources. Compared with the small wooden house where they lived, it was completely 2 different worlds. Sister Shi, what level of shelter is this? Why is it so big? It should be level 4. It is said that he is one of the top 10,000 people in the world, and the best developed group, so amazing. Indeed, seeing the 2 standing in the yard in a daze, Qi Yuan shouted helplessly, "Don't be in a daze, come here quickly." Oh. The 2 hurriedly responded and ran over. Qi Yuan took them to the workshop and handed them the charcoal making scroll, asking them to learn from it. The process of making charcoal is much simpler than the healing potion, as long as you control the time. As long as the 2 are not stupid, they can easily complete it after trying a few more times. Now there are still 40,000 units of ordinary grade wood in the shelter, which need them to make charcoal. Good grade wood can be exchanged for spirit coins, so Qi Yuan made a plan to stop making good grade charcoal in the future. Because for the system, even if the wood is made into charcoal, it will not increase its value. After all, no matter how the wood changes, the internal spiritual power remains unchanged. After the 2 of them read the process, they can start working. However, with 2 strangers in the shelter, Qi Yuan will not be completely at ease, and he must take some precautions. In a place where the 2 of them can't see, 2 black tiger bees the size of an adult's fist are silently watching them. Once they do something out of line, they will immediately notify Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan has told the 2 that they are only allowed to move in 4 places: the living room, the workshop, the bathroom, and the kitchen. Once there is any overstepping of behavior, the black tiger bees will immediately be alert and go to inform Qi Yuan. This is considered an insurance measure. In addition, Qi Yuan has already contacted Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Cheng to continue to provide charcoal transactions. Provide 3,000 units of ordinary charcoal to each of them every day. Zhao Cheng still uses white pine sand and ice crystals to buy. Yang Zhenghe paid with 500 units of good grade wood. With this calculation, the income for one day is about 150 spirit coins. This income can be maintained until the cold wave is completely over. 2 days later. During these 2 days, the cold wave is still raging, and there is some light snow, and the weather is still very cold. However, the cold wave has recovered, and the overall temperature has improved slightly. During these days, the 4 people in the secondary shelter made ice cubes, and the number of ice cubes reached more than 500, but only filled up a small area of the basement. Qi Yuan planned to fill half of the basement with ice cubes. Only a walking passage in the middle was left for easy access. All ice-making workers still have to continue. Zhou Yu and Chu Wenxi were responsible for making charcoal, and the process was also smooth without any accidents. The 2 worked in the workshop during the day, and slept on thick carpets and quilts by the fireplace in the living room at night. They searched the shelter of several people in front of them. There was no shortage of ordinary warm-keeping items. They just took some and used them. The 2 of them could work for about 12 hours a day and could barely make 6,000 units of charcoal, just enough to sell. At this time, Qi Yuan really felt that free labor was really good. He didn't have to do anything, and the spirit coins came in. However, Qi Yuan didn't treat them badly. Food and drink were fully supplied, and even good-grade food was provided sometimes. In the past few days, Qi Yuan continued to live an orderly life, taking care of the shelter, exercising, practicing archery, and occasionally browsing the forum. On the 15th day of the cold wave, there was finally a big surprise. The sky finally dawned. The night gradually faded away, and the sun shone down again, shining on the white snow on the ground, which looked crystal clear and bright, and the whole world was bright. The sun is coming out? Shi Yuan felt the light outside the window and immediately looked over in surprise. Shi Yuan never thought that he would be so excited to see the sun. Having been used to the long darkness, Shi Yuan couldn't help squinting his eyes when he suddenly saw the dazzling sunlight. He couldn't look directly at the world outside the window. The eternal night ended, and it seemed that the cold wave was about to end. At this moment, all the survivors cheered and jumped for joy, as if they saw the hope of survival. For a whole half-month, most of the survivors were not well fed and clothed, and the stored supplies were very few, and they were about to start eating. If the cold wave didn't end, many people would not be able to hold on. Shi Yuan took out the Mist Survival Manual and looked at the total number of people in the forum. He found that it had dropped from 5.3 billion in the early stage of the cold wave to 4 billion. It's hard to say whether it's sad or fortunate. It's sad, after all, hundreds of millions of survivors died, and they died in a corner of the mist world without being known. I am thankful because this fierce cold wave disaster only took away the lives of 1.3 billion people. Shi Yuan originally thought that most survivors could not resist the super low temperature cold wave of -60. It is speculated that after this cold wave, the total number of survivors may be directly cut in half. But the fact is that many people survived tenaciously. 5.3 billion people, 1.3 billion people died, which is about 24%, which is still within an acceptable range. Alas, don't let too many people die. If in the end, there are only a few tens of thousands of people left in the entire foggy world, that would be really terrible. Shi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. If there is really a day when there are only a few tens of thousands of people left in a civilization, then life can still find new hope? Shi Yuan looked at the sunlight in the sky, and his eyes gradually adapted to the light. Seeing the 2 or 3 meters high snow layer outside the wall, he suddenly wilted. How long will this snow layer melt? It will take at least a day or two to melt. I can only wait a few more days until the snow is less, and then find a way to go out. But at this time, there is a problem that must be faced. Flood. Once such a large amount of snow melts and turns into snow water, it will inevitably cause a large-scale flood disaster, which is more terrible than a cold wave. But this is also strange to Shi Yuan. The prophecy scroll shows that the next disaster will be high temperature. This shows that the flood will not cause too much disaster. Or, the flood will not happen? No matter which guess is made, Shi Yuan needs to make enough preparations for possible disasters. See 69 fishing. But after the next few days, Shi Yuan knew that he was overthinking. Originally, he thought that such a fierce cold current would seriously affect the natural environment, and a super flood would be inevitable. In fact, the natural ecology of the foggy world easily withstood this disaster, and even a major flood did not occur. First, although the weather was cold, the speed of snow melting was beyond imagination. Except for a few extremely cold areas, ice and snow began to melt in most places. Secondly, a large amount of snow water melted and flowed, and was actually absorbed by the forest, becoming nutrients for the recovery of animals and plants in the forest, and no flood was formed at all. In just 3 days, most of the ice and snow melted, leaving only a 30-centimeter high snow layer. It may be because the land absorbed too much snow water, so a permafrost layer was formed, and the final snow melted slowly. Shi Yuan couldn't understand why the ice and snow could melt quickly when the temperature was still several degrees below zero. Perhaps, the natural rules of the foggy world are still very different from those on Earth. Shi Yuan is not an expert in natural science, so he naturally won't explore these issues. He only knows that under the current situation, survivors can go out and find food in the wild. Many survivors have already begun to try to leave the shelter and find food in nearby areas. But the result is very bad. They have just experienced a cold wave and there is no food at all. Maybe they will encounter hungry large wild animals and become someone else's food if they are not careful. Recently, a post in the forum has become very popular, called 8 Questions About Finding Food in the Snow. It is about how to find edible food in this environment while protecting your own safety. Shi Yuan also read it carefully and found that most of the content is about how to turn tree bark, tree roots, and weeds into edible food. It has been liked by tens of thousands of people. Can't complain, it's really pitiful. However, Shi Yuan also realized that it is really difficult to find food and explore in the wild under the current situation. But at this time, Shi Yuan turned to a post. What can we do when the cold wave ends? The title is mediocre and it won't be popular at first glance. But after reading the content, it gave Chi Yuan a lot of inspiration. The post mentioned many good methods, one of which is very suitable for Chi Yuan. That is fishing. Chi Yuan remembered that he had opened a fishing rod before, but never used it. Later, he obtained excellent bait feed from Lu Jipeng's inventory, which is indeed very suitable for fishing. So, Chi Yuan began to prepare. Find a dusty fishing rod, and then start making bait. The bait is excellent, and the materials required are also expensive. It requires the viscera of excellent beasts, which Chi Yuan can't get together at all. So I could only reluctantly use good-grade food to make it, and finally it was successfully made, and the quality was good. This is also thanks to the system update. Because it is made by hand, the production process can be more flexible. If it was before, it would not be possible to make it successfully. Chi Yuan put on snow boots, a big cotton jacket, a cotton coat, cotton pants, a sweater, and a scarf, and wrapped himself tightly. Then he took the fishing rod, fishing net, bait, and wooden barrel, left the shelter and came to the stream. He left with 500 bee colonies led by the iron-backed black tiger queen bee. The food in the hive is seriously insufficient, and they also need to go out to find food. Today, I happened to go out with Chi Yuan, protecting his safety while also being able to find food farther away. Chi Yuan came to the stream next to the shelter. The river here is too small, and fishing is definitely not allowed. However, the water level in the upper reaches of the stream is obviously expanding, and the upper reaches can probably hold a large flow of water. Chi Yuan followed the stream and walked all the way to the depths of the forest. After walking for a kilometer, he found that the stream had indeed become larger and could be called a stream. Continuing to walk forward, the stream became wider, the surrounding terrain became flatter, and the vision gradually widened. Is this a plain? Are we going to the forest? Chi Yuan was a little confused, because the environment here was less and less like a forest. However, thinking back carefully, when I used the beast search scroll before, it showed the terrain here, and it seemed that the surrounding area was still in the forest range. Looking at the forest on both sides of the river, I found that the forest was still very dense, and there were more trees. Obviously, this is still part of the forest, and this forest is indeed larger than I imagined. Why is the river flat and wide? There is only one reason: it used to be a big river, at least much larger than the current river. The frozen river channel is only 2 meters wide now, and the dry flat river channel is at least 10 meters wide. Chi Yuan thought to himself, it seems that the idea is right, the source should be a larger river. After walking for about 5 kilometers, a river channel finally came to an end. It connected to another larger river channel. Obviously, the small river next to Chi Yuan's shelter is a tributary of another large river. This large river flows from deeper in the forest. The current river channel is 10 meters wide and the water depth is much deeper than the tributary. Even if the lake is frozen, you can see the deep river water under the ice. Hua la la. Chi Yuan leaned over the ice surface and confirmed it again. He could vaguely hear the sound of the river flowing under the ice. This is it. Chi Yuan made a decision and chose to fish here. Going close to the middle of the river, I tried to break the ice with an iron axe. I found that the ice was very thick, up to 50 centimeters thick. Chi Yuan banged bang 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 for more than half an hour, breaking the iron axe's blade and barely opening a hole as thick as an arm. Call. Chi Yuan struggled to get up from the ice, stretched his muscles. If he hadn't been physically strong, he wouldn't have been able to break through such a thick ice surface. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died of exhaustion. Take the fishing rod, hang the fishy-smelling bait on the hook, and put it down along the hole in the ice. Generally speaking, if you use good-grade bait, you will have a higher probability of attracting good-grade fish. However, this also depends on the specific river conditions. If the river is too small and all the fish living there are ordinary level fish, then naturally no good level fish will appear. If it is a large lake, especially a good-grade lake, the probability of high-quality fish appearing is very high. However, if you want to catch good-grade fish, you also need to bear the corresponding risks. Wild aquatic animals, like wild beasts in the forest, are powerfully aggressive. If you are an ordinary person, your strength may not be as good as that of a good-grade fish, and you may even be dragged into the water. Getting ready, Chi Yuan started fishing. But I didn't bring a chair, so it was hard to sit directly on the ice. So Chi Yuan thought for a while and put the black tiger bee queen under his buttocks, which was just enough to be used as a bench without freezing his buttocks. Of course, he can't just wait for the fish, it would be a waste of time. Chi Yuan brought the Mist Survival Manual over, and while waiting for the fish to take the bait, he browsed the forum on the difference between trading places and public stores. Real-time price comparison in the fog world. The encyclopedia of beasts in the mist world. Powerful beasts that are different from the animals on Earth. Good grade food. What is the difference between an? I don't understand Reiki. How to understand the foggy world. Various posts were about the experiences of other survivors, and Chi Yuan also tried to understand them. I also absorbed a lot of new knowledge. For example, special plants in other places, or other survivors encountering powerful beasts. C71 slap in one date. However, among the vast number of posts, Chi Yuan accidentally caught a glimpse of a special post. Weird creatures beyond human cognition. There are also a few photos attached to the post, which look very blurry. Vaguely, he could see an extremely huge beast standing in the forest. This figure was more than 5 meters high and several meters long, far exceeding the limits of earthly creatures. It's almost as tall as a small building. You can't see clearly what animal it is, but just a glimpse of its huge figure is enough to make people tremble with fear. This post is not considered a post, it only has a few comments. Is this real? Why is there such a huge creature in? I think is fake. I have also encountered many beasts. Although their sizes are much larger than those on Earth, they will never reach this level. Tell me, have you ever met one? You have lived till now just because you have never met one? Well, yes. But I still don't believe it. It's too blurry to see clearly. Don't you know, UFOs, aliens, and unsolved mysteries all require this kind of picture quality. In the comment area, some people believed it, some doubted it, and some were dismissive. Chi Yuan frowned and looked at the creatures in the photo carefully, and couldn't help but feel waves in his heart. Compared to other survivors, he knows the beasts better and understands their fears better. He is not afraid of the strength of ordinary and good-level beasts. After all, his current physical fitness has reached the good level and his strength is considered very strong. Besides, he also has black tiger bee swarms and iron-backed pigs, ordinary good-level beasts, which are just his prey. But what Chi Yuan is really worried about is the beast's potential to become stronger, and the other powerful beasts hidden deep in the mist world. He came to the mist world, and it took him less than a month to reach the advanced level of strength. In that misty world, are there beasts that exist for hundreds of years? Then what strength should they have? Excellent level? Rare level? Still stronger? Ordinary level beasts are no different from earth creatures. The strength of a good level beast far exceeds that of a so-called tiger or lion, and its size exceeds that of an ordinary beast. But in the mist world, there are not only ordinary and good level beasts. Chi Yuan believed that excellent, rare, and even more powerful beasts existed. This is also an issue that all survivors must be concerned about. Chi Yuan thought silently, and the idea of guarding against wild beasts was deeply imprinted in his mind. Bite, bite, bite. At this moment, the fishing rod in front of him made a crisp sound, pulling Chi Yuan back from his thoughts. A fish is hooked. Chi Yuan looked happy and hurriedly straightened his back, grasped the fishing rod with both hands, and used his forearms to hold on to the pulled-down fishing rod. Through the force of pulling, Chi Yuan judged the size of the fish, which should not be too big. Except for the violent struggle at the beginning, which almost caused the fishing rod to break free, there was some difficulty in exerting force later on. Chi Yuan is not professional in fishing, but I also know a little bit about fishing. After slipping the fish back for a while, slowly reel in the line and slowly pull it to the hole. But at this time, Chi Yuan discovered a very serious problem and wanted to give himself a big mouth. Since I just focused on making a hole and putting the fishing line in, I didn't even think about how to take out the fish. As a result, the hole was too small and the fish couldn't get out. Damn! You're so stupid. Chi Yuan cursed angrily. Let's just say let it go. After all, this was the first fish caught, so I felt reluctant to part with it. Chi Yuan thought, shouldn't he just perform anatomy underwater? The hole turned out to be so small that I could barely fit a hand in. Helpless, Chi Yuan just let him go. Put away the fishing rod and take out the iron axe again. Start to expand along the hole, expanding the hole to about 30 centimeters in diameter. But after the experience just now, Chi Yuan was still a little worried, so he expanded the hole again to about 50 centimeters. Then I felt relieved, relaxed, and continued fishing. But it seemed that the fish just now had used up all Chi Yuan's luck. After waiting for a full 30 minutes, no fish bit the hook again. Ice and snow, cold wind. Chi Yuan shrank from the cold, but thinking of the hot seafood, he felt that he should persist. As the colors darkened, the temperature began to drop again, and the wind on the river hurt my face. Chi Yuan's eyes were calm and his hand holding the fishing rod remained motionless. He had made up his mind to go home as soon as he caught a fish. 30 minutes later. Chi Yuan stood up without saying a word with a dark face, and packed up the empty barrel and the fishing rod in the water. As the fishhook was pulled out of the water, the moment he saw the fishhook, Chi Yuan felt as if he was struck by 5 thunders. I didn't hang any bait? Chi Yuan's face twitched uncontrollably. Snap! Gave myself a slap in the face. But fortunately, my face has been numbed and I am not afraid of pain at all. Chi Yuan clutched his chest, feeling a breath stuck in his heart. When he saw the black tiger Queen lying on the ground, he suddenly lost his temper and raised his leg to kick him. The round body slid far away on the smooth ice and stopped only after hitting a tree by the river. The black tiger Queen's small brain obviously couldn't understand the complex and profound meaning. She shook the snow off her body and flew back. Chi Yuan sighed, feeling much relieved, and then recalled the swarm and returned to the shelter. Just as he turned around, a silver light appeared on the ice, flashing Chi Yuan's heart. Silver resource box? This slap was not in vain. Chi Yuan was immediately filled with joy, and excitedly put away the silver resource box. It really is a slap in the face, and a sweet date. Chi Yuan returned to the shelter with mixed feelings. When he got home, it was completely dark. When he returned home, Shu Wensi and Zhou Yu had already prepared dinner. Chi Yuan's good grade steak, noodles, and boiled Qingyue algae. Shu Wensi and Zhou Yu ate some ordinary grade food. Because they found a lot of rock salt in Lu Jipang's shelter before, the taste of the food has improved a lot now. But when Chi Yuan sat down, Shu Wensi brought out another bowl of soup, which was a bowl of Crucian carp soup. Boss Chi, didn't you say you were going fishing today? So I made fish soup for you, Shu Wensi said gently. The three of them have become familiar with each other after spending a few days together, so the atmosphere is not so stiff. Just as Chi Yuan said, they are Chi Yuan's employees. Chi Yuan provides accommodation and food, and they only need to work quietly, and don't need to think about the rest. Chi Yuan's relaxed attitude also made them relax a lot, and they were forced to voluntarily work 2 more hours. However, the current situation is different from the past. Chi Yuan obviously felt uncomfortable when he saw the fish. But for the sake of the silver resource box, he didn't care too much. In the evening, Chi Yuan returned to the bedroom to rest and opened the silver resource box. It was the first time to pick up a silver resource box in the wild. I was so lucky. However, the surprise seemed far from over, and a bigger surprise followed. Bang! As the silver resource box was opened, a dazzling golden light emerged. Rare item? Chi Yuan's eyes were blinded by the light, but he could still vaguely see that although there was only 1 item in the resource box, it was emitting golden light. Compared with 3 excellent items and 1 rare item, which one should he choose? Chi Yuan was very sure that it was definitely rare. But the next moment, when he saw the items in the resource box clearly, Chi Yuan seemed not so sure. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. C71 fish, shrimp, crab, turtle, name, Bailang fishing rod, rare grade, function. The fishing rod is made of deep sea blue iron and the fishing line is made of ice silk, which greatly improves the strength, lightness, toughness, and durability of the fishing rod. Because the material is rich in water properties, its attraction to aquatic animals is greatly improved and the error rate is reduced. Introduction: you can catch fish even without bait. Try to hang bait as much as possible. Chi Yuan's head was suddenly filled with black lines. Is this a slap in the face and a sweet date? No, this is a sweet date made into the shape of a poem. Bailang fishing rod? Broken fishing rod? For the first time, Chi Yuan felt that the system of the mist world was alive and had a soul. And this time, it is very obvious, coming from the collision of souls, which is of great historical significance. I, Chi, swear that if I go fishing again, I will let Dahei eat the fishing rod. The next day, morning. Boss Chi, are you going fishing again? No, let's go for a walk. Chi Yuan was wrapped up tightly, carrying a wooden bucket, Bailang fishing rod, and the black tiger Queen, facing the wind and snow, and walked upstream of the stream. At the whole entrance yesterday, Chi Yuan was still sitting on the black tiger Queen, hanging the bait and casting the line with a calm expression, and his movements were all in one go, like a veteran. Because of yesterday's humiliation, Chi Yuan was unwilling to back down, so he regained his strength and tried again. The result was also very smooth. With the blessing of the rare-grade fishing rod, Chi Yuan was as comfortable as a fish in water. In just a few minutes, several big fish were hooked, but the quality was only ordinary. Suddenly, the fishing rod twitched again. Chi Yuan's eyes lit up and he twitched the rod fiercely. What a strong force! Chi Yuan was delighted. It must be a big fish. And the quality is certainly not low. He understands that anyone whose strength is comparable to his own has a high probability of being of excellent strength. Qi Yuan was calm, tried hard to control the strength, and relaxed well. Yushuan was involved for several minutes. Qi Yuan finally won and dragged him out. Sure enough, it's a big crab. This is a light blue crab that is the size of a millstone. Its back shell is covered with sharp black thorns. Its huge claws are bigger than its face. Its 8 crab legs are thick and slender. Although he couldn't see any information about it, by judging its body shape and strength, Qi Yuan was sure that it was a good grade crab. Although it is not a fish, he is still very satisfied. Unexpectedly, I have never eaten king crab in my life. But after coming to the mist world, I will have the opportunity to eat bigger crabs. Qi Yuan beamed with joy. He chopped off the 8 legs and 2 pincers of the crab with satisfaction and threw them into the barrel. But it is a good level beast after all. In order to prevent it from escaping, Qi Yuan specially arranged a good level black tiger bee to stare at it one-on-one. With the first harvest, Qi Yuan's confidence has greatly improved. Not long after, the fishing rod felt pulled again. This time the force was relatively low and I caught it easily. It is a light blue translucent prawn, about 12 centimeters in length, which is much larger than ordinary market shrimps. Just out of the water, the blue prawns were flapping violently, their powerful bodies constantly bouncing, splashing a large amount of river water. Qi Yuan put it into the barrel without hesitation. After returning to the water, the blue shrimp returned to calm. In the next period of time, I seem to have poked into the shrimp nest and caught 8 similar blue prawns in a row. Qi Yuan estimated that these few blue prawns alone would be enough for him to eat for several days. It seems that the effect of this rare-level fishing rod is really good, far beyond what the ordinary fishing rods of yesterday can compare with. No wonder I couldn't catch any fish yesterday. It seemed to be mostly due to equipment problems. Not only the equipment, there should be problems with the weather, environment, and feng shui yesterday. It's definitely not a technical problem. Since we took fewer detours, fished longer, and had better equipment, we harvested a lot of fish. In just the past 2 hours, the wooden barrel next to it was almost full. He has discovered that there are not many fish in this river, but there are an extremely large number of blue prawns. There are more than 2 in the barrel. I originally thought that this situation would continue, and maybe I could harvest at least hundreds of blue prawns every day. But in the afternoon, things changed. The number of blue prawns is declining rapidly. It seems that the shrimps have fled to other places, causing Qi Yuan's harvest to drop sharply. Surprisingly, for a full 40 minutes, the fishing rod did not move. What's going on? Why can't I catch fish all of a sudden? Qi Yuan looked confused and considered changing his position and making a new hole. But at this moment, the calm water suddenly rippled. The fishing line tightened instantly and was violently dragged into the water. Qi Yuan had quick eyesight and quick hands, and immediately reached out to grab the fishing rod. But the creature under the ice was extremely powerful. Even if Qi Yuan tried his best, he could not pull it back and could only hold on to a stalemate. Seeing that the opponent's endurance was good, Qi Yuan also tried to move away a section of the line, slowly consuming his energy. Is it a big deal? Qi Yuan put the fishing rod against his chest, held his breath, kept his feet steady, and secretly exerted force in his hands to steadily control the situation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, minutes. I don't know what kind of creature it is, but its endurance is surprisingly good. It insisted on confronting Qi Yuan for 20 minutes, but it showed no intention of giving in. Qi Yuan maintained his posture in the cold wind for 20 minutes, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Qi Yuan has secretly made up his mind to hold on for another 5 minutes. If he still can't succeed, he can only give up. Time is precious. It is not worth wasting too much time and energy on it. But it may be the blessing of the fishing rod. In the next few minutes, the opponent's strength gradually weakened, and Qi Yuan slowly gained the upper hand. Soon, a black figure was dragged from under the ice. When it emerged from the water, Qi Yuan could see its appearance clearly. A dark blue turtle, with a regular hexagonal shell, delicate blue patterns on its skin, and the color is extremely deep. What surprised me was that this turtle was only the size of a baby's head, and it looked naive, staring with black round eyes, and looked harmless. It was completely unrelated to the ferocious fish that Qi Yuan expected. He didn't expect that the opponent who had been stalemate with him for nearly 40 minutes was actually such a small turtle. Qi Yuan looked at the turtle and felt that it was too small, and there was no meat in the soup. However, it was beautiful and cute, and it was a good pet turtle. Qi Yuan didn't care much and put it in the barrel. But soon, a magical scene appeared. Originally, the fish, shrimps and crabs lived in peace in the barrel, and there was almost no movement except for the occasional flutter. But when the turtle entered, the fish, shrimps and crabs seemed to have encountered their natural enemies, and they all huddled together and shrank into the corner and trembled. And they looked extremely uneasy. Wherever the turtle went, the fish, shrimps and crabs immediately fled to the other side and dared not approach at all. Soon, Chi Yuan noticed this scene. He immediately realized that the identity of this little blue turtle must be extraordinary. But after the system was updated, the survivors could not view the information of wild creatures, so Chi Yuan could not understand the specific situation. However, since the two can live in peace, there should be no big problem. However, after catching the turtle, Chi Yuan's luck seemed to have deteriorated, and he never caught any fish or shrimp again. He waited until dark, but he didn't catch any fish or shrimp. In desperation, Chi Yuan had to stop fishing temporarily and return to the shelter. However, halfway through, a message suddenly appeared, and the sound of beeping kept ringing. Is this, something happened? C-72 secondary shelter destroyed. Chi Yuan stopped and took out the missed survival manual. A red message was jumping non-stop. Warning! Warning! The secondary shelter is under attack. Warning! Warning! The secondary shelter is under attack. Warning! Warning! The secondary shelter is under attack. 3 consecutive red warning messages made Chi Yuan frown. What's going on? The secondary shelter was attacked? Chi Yuan immediately sent a message to Gao Hanji through the private chat channel to ask what happened. But after waiting for a few minutes, there was no reply. Chi Yuan's face immediately became serious. In order to contact the secondary shelter at any time, Chi Yuan asked Gao Hanji to carry the missed survival manual with her 24 hours a day. So under normal circumstances, as long as you send her a message, she will reply immediately. It seems that something must have happened. Chi Yuan felt uneasy and immediately quickened his pace to return to the shelter, his mind full of thoughts. What happened? Did other survivors find the shelter? Impossible, the shelters are more than 10 kilometers apart, and I haven't heard of anyone finding other shelters. Or did someone enter the secondary shelter through the teleportation scroll? This is also impossible. Without Chi Yuan's permission, no one can teleport to the secondary shelter. Or did they destroy the shelter on their own initiative? It's possible, but Chi Yuan vaguely felt that this was not the reason. Excluding all impossible factors, the outline of the answer has appeared in Chi Yuan's mind, and now he just needs to go and verify it. Rushing back to the shelter, regardless of Chu Wenxi and Zhou puzzled expressions, Chi Yuan immediately took out the teleportation scroll and took the black tiger bee swarm to prepare to teleport. However, just before he was about to teleport, he suddenly stopped. He hesitated. He suddenly remembered. In the secondary shelter, there is a forbidden stone, and the teleportation scroll cannot be used in the forbidden stone unit. This means that once Chi Yuan teleports there, if he encounters danger, he cannot teleport back immediately. Not knowing the specific situation and unable to evacuate in time, the risk of this operation will undoubtedly increase. Go or not? In Chi Yuan's mind, he recalled Gao Hanji's face and the faces of the other 3 girls. In the end, he still hesitated. Holding the missed survival manual in his left hand, the page was showing Gao Hanji's private chat channel. Holding the teleportation scroll in his right hand, it only takes 0.01 seconds to use the scroll to teleport there. At this moment, Chi Yuan was surprisingly calm. He had a vague premonition of what happened in the secondary shelter. Apart from the factor, what else would be the most impossible possibility? In the forum yesterday, the image of the vague giant beast suddenly appeared in Chi Yuan's mind. Chi Yuan breathed heavily, sitting quietly on the chair in the living room, the cool air entering his nose, stimulating his thoughts. Chu Wenxi and Zhou stood aside and looked at him strangely, not daring to make a sound. They had never seen Chi Yuan show such an expression. All along, the young man in front of them had done things with ease, without any mistakes, and his thinking was meticulous and logical. This made them feel that this guy didn't look like a young man. Chi Yuan just sat quietly, watching that missed survival manual. After 10 minutes, there was still no reply to the message in the chat channel. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, what should have happened should have happened. Chi Yuan stood up and muttered to himself, while thinking about the location and range of the forbidden sky stone in his mind. There are 2 ways to come back in time. Either find the forbidden stone immediately and put it away, or run out of the forbidden stone range. After getting ready, Chi Yuan used the teleportation scroll and teleported the bee colony to the secondary shelter. He blocked the black tiger queen bee in front of his chest, holding the luminous stone teleportation scroll in his hand. Chi Yuan's nerves were highly tense, and his hands were full of sweat. The next second, Shi Yuan appeared in a ruin. Shi Yuan quickly looked around to check the situation around him, and at the same time took a step and ran towards an open space. After completely leaving the Forbidden Stone range and finding that there was no danger around, Shi Yuan put it down. What happened? Shi Yuan quickly scanned the shelter and collected useful information. The entire secondary shelter has completely collapsed. Half of the house seemed to be crushed by a giant, and a large amount of wood and stones were crushed into fragments and scattered in the snow around. On the calm snowy ground, a shocking huge gully runs through the entire shelter, stretching for several meters. The original appearance of the shelter cannot be seen, only the collapsed wall remains, proving that there was once a shelter here. As for the 4 beasts in the shelter, Shi Yuan did not see any of them. Seeing the scene in front of him, Shi Yuan already understood very well. This is definitely not a natural disaster. This kind of destructive power is not something that survivors can do. Of course, there is also a 1 in a billion possibility that a survivor obtains good grade scroll, excellent grade crafting scroll, and rare grade crafting scroll at the same time. Then find an ordinary beast and become a rare beast on the spot. Or, you can use the rare level beast taming scroll to directly tame a rare level beast, but the possibility of this is really too small. Shi Yuan would rather believe that this was a wild beast's atrocity. Approaching the ruins, the broken pieces could vaguely reveal the original appearance. There were bloodstains in the snow, and the blood was deeply stained, which seemed to indicate that the amount of bleeding was very large. In some inconspicuous corners, there were scattered body parts falling, which made Shi Yuan shudder and dare not continue to look closely. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded under this wooden board. Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan's eyes lit up, and his eyes quickly scanned, and finally saw a dying figure in a corner. Is it Cao Hanji? Her lower body was pressed in the ruins of wooden boards and stones, and half of her body was bleeding, and she could see the wounds and bite marks. Her face was extremely pale due to excessive blood loss, and there were many scratches and bruises all over it. Shi Yuan jumped up and quickly stepped forward, leaned over, took out a bottle of healing potion from the dimensional backpack, and was about to pour it into her mouth. But unexpectedly, Gao Hanji pursed her lips, shook her head slightly, and looked at her lower body with a slight movement of her eyes. Shi Yuan frowned in confusion, puzzled by her behavior. Drink it quickly. Otherwise, but the next moment, Shi Yuan reacted immediately, and hurriedly looked at the ruins that pressed down Gao Hanji's lower body, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A lot of blood oozed out of the ruins, and under the light of the luminous stone, it turned scarlet. Shi Yuan took a breath of cold air, and immediately reached out to dig open the ruins, trying to move the rocks pressing on his body as much as possible to avoid secondary damage to the body underneath. But at this time, Gao Hanji reached out and pulled Shi Yuan to move, with a bitter smile on her face. What happened? What is she going to do? Shi Yuan was inexplicably confused, but he still followed her line of sight and looked below her lower abdomen. The next moment, Shi Yuan's hands that were digging the ruins suddenly stopped, his pupils contracted to the extreme, his head shook violently, and he sat down on the ground. Shi Yuan sat on the ground, feeling his throat dry, his body stiff, and his head dizzy. C-73 no longer safe below Gao Hanji's lower abdomen. At the waist, there was a row of huge and neat bite marks. Under the blurred flesh and blood, one could vaguely see the traces of huge sharp teeth piercing through, and looking down, the lower limbs could no longer be seen. Shi Yuan's heart felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, and his throat choked for a moment, unable to speak. Perhaps, under the ruins, there was no body at all. Shi Yuan's hands trembled slightly, and he turned his head to look at Gao Hanji's bitter smile. He finally understood why she refused to drink the healing potion, and also understood the bitter smile on her face. She knew very well that what kind of injury she had suffered was no longer a bottle of good-grade healing potion that could heal. Gao Hanji tried to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she didn't have time to say a word, and a large amount of red blood gushed out like a fountain. Streams of blood gushed out of her mouth, dyeing a large area of land red. Shi Yuan hurriedly touched his chest, but it was of no use at all. Shi Yuan wanted to say something comforting, but his trembling lips opened several times, but he still couldn't say a word. Regardless of whether Gao Hanji was willing or not, Shi Yuan tried to pour the healing potion into her mouth, but the potion mixed with blood and all flowed out again. Gao Hanji tried to speak many times, but she never succeeded, and her injuries became more serious. So, in the end, she only showed a helpless smile and gave up the idea of speaking. Her eyes silently stared at Shi Yuan's face. I don't know if it was lingering, or reluctant, or guilt, regret, fear, relief, complex emotions intertwined in her eyes. After a few minutes, Gao Hanji's eyes became hazy, and she raised her hand with difficulty, tremblingly pointing to a ruin. Shi Yuan's eyes just looked in the direction of his finger, and Gao Hanji's hand seemed to be deflated, and fell to the ground with a pop. When he looked back, Shi Yuan found that her eyes had dimmed. She had no strength to hold on any longer. Shi Yuan felt dizzy and knelt for a long time without recovering. His empty eyes stared at the cold corpse. It was not until dozens of minutes later that Shi Yuan closed his eyes silently and stood up with difficulty. He found that his legs were numb. He touched his forehead and found that it was covered with cold sweat. He twitched his feet with difficulty and took numb steps, slowly walking to the place Gao Hanji pointed before her death. The blood-stained white sheets and quilts were scattered on the ground. This should be the previous bedroom. He turned over the sheets, quilts, and bedboards, and a wooden box was revealed underneath. Shi Yuan hesitated for a while, but still opened it. Under the illumination of the nightlight, a bottle with crystal liquid shaking was quietly placed in it. This is that bottle of plant catalyst liquid. A fire broke out in the ruins, devouring all the remains of the shelter. Gao Hanji's body was also burned. In the ruins, Shi Yuan never found the complete bodies of other people, only fragmented limbs and bloodstains. In the huge gully dragged on the ground, a huge gray-white snake slough and a strong earthy smell were found. All these evidences show that this is a huge python that went out to forage. Based on the traces left on the ground, Shi Yuan conservatively estimated that the diameter of the python's body reached a terrifying 4 meters. According to the same proportion, its length is more than 50 meters. This huge monster is no longer a human enemy. No matter how solid the shelter is, it cannot stop the attack of this beast. Just seeing the traces it left behind made Shi Yuan feel terrified, and he had no idea of resisting. It is conceivable how scared the 4 women would be when facing this beast. If it was a fatal blow, it would be acceptable. But if it happened like Gao Hanji, how desperate it would be. Shi Yuan stood silently in the snow, with the burning fire reflected in his eyes. The scorching temperature could not dispel the chill in his heart. He asked himself in his heart, if this giant beast attacked not the secondary shelter, but his main shelter, then would he be able to stop it? Shi Yuan knew the answer clearly. This would not be a war, but a one-sided massacre, a complete crushing of the weak by the top predator. Whether it was strength, speed, or size, humans were as weak as babies in swaddling clothes. Shi Yuan was extremely depressed, as if his chest was pressed by a huge tripod, which made him almost breathless. When the fire was extinguished, Shi Yuan stood there for a while, and then used the teleportation scroll to return to the shelter. The accident in the secondary shelter disrupted Shi Yuan's comfortable fishing life, and he had to make changes in advance. When he returned to the shelter, Shi Yuan's heart was beating wildly. He was afraid. He had to do something to make up for the fear in his heart. He came to the yard and first transformed a domesticated tree bee into a good-level tree bee queen. Originally, Shi Yuan planned to use all resources to cultivate black tiger bee colonies. After all, tree bees were too weak and far inferior to black tiger bee colonies. But now, he changed his mind. Although black tiger bees are powerful, their population is far lower than that of tree bees, and the growth of the bee colony is relatively slow. On the contrary, tree bees are extremely numerous. During the cold wave alone, the number more than doubled to more than 5,000. Shi Yuan plans to greatly expand the number of bee colonies, let them surround the shelter, and be alert to abnormalities around them at all times. The existing tree bees are also spreading in the shelter, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. Once an invincible beast appears, it will also tell Shi Yuan in time to avoid being wiped out. There is also the guardian thorn, and more plants should be collected to help it expand as soon as possible and spread around the shelter. Not only near the shelter wall, but also spread over a wider area, preferably more than 1 kilometer in radius. Because once it really appears, like the supergiant python that destroyed the secondary shelter, it is likely that it will not even have time to escape and will be bitten to death immediately. So this incident made Shi Yuan very uneasy. He even wanted to change the location of the shelter again, to a safer area. But in the end, he gave up this idea. Because he couldn't predict what would happen if he went out to find a new shelter. Will he find a good location first? Or will he encounter a powerful beast first? Besides, more than 500 black tiger bees are not wasted. Shi Yuan thought of a way to improve the strength and survival of black tiger bees to a certain extent. Plastic clay. Dissolve the plastic clay with water, and then make it into a small armor, cover the black tiger bee's shell, and improve their defense. Shi Yuan tried it and found that it was indeed successful and the effect was good. However, it is necessary to pay special attention to not using too much plastic clay, otherwise it will affect the flying speed and flight flexibility of the black tiger bee. Shi Yuan called Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu and asked them to put down their work temporarily and help put plastic clay on the black tiger bees. Each black tiger bee consumes about 35 grams. After all the plastic clay is used up, more than 500 black tiger bees are equipped. However, after the secondary shelter is destroyed, there is no source of plastic clay, and it will be difficult to obtain it in the future. Let the black tiger bee colony also spread around the shelter. While collecting honey, they should also pay attention to the surrounding situation at all times. During this period, the guardian thorn has recovered some spirit, but several guardian thorn vines have lost their lives in the cold current. But fortunately, the mother guardian thorn is still alive. Take out a bottle of plant catalyst liquid, which is the bottle left by Gao Hanji. Looking at the crystal clear liquid, Shi Yuan felt choked in his heart, and his turbulent emotions did not calm down for a long time, which was very unpleasant. Sighing, his hand turned slightly over, and the crystal clear plant catalyst liquid turned into a transparent thin line and dripped on the guardian thorn. Like a new baby, the guardian thorn stretched out its curled body and swayed slowly in the cold wind. As the energy was absorbed, the mother thorn rose again, reaching about 2.5 meters, and the height was the same as the wall. Shi Yuan saw a touch of red, and a small red bud grew on the top of the guardian thorn. At the same time, tiny subthorns began to appear around, surrounding the mother thorn, absorbing and growing rapidly. The effect of a whole bottle of plant catalyst liquid did not disappoint Shi Yuan at all. In addition to the mother thorn, more than 20 half-meter high subthorns spread around, covered with sharp thorns, looking hideous and terrifying, entrenched next to the wall of the shelter. As the guardian thorns increased in strength, they soon set their sights on the creatures next to them. There were many tree bees around, flying back and forth on the wall. When they passed near the guardian thorns, they were gently pulled by the vines and fell directly to the ground, becoming food in the soil. C74 Authentic Seafood. After discovering this phenomenon, Shi Yuan immediately ordered the tree bee queen and black tiger bee queen to control the bee swarm and stay away from the area guarding the thorns. Avoid conflicts with guardian thorns. After everything was arranged, he returned to the shelter with peace of mind. Back in the yard, passing by the empty pond, Shi Yuan thought of the fish he caught today, so he filled the pond with water again. Put all the fish, shrimps, crabs, and turtles caught today in it. At the same time, white pine sand and algae were also put in to optimize the ecological environment of the pond. Because there are no oxygen increasing tools, they can only be cultured for a short period of time. Over time, they will die easily. But it is a good level animal after all, so it shouldn't die that easily. Especially crabs, shrimps, and turtles can come out of the water to breathe oxygen, and their survival rate is still very high. As for these ordinary level fish, Shi Yuan didn't care too much. Originally, Shi Yuan planned to have a full crab dinner today, but because of what happened at the secondary shelter, Shi Yuan didn't have the thought. He simply asked Chu Wenxi to make some food, then ended the day hastily and went back to the bedroom to sleep. However, the matter of the shaped beast has always been on Shi Yuan's mind, as if he was choking, and he could never let go. At night, I was lying in bed, tossing and turning, but still couldn't fall asleep. The scene in the secondary shelter, Gao Hanji's broken body, the big drag marks, kept tumbling in my mind. Finally, Shi Yuan made a decision, took out the mist survival manual and sent a message to Qin Jinjuan. Qin Jinjuan had just fallen asleep. After reading the message, worry immediately condensed on his brows. After thinking for a moment, he calmly replied, "Okay, you can go ahead and do it. I'll be there tomorrow." The whole night was silent, with light snow falling and a biting cold wind. On the morning of the next day, Shi Yuan woke up from bed at around 1 o'clock and braved the cold. Walking out of the bedroom, the fireplace in the living room was still on, with 2 sticks of charcoal burning inside. There was a small bed in front of the fireplace, and Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu were curled up together. Shi Yuan did not wake them up, but added some charcoal to the fireplace, then sat in the living room and took out the mist survival manual. I found the private chat channels of Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Chang and sent them messages respectively. Because hadn't gotten up yet, he didn't expect the two of them to reply to the message very quickly. "Yang Zhenghe, brother Shi Yuan, why did you suddenly think of inviting me to dinner? Shi Yuan, the cold wave is over, let's meet and talk about cooperation. My name is Zhao Cheng, too." Yang Zhenghe was a little hesitant. After all, the safety of using the teleportation scroll was not guaranteed. Later, Yang Zhenghe took the initiative to send an alliance scroll and said, "If you really want to deepen the alliance, we can sign this." Looking at the message sent by Yang Zhenghe, Shi Yuan smiled and traded to fill it an alliance scroll. "I'm ready, just sign it." Ally scroll. Shi Yuan had already prepared it yesterday, and today he just wanted to take a look at Yang Zhenghe's attitude. He seems very satisfied now. Yang Zhenghe does have a sincere attitude and is willing to deepen his cooperation with Qi Yuan. After Yang Zhenghe signed the alliance scroll, the alliance between the two was successfully bound. Qi Yuan sent a message, "Come over in a moment and treat you to seafood." Serious? Qi Yuan twitched his face and chose to ignore it. On the other side, Zhao Cheng's reaction was similar. "Brother Qi Yuan, why do you suddenly want to invite me to dinner? You make me a little panicked." Zhao Cheng was more honest and expressed his worries directly. Qi Yuan replied, "I want to have a chat, and I'll treat you to a meal by the way. Yes, Yang Zhenghe is here too. Brother Yang is coming too?" But this, although Zhao Cheng was moved, he still had concerns. Seeing his hesitation, Qi Yuan continued, "Why, are you still afraid that I will eat you?" This, Zhao Cheng sighed, neither wanting to offend Qi Yuan nor putting himself in danger. So, after struggling for a long time, Zhao Cheng replied, "Brother Qi Yuan, it's not that I don't trust you, but I really don't dare to go. Let's sign the alliance scroll." Seeing the ally scroll, Qi Yuan was relieved and sent the prepared ally scroll directly. Seeing that Qi Yuan was prepared, Zhao Cheng was relieved. "Brother Qi Yuan, aren't you ready? Why are you scaring me?" "It's okay. I'll come over for dinner later. Can I treat you to some seafood?" Qi Yuan replied, still smiling. But when I saw Zhao Cheng's reply, I was speechless for a moment. "Zhao Cheng, seafood? Is there any abalone? If not, I'll bring two, hee. Roll." Opposite the missed survival manual, only Zhao Cheng was left with a confused look on his face, not knowing what he said wrong. The conversation with the two people was also a test for them. On the one hand, test whether they really want to form an alliance with you. After all, the ally scroll is an excellent item and is very expensive. Only the strongest people can obtain it. If they don't have an ally scroll, it means their strength is average. If they are unwilling to take the initiative to form an alliance with the ally scroll, it means that they have little intention to form an alliance. Fortunately, both of them took the initiative to take out the alliance scrolls and were willing to form an alliance with themselves. Qi Yuan took out the ally scroll he had prepared in advance, which was to show his attitude and tell them, "Don't worry, I also came with sincerity." During the process, Qi Yuan also specifically told Yang Zhenghe that Zhao Cheng was back. He also told Zhao Cheng that he also invited Yang Zhenghe. This was Qi Yuan testing the relationship between the two. If Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Cheng were too close, it would also be disadvantageous for future actions. But from the results, the two were not actually familiar with each other. If the two had a good relationship, when Qi Yuan told Zhao Cheng that Yang Zhenghe was back, he would definitely contact Yang Zhenghe as soon as possible, instead of hesitating for so long. Of course, Qi Yuan did not think that his considerations were necessarily comprehensive. But he still tried his best to screen future allies. After contacting the two, Qi Yuan got up and began to prepare seafood ingredients. At this time, Xu Wenxi and Zhou Yu had also woken up. Qi Yuan naturally would not give up these two laborers. Today's ingredients include blue crabs the size of millstones, blue prawns, meat steaks, Qingyue algae, and noodles. All ingredients are of good quality and extremely rare. Qi Yuan attaches great importance to this conversation, which is related to future development. Soon, Xu Wenxi and Zhou Yu began to get busy, washing various ingredients and preparing tableware. The crab legs have been cut off, put in a wooden basin, and chilled with ice cubes. The crab body has been opened, and the crab shell is extremely hard. Qi Yuan kept it, and he might be able to get it later. Put the remaining crab body in the pot and steam it, then take out all the crab meat and pour it on the cooked noodles. The sweetness of the crab body, plus the salty and fragrant crab roe, is the most delicious food without any seasoning. Add chopped Qingyue algae to add flavor, making the crab roe noodles more layered. 5 blue prawns were taken out, each pierced with a bamboo stick, and the shrimp body was fully stretched out, a full 20 centimeters long. Finally, it was the good grade steak. The steak was placed outside the house yesterday, and after a night of freezing, it was frozen hard. After Qi Yuan's fine knife skills, it was cut into very thin slices and placed in a wooden bowl on the side. At the same time, Xu Wenxi had prepared the tableware. In the living room, there was an iron grill and a large iron pot. The red charcoal on the grill emitted wisps of green smoke, and the scorching temperature made the air seem unreal. The iron pot next to it was also placed on the charcoal fire. The chicken soup cooked with pheasant was already boiling, making a gurgling sound and emitting a very tempting aroma. C75 Qi Yuan treats. After all the ingredients were prepared, it was already past 9 in the morning, the sky was beginning to rise, and the sun was shining. The first one to arrive was Qin Zhenjuan. The one who came with him was a tall woman with a graceful figure and a pretty face. She had a mole on her forehead, which looked very charming. Chi Yuan stood up and greeted him with a smile. I've heard Brother Qin mention you a long time ago, Miss Xiong. This is Zhong Maiyun, the one whom Chi Yuan recommended to Chi Yuan when Chi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan brought up the matter of alliance. Early? Zhong Maiyun looked at Chi Yuan with suspicious eyes, half smiling but not smiling. Is there a problem? Chi Yuan was stunned for a moment. He thought about his words and found that there seemed to be no problem. Ahem. Qin Jinjuan coughed twice and said awkwardly, Miss Zhong and I have just met. Chi Yuan was stunned and looked at Qin Jinjuan speechlessly. We have only known each other for a day, and you vowed to guarantee her joining? Seeing that Chi Yuan was stunned, Zhong Maiyun didn't say much and smiled softly. I understand, you and I must have hit it off at first sight. It's true. Chi Yuan answered, touching his nose. Miss Zhong, Brother Qin, please sit down first. 2 friends will come over later. Wait a moment. Chi Yuan was about to turn around, but was called down again. It was Zhong Maiyun who suddenly spoke, then handed over a box and said, How can you not bring a gift when you are a guest at home? Chi Yuan looked at the gift in his hand in surprise. He didn't expect to receive an unexpected reward, so he accepted it with gratitude. Not long after, Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Chang also arrived. What expected was that both of them also brought gifts. What Yang Zhenghe brought was a bundle of excellent leeks, full of sincerity. What Zhao Chang brought was also an excellent item, a big abalone with a big head. As soon as Yang Zhenghe came in and saw a table of crabs and shrimps, he was stunned. Real seafood? This sentence filled Chi Yuan's head with questions. Yang Zhenghe, please be more careful. No wonder you brought a bunch of leeks, that was the idea. At this time, Zhao Cheng saw the leeks in Yang Zhenghe's hand and blinked, feeling a little at a loss. When Chi Yuan saw the abalone in his hand, his mind couldn't turn around for a moment. Is this the abalone you are talking about? No, what else? Chi Yuan was speechless for a while. It turns out that seafood is real seafood, and abalone is also real abalone. However, when she heard ambiguous words, he was stunned for a moment. Especially Zhong Maiyun, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chi Yuan, and she asked curiously, You often eat improper seafood? Also abalone? No, it's the first time today. First time eating? Zhong Maiyun's expression became even weirder. After looking around, she found that she was the only woman. Me, seafood? Hearing these profound words, Chi Yuan was shocked and quickly explained, No, don't misunderstand. Shu Wenxi and Zhou Yu, why don't you hurry up and bring it over? And 2 girls? Faced with Zhong Maiyun's doubts, Chi Yuan felt that the description was getting darker and darker, so he quickly asked them to bring the seafood. Only when she saw the crystal-clear prawns and noodles with bright red crab roe did Zhong Maiyun stop teasing Chi Yuan. However, when he saw Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu, Yang Jinghe's expression became obviously subtle. Zhao Chang pushed Chi Yuan's shoulder and said in a loud voice, Awesome, the beauty hidden in the golden house. You misunderstood. Hey, I understand. I also often unspoken rules for allies of the opposite sex in the alliance. Is this a normal need? Yang Zhenghe didn't say anything, but put the excellent leek into Chi Yuan's hand and patted his shoulder sincerely. Even Qin Jinjuan's eyes had a meaning of they are all men, I understand. Originally they all lived in secondary shelters, but you specially picked 2 of them to live in your own place. How could it be okay? Seeing this, Chi Yuan shook his head helplessly and stopped explaining. Everyone is here, 5 in total, all of whom are familiar with each other, centered on Chi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan. After sitting down, Chi Yuan didn't say much or explain the purpose of this gathering. He directly greeted everyone to start eating. It was the first time for the remaining 4 to see so many high-quality ingredients, and they were all attracted by their delicious taste. Tender and juicy grilled prawns, oily and salty crab roe noodles, sweet and refreshing boiled crab sticks, tender and juicy pot meat rolls. Chi Yuan's generosity far exceeded everyone's imagination. The level of wealth also makes people speechless. Just like a person seeking survival, even if he has one of them, he will treat it as a treasure and dare not taste it in large quantities. But Chi Yuan used these foods to treat everyone to a feast. This also made several people curious as to why Chi Yuan had gathered everyone together this time. Is it just a celebration of being allies? If this is the case, there is no need to do this. You can use a simpler method without spending so much precious ingredients. The mealtime did not last long, it was over after almost 30 minutes. Everyone present is not an ordinary survivor who has never seen the world. On weekdays, I have eaten a lot of good-grade food. Therefore, it is very clear that once you eat too much good-grade food, it will definitely not show up in a short time. Therefore, Si Jin did not wolf down the food, but chose a few foods he liked and stopped when he was full. During the meal, Chi Yuan was also silently paying attention to them. Based on their appetite, we can roughly estimate their current strength. Zhao Cheng ate the most and stopped after about 10 minutes, eating only a bowl of crab roe noodles, a grilled prawn, and a crab leg. This was the result of forcing himself. According to Qi Yuan's estimation, his strength should be close to the good level, but it should still be a little short. The second is Zhong Maiyun, who eats more than Zhao Chang and is more comfortable. Her strength should have reached the early stage of the good level. After that, it was Yang Zhenghe, Qi Yuan, and Qin Zhenjuan. Yang Zhenghe ate a lot, and Qi Yuan judged that he should be in the middle stage of the good level. Qin Zhenjuan was probably in the late stage of the good level, but his actual combat power should be stronger. On the contrary, Qi Yuan himself, because of the 2 water milks, directly reached the peak of the good level. Not only Qi Yuan was observing, but everyone else would also pay attention to their own situation. Everyone was smart, and their IQs were not bad at all. Especially Zhao Chang, who was the first to finish eating, so he was particularly clear about the differences among the people. He also knew that he might be the weakest among them. To a certain extent, the strength of an individual can fully represent the development level of the shelter. After eating and drinking, seeing that everyone had stopped, Qi Yuan also put down his chopsticks. He greeted Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu to clean up the unfinished food on the table with tableware. Then the 5 people gathered together and started a formal conversation. In fact, starting from now is the biggest purpose of today's gathering. The 5 of them sat down straight, and Yang Zhenghe spoke first, smiling. Brother Qi Yuan, you are not just inviting us to dinner, are you? Let's talk business. Since we have signed an alliance, we must strengthen cooperation in the future, and such a chat is still necessary. C76 If life could only be like the first encounter. Qi Yuan looked around at everyone, took out the missed survival manual, found some photos, and sent them to everyone through private chat. The content of the photos is what happened in the secondary shelter. After everyone looked at the photos, Qi Yuan said, the content in the photos is what happened in my secondary shelter. You can see the situation. It has been completely destroyed. The time was yesterday. How was it destroyed? Beast. Hearing this, several people frowned and leaned over to check the content of the photos again. Yang Zhenghe frowned and said, what kind of beast is this? It can destroy the 3rd level shelter like this? Zhong Maiyun narrowed her eyes, examined the content of the photo, and guessed with certainty. Half of the house was completely destroyed. It was destroyed very thoroughly. It should have been destroyed by gravity. Look at the outline of the damaged surface. It seems to be destroyed in an instant. Qi Yuan nodded and turned to another picture, looking at the huge gully left by the giant python when it left. This, the river? Zhao Chang asked with some certainty. This river, this is the trace of dragging. Yang Zhenghe's eyes were sharp and he quickly rejected it. Qi Yuan didn't keep it a secret, and said, I didn't hide this trace from you. It was a trace left by a giant python when it left. There were 4 people in the secondary shelter at that time. After being attacked by the giant python, no one survived. And they were killed in an instant without having the teleportation scroll, and there was no chance to use it. So, in the end, no one escaped. Giant python? Except Qin Zhenjuan, who knew it in advance. The rest of the people were all shocked. Zhao Cheng half believed and half doubted. Brother Qi Yuan, you are not kidding, are you? This gully is so wide, how could there be a snake? I'm serious. Qi Yuan reaffirmed, among the 4 people, one is my classmate. When I rushed over, she had been bitten in half by a snake. There were obvious marks of snake teeth biting her waist. After a pause, Qi Yuan continued, moreover, in this gully, I also found a lost snake slough. Qi Yuan said, taking out a piece of gray snake slough. Each scale on the huge snake slough is as big as a watermelon, which looks shocking. When seeing the evidence with their own eyes, everyone was silent. Although it was unbelievable, it was believed. When looking at the gully in the photo again, an inexplicable feeling of suffocation came over me. Qin Zhenjuan said in a low voice, Qi Yuan, how wide is the gully? More than 4 meters. Qi Yuan answered solemnly. Hiss! Everyone took a breath of cold air. Qin Zhenjuan's face was also very good. According to the normal proportion, a snake with a diameter of 4 meters must be at least more than 50 meters long. As soon as this was said, everyone couldn't help but think of the supergiant python with a length of 50 meters in their minds, and they couldn't help but tighten their hearts. Qi Yuan calmed down and started again, that's not all. I found that there have been many posts in the forum that mention similar terrifying beasts. As he said, Qi Yuan flipped through several posts, all of which were accompanied by photos of terrifying beasts. The photos in the forum cannot be faked, so the information in the photos is very likely to be true. At this time, everyone present also realized that this disaster was definitely not just an isolated case. Since beasts of various disaster levels have appeared in other places, what about around their own shelter? In hidden places that they cannot detect, are there also terrible beasts hiding? Yang Zhenghe took a long breath and said, Qi Yuan, tell me, the real purpose of calling us here this time. Qi Yuan looked around at everyone and said calmly, I have always thought that I am strong enough and I can survive without joining forces with anyone. But after this incident, I think I am too optimistic, or rather, all of us are too optimistic. We have to admit that we can no longer resist beasts of this level with just one person's strength. That's why I called everyone here this time. You are my friends, you are Brother Qin's friends, but without exception, we are all people we believe we can trust. Although we have cooperated before, it was limited to the transaction of materials and did not go deep into cooperation. So this time, I want to ask for your opinions, whether we can strengthen cooperation and become a closer group of interests. After listening, everyone digested what Qi Yuan said, and thousands of thoughts rolled in their minds. After a moment of silence, finally, Yang Zhenghe was the first to speak. Since I agreed to use the ally scroll, I am ready for in-depth cooperation. I agree with this matter. Then, Zhao Chang also hurriedly agreed, I am the weakest. Since you are willing to take me, I will definitely refuse. The two agreed one after another, and finally only Zhong Maiyun was left. Everyone looked at her, waiting for her to make a decision, and the atmosphere suddenly calmed down. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Maiyun smiled and said, It's okay for me to join. I really need allies. But I didn't need enough crab roe noodles just now. You have to let me take some back. No problem. Hearing the affirmative answer, Qi Yuan also showed a relaxed smile. The process was so smooth that it was beyond his plan. By the way, Qi Yuan, do you have a specific cooperation plan? Qin Zhenjuan had not spoken until now. At this time, he suddenly asked, somewhat roughly. Qi Yuan cleared his throat, drank some spring water, and said, Speaking of which, I still need your help, Brother Qin. Tell me about it. In fact, what everyone is most worried about is the safety of the shelter. If such powerful beasts are hiding near the shelter, there will definitely be great hidden dangers. Qi Yuan said, and the others nodded in agreement. So, I think we should take the initiative and work together to clear the beasts near the shelter. After a pause, Qi Yuan continued, With our strength, we should be able to deal with good-level beasts, and weaker excellent-level beasts should be no problem. What about rare-level beasts? Zhao Chang asked. Shelter migration scroll, move quickly. Yang Zhenghe nodded and agreed. Indeed, if there are rare beasts nearby, then we should move as soon as possible. Solve what can be solved, avoid what can be solved, and if it is too dangerous, just move directly. Qin Zhenjuan also said, Indeed, if you can't defeat the enemy, you must avoid it rationally. And I suspect that the giant snake that Qi Yuan encountered is probably a rare beast. The strength of excellent beasts should not be that strong. Indeed, the strength of the black tiger queen bee is very weak. Qi Yuan looked at the black tiger queen bee by the fireplace and said with some disdain, Black tiger queen bee? The others looked curious. They had been here for so long and had not noticed other creatures in the living room. See 77 guardian puppet. Since reaching the excellent level, the black tiger queen bee has improved its IQ a lot. She often runs into the house alone and warms herself by the fireplace. Because it is pitch black and covered with a layer of plasticine, it looks no different from charcoal. When Qi Yuan mentioned it, they noticed that in the shadow next to the fireplace, there was a big black bee, as big as a millstone. Yang Zhenghe showed surprise and asked, Qi Yuan, this bee, is it excellent? Qi Yuan nodded, picked up the black tiger queen bee from the ground, and said, Yes. This is my pet, the black tiger queen bee. You can also call it the big black fat man, excellent level. Just so, let's take this opportunity to introduce ourselves to each other. It's better to be more specific. The basis for in-depth cooperation must be in-depth understanding first. At Qi Yuan's suggestion, everyone introduced themselves, focusing on their own actual situation and the war equipment they have. The purpose of the group's cooperation is mainly to fight against powerful beasts, keep each other warm, and improve the upper limit of strength. Zhao Chang knew that his strength was relatively weak, so he spoke first, I'll go first. My own strength is relatively weak. Although I have eaten a lot of good level food, it can only barely touch the good level. But I tamed a good level forest wolf, and its strength is pretty good. It should be able to reach the middle stage of the good level. Everyone nodded, and he recognized his strength. Yang Zhenghe followed closely and said calmly, My own strength is probably in the middle stage of the good level. But the actual combat strength should be worse than that of the good level beast. As for other aspects, I also have a guardian puppet, which is also relatively strong in the good level, probably in the late stage. Guardian puppet? The others looked over curiously, obviously none of them had heard of this name. The props obtained in the secret realm are of excellent quality, but in reality they are of good quality. They have simple intelligence and can understand instructions. Yang Zhenghe did not hide anything and introduced it directly. Qi Yuan was also very surprised. He did not expect that there were puppet-like props. This was the first time he had seen them. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Brother Yang, I remember you should have a guardian thorn, right? It seems to be of earth attribute?" Yang Zhenghe exclaimed, and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" "I did raise a guardian thorn before." Qi Yuan smiled and said, "The woman at that time had a total of 10 guardian thorns. She sold one to each of us, yours is of earth attribute, and mine is of wood attribute." "I see. Speaking of which, I have to thank Brother Yang. When she sold me the guardian thorn, she also sold me the news of the secret realm." Yang Zhenghe laughed and said, "It's fate. I didn't expect that we would have an intersection at that time. But come to think of it, is your guardian thorn still there?" Qi Yuan wondered, "Isn't it? Shouldn't it still be there?" Qi Yuan pointed out the window. A 30-centimeter long green thorn was swinging above the wall, with a small red flower on it. "Qi Yuan, did you have the beast taming scroll at that time? You actually tamed it." Yang Zhenghe was even more amazed at Qi Yuan's wealth when he saw the guardian thorn. "You know, this guardian thorn was obtained a long time ago." At that time, Qi Yuan had only been in the misty world for 1 day, and he had already obtained the excellent scroll and tamed it. Qi Yuan was also stunned when he heard what Yang Zhenghe said. "Beast taming scroll? It seems that I didn't use the beast taming scroll on the guardian thorn." Seeing Qi Yuan's expression, Yang Zhenghe was also stunned. "Qi Yuan, didn't you use the beast taming scroll?" "If I remember correctly, I didn't. It has always been very well behaved." "Very well behaved?" Yang Zhenghe's mouth twitched, and he said with a dark face, "After I got the guardian thorn, I also wanted to cultivate it to grow up and use it to protect the shelter. So I have been feeding it all kinds of good-grade soil and stones. But what I didn't expect was that it just recovered not long ago and ran away directly in the soil." Yang Zhenghe was a little helpless, which was also a big loss for him. But the magical thing is that Qi Yuan didn't use the taming scroll, but the guardian thorn has been guarding the shelter and has no intention of rebelling at all. What's the reason? Qi Yuan was also confused. Could it be that he was full of charm? This seems a bit unreasonable. Zhao Cheng comforted him. "After all, they are twins, so their personalities may be different. Qi Yuan is more gentle." Yang Zhenghe looked at him in surprise, as if he was looking at a fool. "Do you believe this reason yourself?" "But after thinking about it carefully, it seems to make some sense. Maybe, I don't know why." Yang Zhenghe nodded reluctantly, and then said, "By the way, I have a rare item. I think it should be useful to everyone. If you need it, you can borrow it from me." As he said, Yang Zhenghe sent a prop information to everyone. Name, identifier, rare level, function, identify wild resource information. Below rare level, introduction, know yourself and know the enemy. 100 battles will never be in danger. This prop, isn't it the system before the update? After the first update, the specific grade, information, and function of the creatures found in the wild can no longer be displayed. Just like Qi Yuan went out fishing, he didn't know what he caught, and could only roughly judge the grade based on his own experience. At this time, everyone realized how much help the system can provide to the survivors. Without the system cheating, the survivors' understanding of the world became vague, and more unknowns appeared. I didn't expect that only part of the system's function could be comparable to rare items. Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He didn't think so before, but now without the help of the system, he found that the value of this item was too great. Now, this is a treasure. If we encounter a rare beast, we can also understand its characteristics and escape more effectively. Yang Zhenghe made a rare joke, and then promised everyone, "If you need it in the future, just ask me to borrow it." Everyone agreed. Yang Zhenghe's overall strength is very helpful to everyone. Next, Zhong Maiyun was supposed to introduce, but Qin Jinjuan spoke first and left Zhong Maiyun behind. Qi Yuan was a little surprised. It seems that Brother Qin wanted him to be the last one behind Zhong Maiyun. Qin Jinjuan's introduction was very simple, and he briefly introduced his own strength. He has indeed reached the late stage of good level, is proficient in combat skills, and should be stronger in actual combat. He also raised a good level ironback pig and a good level hunting dog. Qi Yuan also knew about the hunting dog. He had seen it before when he visited Qin Jinjuan's shelter. It was a black hunting dog. It is said that Qin Jinjuan found it when he went out hunting on the second day after he came to the Misty World. At that time, the mother had just given birth and was in very poor physical condition, so she was targeted by other beasts. After Qin Jinjuan found it, he rescued it. Unlike other similar stories, the mother was about to die and entrusted her young with her before her death. This mother survived in the end, but the newly born little hunting dogs did not survive. After the mother hunting dog recovered from the illness, only one followed Qin Jinjuan until now. After listening to Qin Jinjuan's self-introduction, Shi Yuan was able to find out. During Qin Jinjuan's introduction, he deliberately ignored important information such as the incubator and did not reveal all his cards. It seems that he does not particularly trust other people. C78 game Qin Jinjuan's personal strength is very strong, which makes everyone look up to him. Then came Zhong Maiyun. Her introduction surprised everyone. She is not strong personally, and has not tamed a powerful beast, let alone a powerful tool. However, she has a very special manufacturing scroll. Name, Spirit Arrow Manufacturing Drawing, Rare Level, use the essence, bones, and powerful organs of beasts to make powerful arrows through special methods. Different beasts of different strengths can make different power spirit arrows. Good level, excellent level, rare level, introduction, one beast, only one. Shi Yuan's eyes lit up. This is a tool he has never seen before, and it is extremely powerful. Qin Jinjuan said, I have used this kind of spiritual arrow before. It is very powerful and can greatly improve strength. Yang Zhenhe frowned and asked, will the spiritual arrow make much damage to the beast's corpse? Will it affect the use of meat? In response to this question, Zhong Maiyun explained, it only needs blood essence and hard bones, and it will not affect the consumption of meat. Hearing the answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the spiritual arrow is made, it needs to consume a lot of meat like a healing potion, and its value will be greatly reduced. But if it is just blood essence and bones, the use value will be doubled. Shi Yuan agreed and said, although our physical fitness has improved, except for Brother Qin, it is difficult for others to exert their own strength. If we use spirit arrows to conduct long-range containment, the overall fault tolerance will be greatly improved. Shi Yuan couldn't help but sigh that his hard practice of bows and arrows for more than 10 days finally came in handy. Zhong Maiyun said, if I hunt wild beasts in the future, I will take away the materials needed to make spirit arrows and give them to everyone after they are made. But, everyone should practice bows and arrows more in the future to improve shooting skills. Seeing that everyone had finished speaking, Shi Yuan smiled and said, my strength is at the peak of the good level, but my actual combat power is not strong. Everyone present was shocked. Although they had expected it, they didn't expect Shi Yuan's physical fitness to be so high. They couldn't imagine how to improve physical fitness so quickly in just half a month. Even if you eat good grade food every day, it is difficult to reach this level. Qin Jinjuan's eyes moved slightly. He knew very well that Shi Yuan's physical fitness had improved, and it was definitely not because of eating good grade food. Although he was suspicious, he still did not ask in public. Shi Yuan continued, in other aspects, I also have a good grade iron-backed wild boar and a bee colony. Bee colony? How strong is it? Are they similar to this big black bee? Zhao Chang asked curiously. Qi Yuan waved his hand, not that, the black tiger queen bee is the strongest, it is excellent. The rest are also good. The overall strength is not bad. Although Qi Yuan did not say in detail, everyone else understood that the strength of this bee colony must have reached the excellent level. Everyone present had never come into contact with a beast above the excellent level, and the only impression was the giant python. So they couldn't estimate Qi Yuan's strength, but they were sure that he would not be weak. And Qi Yuan left some room for himself. He didn't say the strength of the guarding thorns outside the wall. The guarding thorns had good strength, but they were often ignored because they couldn't move. After the 5 people introduced each other, they got to know each other better, and the offensive and defensive mutual assistance alliance took shape. As mentioned before, the plan to clean up the beasts around the shelter was scheduled to start in 5 days. Taking advantage of the fact that the cold wave had just passed, the beasts were still in a weak state, so they could be cleaned up more easily. At the same time, it was good to replenish a wave of meat to make up for the huge loss during the cold wave. After talking about everything, the 5 people had a good chat and felt sorry for meeting each other too late. All returned to their respective shelters with satisfaction. However, without anyone knowing, Qin Jinjuan used the teleportation scroll again and returned. When he walked into the house, Qi Yuan had already stopped smiling and sat casually on a chair in the living room. Qin Jinjuan walked in familiarly, sat opposite Qi Yuan, and said meaningfully, Qi Yuan, is it really a good match? Yang Zhenhe is deep-minded and cunning. Zhao Chang seems frivolous, but he has hidden intentions. You should be able to see that they are not honest with each other and will not really cooperate with you. I know, this is normal, after all, there is not much friendship. Qin Zhenjuan said calmly, then what do you think? If it is for strength, the two of us are enough. Don't forget, we still have the incubator and upgrade scrolls, so we don't lack these good level combat power. Qi Yuan's eyebrows were low, and he didn't answer directly, but he asked a question, saying, Brother Qin, what do you think they will do first after they go back? Qin Zhenjuan was stunned, showing a puzzled expression, and didn't answer. Qi Yuan then said, if my guess is correct, Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Chang must have gathered their true allies in their respective alliances to discuss today's events. In a desert oasis, in a shelter covered by a white light shield, Yang Zhenghe sat upright, with the misty request book in his hand, showing the faces of 6 people. This is the whole story of today's events. What do you all want to say? Yang Zhenghe looked calm, without any emotion. Brother Yang, Qi Yuan must really want to form an alliance with you, otherwise he wouldn't have taken out the alliance scroll and sent so many good level foods. This is a great sincerity. The rough man Zhou Lai spoke first. Yang Zhenghe nodded and signaled others to talk about their ideas. Another handsome young man, Enyutang, knocked on the table and said, in the past few days, the brothers in the alliance mentioned that terrible beasts were found around the shelter. What they said should be true. Under the threat of beasts of this level, it is normal and logical to seek help from other seekers. There should be no problem. Yang Zhenghe did not answer, but said to one person, Duya, you have been in contact with Qi Yuan before, what do you think of him? Hearing the question, Duya quickly perked up, thought for a moment, and commented, he is a smart man, with some thoughts, but he is just a child after all. Yang Zhenghe smiled slightly, nodded and said, he is indeed a little young, but he can make everyone willing to be his ally by just inviting a group of powerful friends to dinner and giving them gifts. The sincerity is indeed enough, but the stage is still a little short, because he relies on a giant python to threaten, and can you convince everyone by showing off your strength? He looks at me too much, and looks at Zhao Cheng too much. We are both leaders of an alliance. Can't he see his intentions? In fact, he just needs to write his goals and ambitions on his face. He and the red name seeker Qin Zhenjuan should have a very special relationship, and the two of them are the strongest. Once an alliance is formed, they will definitely be the leaders. His idea is very simple, it's nothing more than slowly assimilate us and form a collective with them as the main interests. Then Brother Yang, what do you mean, reject them? Yang Zhenghe shook his head and said, you said that they have no ill intentions, they are indeed seeking cooperation. As for wanting to assimilate me into their alliance, little do they know that we want to use their strength and resources as nutrients for our development. Whether it is joining us or directly plundering them, we can do it. See 79 who is the winner? Besides, let's take a step back. The disaster of giant beasts should be real. They are willing to help clean up the beasts around the sanctuary. This is the best thing. It's not just me, you can also help them. I might as well share more of the harvest with them in the end. With your own strength, you can't deal with those beasts. Then let them help clean up. Even if the beast corpses are not needed, you will not suffer any loss, and you will also clean up the dangers. Dia suddenly stopped and asked, will they agree? Hearing this question, Yang Zhenghe said with unusual certainty, definitely. And I guess they will never, nor dare to clean up the wild beasts around their shelter. Why? The other 6 asked in surprise. Have you seen the information on the secondary shelter scroll? The others couldn't help but look at Duya, because this secondary shelter scroll came from her. Duya recalled it and said, one type occupies other shelters, and the second type builds a secondary shelter on its own. Yang Zhenghe's eyes were deep and his voice was calm. The greatest use of secondary shelters is to occupy precious resources. And occupying other people's shelters. Unless you know that there are precious resources near other people's shelters, and that person has to be a fool, let others use the scroll to enter his house, and finally kill him and occupy the shelter. This possibility is too small. I think it is more likely. This scale shelter is near his main shelter. The other instantly showed a look of understanding. The logic was very smooth. Teleporting to another shelter requires the consent of the shelter owner. How many fools would let others in? Hearing Yang Zhenghe complete the logical chain, Zhou Lai suddenly realized, so, that scary snake is near his shelter, and he doesn't dare to go out at all. Yes, not only does he not dare to go out to clean up wild beasts, he even dares not go out to collect resources. He can use us to replenish resources near our shelter. Yang Zhenghe's mind is extremely clear. He has overturned and sorted out the logic, and thinks that all his speculations have no problems. If he follows his plan, what Qi Yuan has done will not only be in vain, but will also be under the jurisdiction of the Yang Zhenghe alliance. However, all of this still needs verification. Then Qi Yuan, Do you dare to clean up the wild beasts near your shelter? Qi Yuan Shelter. One thing to note, we must insist that the wild beasts near our shelter have been cleared away and we don't need their help anymore. Qi Yuan's voice was neither fast nor slow, and he said calmly. Why? Qi Yuan picked up the black tiger bee queen with one hand and said, excellent level beasts already have a certain amount of wisdom. If we cannot completely solve it, we will definitely be harassed endlessly. We are not afraid, but even if we lose, we can make a comeback next time. We are afraid that the shelter will be targeted. Once the shelter is destroyed by wild beasts, it will be completely over. Qin Jinjuan's eyes were filled with thoughts, but he was not right. For survivors, shelter is the absolute top priority. Without the protection of a shelter, it is no different from death. As for going to another shelter? Are you mainly sending guests under the fence? None of this is realistic. I understand. Qin Jinjuan nodded and asked, what are your specific plans? The plan is to serve our needs. Our needs? Qi Yuan's steady voice, with a strategizing momentum, said, what we have always needed is nothing more than resources and strength. We used to be able to go out and scrupulously because we were strong enough. But now, because of the emergence of excellent and rare beasts, our development is restricted. We don't understand the strength of beasts above the excellent level. Once we go out blindly and encounter these powerful beasts, what will we do? It's okay if wins. Once loses, it means that we will be targeted by a powerful beast that cannot be solved. There will be constant troubles and the risk is too high. When Qin Jinjuan heard this, he showed a knowing smile. So, let's go hunting near other shelters? Just run away and don't bear the risk? No, I think they are begging us to go. Not only do they have to come up with the teleportation scroll, but we also have to get the bulk of the final harvest. The corners of Qin Jinjuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Collect wild resources, reserve meat, collect information on excellent beasts, avoid the risks of powerful beasts. In the end, you still want to build an archway? This is not an archway, this is a merit monument. Qin Jinjuan looked at the young man in front of him and sighed. It turns out that he was worried that Qi Yuan was too wild-minded and would be easily plotted by an old man like Yang Zhenghe. It now seems that Qi Yuan was probably greatly stimulated from the moment the secondary shelter was destroyed and began to hatch these plans. However, we have a very serious problem. Qin Jinjuan was confused and asked, what? Zhong Maiyun. Her spiritual arrows are very suitable for us, but we can't effectively restrict her. Qin Jinjuan frowned in thought, and said, to make spiritual arrows, you need to hunt beasts above the good level. This is a difficult problem for Zhong Maiyun. Indeed, when there was a trading market in the past, you could buy it directly. But at that time, there were few people who could hunt high-level beasts, so there was no way to sell them in the trading market. Now, many people are capable of hunting, but the trading market was cancelled. This is really unfortunate for Zhong Maiyun. We are strong enough. It will be very beneficial for Zhong Maiyun to cooperate with us. Qi Yuan shook his head and denied, it's not safe yet. We have to think of another way. As he was talking, Qi Yuan suddenly raised his eyes, looked at Qin Jinjuan very seriously, and said seriously, Brother Qin, can I ask you a very serious question? Seeing Qi Yuan's serious expression, Qin Jinjuan was shocked and knew the seriousness of the matter. He immediately sat up straight, even put down his crossed legs, and replied seriously, ask. Qi Yuan took a deep breath and slowly said, Brother Qin, do you plan to find a stepmother for Xiaodong? Bang! Bang! Qin Jinjuan slapped Qi Yuan in the face, slamming the black tiger queen bee in his hand. The defenseless black tiger queen bee was slapped directly into the fireplace. Qin Jinjuan stood up with a dark face, looking at Qi Yuan speechlessly, sighed after a moment, and said, since you have planned it, just do it. With our strength, it's no problem to cover it. Xiaotong is still waiting for me at home. I'll go back first. Qi Yuan stopped joking, stood up with a smile, took out his milky white particles from his pocket, and handed them over. Keep them for Xiaotong, so that she can directly reach the good level. There are also seafood. If you are not sure about bringing her here this time, take them back for her to eat. Qin Jinjuan looked at the items handed over in surprise, and after receiving them, he waved his hand and opened the teleportation scroll to return to the shelter. But at the last moment before leaving, Qin Jinjuan suddenly spoke meaningfully, Qi Yuan, for survival, the law of the jungle is understandable. But after all, you are human, don't act too much. The shadow disappeared, and the voice echoed in the living room. Qi Yuan stood for a long time. After a long time, an inaudible voice came out. I will. But no matter Qi Yuan or Yang Zhenghe, even if they are very thoughtful and think they can strategize and dominate the development of things, but they can't completely control the overall situation. There are always people who can break all the control with unique thinking. They can use disguise to do things that amaze everyone. And Zhao Chang is such a person. See 80 Qi Yuan's first time next to the glacier, in a shelter. Zhao Chang looked serious, staring at the missed survival manual and muttering to himself. No matter you Qi Yuan, Yang Zhenghe, or Qin Jinjuan, you will definitely not be able to figure out Zhao Chang's true purpose. If you succeed, you will lose the most precious thing. Zhao Chang's lowered eyebrows were slightly raised, revealing his deep eyes, as if he could see the stars and the sea through his pupils. With the missed survival manual in hand, a large number of messages have been sent out in the private chat channel. The content is extremely obscure and profound. Zhao Chang, Mayun, I'm sorry to see you so late today. Can I talk to you, girl? Zhong Mayun? Zhao Chang, Mayun. It's our first time meeting you. Why do you want to harm me? Zhao Chang, why do I like you so much? Compare my feelings. Are you sick? Zhao Chang, that's right. After meeting you today, I started having diarrhea. Do you know why? Zhao Chang, because I want you to poop again and again. Zhao Chang, I am glad that you are ill, but there is no cure for it. The disease is called love, and you are responsible for the disease. Zhao Chang, Miss Mayun, my love for you is like a tractor going up the mountain, with great force. Message sending failed, please add friends first. Zhao Chang smiled evilly, this little girl is still shy. Let's see how I treat you tomorrow. After forming an alliance with each other, everyone had their own hidden agendas, but this alliance ultimately went according to Qi Yuan's plan. After thinking about his future plans, Qi Yuan went back to the bedroom to sleep as soon as possible. But tonight, it won't be a comfortable night. It's night time. In the quiet shelter, a slow figure was moving. He crawled on the ground, like a floating ghost, silently crawling across the yard and towards the house. In the dark living room, a pair of black eyes peered at everything around them. The fireplace was burning with charcoal, sending out a flickering light that fell on the bed in front. Two women huddled under the firelight, sleeping soundly. The black shadow passed by the two people, and after staring at the black pupils for a few seconds, the cold eyes did not change at all. It seems that these two people are not his target, so glances at and turns around to leave. He glanced around and finally focused on a door. Right bedroom. Slowly approaching, his sharp claws easily destroyed the door, and he walked in easily. At this time, Qi Yuan, who was on the bed, did not notice anything unusual in the room and was still sleeping. The black shadow crawled all the way, moving slowly and silently, aiming directly at the bed. Climb up easily with sheets hanging from the edge of the bed. The layers of cotton quilts and two extremely thick winter quilts exude comfortable heat. The black shadow had a clear goal. He climbed directly from the end of the bed and got in along the quilt at his feet. Qi Yuan spread his legs and walked forward. During this process, Qi Yuan didn't notice at all. Heels, ankles, calves, knee joints, thighs. All the way up. Finally, something seemed to block the way, and there was no way forward. He raised his head, his small eyes shining brightly, staring at the thing in front of him. It looks like, very similar to my own head. After tilting his head and thinking for a while, stretched his neck, aimed at the target, and opened his mouth slightly. In an instant, he moves like a runaway rabbit and moves like lightning. Ouch, fuck. The silent shelter suddenly heard an extremely shrill scream. 10 minutes later, Qi Yuan covered his lower body, his face was as black as an iron pot, and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out like fire. In his hand, he held a small blue turtle, which had already retracted its limbs and head into its shell. Isn't this the same little turtle that was fished out of the river before? I don't know how he escaped from the pond, ran all the way to the bedroom, and even took a bite of Qi Yuan's private parts. What a heinous crime! Qi Yuan looked ferocious. This little thing looked harmless and naive, but he didn't expect it to be so vicious. Qi Yuan was so angry that he threw the turtle to the ground. As a result, not only did nothing happen, but it also made a dent in the ground. He threw into the fire, but crawled out on his own. Throw it into the pot to make soup, bite the pot lid directly, and then drill out. Clutching the bastard tightly, Qi Yuan stared at it angrily, feeling angry but not knowing how to release it. At this time, a crisp voice sounded, "Boss Qi, although I don't know what I did wrong, I am a turtle and I definitely didn't mean it." Qi Yuan had veins on his forehead and stuffed the little tortoise directly to Joyu. "Here, give it. You have to keep an eye on and let run if you want. The pain has gone through must be experienced by you once." Joyu took Wu Guei and said unconcernedly, "Don't worry, boss, there will be no problem." After this incident, Qi Yuan no longer felt sleepy. He went back to the bedroom, took out a bottle of healing potion, and carefully applied it on the wound, but he still grimaced in pain. "It's really unlucky. I didn't dare to do anything wrong. I keep my integrity, I am kind-hearted, and my character is gentle." Chi Yuan was speechless. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing. Who could believe it? After bandaging his wound, Chi Yuan left the house and practiced archery in the yard. The temperature has risen recently, and it has not snowed for 2 days, so the temperature in the yard is still bearable. It was not until the sky was slightly bright that Chi Yuan stopped his movements. Continuous practice made Chi Yuan's physical energy consumption very great, and he planned to go back to have some breakfast. He went back to the house and went to the warehouse to take out the storage box with food, and was about to take out the frozen steak. But he suddenly thought that, in fact, at present, good-level food has very limited effects on his improvement. Even if it is water-based, it is difficult to improve his strength in a short time. Then, the hand holding the good-level steak suddenly dropped, and picked up a crystal rice instead. Chi Yuan has not tasted the crystal rice for more than half a month. At first, because the energy of good-grade food was sufficient and difficult for him to absorb, he did not consider eating excellent-grade crystal rice. Moreover, there was not much crystal rice. He also hoped to sow and harvest more crystal rice. But now, the first batch of crystal rice is growing well and has entered the year-bearing period. The final mature harvest is inevitable. Therefore, there is no need to deliberately keep the remaining crystal rice. You can taste a few grains. The most precious ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. After peeling the shells of the rice, washing it with clean water, and steaming it directly in an iron pot. After just a few dozen minutes, a very rich aroma of rice wafted out from the kitchen and drifted throughout the shelter. When Chi Yuan smelled the wafting rice aroma, he felt refreshed and his appetite was greatly increased. C81 Yunshi Bamboo Forest. Chi Yuan even felt that the fragrance of crystal rice was more fragrant than milk. He could not wait to take out the rice. The rice was as small as a palm, and just one grain filled the whole bowl. Chi Yuan took out the chopsticks, picked up a mouthful and put it in his mouth. The taste was light and slightly sweet, soft and slightly sticky, fragrant and refreshing, and the surface of the rice grains was shiny and bright, translucent and attractive. No seasoning is needed, not even dishes, just eat it directly. Because the taste of rice itself has been transformed by the rich spiritual energy over time, even without any cooking skills, it is already a top delicacy. After 2 mouthfuls, the rich energy goes down the esophagus into the stomach, and as it is digested and absorbed, it flows into every cell in the body. The consumed physical strength is replenished in a short time, the soreness of the muscles is relieved, and the mental state is restored. After eating half a grain of crystal rice, Chi Yuan's only feeling was, why does the excellent crystal rice feel more abundant than the water milk? In theory, since Chi Yuan can absorb the rare water milk, the excellent crystal rice is certainly no problem. But after eating it himself, Chi Yuan felt that the crystal rice was obviously more filling. He estimated that the quality of crystal rice should be infinitely close to the rare grade. And the water milk is just condensed from the excellent spring water. Even if it has reached the rare grade, it is only the worst type among the rare grades. However, the water milk has a very special feature, which is far from the advantage of crystal rice. That is, it is extremely pure and delicate, easy to absorb, and will not easily damage the body. So even ordinary creatures can absorb the most essence of it through the method of medicinal bath. On the contrary, even if Chi Yuan is at the top of the good level, he cannot easily absorb and digest the crystal rice, and needs to cooperate with a lot of exercise. This is like the difference between eating whole grains and eating glucose water. As the strength increases, the effect of water emulsion will only become smaller and smaller. On the contrary, when Chi Yuan has a strong enough physical fitness, he can provide the energy required by the body by eating crystal rice. After eating a crystal rice, Chi Yuan was already very full, and felt that his stomach could not absorb the rich energy in time and was directly blocked. Only through high-intensity exercise, the physical strength is quickly consumed to digest the remaining energy. An hour later, the sky was completely bright. After this period of exercise, Chi Yuan finally stopped sweating, and the bloating disappeared. At the same time, his physical fitness has also been significantly improved. Seeing that the sky outside was already bright, Chi Yuan was ready to start today's work. According to his original plan, before the start of the wild beast clearing operation, the reserved 5 days should be used to improve his own strength. The bee colony should mature another batch in these 5 days. The growth and development process of bees, from eggs to hatching, generally takes about 20 days, and some take only half a month. The egg stage is about 3 days, the larval stage is about 6 days, and the pupa stage is about 11 days. After the rare level facilities, the special effect of the hatching room can shorten the time a lot. As long as sufficient food can be provided during the hatching process, the hatching period of that batch of black tiger bees can be as short as 10 days. So, there is just a new batch that can hatch in these 5 days. During this period, Shi Yuan was also thinking about whether there are other ways to improve strength. After thinking hard, Shi Yuan only thought of one way to improve the strength of the guardian thorn. The guardian thorn develops and reproduces by absorbing the energy of other plants as its own nutrients. And as its strength increases, it also has requirements for the quality of the absorbed plants. Just like the current guardian thorn, its strength is in the upper middle level of good. But if you feed it ordinary food, it will not have any effect on its growth and development. However, plants are scarce during the cold wave, and it is difficult to collect good quality plants. But in fact, Shi Yuan also has a treasure, a rare plant. That is the bamboo forest. Rare, Yunqi bamboo forest. The cold wave was severe before, and it was inconvenient to go out. At the same time, too low a temperature will affect the growth of Yunqi bamboo shoots, so it has not been used. Now that the cold wave is about to pass, it is a good time to increase strength. Why not wait any longer? What's more, ordinary low temperatures are good for the growth of bamboo shoots. What kind of bamboo shoots are the most delicious? It must be bamboo shoots. Take out the long-sealed Yunqi bamboo forest resource scroll from the storage box. As you choose to use it, a white light covers the shelter. In an instant, the ordinary weeds and trees that were originally there disappeared completely under the mysterious power. A small bamboo forest of 1 or 2 mu appeared in front of him instantly. Name, Yunqi Bamboo Forest Resource Scroll, Rare Level, Function, a rare bamboo forest covering an area of 2 mu, producing Yunqi bamboo and Yunqi bamboo shoots. If a large amount of bamboo is collected at one time, it will affect future production. When he saw the bamboo forest, Shi Yuan's eyes immediately noticed the 2 most important points: the variety of bamboo and the quality of the soil. Apart from the value of Yunqi bamboo itself, these 2 points are very important. The size difference of different varieties of bamboo is very large, even to the point of being outrageous. Ordinary ornamental bamboo is only as thick as a thumb, about 2 meters in height, and weighs only a few kilograms. But if it is a large bamboo, such as the largest bamboo on earth, the dragon bamboo, the diameter is about 2,036 centimeters, and the height can reach 2,045 meters, which is the height of a 10-story building. It can be called the king of bamboo. Nowadays, the area of bamboo forest is fixed, so the higher the height, the more valuable the bamboo is. There is also the soil problem. Shi Yuan guessed that the soil that can support a large number of rare plants is very likely to be rare soil. When he saw the Yunqi bamboo forest, Shi Yuan immediately paid attention to these 2 points. The size of Yunqi bamboo is considered medium. The diameter is about 1,020 centimeters, and the height is 1,525 meters, which is considered a medium-sized bamboo. The amount of plants provided by this size of bamboo should be very considerable. As for the soil on the ground, Shi Yuan carefully checked it and was surprised to find that it was indeed rare soil. The spiritual energy in the soil is extremely rich, and it even turns into wisps of spiritual mist, floating in the bamboo forest. The whole bamboo forest looked lush and green, and the green bamboo leaves made a rustling sound that lingered in the ears. Because of the abundant spiritual energy, the bamboo forest seemed to be in a fairyland, with milky white mist floating everywhere, mixed with the green pheasant scent of bamboo leaves, which made people feel happy physically and mentally. In the soil of the forest, following the direction of the roots of the Yunqi bamboo, you can find the arched soil, and in the cracked soil, light green shoots emerge. The excitement and joy surged in Shi Yuan's heart, making him almost forget the tragedy that happened at night, and his mind was completely occupied by surprise. When his emotions recovered, Shi Yuan began to think carefully about how to deal with the entire bamboo forest. All absorbed by the guardian thorns? Wouldn't that be a pity? After all, it is irrational to blindly destroy it without knowing the function of Yunqi bamboo. See 82 Yunqi bamboo shoots, or just leave it as it is without destroying the bamboo forest? Keep? Or not to stay? Shi Yuan made the final decision. Since there are a total of 2 acres of Yunqi bamboo forest, 1 acre of it will be cleared by the guardian thorns, and the remaining 1 acre will remain as it is. It can not only preserve the rare bamboo forest, but also increase the strength of the guardian thorns, and free up a piece of rare soil for growing crops. It was an achievement in one fell swoop. However, before clearing the bamboo forest, Shi Yuan still needs to dig out the bamboo shoots. The characteristics of Yunqi bamboo forest are Yunqi bamboo and Yunqi bamboo shoots, so the value of bamboo shoots is no worse than that of bamboo. Moreover, Shi Yuan has never eaten this kind of rare ingredient, so it must not be wasted. As a rating reward, one of the two most valuable rewards, Chi Yuanzo has been waiting for it for a long time. Get an ordinary grade hoe from the shelter. I don't know when you got it. Anyway, there are a bunch of tools of ordinary quality in the warehouse. Divide the acre of bamboo forest near the shelter into areas that need to be cleared. After all, if you want to grow crops in the future, it will definitely be more convenient to be close to the shelter. Next, Chi Yuan started digging bamboo shoots. Although Chi Yuan is not proficient in digging bamboo shoots, he still knows the general methods and principles. The first thing is to find bamboo shoots. When looking for bamboo shoots, you should choose land with relatively soft soil, and also observe the cracks on the ground, as well as the direction in which the lowest bamboo branches extend and the direction of the bamboo whip. Observe the ground along this direction. Any surface soil with there are usually bamboo shoots in slightly raised, loose and cracked places. But here is a vast bamboo forest, so the process of finding bamboo shoots is relatively simple. Means digging bamboo shoots, just dig down gently along the tips of the bamboo shoots, and dig away at the soil while digging. When you get to the bottom of the bamboo shoots, you need to hoe hard to make them fall off more crisply. Winter bamboo shoots often reveal a sharp tip, and most of them are hidden in the soil, so the process of digging bamboo shoots is tiring. After finally digging out the surrounding soil, finally made the final push. Bang, click. An ordinary level hoe will break directly when it hits the root of a bamboo shoot. Chi Yuan's eyes widened. These bamboo shoots are so hard. If the hoe keeps digging, how can we eat it? But soon, Chi Yuan reacted. After all, this is a rare plant. The aura content in its body is extremely rich, and it seems to have some self-protection ability. Although it wouldn't be able to dig out of the soil and bite someone, it wouldn't be able to be easily dug out by an ordinary hoe. If it were replaced by a rare guardian thorn, the big-mouth thorn would be drawn directly. In fact, this can also explain the difference between economic crops and biological crops. Rare-grade yunchi bamboo is harmless to humans and animals. However, some aggressive rare-level plants are no less powerful than rare-level beasts. Chi Yuan helplessly dropped the hoe. It seems that the tool is too weak to dig open. So found Brother Yang, the almighty man, and asked if he wanted a high-grade hoe. Well, it was a manuscript. There are too many types of tools. Even if Qin Jinjuan has opened many resource boxes, he cannot guarantee that he will open all the tools. With the tools, the next work is relatively simple. With Chi Yuan's strength and endurance far beyond ordinary people, he can dig bamboo shoots very quickly. I dug up half an acre in one day, and then I collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, motionless. But looking at the pile of bamboo shoots beside me, I couldn't restrain my joy. Under normal circumstances, the yield of 1 acre of wild winter bamboo shoots can reach about 50 kilograms. But the Yunchi bamboo forest is a rare bamboo forest after all. It is only half an acre and already weighs 50 kilograms. If the weight of the bamboo shell is removed, the meat rate is about 60%. In other words, this acre of bamboo forest can produce about 60 kilograms of Yunchi bamboo shoots. Chi Yuan smacked his lips. If it weren't for the urgent need to improve the strength of guarding the thorns, would really be reluctant to destroy this acre of bamboo forest. You should know that bamboo shoots grow almost all spring, summer, autumn and winter, but their growth is the slowest and the yield is the lowest in winter. In spring and summer, the output is likely to be as high as several kilograms. We can expect that the remaining acre of Yunchi bamboo forest will not produce as much in the future. It was getting late today, so Chi Yuan also packed up his tools and returned to the shelter. Divide 5 kilograms of bamboo shoots to Brother Qin. Then he brought all the remaining 45 kilograms of Yunchi bamboo back to the shelter, and called Chu Wensi and Joyu to help peel the bamboo shoots. But Chi Yuan felt tired and ran away after peeling off half of it. I went to the bathroom and took a comfortable bath to relieve the fatigue of the day. If Chu Wensi and Joyu were not too weak, they might not be able to dig bamboo shoots, so Chi Yuan asked them to do it. Now it seems that 2 labor forces are too much. Charcoal making requires manpower. The main manpower for making ice cubes. People are also needed for yard work. With Joyu and Chu Wensi alone, they are a little too busy now. Helping to peel bamboo shoots like today doesn't mean that they don't have to do their daily work. After they finished making charcoal, they were forced to come over and work overtime. Chi Yuan was lying in the bathtub, his thoughts slowly wandering, and he really couldn't bear it. Should add more labor? For example, let the Black Tiger Queen learn to do simple tasks? After all, it has some intelligence. It shouldn't be too difficult for it to help with cooking, washing dishes, turning the floor, etc. Just as Chi Yuan was thinking about how to squeeze the Black Tiger Bee Queen, a familiar, palm-sized black shadow slowly crawled to the bathroom. The pace was slow, but very firm. But this time, it obviously misjudged. Previously, Shi Yuan was caught off guard and attacked directly on his vitals, causing great damage to his vitality. But this time, Shi Yuan was clear-headed and naturally would not be attacked successfully. The black shadow had just climbed onto the bathtub when it was grabbed by a pair of big hands. Shi Yuan's face turned pale. He didn't expect that this little turtle would dare to come. He shouted, "Zhou, see if the turtle ran away? You wait to be dealt with." A few minutes later, Shi Yuan wrapped himself in pajamas and stuffed the turtle to Zhou expressionlessly. Zhou felt extremely guilty for her mistake and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't take a good look at it. Don't worry, I promised before that I would experience what you experienced, boss." Shi Yuan's calm expression suddenly began to become strange. This girl, wouldn't it be? TSK. But after all, humans and animals are different. And the physique of each person is different. Shi Yuan's mind was filled with a creature that appeared in movies and TV shows. It walked upright, had a tortoise shell on its back, had well-developed muscles, spoke human language, wore a mask, and fought fiercely. Shi Yuan couldn't help but shudder. It's okay. Fortunately, it didn't cause a big mistake. It's not this crime. Shi Yuan didn't dare to stay any longer, and directly snatched the turtle from Zhou's hand, and fled the scene under the inexplicable gaze of the two women. For fear that Zhou would say, "Boss Qi, please punish Ye as much as you want." However, Shi Yuan really didn't know how to deal with this big turtle. Eat it? There's not much meat. Keep it? A big worry. After thinking about it, Shi Yuan thought, why not give it away? To whom? Coincidentally, at this time, the Mist Survival Manual made a beeping sound. Hey, who's rushing over here? C83 Uncle Shi Yuan is a good man. Zhong Maiyun, Shi Yuan, can you take care of your friend? Is Teddy a sperm? Or is the wild monkey taking drugs? It's been a day and a night, what are you going to do? Shi Yuan was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to his senses. In just a few seconds, guessed the whole story. He secretly thought, Brother Qin is really hard-spoken and soft-hearted. Although he says he is willing, in fact, the overall situation is the most important thing. For the sake of our career, he actually sacrifices his life for justice. Admire. Since it is Brother Qin's great plan, Shi Yuan is naturally easy to stop it. Tube. Only fools care. Take this bitch, and the blueprint for making the spiritual arrow is ours. Shi Yuan, Miss Xiong, I'm so sorry. I also know that my friend can be so human-like and have a beast-like heart, to do such a heartbreaking thing. Shi Yuan sincerely apologizes to the girl. I'm sorry. In order to make up for the girl's loss, is willing to give the girl a good grade pet. I hope the girl will not blame us friends. Later, a blue turtle was traded by Shi Yuan. Seeing the good grade blue turtle in her hand, Zhang Maiyun was suddenly stunned. I didn't expect Shi Yuan to be so generous and directly gave him a good level combat force. But, this king looks too small, and he knows he can fight. Since Shi Yuan is so righteous, Zhang Maiyun also has a lot to say. Zhang Maiyun, actually, it's your problem, mainly your friend. It's really, too, ugh. Shi Yuan understood and comforted, Miss Zhong, don't mind. After all, you really need a partner to help you raise a child alone. Do you have another child? Zhong Maiyun almost lost his temper. He really didn't expect that there would be such a shameless person. Shi Yuan just wanted to send, although he is old, he has good physical strength and is very fierce. But seeing that Zhong Maiyun's tone was right, I realized that I might have said the wrong thing. So I immediately deleted the content and decided to cause more trouble to Brother Qin. A refuge somewhere. Qin Shinjuan suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row, which even startled him. My physical condition is very good. I almost never catch a cold or suddenly sneeze. Dad, do you have a cold? Do you want to ask Uncle Qi for some medicine? A little girl, with a fair and rosy face and slightly wrinkled brows, asked with concern. Qin Shinjuan blew his nose and said with a gentle smile, although your Uncle Qi is a nice person, we can always trouble you. Dad just has an itchy nose, it's okay. After dealing with Xiao Wang, Shi Yuan finally felt relieved, but he was often worried again. I can sleep at ease tonight. After midnight. The guardian thorns next to the wall suddenly emitted a faint green light, and the thick branches trembled slightly. At this time, the soil on the ground began to have new protective thorns breaking through the soil. Small guardian thorns began to spread towards the forest outside the shelter, forming a straight bush of thorns. The direction in which the thorns are spreading is the Yunqi bamboo forest. The guarding thorns seem to be overstretching their own strength, giving birth to more vines, which are close to the Yunqi bamboo forest to absorb nutrients. A few hours later, the first guardian thorn vine touched the nearest Yunqi bamboo. The delicate thorns and rattans, like nimble snakes, spirally wrap around the main trunk of the bamboo. However, this guardian thorn vine is too weak and can hardly absorb energy from the rare yunchi bamboo. Seeing this situation, the guardian thorn vine continued to glow with cyan light, and the energy passed through the subvines in the space and was slowly transported to the last guardian thorn. The thorns clinging to the yunchi bamboo gradually grew from the thickness of a finger to the thickness of a baby's arm with the supply of energy. As the thorns grew in size, strength and aggressiveness, they entangled yunchi bamboo tightly. At this time, this guardian thorn had been able to absorb weak plant energy from the yunchi bamboo. As more energy was absorbed, new protective thorns began to appear in the surrounding bamboo forest, entangling the surrounding yunchi bamboo in a similar way. The yunchi bamboo swayed gently, making a rustling sound, as if resisting the invasion of the guarding thorns. However, although the yunchi bamboo is a rare grade and the guardian thorn is only a good grade, there is a huge gap between the two life forms. Faced with the unbridled invasion of guardian thorns, Yunchi Zhu had no choice but to do anything. As the first cloud stream fell down, it was surrounded by protective thorns. Cover, invade, devour. The entire trunk, leaves, and branches of the yunchi bamboo were absorbed by the guardian thorns, leaving no trace behind. After absorbing the plant energy of an entire rare-level yunchi bamboo, the reproduction and expansion of the guardian thorns accelerated wildly. 1 stick, 2 sticks, 3 sticks. Part of all the energy absorbed is fed back to the guardian thorn mother vine, and the other part continues to be used to reproduce and expand the population. Only 1 hour to arrive. The guardian thorns cover several square meters and are densely packed with spikes. Under the command of the mother vine, like a well-disciplined army, they carry out an aggressive war. Originally, the guardian thorn mother vine was only more than 2 meters tall, but after absorbing a large amount of plant energy, it quickly grew taller. Today, it has reached 78 meters and is still growing. The diameter of the rattan is more than half a meter, which is much thicker than ordinary trees. The guardian thorn sucked the energy and life of the plants in the yunchi bamboo forest like a dry sponge touching water. When the half-acre bamboo forest designated by Qi Yuan was completely absorbed by it, the guardian thorn had reached 10 meters, which is the height of a 3-story building. The stem was also amazing, with a diameter of more than 1.5 meters. The 2.5-meter wall could no longer withstand the 10-meter-high guardian thorn and could not support its attachment. The guardian thorn took the initiative to get rid of the wall, and its huge body stood upright, but the top vine was thinner and could only droop down at will. On the drooping vine, the small red flower had grown to the size of a palm, and there was a small green fruit in the center of the flower. At this time, the guardian thorn exuded a strong and rich life energy all over its body, and its strength reached the peak of the good level. It was only 1 step away from the excellent level. The guardian thorn shook its branches, as if it had wisdom, commanding the surrounding guardian thorn vines to surround the remaining yunchi bamboo and not continue to absorb. But now, the guardian thorn is only 1 step away from breaking through to the excellent level. Every creature has an unparalleled desire for the leap of life. What's more, the guardian thorn with high wisdom? The branches of the guardian thorn swayed faster and faster, and the red flowers were also thrown around. But it can be seen that the guardian thorn is very entangled. The next moment, it still made a decision that went against its ancestors. The thick branches of the guardian thorn emitted a rich green light, shining brightly in the dark night. All the surrounding guardian thorn vines took action at the same time and spread to the remaining half an acre of yunchi bamboo. C84 excellent grade. Guardian of thorns. The root of the guardian thorn passed under it, and like a consciousness, it wrapped around the bamboo shoots underneath until they broke, and then arched out. Even in the place where Qi Yuan dug during the day, a few bamboo shoots were found, and after being found by the guardian thorn, they were brought out together. One by one, the yunchi bamboo shoots were brought out by the guardian thorn, and then rolled up by consciousness and placed beside the wall. Looking at this pile of rare yunchi bamboo shoots, the guardian thorn seemed to be reluctant to leave, and fiddled with it a few times. Picked out the largest bamboo shoot from it and absorbed it carefully. After solving the bamboo shoot problem, the guardian thorn began to attack vigorously, so the guardian thorn vines began to wrap around the yunchi bamboo and absorb the rich plant energy in it. The energy of rare plants is transmitted along the guardian thorn vine and fed back to the mother vine. The 10-meter-tall guardian thorn exudes a more intense green light, and the red flowers on the top are more colorful, and the fruits are growing. Knowing that the green light has accumulated to the extreme, a very oppressive spiritual power fluctuation vibrates from the guardian thorn. Breakthrough! Excellent guardian thorn! At this moment, the guardian thorn grows again, reaching a height of 15 meters, and the diameter is increased again. The extremely thick vines are stained with a layer of light white cloud-like patterns, and are covered with tough and sharp thorns, with a faint metallic texture and sharp edges. The small red flowers on the top are fully ripe and begin to wither, and all the energy is gathered on the fruit in the middle. Finally, the fruit turned red, gradually ripened, and grew to the size of a basketball. Inside the shelter, next to the fireplace in the living room, a huge bee suddenly woke up from its sleep, looked up at the wall, rolled its eyes a few times, and then lay down again. The next day, Chi Yuan stretched out his body and walked out of the bedroom, and greeted Chu Wensi, who was making breakfast. "Good morning, what are you going to eat today?" Chu Wensi didn't say anything, and looked a little embarrassed. Chi Yuan didn't know what she meant. "What's wrong?" Chu Wensi stretched out her hand and pointed outside the shelter, looking a little scared. Chi Yuan looked back and was instantly startled. "What the hell? What is this?" Outside the wall, there was a thick green vine, about 2 meters thick and more than 10 meters tall, like a giant python, rushing straight into the sky. From the familiar figure and the ferocious sharp thorns, Chi Yuan narrowed his eyes and vaguely understood. "Is this guardian thorn?" Chi Yuan was a little unconvinced and speculated half doubtfully. However, such a huge plant appeared next to the shelter and had not attacked itself yet. Most likely it was the guardian thorn. If it were any other excellent beast, it would have rushed into the shelter long ago. "That's right. I'm in the bamboo forest." Chi Yuan suddenly woke up and ran out to check. The guardian thorn has become what it is now. It must have absorbed the energy of the plants in the Yunchi bamboo forest and used it as nutrients for breakthrough. Just know how much this silly kid has absorbed, don't swallow it all. However, as soon as he went out, Chi Yuan was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. In addition to the guardian thorn vine itself, which has grown more than 10 meters, the entire shelter is full of large and small guardian thorn vines, like a sea of thorns. The original 2 acres of Yunchi bamboo forest, now only 1 acre. The side where bamboo shoots were dug before has been occupied by a large number of guardian thorns. Just a rough look, the area occupied by the guardian thorns exceeds 500 meters in radius. The number is so large that Chi Yuan's scalp numbs. He dared not believe that such a big change happened in just one night. At this time, the huge guardian thorns obviously also discovered Chi Yuan. Twisting the 15-meter-long thick vine, it slowly bent down, and carefully placed the red fruit on the top in front of Chi Yuan. This is, since he couldn't check the information of wild resources, Chi Yuan didn't understand what it was, so he can only pick it first. Seeing the docile appearance of the guardian thorn, Chi Yuan finally felt relieved. Because the guardian thorn didn't use the beast taming scroll, Chi Yuan was also worried that it would be abnormal. But so far, the guardian thorn has been very obedient and has not done anything out of the ordinary. Like Yang Zhenghe's plant, it ran away halfway. At this time, the branches of the guardian thorn suddenly shook in front of Chi Yuan's eyes, and then pointed to the corner of the wall. Chi Yuan looked around and found a pile of Yunchi bamboo shoots piled there. Chi Yuan looked at it with some surprise. He didn't expect that the guardian thorn was so smart. Not only did it realize that Chi Yuan needed bamboo shoots, but it also took them out in the right way and piled them together in the corner. And the most important thing is that it actually knows how to ask for credit? Chi Yuan looked at the guardian thorn in front of him. Although it made any expression, Chi Yuan could vaguely feel that it was looking forward to praise at this moment. Chi Yuan laughed and cried, gently touched its vine, and encouraged, "You made a mistake this time. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Keep up the good work." The guardian thorn received the praise, and soon stretched out its thick vines and waved them gently in the sky. But this gentleness is only for the guardian thorn. Chi Yuan saw a huge vine 15 meters long and 1.5 meters thick, flying wildly in the sky, making a whirring sound and raising a lot of dust. Seeing this scene, Chi Yuan's heart immediately tightened. If this accidentally hits the shelter, Chi Yuan simply dared not imagine it. He hurriedly stopped the guardian thorn and told it to move too big and never touch the shelter. Hearing Chi Yuan's words, the guardian thorn seemed to be a child who had done something wrong, curled up slightly, and drooped down like a deflated child. Chi Yuan was instantly amused by its appearance, and smiled helplessly. What a body this guardian thorn is. He really didn't expect that the excellent guardian thorn could actually have such rich emotions and wisdom. And the strength has also become extremely terrifying. At this time, we have to mention that a certain person is lazy, idle, unemployed, lazy, and unmotivated, the big black fat man. Not only is he weak, but he is also too obedient, leaning against the fireplace to warm himself all day, which really makes Chi Yuan hate him. Guarding the thorns can dig bamboo shoots, so is it a problem for the big black fat man to sing, dance, rap, and play basketball? Obviously no problem. Shi Yuan looked at the Black Tiger Queen Bee on the wall and smiled inexplicably. The Black Tiger Queen Bee felt cold on her back, and felt that a big hand in the dark was slowly approaching her. And on the middle finger of the big hand, there was a line of big words written, "Borrow another 2.5 from the sky." The Black Tiger Queen was so frightened that her body trembled, and the fat on her belly trembled 3 times. Shi Yuan no longer cared about this big black fat man who was making money, but turned around and told something to the Guardian Thorn. C85 Misty Territory Area. Chi Yuan does not have high requirements for the Guardian Thorn, as long as it controls its movements and does not damage the nearby shelter. It is necessary to hide its body when it is moving. The 15-meter-high thorn rushing to the sky is too conspicuous and can easily attract powerful beasts. In order to avoid being discovered by the Guardian Thorn, Shi Yuan had to take out the props he had treasured for a long time. Mist Strain. Name, Mist Pearl. Good grade. Operation. In the shelter where the Mist Pearl is located, the shelter will be blocked by mist within a radius of 2 kilometers, and other creatures will easily lose their direction when entering. Introduction. To a certain extent, it will also arouse the desire of beasts to explore. Shi Yuan knows the value of this regional prop very well, but he has never dared to use it. Because it is a double-edged sword? The mist of the Mist Pearl can hide the whereabouts and confuse the approaching beasts. But when it is moving, it can attract beasts, increasing the danger of the shelter. This made Shi Yuan very embarrassed. But as far as the situation is concerned, using the mist beads, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Because the beasts attracted by the guarding thorns are likely to be excellent beasts of similar strength, or even powerful rare beasts. The beasts attracted by the mist should be random and not too strong. What's more, the so-called attracting beasts here is only mentioned in the introduction and is not included in the operation. After careful consideration, Shi Yuan still chose to use the mist beads. The next moment, a steady stream of white fog was released from the mist beads, quickly covering a large area. The mist range of the mist beads is 2 kilometers centered on the shelter. Once all the mists are spread, they will immediately cover the guarding thorns, Yunchi bamboo forest, and the small river next to the shelter. There are even many places that Shi Yuan has not explored. However, since the mist beads have been used, Shi Yuan must be planning to completely occupy the 2-kilometer area within the mist range as his own private territory. Moreover, the Guardian Thorns and the Black Tiger Queen Bee have both broken through the excellent level and have sufficient shock field energy. At the same time, the bee colony and the thorns can also expand. As long as there are enough of them, this area can be controlled. Shi Yuan instructed the Guardian Thorns to disperse the purple vines to various places in the mist and monitor the situation in the entire mist area. After Shi Yuan checked the statistics, he had a general understanding of the strength of the Guardian Thorn vines. After the mother vine reached the excellent level, 13 vines reached the good level. These good level Guardian Thorns can be distributed in various directions in the mist to balance the strength of the entire mist. Wherever a good level beast appears, a good level Guardian Thorn can appear to suppress it, and then wait for the surrounding Guardian Thorns to help. But the power of the Guardian Thorns is not limited to this. What Shi Yuan didn't know was that the Guardian Thorns also had a very powerful energy. The Guardian Thorn mother vine can transmit energy through its rhizomes, temporarily transmitting most of its own energy to a certain Guardian Thorn subvine. This transmission process takes a certain amount of time, but it can make this Guardian Thorn subvine have excellent combat power in a short period of time. This power allows the immobile Guardian Thorn mother vine to have more flexible means of fighting against the enemy. Moreover, it can also increase the control of the Guardian Thorns over this area to a greater extent. Soon, the Guardian Thorns began to spread in all directions. Led by 13 good-level Guardian Thorns, they began to devour the surrounding plants and animals. All the plants were absorbed and all the animals were killed. Wherever the thorns passed, no grass was left. Because the surrounding wild beasts had been cleared before the cold wave came, there were almost no wild beasts within 2 kilometers around. Finally, within the entire fog range, a total of 5 ordinary beasts and 1 good beast were hunted. After all, this is just the outskirts of the forest, and there are not many beasts. As long as you don't explore deep into the forest, the danger is not great. If you look from the outside of the forest at this time, you can see an empty circular area with a radius of 2 kilometers. The circular area is completely shrouded in thick milky white clouds and mist, which looks extremely mysterious. In the rolling thick fog, you can vaguely see green thorn vines, sometimes floating and wandering, sometimes stretching paper strips, and sometimes entangled with each other. But this is not the most terrifying. In the center of the fog, from the thick fog that sometimes disperses, you can vaguely see a part of the body of the behemoth, but you can never get a glimpse of its full appearance. Although only part of the body is exposed, even if it is a vague outline, you can imagine its terrifying size. If other survivors find this place, they will probably think that this is a restricted area for powerful beasts to live, and they dare not have the courage to approach. This area also became Qi Yuan's territory. Guardian thorns are spread throughout the foggy area, watching the movements in every direction. A large number of tree bees are flying and floating in the thorns to collect honey. The vines of the guard thorns will also produce juice to meet the bee colony's honey collection needs. At the same time, the Yunshi bamboo forest can also provide honey collection conditions. Under the control of the excellent guard thorns, the thorns will no longer attack the bee colony. A balance has begun to be reached between the bee colony and the thorns, coexisting peacefully with each other and protecting the shelter together. At the entrance of the shelter, Qi Yuan was still educating guardian thorns on how to behave in the world. After all, he already had wisdom, so he still had to understand the basic social etiquette. For example, he could not attack people living in the shelter. After that, he took him to meet Chu Shi and Zhou Yu, and told him that they were his own people. For example, when seeing a powerful beast, he must be low-key and restrained. Make friends with them, and don't provoke them at will. Of course, if he is not very good, then he will be killed. However, these are relatively basic tasks. They are just what Guardian Thorns needs to learn in the first stage. Later, there will be more important tasks. For example, when seeing that it is dark, he should take the initiative to glow all over his body to illuminate Qi Yuan, the master. For example, he should use rattan to help his master to cultivate the land, turn the soil and plant the land, and it would be best if he could also water and remove insects. For example, in the future, he will help dig out the bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. For example, you need to learn to fill a square wooden frame with snow, and then pour water to make ice bricks. Finally, help the owner transport it to the shelter. For example, when seeing strangers coming to the shelter, it should take the initiative to stand up and intimidate them on behalf of the owner. For example, if the toilet is blocked, it should also take the initiative to help clear it. For example, Qi Yuan knows that you have to start from childhood. Only by studying persistently from a young age can you become a good child with both good character and good academic performance. Chu Shi and Zhou Yu, who were standing aside, saw Qi Yuan teaching step by step, and the humble guarding thorns, and their faces showed inexplicable emotions. It turned out that it was not just them, it seemed that other people in the shelter were also oppressed by him. Life is not easy, Dahe performs, and thorns turn the soil. See 86 water? Son. Qi Yuan returned to the shelter and began to study the red fruit given to him by the guardian thorn. The red fruit is about the size of a basketball. Its skin is crystal clear and soft to the touch, like a balloon filled with water. It bounces up when pressed lightly. Without an introduction to the system, Qi Yuan was in trouble and didn't know how to use it at all. In the end, I had no choice but to ask Yang Zhenghe to borrow the identifier. Under normal circumstances, Qi Yuan did not want to have too much contact with Yang Zhenghe. Yang Zhenghe has a deep mind and has too many contacts, so he is easily probed and gets too much information, which is detrimental to future plans. Qi Yuan believed that Yang Zhenghe would not join him willingly. How can a character who owns an entire alliance easily become an ordinary member of someone else's team? Qi Yuan felt that Zhao Chang was planning something secretly, and when he finally showed his sword, it would be shocking. Qi Yuan found Yang Zhenghe and borrowed the identifier from. Without any hesitation, Yang Zhenghe borrowed it directly. Qi Yuan originally thought that Yang Zhenghe would be reluctant to trade the identification device. Or ask yourself to trade things over and let appraise them. But unexpectedly, actually trusts himself so much? Qi Yuan was puzzled. It wasn't until I got the thing in my hand that I realized it. Yang Zhenghe used special props and borrowed the identification device on a rental basis. The rental time is only 5 minutes. No wonder he is so generous. It turns out to be like this, Qi Yuan thought thoughtfully. From here alone, it is obvious that Yang Zhenghe is definitely very strong. Just relying on the identification device, the wealth that has amassed far exceeds everyone's imagination. Qi Yuan estimated that the strength mentioned by Yang Zhenghe during the last conversation accounted for only 1% of the total strength. Without thinking too much, Qi Yuan started to use the identification device. Soon, the information about the red fruit appeared. Name, Guardian Thorn Seed, good level, usage, a special plant that protects the species of thorns. When the internal nutrients of the fruit are completely absorbed, the fruit becomes transparent and the seeds hatch. The characteristics of the first item that the newly born guardian thorn comes into contact with after it emerges from the peel will be the source of the growth energy of the guardian thorn. Introduction: a magical creature between animals and plants, with the ability to grow and mutate. This is the guardian thorn species? Although Qi Yuan had some guesses, he was still a little shocked when he saw the result. It looks like a fruit, then it looks like an egg, and finally it hatches into a plant. This special life form is definitely a miracle of nature. However, this kind of plant, which is almost unknown on Earth, is not surprising in the foggy world. There are so many magical creatures here, so many existences beyond human imagination. The reproduction method of guardian thorns is a very special one. The guardian thorn vines outside the shelter now are just part of the guardian thorn mother vine, not the rear vine. Once the guardian thorn mother vine dies, all other guardian thorns will also die, because they are not independent lives. But this species is different. It is another guardian thorn that exists completely independently. But now, it's not fully cooked yet. Just like an egg, it needs to absorb all the energy in the fruit before it can hatch. And from the moment it is born, it also determines its future way of survival. After leaving the fruit, the first object that the guardian thorn touches in a large area will be the amount needed for future growth. For example, if it is born on the soil, it will become an earth attribute guardian thorn. If it falls on a leaf, it will become a wooden guardian thorn. If it falls on flesh and blood, it will become a flesh and blood guardian thorn. Different characteristics, their future development routes, length and difficulty are also very different. Looking at the fruit, Qi Yuan's heart surged with emotion, and he thought silently, are we going to get another guardian thorn? And also add attribute points by ourselves? The surprise came so quickly that Qi Yuan was stunned. I can't help but wonder, when this guardian thorn grows, what should it touch? Anyway, don't touch it with your hands, otherwise it will destroy its relatives as soon as it is born. There are really too many things that the guardian thorn species can touch. However, future development also needs to be taken into consideration. Because, the items used to protect the nutrients of the thorns must be common, large in quantity, and easy to find. If it is too rare, the length of the guarding thorn will also be greatly restricted. After thinking for a moment, several thoughts appeared in Qi Yuan's mind, such as metal, water, plants, soil, flesh and blood, sunlight, flame, ice, etc. After screening and exclusion, Qi Yuan chose two of them, water and sun. In fact, soil is also a very good choice, and the quantity is extremely large. However, considering that there is not much high-quality soil, it will affect later development. Moreover, I had learned from Yang Zhenghe's experience, and I was a little worried about the earth attribute guardian thorns, so I didn't consider it. Amidst the water and sunlight, Qi Yuan fell into deep thought. Water sources are widely distributed and abundant in the mist world. Moreover, there are also good, excellent, and even rare water sources. Therefore, the prospects for the development of absorbing water sources are very great. Even many aquatic beasts in the water are also water attributed, so they can also provide water attributed energy. Once it reaches the excellent level, it will become a real water tyrant, providing Qi Yuan with strong underwater strength. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan was actually moved. However, the guardian thorns of the sun attribute also make people yearn for it. The next disaster is high temperature. That means that the sun will be very strong and the sunshine time will be very long, which will be a great test for the survival of the survivors. In particular, the breeding and planting industries that have just developed will be wiped out under the scorching sun. Moreover, such super low temperatures and super high temperatures will probably be the norm in the future. This means that it is not just in this cold wave and high temperature that the survivors cannot develop breeding and planting industries. Instead, it means that there will never be mature development in the future. Once this happens, the survivors will never be able to take root completely, just like rootless duckweed, drifting in the foggy world, without a fixed place to live. The final outcome is tantamount to death. But the sunthorn can easily solve this problem. First of all, in high temperature conditions, it can block the top of the shelter, absorb the sunlight shining on it, and convert it into its own energy. It can reduce heat and absorb nutrients, killing two birds with one stone. If it is during the cold current, it can also turn itself into the sun, providing sunlight and heat for plants and animals. It sounds very beautiful, but Qi Yuan also has to consider it. The acquisition of sunlight is a constant. When the guardian thorn is still weak, it can use the strong sunlight to get a quick and free upgrade. But when it reaches the good level, excellent level, will ordinary sunlight still provide nutrients for the guardian thorns? All the above mentioned are based on the premise that the guardian thorns can break through to the excellent level. Because Qi Yuan knows very well how bad the guardian thorns of the good level are. It was not until today that it broke through to the excellent level that it completely straightened its back and became the strongest shield in Qi Yuan's hand. Qi Yuan frowned. But should I choose water or the sun? Or, its properties? See 87. 1 acre of rare soil. 5 minutes later, the appraiser was automatically traded back. Shi Yuan was still thinking and could not make a choice. Fortunately, the fruit was still incubating, and it would take some time for the guardian thorn seeds to hatch. During this period, we need to weigh the pros and cons again. Put the red fruit in the living room, keep an eye on the hatching situation, and let Xu Shi and Zhou Yu watch it. After that, Shi Yuan still has a lot of work to do. First of all, the most important thing is definitely farming. Shi Yuan has planned that during the period when the cold wave ends and the high temperature has not yet arrived, he must do his best to improve the shelter, increase supplies, plant more land, and reproduce more. Ensure that during the high temperature period, even if you don't go out, there is still sufficient food supply. After clearing an acre of Yunshi bamboo forest, now there is an acre of rare soil, which is definitely a pleasant surprise. In the past, if you wanted a piece of good grade soil, you had to try all kinds of methods, and finally succeeded, using spring water to produce more than 20 kilograms. But now, a whole acre of land. This rare grade soil is extremely rich in spiritual energy, and it must be used. Shi Yuan returned to the warehouse and sorted out all his good grade and above seeds. There is only one excellent grade seed, that is crystal rice. Originally there were 33 seeds in total, 5 were planted, 1 was eaten, and 27 were left. Shi Yuan first planted 20 of them in the soil, and the location was chosen near the remaining Yunshi bamboo forest. I hope that the rich spiritual energy in the Yunshi bamboo forest can provide a better growth environment for crystal rice. As for the remaining 7 seeds, it can also prevent the failure of this batch of crystal rice planting, which will lead to the extinction of crystal rice in the future. Among the remaining seeds, Shi Yuan also had winter wheat seeds, tomato seeds, and a grapevine. All of them were good grade seeds. According to the importance of the seeds, Shi Yuan planted them all in order. First, winter wheat. There were more winter wheat seeds. Because the second batch of winter wheat planted in the shelter had matured, a lot of seeds were harvested. So almost all of the remaining soil was planted with winter wheat. Finally, only 10 square meters of tomato seeds were planted, occupying a part of the entire spiritual field. As for the grapevine, it was planted at a random place on the edge. It took less than an hour to plant all the seeds. This was also thanks to the guardian thorn. The guardian thorn has a well-developed root system, and it can arrange vines to help and easily turn over this rare soil. So a lot of time for turning over the soil is saved. Even the work of cultivating ridges is done by the guardian thorn. Modern semi-automatic planting has been officially realized in the Misty World. Shi Yuan believes that with the blessing of rare soil, the growth cycle of this batch of crops will be greatly shortened and the yield will increase. If there are no accidents, it is very likely that a batch of food will be harvested before the high temperature arrives. However, Shi Yuan is worried about one problem. Rare soil is sustainable. Why can Yunshi bamboo forest and rare soil maintain rare quality at the same time? Because the two sides coexist and help each other. Because of the existence of rare soil, Yunshi bamboo forest continues to grow. It is precisely because of the Yunshi bamboo forest that the soil has always maintained a rare level. Because rare bamboo leaves will decay in the soil, providing a steady supply of energy to the soil. A clever balance has been achieved between the two. But now, if good grade crops are planted, the balance will be broken. In the short term, there is no problem, but if time goes on, the spiritual energy consumption rate in the rare soil will not catch up with the recovery rate. So slowly, it will change from rare soil to excellent grade. And finally to good grade. Because most good grade plants are planted, the soil will gradually reach a new balance with good grade crops in the end. It seems that it is not necessary to plant too low quality crops, at least excellent grade is needed. Shi Yuan realized that this is a very serious problem and needs to be dealt with in time. But before that, he had more important problems to deal with. In the Mist Survival Manual. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. Zhou Mayun, you percent asterisk fucking mud hashtag percent hashtag, grass asterisk mud percent Zhou Mayun, dog percent asterisk hashtag percent, and hashtag at, Shi Yuan shrank his neck. He didn't expect her to react so strongly. It was not gentle at all. Soon, a blue turtle was thrown back. It looked harmless. Only when it stretched out its head, its eyes were obviously swollen. It was so swollen that it couldn't open its eyes. Shi Yuan looked at it with some sympathy. He didn't expect that after doing so many evil things, he would be beaten like this one day. Sympathy is sympathy, but hate is also so hate it. Blood feud, irreconcilable. Holding it in his hand, Shi Yuan is now in a dilemma. He can't even give it away. What should he do? Release it? But it looks quite strange. with a high IQ and good looks, but its quirks are a bit special. It's a pity to release it directly. In order to better understand this turtle, Chi Yuan borrowed the identifier again. Soon, the blue turtle's information appeared. Name, spirit turtle, good grade, origin, a turtle with a special constitution. It cannot absorb spiritual energy from nature, nor can it absorb spiritual energy by eating plants or flesh. It can only absorb spiritual energy that has been refined by attaching to powerful creatures, or absorb and refine spiritual energy from highly concentrated spiritual objects. The higher the purity, the more there are, and the faster the growth rate. Introduction: if you have milk, you will be a mother. Don't absorb spiritual energy? Don't improve your strength by eating good grade or above food? So, just hungry? Chi Yuan's face was full of black lines. He didn't expect there would be such a strange creature. This quirk made him a little unacceptable. No wonder he didn't look for other people in such a large shelter, but ran to his room specifically. Since he wanted to absorb spiritual energy, he must find someone stronger than himself. And in the entire shelter, the only ones who were stronger than him are Chi Yuan, Black Tiger Queen Bee, and Iron-backed Wild Boar. Iron-backed Wild Boar is not at home. Black Tiger Queen Bee is excellent, too strong, and will stab you in the ass if you provoke him. Only Chi Yuan, whose strength is neither high nor low, is the most suitable for him. After arriving at Zhong Mayun's place, it should be the same reason. Chi Yuan was helpless and said, "Don't you want to eat? Why didn't you say it earlier? You have to take a bite." Pure spiritual energy is not easy to obtain for others, but it is easy for Chi Yuan. He took some good grade wood and threw it into the spiritual pond, which soon turned into pure spiritual liquid. As a bottle of wooden cup filled with spiritual liquid was placed in front of the spirit turtle, his dark eyes immediately glowed. The originally slow steps immediately became brisk, and the head that was tucked in the shell stretched more than 5 times. The blue head stretched directly into the spiritual liquid, greedily sucking the pure amount. It took only a few seconds to suck all the spiritual liquid clean. Then he turned around and looked at Chi Yuan behind him, his short tail swaying gently, and his round eyes did not blink. Obviously, he was not full. But Chi Yuan obviously did not spoil him and would not let him eat and drink for free. The bottle of spiritual liquid just now was worth at least several spiritual coins. Throwing him back into the pond, as long as he was full, he should not chase him and bite him. For the time being, raise him up, and when you have time later, take him to the river to catch fish, and if you can't catch it, you won't be allowed to eat. See 88 situations of all parties in order to prepare for the action. 5 days later, the 5 people who were in harmony with each other were making their own preparations. Yang Zhenghe was in the studio, his eyes were calm and peaceful, holding a scroll in his hand. If you were a human, you would definitely be able to see the words on the book, which was Shelter Guardian Puppet Manufacturing Scroll. Yang Zhenghe did lie too much about his own strength. Although the manufacture of guardian puppets is very difficult, the materials are also extremely precious and scarce, just like the survivors can't collect them all. However, Yang Zhenghe still obtained many materials through his own channels. At first, when there was no update, he could use the workbench to manufacture directly, but now, he has to manufacture it himself. This change not only consumes a lot of time, but also increases the material loss rate during the manufacturing process. Even after these days in continuous practice, Yang Zhenghe can still barely make a good level guardian puppet. Yang Zhenghe stared at it intently, and the movements were complicated and the process was unimaginable. Only when the last step was completed did Yang Zhenghe breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, "The manufacturing process of the guardian puppet is really too complicated. The good level is already so difficult, and the excellent level is really too dangerous. Fortunately, before the system was updated, I barely gathered a set of excellent level materials and hurried to make an excellent level guardian puppet, otherwise my strength would not be enough." Xin Shinjuan has also been very busy recently. The iron-backed boar gets along very well and has officially entered the palace of marriage, and will soon bear the fruit of love. The black tiger bee colony in the same room is also infected with a lot of joy. In this sweet atmosphere, the output has greatly increased. Xin Shinjuan couldn't help but sigh, taking drugs is so powerful. Even if he occasionally passed by, just smelled a little breath, and was contaminated with a little ominous, he almost vomited white foam. After 2 days, both iron-backed wild boars lost more than 10 pounds, and their bodies were about to collapse. The waists on both sides of the iron-backed boars had been visibly deflated, and often after the battle, both hind legs trembled. It's not easy for the iron-backed sows either. From the initial standing enjoyment, the sound is gentle and beautiful. Now the hind legs are kneeling on the ground, howling shrilly, obviously unable to bear the heaviness of life and the misfortunes of fate. Qin Shinjuan asked Qi Yuan if he wanted to let them take it easy and take them out for a breath. If this continues, who knows what will happen. But Qi Yuan rejected it unanimously, saying, love needs to stand the test. Life, when the light blooms in the midst of suffering. In this regard, Qin Shinjuan was speechless. He doesn't know whether life can bloom in suffering. But if it goes on like this, the iron-backed sow will soon be cold. Qi Yuan's family was not idle either. Shu Shi and Zhou Yu made charcoal every day, and their work schedule was full, with each work time exceeding 12 hours. In order to compensate them, Qi Yuan began to distribute good-grade food to them. In each day's food, good-grade noodles and steaks also began to occupy a certain share. Guardian Thorn officially took on the task of making ice cubes, but it often slacked off and let the Guardian Thorn vine around it do the work. Qi Yuan was very disgusted with this, which was simply an evil capitalist style. So, the work volume of Guardian Thorn was doubled as a punishment. The black tiger queen bee, this big black fat one, is a famous lazy guy, often pretending to be crazy and unwilling to work hard. So Qi Yuan sent him to patrol the territory. Recently, wild beasts often enter the fog area, but they are all discovered by the Guardian Thorns and quickly solved. However, the Guardian Thorns move slowly, so the fixed point support of the black tiger bees is needed. In the past few days, because the black tiger bees collect pollen from yunchi bamboo and the tender shoots of the mother bamboo roots as honey, they are directly replenished. The number of good-level black tiger bees has increased by 4 again, and the total number has reached 13, which is the same as the number of good-level Guardian Thorns. In order to make the fog area more orderly, Qi Yuan arranged for each good-level black tiger bee to lead a group of ordinary black tiger bees around a good-level Guardian Thorn. The good-level Guardian Thorns are evenly distributed in 13 directions of the circular fog area. Ensure that any movement in any direction can be solved in the first time. In order to ensure that the black tiger bee colony can fight without worries, there is no need to worry about collecting honey. Therefore, the logistics of the entire black tiger bee colony are all handed over to the tree bee colony. The tree bees are all over the foggy area, collecting juice and pollen from the Guardian Thorns. At the same time, Qi Yuan also considered, now that his living range has expanded significantly, can he expand the breeding and planting industries? With the help of rare soil, the planting industry has begun to take shape and is growing. But the breeding industry is still far away. Therefore, Qi Yuan specifically instructed the Guardian Thorns. If a good-level beast breaks into the foggy area, just control it and hand it over to Qi Yuan for review. If it can be bred and reproduced, then keep it. If it is ferocious by nature, just kill it and eat the meat. In the past few days, a total of 10 good-level wild wolves were captured. They were all violent and undisciplined. So Qi Yuan made healing potions for them. Together with the good-level beast that was hunted before, a total of 4 bottles of healing potions were made. As you can imagine, if you start to formally clean up the beasts, injuries are inevitable. There is definitely more demand for healing potions. Although the probability of getting hurt is low, if others get hurt, they can be sold at a high price. In the past few days, the blue turtle has been well behaved and has not shown any vulgar behavior of breaking into the boudoir at night. This makes Qi Yuan feel relieved. As long as some pure spiritual liquid is supplied every day, he will still be very well behaved. Zhong Maiyun is also preparing for hunting monsters. On the workbench, there is a 70-centimeter-long, white bone arrow with a red prism-shaped arrowhead, which is sharp. This good-level spiritual arrow is made of the bones and blood of the good-level beast red-haired snake, and has very powerful power. It is very difficult for ordinary arrows to easily break through the defense of beasts above the good level. Generally, good-level steel is needed to make the arrowhead to form effective killing. But compared with the spiritual arrows with their own attributes, the power is still a little worse. The abilities of spirit arrows are different. The stronger the beast corpse, the stronger the spirit arrow made. And spirit arrows have different effects on beasts with different characteristics. If it is made with poisonous snakes, the spirit arrow will also take away the toxicity. If it is made with aquatic beasts, the spirit arrow will also take away certain water properties. These energies all come from the essence, blood, and bones of the beasts, with their own characteristics and properties. Zhong Maiyun put away the spirit arrow in the hand and put it in the pile of spirit arrows on the side. There are a total of 10, 9 good level and 1 excellent level. She purchased them from different survivors through other channels. Nowadays, there are only a few people who can hunt good level beasts independently. And without the trading market, it becomes more difficult to obtain resources. See 89 Touch the Soul and Reach Heaven. Chapter 89 Touch the Soul. Go straight to the hall among the 5. Only Zhao Cheng is the most at ease, still striving for the pursuit of love. I don't understand how with his character became the leader of an alliance. After Jong Mayun experienced the initial speechlessness, irritability, and anger, she gradually became numb, dull, and indifferent, and began to adapt to Zhao Cheng's phone bombardment. Because of the missed survival manual, she has been locked in another room, out of sight and out of mind. At this moment, the hatred in her heart for Qi Yuan and Zhao Cheng had reached its peak. Especially Qi Yuan, in her opinion, Zhao Cheng must have been instructed by Qi Yuan, so he was pestering her endlessly. And there is that bastard. Whenever she thinks of that starry night, dark clouds covered all the stars, and the moon shyly hid behind the branches. In the dark sleep, it was like thunder exploding. Whenever I think of that moment, the feeling that touches the depths of my soul seems to go straight to heaven and then to hell. No matter the flow of fate or the passage of time, nothing can compare with the shocking moment. It's as dull and heavy as spring thunder, hitting the depths of the soul. There is also the scorching summer sun that tortures people's hearts, and sweat pours like rain. Another example is the cool autumn wind, which makes people feel chills in their arms and legs and their bodies tremble slightly. It's like a snowstorm in winter, a little bit of warmth in the cold and cool weather. Every time she recalled it, she couldn't help but tremble with her legs and bite her red lips tightly. Because she knows. She has been defeated, completely defeated. At this moment, she released herself. Face your deepest emotions, freed from the chains that still bind you. So she called. She roared. She shouted. Kaiwancha asterisk, my daymud asterisk at n%, my mother's hashtag at percent at asterisk and end, grass mud percent asterisk hashtag asterisk NID%. After a few days of nothing, the snow fell more and more, and the temperature increased accordingly, gradually returning to nearly zero. The ice and snow are gradually melting, rivers are showing signs of thawing, hibernating animals are generally waking up, and plants are beginning to glow with life. The entire misty world began to return to its original appearance. This was originally good news, but it was accompanied by a new disaster. As the cold snap passes, more and more excellent and rare beasts appear. In the forum, there have been more and more posts about powerful giant ferocious beasts recently, finally attracting the attention of a large number of survivors. The shocking pictures in the forum made all the survivors tremble with fear. The joy they expressed was somewhat diluted, and instead they added fear and worry. Qi Yuan, Qin Jinjuan, Yang Zhenghe, Zhong Mayun, and Zhao Cheng finally gathered in Zhao Cheng's shelter at the agreed time. The 5 people exchanged greetings, but only Zhong Mayun looked unhappy. The cold eyes glanced at Qi Yuan and Zhao Cheng once they met, causing the rising temperature to drop a few degrees again. The hatred for Qi Yuan is the annoyance for Zhao Cheng. I thought that Zhao Cheng would come back to pester me again, but the reality was beyond Zhong Mayun's expectation. Zhao Cheng, the reality seems to be a social fear. After seeing Zhong Mayun, she immediately blushed and lowered her head shyly. She rolled her eyes and glanced at Zhong Mayun from time to time. This graceful and shy look left the old Zhong Mayun speechless for a while. She really didn't understand how it could be so strange. Qi Yuan, on the other hand, looked at Qin Jinjuan with a wink, and secretly gave him a thumbs up to express his approval. Regarding Qi Yuan's weird behavior, Qin Jinjuan just raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand what he was doing and chose to ignore it. Only Yang Zhenghe, who was away from the crowd, witnessed the eyebrows between the 4 people, and his expression suddenly changed. Hiss. Qi Yuan, I still looked at you. How could you achieve this in just 5 days? Yang Zhenghe's mood became a little heavy. Qi Yuan's methods of winning over people were indeed very strong. However, Yang Zhenghe is a famous survivor after all, and he has an alliance, so he thinks he is no different from Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan. Ahem. Qi Yuan coughed twice and said, now that everyone is here, let's talk about the specific matters of hunting wild beasts. It is said to be a matter, but in fact everyone understands that it is about discussing the division of spoils. Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan are the strongest, so they will definitely get the most points. Yang Zhenghe was second, Zhao Cheng and Zhong Mayun were last. Finally, after deliberation, everyone reached a consensus. Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan each scored 2.5%. Yang Zhenghe 20%. Zhong Mayun and Zhao Cheng each have 1.5%. Everyone is distributed according to their work, with Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan accounting for the largest proportions, and accordingly they have to put in more effort. Among them, Zhong Mayun does not need to take action. He only needs to make the corpses of the hunted beasts into spiritual arrows for everyone to use. After the discussion, Qi Yuan greeted everyone and prepared to set off. The others nodded in agreement, but Yang Zhenghe raised his eyebrows and suddenly said, Qi Yuan, let's clean up the wild beasts near your shelter next time. Without waiting for Qi Yuan to answer, he continued, you are the strongest. If you can solve the problem of wild beasts near the shelter as soon as possible, you will be able to feel more at ease in the subsequent operations. Shi Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart thumped, and his thoughts began to surge, and he thought to himself, why would he ask this? Could he have seen through my plan? Although his heart was filled with doubts, Shi Yuan still smiled and said, no need. There are not many beasts around my and brother Qin's shelter. We have almost hunted all the good level beasts. The remaining ones are not too strong, but too weak. So, let's help you clean up first. If I encounter beasts that I can't deal with later, I will ask for your help. It's true. Hearing Qi Yuan's answer, Yang Jinghe's calm face suddenly turned into a storm. That 50-meter-long supergiant snake is really near Qi Yuan's shelter. But why doesn't Qin Jinjuan need to clean up the area around the shelter? But soon, Yang Zhenghe figured it out. In order to complete the trick, Qi Yuan must have made an agreement with Qin Jinjuan in advance. It is even possible that the area around Qin Jinjuan's shelter has really been cleaned up. This made Yang Zhenghe more certain of his guess. Qi Yuan must be under great control at present, and it should be the giant python. So at present, he dared not leave the shelter at all. So he can only form an alliance with other survivors and obtain resources from them by helping to clean up the beasts. If so, the situation between the two sides has changed. It's not that they need Qi Yuan's help, but Qi Yuan can't leave them. In this way, they can strangle Qi Yuan's life and gradually control him. Yang Zhenghe secretly calculated in his heart, but on the surface he smiled and responded, that's good, I'm worried that the shelter will not be safe after you come out. It seems to be an ordinary conversation, but in fact there are hidden intentions. Qi Yuan was relieved when he heard Yang Zhenghe's words. Turning to Qin Jinjuan, he said, okay, brother Qin, let's start and see what beasts are around Zhaocheng's shelter. C90 clear the beasts good. Qin Jinjuan responded and took out the beast search scroll from the dimensional backpack. As soon as he saw the beast search scroll, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up and he asked in surprise, brother Qin, is your scroll level? After hearing Qi Yuan's question, the others looked over curiously, and then noticed the changes in the beast search scroll. Qin Jinjuan smiled lightly and said, yes, I was lucky a few days ago and bought an excellent level scroll, so I made the beast shrink scroll level? Qi Yuan approached curiously and asked, excellent level? What special functions does it have? The difference is quite big. In the past, they all had the same red dots, but now they can be distinguished. The ordinary grade has white dots, the good grade has green dots, the excellent grade has yellow dots, and the rest are red dots. Qin Jinjuan opened his mouth to explain. The beast search scroll is one of Qin Jinjuan's most precious props. Although it is only good grade, its effect is comparable to excellent grade or even rare grade. Therefore, once he obtained the level scroll, did not hesitate to use it on the beast search scroll to upgrade it to the excellent level. Qi Yuan looked happy and said, if this is the case, our operation this time will only be safer. The rest of the people also looked surprised. The level of the beast search scroll will undoubtedly greatly improve everyone's safety. Make the process of hunting wild animals faster, simpler and more effective. As the beast search scroll is used, the scroll begins to show the situation around Zhaocheng's shelter. Big river, forest, valley. The geographical situation around Zhaocheng's shelter is very good. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers, the terrain is flat, and it is close to water sources. Qin Jinjuan first displayed a red dot, which was a rare beast. If there are rare beasts around, then everyone has no need to act and should quickly escape back to the shelter. As for Zhaocheng, we can only leave it to fate. But luckily, there was no sign of red dots within 20 kilometers. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the proportion of rare-level beasts is still very low. If the area around the shelter were filled with the kind of supergiant pythons that destroyed secondary shelters, then all the survivors would not have to live. Just jump into the beast's mouth and die quickly, saving half of the food and leaving half of it. After that comes the search for excellent beasts. Finally, sporadic light spots began to appear on the beast search scroll, but they were relatively far away. Even the nearest shelter is 10 kilometers away. Zhaocheng saw the scene and patted his chest happily. It seemed that the location of his shelter was relatively safe. Finally, it's everyone's goal this time, a good level beast. As the search scroll refreshed, many green dots began to appear around the shelter. Taking a closer look, the number of good level beasts is indeed quite large. Although most of them are scattered, overall, there are at least 30 of them. And most of the green spots are concentrated in the east area of the shelter, with the number reaching more than 20. Regarding this phenomenon, Zhaocheng explained, my shelter was originally further to the west, but it was too barren, so I moved to the mountains to the east. The closer to the east, the richer the surrounding resources. These words shocked everyone, because almost everyone is in this situation. The location of the initial shelter generally has two characteristics. The first is resource poverty. The second is safety. And indeed it is. Most survivors will hardly encounter any wild beast attacks when they are in the initial position. Of course, except for doing too many bad things and having bad luck. It was only after moving the shelter to an area with richer resources that wild beasts appeared around him. Qi Yuan is in the same situation. The deeper you go into the forest, the more powerful beasts you encounter. Therefore, even after possessing the shelter migration scroll again, did not dare to continue migrating deep into the forest. Especially after experiencing the python incident in the secondary shelter, was even more afraid to act rashly. Even if there are not enough resources around the shelter, they still stick to the place. And surround yourself with mist, guardian thorns, and bee swarms to ensure safety. Stopping the complicated thoughts in their minds, the group began to take action. Before starting, everyone had already made plans to only clean up a 5-kilometer radius around the shelter. This distance is just right and it can be cleaned up in about a day. If the area is further expanded, the workload will almost double. It can be seen from the beast search scroll that there are a total of 13 wild beasts within 5 kilometers of the Zhaocheng sanctuary. The quantity is neither too much nor too little. After the 5 people were ready, they set off directly for action because the location of the beast is clearly known. Not only does it not need to take any detours, but it can also plan the most suitable mopping route. With the strength of a few people, it is simply a piece of cake to deal with good-level beasts. Zhao Chang brought excellent level forest wolf. Yang Zhenghe took the good level guard puppet. Qin Jinjuan brought hunting dog and his 2 excellent weapons. Qi Yuan, on the other hand, brought the entire black tiger bee swarm, including the excellent black tiger bee queen and 13 good level black tiger bees. The total number of ordinary black tiger bees has reached 1,000, which can be said to have greatly increased their strength. The ensuing sweep process went as smoothly as Qi Yuan expected. With Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan as the main force, the trend was almost one-sided. The first one encountered was a lizard with green patterns all over its body. According to the display of Yang Zhenghe's identifier, it was named green mane poisonous lizard. The scales on its body were very toxic, but its abdomen was a weakness. After knowing its characteristics, everyone also made targeted changes and chose to use bows and arrows to consume it remotely. This battle was Qin Jinjuan's personal performance show. Using excellent level bows and arrows, bend the bow and put the arrow. The sharp arrow directly penetrated through the layers of trees and hit the abdomen of the green mane poisonous lizard. A fatal blow. Finally, the corpse was directly put into the dimensional backpack and became the first trophy. Near the nest of the green mane lizard, everyone also found a very toxic good-level plant, which was also collected by several people. Among the 5 people, Qi Yuan, Yang Zhenghe, and Qin Jinjuan had dimensional backpacks, so the harvest was also kept by the 3 of them. The second beast encountered was a black spider covered with bristles, with a body length of 1 meter. It was called black-eyed ghost spider. Although it looked ferocious, it was harmless and surprisingly fat, similar to the black tiger bee queen. Finally, Qi Yuan directly commanded the bee colony, and under the leadership of 5 good-level black tiger bees, it easily solved it. However, no precious resources were found near the black-eyed ghost spider, and even the spider silk was destroyed during the battle. However, after the black-eyed ghost spider died, it dropped a bronze resource box. Because the system update reduced the chance of resource boxes dropping, resource boxes are now more rare. Even if you hunt wild animals, it is not 100% certain to drop resource boxes. C91 light eating grass. Afterwards, we circled the shelter and the cleaning process went very smoothly. Most good-level beasts were only in the middle of the good level, so they were not too strong. We were strong enough and it was easy to deal with them. It was not until we cleaned up the 12th beast that an accident occurred. This is a valley in the mountainous area next to the forest. The terrain is rugged, the jungle is dense, and the vegetation is extremely prosperous. The scroll shows that there are 2 red dots gathered here. We thought that a pair of male and female beasts should be able to be easily solved. But we didn't expect that this time we kicked the iron plate. Of course, this iron plate is also very hard, and it only caused some trouble to everyone. This group of monkeys, led by 2 excellent monkey kings, has a total of more than 30 monkeys, and they are very strong. One of the monkey kings has even reached the peak of the excellent level. Through the identification device, we know that this group of monkeys is called white-legged monkeys. The origin of this name is that they have brown hair all over their bodies, but their buttocks are white. When the first white-legged monkey found Chi Yuan and others, it immediately became alert and made a sharp and piercing sound. This is the signal to call teammates. In just 10 seconds, more than 30 white-legged monkeys, big or small, quickly gathered. Some held sticks in their hands, while others held stones tightly, grinning and looking fierce. Especially in the middle, the Monkey King at the peak of the best level, stood up to 2 meters tall, with a bright red bloody mouth, revealing ferocious 5 centimeters fangs, extremely ferocious. The action was too smooth in front of the people, so it was inevitable that they were relaxed. But seeing the more than 30 monkeys with fierce momentum, strong and fierce, they immediately perked up. This time, it was no longer a personal show, and everyone was needed to show up at the right time. The best wild wolf, the guardian puppet, the hound, the black tiger queen bee with 7 best black tiger bees, and 600 black tiger bees, all rushed forward. Chi Yuan did not reveal his true strength. He only took out the black tiger queen bee, 7 best black tiger bees, and 600 waiting bee colonies. As for the remaining 6 good-level black tiger bees and 400 bee colonies, they were hidden in the dimensional backpack and guarded Chi Yuan's safety at all times. Of course, they also prevented the occurrence of emergencies. 1 excellent level warrior and 10 good level warriors, both in terms of quality and quantity, greatly suppressed the monkey group. Only the black tiger queen bee was a bit lame, and only restrained the good level peak monkey king, and did not suppress it quickly. But Chi Yuan could understand it. The 2 most powerful weapons of the black tiger queen bee are poison needles and bee colonies. Now, the bee colony is restraining the monkey group, and it takes some time for the poison to develop. This is why the black tiger queen bee looks a little weak. But the monkey group's resistance did not last long. After the black tiger queen bee and the guardian puppet restrained the 2 good-level monkey kings respectively, the remaining wild wolves, hounds, and 7 good-level black tiger bees, relying on the difference in levels, cooperated with the bee colony to quickly start the slaughter. Only 10 minutes later, more than 30 white-legged monkeys were killed or injured, leaving only 2 good-level monkey kings, still struggling to hold on. The good-level peak monkey king that the black tiger queen bee was dealing with was also infected by the bee venom and began to show symptoms of dizziness. Finally, all the beasts rushed forward and completely eliminated this group of monkeys. Looking at the corpses, everyone's face showed a look of joy. If this batch of meat is only used by ordinary people, it will be enough to eat for more than half a year. However, since the people are strong and have high physical fitness, they will naturally choose ordinary level steaks. After collecting all the corpses, the 3-dimensional backpacks have been loaded, and only a few people can carry them back manually. At this point, all the good-level beasts within a 5-kilometer radius around Zhaocheng's shelter have been cleared. A total of 13 good-level beast corpses were harvested, 30 ordinary-level beast corpses, and 7 resource boxes, and relatively useful resources near good-level beasts. When the harvest was finally distributed, everyone was a little disgusted with the corpses of the 30 ordinary-level white-legged apes. In the end, Zhaocheng and Yang Zhenghai each got 15. They all have their own alliances and some other channels to sell these meats to other weaker seekers. After that, the 2 of them also reduced their distribution of good-level resources accordingly. Chi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan each got 4 good-level beast corpses. Yang Zhenghai and Zhong Maiyun each got 2. Zhaocheng got 1. However, before distributing the good-level beasts, Zhong Maiyun first took out the bones and blood essence of the corpses to make spirit arrows. Starting tomorrow, everyone will be able to use spirit arrows, and their strength will be greatly improved. However, according to today's situation, if we only clean up the good-level beasts, it seems that we don't need to use spirit arrows, and everyone's strength is more than enough. Therefore, it is very likely that spirit arrows will be part of the spoils and distributed to everyone in a fixed proportion. As for the 7 bronze resource boxes and 12 wooden resource boxes, Chi Yuan was allocated 2 bronze resource boxes and 3 wooden resource boxes. Now, after all, he is a person who has seen the world, so he is not as excited as before when facing the bronze resource box. For other good-level resources, Chi Yuan took the poisonous grass and 2 well-known ores. Today's harvest is only 4 good-level beast corpses, 2 bronze resource boxes, 3 wooden resource boxes, a poisonous weed, and 2 ores. After that, there should be 4 good-level spirit arrows. The whole process can be said to have been extremely smooth. Not only did we not encounter any danger, but we also had a great harvest. They exchanged pleasantries and agreed that after cleaning Zhong Maiyun's shelter tomorrow, they would go back to their own shelters. After returning, Chi Yuan directly opened the resource box first. Now, facing the bronze resource box, he was shocked. As the light emerged, the box opened. Well, Chi Yuan had to admit that his heart couldn't help but pinch. In the wooden resource box, there are all ordinary materials: dagger, ordinary level; hammer, ordinary level; needle and thread, ordinary level. After a cursory look at them all, there was nothing noteworthy. There are only 6 good level props in the 2 bronze resource boxes, respectively: snake bone strength, good level; ice pattern watermelon seeds, good grade; aphrodisiac powder, good grade; light-eating grass species, good grade; leopard print machete, good grade; animal attraction powder 1, good grade. Among them, the light-eating grass seeds and animal luring powder were things that Qi Yuan had never seen before. Name: light-eating grass species, good grade, uses photo-eating flowers, feed on sunlight and have strong phototaxis. When the sun is strong, they can reproduce and expand at super-fast speeds. When there is no sun, they will quickly shrink and become hibernating seeds. Shao, harmful plants, used by, expand very quickly and greatly occupy the environment where other plants exist. This plant reminds Qi Yuan of a plant in the secret realm sunflower. Although they all rely on the sun to survive, sunflowers can convert sunlight into nutrients and feed back to the soil. But the light-eating grass is indeed a harmful plant. Just like its name, it means both feeding on sunlight and eating up other plants. Once in the season with strong sunlight, light-eating grass will multiply indefinitely and occupy the space of other plants. C92 Excellent water python. Perhaps for other survivors, the light-eating grass is useless, and may even affect the growth of crops and cause negative situations. But for Qi Yuan, the light-eating grass is a rare cultivation. Of course, it is not Qi Yuan who cultivates it, but the guardian thorns. As the guardian thorns reach the excellent level, the demand for plant energy is greater, and the demand for quality is also improved. The number of plants around the shelter is small and the quality is low. If you go deep into the forest to find food, you will inevitably encounter danger and easily cause unwarranted disasters. Originally, the guardian thorns would definitely not have a chance to upgrade in a short time. Unexpectedly, such a magical plant was actually opened in the bronze resource box. Convert the inexhaustible sunlight into inexhaustible plant energy. And then comes the high temperature. The temperature will rise rapidly, both the sunshine time and the sunshine intensity will increase significantly. Now in the fog area, the guardian thorns are densely packed, and the appearance is very low. However, now, it is possible to plant light-eating grass mixed with it to increase the appearance and also serve as food for the guardian thorns. If the growth rate of light-eating grass can achieve a clever balance with the absorption rate of the guardian thorns, it will be a great benefit to the development of the shelter. At least, the guardian thorns can grow and reproduce stably for a long time. However, at present, the number of guardian thorns in the fog area is already very dense, and there is no need to increase the number. The light-eating grass provides plant energy, which is mainly used to improve the level of the guardian thorn vine. Try to upgrade as many ordinary guardian thorns to the good level as possible. The light-eating grass gave Qi Yuan too many surprises and fantasies. Next, the animal attracting powder also worked well. Name: animal attracting powder, good grade. Function: attract beasts within a certain range. Introduction: ineffective against rare beasts. The effect of attracting beasts is still very good. Set up traps and then use animal attracting powder to deal with a large number of beasts at the same time. But the disadvantages are also obvious. Once an excellent beast is attracted, the trap cannot be effectively killed, and the consequences will be more troublesome. It seems that things like animal attracting powder should be used with caution. Qi Yuan thought to himself. While thinking, he picked up the remaining items. Snake bone bow, not bad, but I already have a wolf bone bow, the quality is about the same. Ice pattern watermelon seeds, just in time for summer, plant them directly in the bamboo forest. Leopard print dagger? Pretty sexy, but not hip-hugging. Aphrodisiac powder? Good stuff. I wonder if the ironback pig is still good. Use 2 bottles together, the effect is doubled. Second pregnancy becomes 4th pregnancy, 4th pregnancy becomes 8th pregnancy, 8th pregnancy becomes 4th pregnancy. No, wait, Qi Yuan was suddenly stunned, looked at the aphrodisiac powder, and then looked at the animal attractant powder next to it. A grand, righteous, and bright plan was slowly nurtured in the depths of Chuanjia's heart. As soon as he thought of this idea, Qi Yuan felt that his moral points were dropping madly. Hiss. People are so evil, I deserve to die. But, this method is really good. The devil in Qi Yuan's heart finally stepped on the messenger for the 10,086th time. This method is really exquisite. This killing method is definitely stronger than any trap. But, Qi Yuan squinted his eyes and thought, this method can only be implemented by Brother Qin and I, and the benefits cannot be given to others. The next day, everyone gathered at Zhong Maiyun's shelter. The same process as yesterday, it is still to find nearby beasts, then plan the route, and finally clean up. But this time, the situation was a little abnormal. Because there is an excellent beast within 5 kilometers around Zhong Mayun's shelter. It is only 3 kilometers away from the shelter, hiding in a forest pool. Everyone didn't expect that they would encounter an excellent beast directly in the second day of cleaning up the beasts. Although I had expected it, it was my first time to come into contact with an excellent beast, so I was a little nervous. If it was a benchmark, it would be equivalent to the Black Tiger Queen Bee and the Guardian Thorn reaching the excellent level. Qi Yuan suddenly thought, if the Black Tiger Queen Bee and the Guardian Thorn were excellent wild beasts, how could he deal with them? 15 meters high, 1.5 meters thick, like a green dragon Guardian Thorn mother vine, plus a 2-kilometer radius of densely packed Guardian Thorn vines, including 13 good-level Guardian Thorns. Thinking of this scene, Qi Yuan felt his scalp tingling. The Black Tiger Bee colony is also not much better. But now, the number of Black Tiger Bee colonies in Qi Yuan's hands has not reached the number of a normal bee colony. A normal bee colony has at least 5,000 bees, and a larger one can reach tens of thousands. Among the tens of thousands of black tiger bees with poisonous stingers, there are probably several excellent black tiger bees. With this situation, let alone 5 excellent fighters. Even if there are several excellent beasts, they are definitely not their opponents. Therefore, after everyone discussed, they decided to temporarily bypass the excellent beasts. First, clean up the surrounding excellent beasts, and then investigate the situation of this excellent beast. There were not many good-level beasts near Zhong Mayun's shelter, and it took most of the time to clean them all up. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 people gathered around the outside of the forest, staring at a deep pool of water from a distance. The area of the pool is small, with a diameter of about 67 meters. It is calm, and the color of the pool is very dark, with a disturbing blue color, and it is impossible to see the bottom at a glance. Qin Shinjuan watched silently and roughly judged based on the environment. The deep swamp and deep pool are probably snake-like creatures. And there are a large number of climbing plants beside the pool, which can obscure the view. This is also the favorite environment of snakes. But looking at the size of the pool, and the traces left in the soil next to the pool, this snake shouldn't be too big, at least not as big as the one Qi Yuan encountered. The others frowned. Is it another snake? Excellent level anaconda? Zhong Mayun asked softly, what should we do next? Let it out? This place is too close to her shelter, only 3 kilometers away. Whenever this excellent giant python attempted to attack her shelter, she had no time to react and couldn't resist it. So, how can she completely get rid of this anaconda? Why move the shelter and stay away from here? Compared with the two, she hopes that everyone can help her solve this danger. Yang Zhenghe frowned and said, it's best not to act rashly. We probably won't be able to solve it. We agreed to help each other clean up, but when we encounter problems, we want to run away? Are we getting the spiritual arrows for nothing? Zhong Mayun's eyes showed a bit of coldness. Yang Zhenghe glanced at her and didn't take it to heart. If she couldn't make spiritual arrows, she wouldn't be of much value. Qi Yuan spoke at the right time. Don't worry, since the problem has been put in front of you, why don't you give it a try? The issue of excellent beasts, we have discussed it before, is one of the issues we must face. If you run away when you see him, how many times can you run away? This time he appears next to Miss Zhong's shelter. We can choose to stand by and watch. What if you show up next to our shelter next time? I, Qi Yuan, will help you with this. Qi Yuan Dai's awe-inspiring words shocked everyone. Zhao Cheng was in awe, his eyes blazing. Zhong Mayun was grateful and impressed. Yang Zhenghe felt sad and ashamed. Qin Shinjuan was shocked and thought to himself, this little guy is so shameless. C93 giant eel. If he hadn't known the truth, he would have been fooled by Qi Yuan's hypocritical appearance. Qi Yuan definitely wanted to attack this excellent level water python. After all, his purpose was to help other survivors hunt excellent level beasts so as to better understand their true nature. In the end, everyone decided to test the true nature of this giant python. The body of a previously hunted excellent level wild wolf was taken out and dismembered into 3 large pieces, and a strong bloody smell spread around the pool. To increase the effect, a large piece of flesh and blood was directly thrown into the pool. Soon, a large amount of blood spread across the pool, covering it with a layer of dark blood red. After doing some of it, the 5 people hurriedly retreated, far away from the edge of the pool, found a high slope 200 meters away, hid and watched quietly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The water in the pool was still silent, and the surface was extremely calm. What's going on? Qi Yuan whispered softly, turned his head and looked at Qin Shinjuan. Qin Shinjuan understood, took out the beast search scroll, and checked the movement of the water python in the pool. Brother Qin, how is it? After observing for a long time, Qin Jinjuan said, the position of the water python has moved slightly, but the movement is not small. Yang Zhenghe said in a low voice, with the sensitivity of excellent beasts, it is impossible to detect such a big movement. What's the situation? Not hungry? No. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, it has come out. Come out? Qi Yuan raised his hand and pointed to a yellow mud slope behind the pool. Breaking through the muddy area near the bottom, it was blocked by a lot of plants, and the dark mud hole could be vaguely seen. If you don't look carefully, you can't see the specific situation at all. At this time, everyone focused on watching and saw that there was yellow sediment mud rising from the pool below this mud slope, and there were almost invisible bubbles. Due to the distance, the crowd could not see clearly. They could see these because of their good physical fitness. Qi Yuan pointed to the cave entrance and said, see, the mud hole behind the muddy water, the golden reflective place. Following the instructions, the others also saw clearly. Sure enough, they saw the outline of a huge golden triangular head. However, looking at its appearance, although it is very similar to a snake, there are still slight differences. The skin is smooth and shiny, without scales, the head is round, and it likes to live in the mud hole next to the pool. These characteristics are undoubtedly more in line with another creature eel. Zhao Cheng pointed at the golden eel hiding in the mud cave and silently watching the pond, and said, did it find something wrong, so it hid in the dark and waited for us to appear? It should be, we used blood and flesh to fish for it, and it also used the pond to fish for us. Yang Zhenghe looked serious, it's so smart, it has such a complicated thinking, is it still a beast? You can't say that. Qi Yuan shook his head slowly and said in a low voice. Let the others look over, Qi Yuan said calmly, whether it is wild or not depends on your performance tonight. Be serious. Qin Jinjuan shouted, veins on his forehead popped up, and he had the urge to beat him up. The other three were also speechless, feeling that their thinking was polluted. Qi Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, do you have any ideas? How to deal with it? Everyone was silent. After a long time, Qin Jinjuan took the lead in breaking the silence and said, looking at half of the head exposed, it is almost 1 meter long. But considering the body characteristics of the yellow eel, the front part is long and round, and the back end is broken and thin. So the length should be discounted, so the length is about 10 meters. This size is already very amazing. But it is not the first day for everyone to come to the foggy world, and it is not uncommon to see incredible beasts. So this size is still within the acceptable range of everyone. After all, it is an excellent beast, and this size is definitely not excessive. At least it is much smaller than the 50-meter python. Can we win if we go directly? Zhao Cheng asked cautiously. Yang Zhenghe did not speak, but turned to look at Qi Yuan. Qin Jinjuan also glanced at Qi Yuan and said, anyway, the black tiger queen bee is also excellent. Although it is a bit weak, it is not likely to win, but what? Zhong Maiyun asked nervously. This excellent beast settled near her shelter, so among the 5 people, she wanted to deal with this big eel the most. If we really want to fight, we must still focus on the black tiger bee colony, but we may not win, and even if we win, the bee colony will suffer heavy casualties. Qin Jinjuan looked ugly. He participated in the expansion of the bee colony from beginning to end. He knew very well that the process was difficult. Due to various reasons, the bee colony has not been able to expand on a large scale, and the number has remained constant. It is not easy to expand to the current number, and now it is likely to lose most of it. Hearing Qin Jinjuan say this, the others also understood the reason. Whether to take action this time depends on the original intention. Zhong Maiyun was a little anxious. The golden giant eel was next to her shelter and posed the greatest threat to her. Even if it was the worst, she could move the shelter. But moving the shelter was not a simple matter. It was not that everything would be fine just by finding a place. Many issues such as safety, resources, and development prospects all needed to be considered. So she was absolutely unwilling to move the shelter unless it was absolutely necessary. After thinking for a long time, Zhong Maiyun said, Qi Yuan, if you are willing to help me solve the problem, I can pay you 5 spiritual arrows. And, when the beast finally distributes its shares, I don't need my share, I'll give it all to you. Qi Yuan remained silent. 5 spiritual arrows, plus Zhong Maiyun's share, definitely not as bad as the black tiger bee colony. Yang Zhenghe's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, Qi Yuan, if you are willing to help, we can also give you a proper share. After that, he added, if everyone has no objection. The 5 people looked at each other, and Zhao Cheng and Qin Jinjuan also nodded. Everyone understood that sooner or later they would encounter excellent beasts, it was just a matter of time. This opportunity will allow everyone to have a clearer understanding of the excellent beast. If Qi Yuan is willing to take the initiative, they don't mind giving up some of their benefits. Qi Yuan lowered his eyebrows, looked at the ground and thought for a moment, then said, "The excellent spirit arrow belongs to me, and I want half of the corpse. If there is a resource box, let me pick the things first." Yang Zhenghe frowned instantly. "Are you asking for too much? You are the boss, and we will also take action." Qi Yuan did not give in, and directly replied, "If you are injured, you can still compensate. And half a good beast steak, you will not suffer any loss." Yang Zhenghe was speechless. Although he had more than one guardian puppet, he would never sacrifice a good warrior for a larger share. Okay, C94 failed to hunt. Chapter 94 Hunting defeated. After Yang Zhenghe agreed, others had no objections and finally reached a unanimous agreement. This time, Qi Yuan was the main attacker and others assisted in the plan. However, Qi Yuan had already made up his mind to retreat immediately if the situation went wrong. The teleportation scroll was not precious anyway. The swarm can be damaged by up to 30%, otherwise it will run away directly. The 5 people left the hiding place and began to approach the waterhole to implement their action plan. Although the intelligence of excellent beasts has improved, it is still far behind humans. The 5 people chose to take a detour 50 meters away from the water pool to the back of the cave where the giant golden eel was hiding. In order to reduce the damage as much as possible, it is necessary to be fully prepared, especially for the first attack of the sneak attack. The golden giant eel must be allowed to fight. Otherwise, the danger of the excellent beasts would be too high, and the risks to everyone would be too high. As for how to conduct a sneak attack, Qi Yuan thought of 2 options. One is to use good-level spiritual arrows. The second is to use Qin Jinjuan's excellent bomb fruit. Both props are one-time killing props and are powerful. The power of spiritual arrows is slightly weaker, but there are more of them, and multiple arrows can be fired at the same time. Bombs are more powerful, but also more precious and rare. However, today's environment is actually not suitable for bomb fruit, because the swamp forest is too humid, especially near waterholes, where the water vapor is denser. This kind of environment will greatly reduce the threat of bomb fruit. Moreover, the golden eel is hidden in the water, so the bomb fruit must be thrown into the water. Even if it doesn't work, it will be thrown into the mire, and it must be as close as possible to the golden giant eel. If you do this, although the bomb will still explode, the power will be much worse. An excellent level item cannot achieve its maximum effect due to environmental problems, which is really not worth the gain. So in the end, everyone decided to use spirit arrows. Yesterday, a total of 13 spiritual arrows were obtained, and today, numerous beast corpses were obtained. Therefore, the inventory of spiritual arrows is relatively abundant. All 5 of them own bows and arrows, but only Qin Jinjuan's bow and arrows are of excellent grade, while the others are only of good grade. Since Qi Yuan took the lead in this operation, the 2 arrows in the sneak attack were shot by Qi Yuan and Qin Jinjuan. Yang Zhenghe and the others stayed where they were, preparing to attack from behind. Qi Yuan Qin Jinjuan, with the black tiger swarmhound, continued to circle back to the front of the water pool, looking for a suitable shooting angle. Bell Queen. The 2 found a good position, about 50 meters apart from each other, just in front of the left front of the golden giant eel. The 2 of them agreed on a time. Call out. Call out. A few moments at the same time, 2 spiritual arrows, one green and one white, maintained a speed as fast as lightning, piercing straight towards the dark corner of the pool. Base. Base. In the midst of 5 pairs of nervous eyes, 2 spiritual arrows hit the golden head. The white arrow penetrated the mucus-covered head and penetrated the huge golden head. It penetrated more than 15 centimeters and was only 3 centimeters away from the eel's eyes. This arrow was shot by Qin Jinjuan. And the other green arrow, in everyone's shocked eyes, was nailed directly on the eel's eye, and a green smoke suddenly dispersed. Shot in the eye. These 2 spiritual arrows were made from the corpses of saber-toothed wolves and green monster lizards, 2 high-level beasts. One is extremely sharp and extremely penetrating. The other one has strong poisonous properties and has corrosive mental toxins. Qin Jinjuan was worried that Qi Yuan's skills were not good, so he gave Qi Yuan a poisonous arrow that could cause area damage. But I did choose Bai Jian, which has higher technical requirements. But to Qin Jinjuan's expectation, Qi Yuan's arrow actually blinded the golden eel's eye, and the arrow even penetrated into the head through the eye. Hiss, sharp a scream, as sharp as a baby's, instantly came from the pool and echoed throughout the forest. There was a loud bang. The huge golden body lifted up the yellow soil covering it, and all the land within a few meters of it was lifted up. The huge, vigorous and round body twisted upright and flew into the air, splashing a lot of water. The huge golden body is displayed in the sun, emitting a dazzling and bright light. Finally, there was a loud thump and he fell into the pool, leaving half of his body exposed in the water. Good opportunity. Qi Yuan looked at this shocking scene, but immediately seized this opportunity. When the giant golden eel was in extreme pain, it was struck hidden again. Under the command of Qi Yuan, the black tiger bee queen led 7 good-level black tiger bees, and a 600-number black tiger bee swarm sprang out from the surrounding woods and rushed towards the golden giant eel with a clear goal. All the black tiger bees, under the command of the black tiger bee queen, quickly pierced the back spine of the golden eel with their poisonous needles, trying to get a large amount of toxin into the body. However, this is an excellent beast after all. The giant golden eel reacts very quickly. The moment it was attacked, its muscles tensed up and the poisonous needle was shattered. In fact, even the poisonous stingers of high-grade black tiger bees cannot penetrate the surface of the golden eel's skin. Not to mention the regular level black killer bee. At the same time, the huge body that fell into the lake rolled violently, like the death roll of a crocodile, smashing large pieces of black hornets to the ground. There is no skill, it all relies on the huge body and powerful strength. Even the strong wind caused by the tumbling blew the black tiger bees into pieces. The black tiger bees screamed, and the bodies of black tiger bees were everywhere in the mud, the pool, and the grass. Even the black tiger bee queen did not have a good end. The slightly bloated body was slapped away by the powerful force of the golden giant eel's tail. Bang hit the stone. Qin Jinjuan's hunting dog was dispatched and quickly joined the battlefield. However, because the battle environment was in the pool, it did not play a big role. Qi Yuan looked at the hiding place of Yang Zhenghe and the other two, and found that there was no sign of attack, and his eyes became cold. But the next moment, 2 arrows were shot at the golden giant eel at the same time, and the powerful force exploded on the eel's body. These 2 arrows were shot by Qin Jinjuan and Zhong Maiyun. No matter what attitude Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Cheng have, or what they think, Zhong Maiyun will definitely not stand idly by. After all, this golden giant eel is next to her shelter. She is definitely the one who wants to get rid of this excellent golden giant eel the most. And Yang Zhenghe's purpose is very simple. That is to consume Qi Yuan's strength. In his cognition, there is a giant python near Qi Yuan's shelter, so he dare not go out to find resources, and he can't replenish the lost strength. In this case, Qi Yuan's wasted battle strength will be very difficult to replenish. Even if he risks offending Qi Yuan, he will take action. But soon, Zhao Chang also chose to take action, letting the wild wolf come out to cooperate with the hound to attack. The original plan was for the 3 of them to hide behind and attack from behind. But because they missed the time, they didn't have the original miraculous effect now. The effect of the wild wolf is similar to that of the hound, and can only assist from the side. In this battle, except for the sneak attack at the beginning, which was particularly smooth, the subsequent process was extremely difficult, and it can be said that there was no progress. From the first wave, the golden giant eel crushed a large number of black tiger bees with its absolute size advantage, and Qi Yuan had already found that it was impossible to do anything. The sneak attack was successful because of the suppression of IQ. But in terms of absolute strength, the golden giant eel was far ahead of everyone. Just when Qi Yuan was about to retreat, he suddenly thought of something in his mind, stopped his actions, and chose to stay and continue fighting. But he secretly ordered the black tiger queen bee to keep the good level black tiger bees away from the central battlefield as much as possible to avoid losses. Qi Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and his thoughts turned. Since the losses have been heavy, it's better to get some benefits. Regardless of whether this battle is won or not, Zhong Maiyun's favor can be taken first. C95 escape. Although Yang Zhenghe wanted to fish in troubled waters, he couldn't do it too obviously. After all, he couldn't just sit there and watch. So, he soon sent out a guardian puppet to join the battlefield. But given the current situation, it is far from being possible to turn defeat into victory by adding a good level combat force. As soon as the battle started, Qi Yuan saw the difference in strength, but he still wanted to try and test the strength of the excellent level beast. Since he lives in the foggy world, he must face all the disasters here. The excellent level beast is indeed strong, but it is impossible to hide from the excellent level beast forever. This is a hurdle that must be overcome with all efforts. However, when the loss of the bee colony reached 40%, Qi Yuan realized that the battle had completely lost suspense. With the current strength of everyone, it is impossible to deal with this excellent level golden giant eel. The most important problem is the black tiger queen bee. In terms of excellent combat power, the black tiger queen bee was completely unable to match the golden giant eel, and was even crushed and ravaged throughout the whole process. As for the remaining good level beasts, needless to say, they were lucky to have survived until now. Shi Yuan secretly ordered the Black Tiger Queen Bee to retreat slowly, and there was no need to fight to the death. At the same time, the others actually wanted to retreat. Seeing that things were impossible, Qin Zhenjuan turned his eyes to Qi Yuan, and while looking at each other, he slowly shook his head, indicating that there was no need to fight anymore. Qi Yuan nodded, and at the same time waved his hand towards the other people, making a retreat gesture. Zhong Maiyun quickly evacuated the battlefield and rushed to the shelter. The other two recalled their own wild wolves and guardian puppets, and used the teleportation scroll to return to the shelter. Qi Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan had already prepared to evacuate, summoned back the hunters and bees, and returned to the shelter. Since then, the first action against the excellent beast ended in a crushing defeat. Except for the arrow Qi Yuan shot at the beginning, which blinded the right eye of the golden giant eel, there was no further achievement. Even the poison of the Black Tiger Queen Bee had little effect on it. The physical fitness and poison resistance of the golden giant eel were beyond imagination. Until the end of the battle, except for the injured right eye, the rest of the injuries of the golden giant eel were not even skin injuries. Its overall strength was so strong that it was frightening. After returning to the shelter, Qi Yuan sat quietly on the chair in the living room. After calming down, he immediately began to count the losses of the Black Tiger Bee colony. It turned out that the casualties were more serious than he had imagined. 600 Black Tiger Bees were sent out to fight, 300 were killed or injured, and even one good-level Black Tiger Bee was lost. The battle lasted only a few minutes. And except for the first wave of attacks, Qi Yuan was conscious of not letting the bee colony fight hard in the later battles. But there were still a lot of losses. This part of the loss was almost instantaneous. Qi Yuan frowned and touched his body. He had already analyzed this battle in his mind. The Black Tiger Queen Bee is still too weak. Or rather, the bee colony is really too weak. If this time, the battle with the golden giant eel is to protect the thorns, the result will definitely be different. Qi Yuan calculated in his heart. If it was Guardian Thorn that took action, relying on its huge body, it would definitely be able to fight back and forth with the golden python, or even suppress it. The main reason for this failure is that no one can withstand the attack of the golden giant eel. This is unlikely to happen with Guardian Thorn because it is even bigger. If other Guardian Thorn vines are added to assist, the winning rate of Guardian Thorn will be greatly improved. Ha! Qi Yuan let out a long breath and muttered to himself, although there are some losses, it is finally possible to understand the strength of the excellent beast. Although it is very strong, it is not completely helpless. By the way, I also earned a favor from Zhong Maiyun. The Spirit Arrow. It is really a magical weapon that can fight to support the enemy. Why did Qi Yuan continue to fight even though the defeat was certain? It's nothing more than trying to earn a favor from Zhong Maiyun. Because he heard from Qin Zhenjuan that Zhong Maiyun had bought excellent beast corpses, so she might have an excellent spiritual arrow. And with her accumulation, she must have a good spiritual arrow in her hand. Thinking of the spiritual arrow, Qi Yuan suddenly recalled the arrow he shot before. That arrow directly hit the right eye of the golden giant eel. According to my usual level, it shouldn't be so accurate. Qi Yuan was a little surprised. Now thinking back, but the moment I picked up the spiritual arrow and drew the bow to shoot it, it was almost as if there was a divine help. The spiritual arrow almost completely obeyed Qi Yuan's will, and hit the right eye of the golden giant eel at a nearly perfect angle. Feeling strange, Qi Yuan took out the wolf-bone bow from his backpack and took out an ordinary wooden arrow at the same time. In the same posture, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. A beam of light shot out like lightning at lightning speed. The same style, the same exquisite technique, the same easy capture, the same unparalleled elegance. The arrow brushed past the target, and after it was shot into the pond, it was nailed on a fish. Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu, who were standing by, were immediately wide-eyed. Amazing! I thought the boss was going to shoot the target, but he didn't expect the target to be a fish. Indeed. But, the boss shouldn't be able to see the fish in the pond at that distance, right? You can still hit even if you can't see it. That's amazing. Really? Qi Yuan frowned, put away the bow and arrow in his hand, and thought to himself, accurate at the critical moment, that's the real accuracy. Unlike some men, who fail at the critical moment. Look at yourself, which arrow? How loud was the shot of the golden giant eel? It flew into the sky. After this failure, Qi Yuan planned to postpone the plan to clean up the beasts. After all, he suffered heavy losses this time. If he went back immediately, it would inevitably arouse suspicion from others, so it would be better to rest for a few more days. Besides, he could also discuss other plans. He had both aphrodisiac powder and beast luring powder. It was enough to set off a feast that swept the entire forest. But before that, some preparations needed to be made. The number of black tiger bee colonies has dropped to more than 600 again, and their strength has been discounted. If they cannot recover as soon as possible, the black tiger queen bee will be almost half useless. Qi Yuan took out the mist survival manual and found Qin Jinjuan. Qi Yuan, brother Qin, can you help me see if there are still black tiger bee colonies around your shelter? Qin Jinjuan quickly replied, is the loss this time big? It's okay, but it takes too long to restore the number of bee colonies by hatching and breeding. I want to see if there are any ready-made bee colonies. Okay, I'll help you check. Minutes later, Qin Jinjuan replied. Qin Jinjuan, there are 2 bee colonies, both of good quality, but it is not clear what species they are. You can come and see for yourself. Qi Yuan thought for a long time and replied, okay, but I will go there tomorrow to let the bee colonies recover. C96 spring water concentrate is for why he went there. Qi Yuan was planning to improve the strength of the bee colony. The 4th water milk has been harvested. Needless to say, the value of water milk allows Qi Yuan to directly break through from ordinary level to good level. This is also the best use of water milk. Generally speaking, ordinary level creatures can only improve their strength by eating good level food. Because the energy of excellent level food is too high, the body of ordinary level creatures may not be able to bear it, and cannot absorb it efficiently. As a result, the speed of strength improvement is very slow. But water milk is a special case. Because water milk is the essence of spring water, the molecules are smaller, the energy is pure, and it is easy to absorb at low temperature. Maybe for excellent level and rare level creatures, water milk can be said to be useless. But for ordinary level creatures, water milk is a real artifact. Qi Yuan still filled a bathtub with hot water, and then put the water milk in it to dissolve. As always, milky white water vapor rose up and filled the entire bathroom, which was like a fairyland for a while. Qi Yuan stretched out his hand and felt the concentration of spiritual energy in the water, and found that the concentration was still relatively high. So, Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu brought a wooden barrel from the living room, filled the barrel with 1/3 of clean water, and then added 2/3 of water emulsion diluent. Reduced the concentration of spiritual energy in the water to the level that ordinary black tiger bees can bear. Although they are both ordinary, it must be admitted that small creatures of this size are indeed much weaker. Normally, it is also ordinary. It would not be too difficult for an ordinary wild wolf to deal with 50 black tiger bees. This is because the black tiger bee is a special species, and it is also a giant among bees, and it is also highly toxic. If it is an ordinary tree bee, its strength will only be weaker. It is precisely because of its small size and weak strength that compared with normal-sized beasts, they need less spiritual power to upgrade. Qi Yuan realized that it was a bit of a waste to put the good level upgrade scroll on the black tiger bee, because their individual strength is too weak. The black tiger bee colony still relies on numbers after all. Qi Yuan put all the mixed water emulsion dilution into the wooden barrel, filling up 18 barrels. He moved all 18 barrels of spiritual liquid to the yard, and then summoned the remaining 600 black tiger bees. Not knowing the effect of the spiritual liquid, Qi Yuan asked one of the ordinary black tiger bees to fly into the water emulsion dilution. However, its IQ was obviously not high, and it rushed straight into the water. Its wings were stained with water, and after a few flutters in the water, it actually sank directly. Qi Yuan was speechless for a moment, and hurriedly fished it out. He gently squeezed his index finger and thumb, and the little black tiger bee sprayed a lot of liquid, and woke up slowly. Qi Yuan realized that even the superior black tiger bee queen was not smart, let alone the ordinary black tiger bees, they were all stupid. It was no different to let them take a bath by themselves or jump into the river to commit suicide. He could only ask Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu for help, pinching their heads with their fingers and immersing their bodies in the water emulsion diluent. The first time they were baptized by the water emulsion diluent, the black tiger bees, like Qi Yuan at the beginning, were swept by a strong burning sensation all over their bodies. The black tiger bees soaked in water made a rapid and piercing chirping sound, and their black and yellow wings frantically flapped. Even if Qi Yuan gave them orders, they didn't do much. But Qi Yuan was not too worried. Since they had such a reaction, it just happened to show that the water emulsion diluent had an effect on them. 15 minutes later, the first black tiger bee finally appeared. After a long and painful struggle, it broke through to the good level with a sharp cry. The size of the black tiger bee immediately doubled, reaching the size of an adult fist. The armor became harder, and the stinger became more terrifying. Success! Qi Yuan showed a happy expression, as expected. Compared with independent beasts of their own size, the small black tiger bee is easier to break through the level limit. Of course, the defect is also very obvious, that is, the individual strength of the black tiger bee is weak. With the first successful case, Shi Yuan is more confident in the improvement of his black tiger bee. As time passed, one by one, the black tiger bee broke through the limit of the ordinary level and reached the good level. However, an accident also happened in the process. Among the 20 black tiger bees that have been impregnated so far, 2 of them exploded and died because they could not withstand the strong energy of the water emulsion diluent. Shi Yuan checked and found that it was not because of other reasons, nor was it because they were lazy and did not exercise well. It was because they were born with small bodies and low physical fitness, and they were considered the weakest in the bee colony. In other words, they did not have the qualifications to break through the good level. Shi Yuan had no choice but to select strong black tiger bees as much as possible to avoid this situation. As the number of good-level black tiger bees increased, many barrels of water emulsion diluent had been exhausted and turned into ordinary fresh water. Shi Yuan roughly estimated that a wooden barrel of water emulsion diluent could support about 2 black tiger bees and break through to the good level. Therefore, 18 barrels of water emulsion diluent could finally produce a total of 36 good-level black tiger bees. However, this did not meet Shi Yuan's expectations. You know, the black tiger queen is excellent. Therefore, the strength that the entire bee colony is benchmarking against should also be excellent. But it seems that even 36 good-grade black tiger bees, let alone 360, may not be the opponent of the golden giant eel. However, the water milk can harvest one every 7 days, which means that 36 good-grade black tiger bees can be produced every 7 days. Such a growth rate is actually very impressive, but Shi Yuan still considers whether there is a better way. Finally, he set his sights on the spiritual pond. Water milk is formed by the natural condensation of spring water. Is it possible to purify it? Just guessing will definitely not work. Shi Yuan chose to experiment directly. More than 20 months after the cold wave, spring water has rarely been sold, and most of it is kept for personal drinking. However, every day, 50,100 milliliters will be consciously left. If these are collected, there will be more than 1,500 milliliters. Shi Yuan took it all out, packed it in 3 500 milliliters wooden cups, and put it into the spiritual pond. As the rare-level spiritual pond began to operate, the originally pure spring water began to be further purified and compressed. This process is more complicated and difficult than extracting spiritual power from good-level wood. After 10 minutes, behind the spiritual pond, liquid began to appear in 2 empty cups. One cup was transparent and colorless water, and the other cup was extremely thick mucus. Seeing this, Shi Yuan walked over quickly and reached out to take out the cup of thick liquid to check. This cup was the spring water concentrate obtained after purifying 500 milliliters of spring water, which was only about 5 milliliters. Shi Yuan sniffed the smell and it was very similar to water and milk, and the concentration of spiritual energy was very high. However, the quality of the concentrate was still only excellent, and did not reach the rare level of water and milk. But this was not unexpected. After all, the spiritual pond itself was only a rare-level facility. Although is very strong, it is not strong enough to easily produce another rare resource. However, even if the quality of these spring water concentrates is not as good as rare-level emulsions, it should not be much worse. C97 middleman earns the difference with the attitude of giving it a try. Shi Yuan poured the concentrated spring water directly into an empty wooden barrel. Then, add appropriate amount of water. Add an appropriate amount of water? Shi Yuan's brain suddenly went down. I always felt that something was too normal. But for a moment, it became clear exactly what went wrong. As the clean water is poured into the wooden barrel, the spring water dilution is dissolved. Finally, I got a bucket of spring water again. This, Shi Yuan's mouth twitched, as if he understood what the problem was. I still give up, but what if I get the spring water this way? Call an ordinary level black tiger bee and immerse it in it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Not only did the black tiger bee not make a breakthrough, it didn't even respond. It even drank a spring water, by the way. It seems really useless. Shi Yuan took out the black tiger bee, feeling a little helpless. Sure enough, rare resources are so easy to be artificially created. Shi Yuan was still willing to try again. The spring water is purified again, and the spring water concentrate is fed directly to the black tiger bees. The result is even worse. The high-concentration spiritual liquid was held by the black tiger bee's roots, and it was directly supported by the powerful force until blood oozed all over its body. It didn't take long for it to die of exhaustion. Well, Shi Yuan sighed and finally gave up. The idea of artificially making a rare grade lotion is a bit fanciful after all. But this time I tried, there was no gain at all. At the very least, the quality of the spring water has indeed improved a lot after being purified by Lingmao Pond. If the original spring water is only excellent grade medium quality, the quality of the concentrated spring water should be enough to reach the top level of excellence. Qi Yuan thought to himself, if he puts himself into the spiritual marsh after purification, will he actually be strengthened? Yes. The bigger one is a puddle of rotten meat on the left and a bottle of spiritual fluid on the right. Shaking his head, he threw away his practical thoughts. Qi Yuan tried to sell the spring water concentrate to stores to see how valuable it was. Since the emergence of public stores, Qi Yuan often tries to trade various supplies to the stores. This is also for the purpose of comparison, which resource has a higher ratio of being exchanged for spiritual coins. Although now, there are relatively few items sold in stores and the quality is also high. But no one can say for sure. On a certain day, a few top-notch props suddenly appear? After many experiments, Qi Yuan already has some experience. Some items are obviously useless to use, but the ratio of converting them into spiritual coins is very high. Similarly, there are also some resources that are of great practical use and are very important strategic resources. But the ratio of exchanging spiritual coins for spiritual coins is very low. For example, healing potions. Because the store determines the value of items based on the spirit contained in the items. The more spiritual content, the higher the value. And will consider that the healing potion is life-saving. Of course, these rules only apply to acquisitions. If you buy it from the store, the system also knows the meaning of the item very clearly, and it can definitely be sold at a low price. It's like being a pure profiteer when selling, but pretending to be crazy and acting stupid when buying. Qi Yuan, as usual, traded 1 milliliter of spring water concentrate to the store. 0 danged song. A bunch of spirit coins appeared, the number was around 20 spirit coins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 23. 24. At first, Qi Yuan didn't respond at all, until he counted the 21st one, his expression suddenly changed. Yes, there is something wrong with the number. Why is there too much? 500 milliliters of spring water is turned into 5 milliliters of spring water concentrate, and 1 milliliter is traded to the store, which is equivalent to 100 milliliters of spring water. Qi Yuan's mind quickly turned around. The price of 100 milliliters of spring water should be 20 spiritual coins. How come? There are 4 more coins. Qi Yuan was confused and immediately tried again, using the same 1 milliliter spring water concentrate. After deliberately making sure that the number was correct, Qi Yuan chose to exchange it. 0 bang bang. 1, 2, 3, 23. 24. Still 2 4 pieces. Qi Yuan calmed down instantly. Immediately take out 100 milliliters of spring water and trade it to the store. 20 spirit coins. Qi Yuan's eyes were calm and he was not dazzled by the surprise, but calmed down and continued to think and try. What's the reason for this? Qi Yuan said to himself. But in fact, he already has the answer in his heart. Spiritual marsh pond. However, he still needs more verification. Exchange 10 units of good grade wood to the public store. Bite. 1 spirit coin. Then pass 10 units of wood through the spiritual swamp to extract high-grade spiritual liquid. Redeem again to the public store. System prompt, if it is greater than 1 spirit coin and less than 2 spirit coins, please exchange it. If you redeem it, you can only get 1 spirit coin. Really? Qi Yuan already roughly understood, and took out 100 units of good grade wood and exchanged it for the public store. Soon, there were 12 more spirit coins in front of him. After purification through the spiritual marsh pond, I got 20% more spiritual coins? Qi Yuan touched his chin and fell into thinking. In fact, it is not uncommon to increase the value of items and obtain a lot of spiritual coins. Many items, according to the manufacturing scroll, will have a slight change in value after they are made into finished props. Just like the time potion, the price of tree roots, flesh and blood essence, and spring water alone is not as high as that of the healing potion. Qi Yuan has also thought about the reasons. There is a high probability that after a series of manipulations, the quality of the spiritual energy in the healing potion is higher than the original material. Yes. Higher quality spiritual energy? Thinking of this, Qi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up and he understood the reason. It seems that when public stores determine the value of items, they don't just look at the total amount of spiritual energy. The quality of the spiritual energy is equally important and the standard of evaluation is the same. The use of Lingmao pool is to extract the spiritual energy from the resources, then purify and compress it. In this way, there is a good way to earn spiritual stones. The more Qi Yuan thought about it, the more his eyes grew. Passing the spirit marsh pond can increase the spirit coins by 20%. If other survivors can exchange the required resources into spirit coins for me, then I will use the spirit marsh pond to purify them and then exchange them. Get 75% extra profit from the spirit coins. To put it simply, if someone brings 10,000 good grade wood, Qi Yuan used the spirit marsh pond to purify it and then exchanged it for 1,200 spirit coins. By returning 1,050 spirit coins to others, Qi Yuan earned a net profit of 150 spirit coins. A set of price differences for pure middlemen. While others get more spirit coins, Qi Yuan also gets the spirit coins for free, a win-win situation. However, if you want to reach this kind of deal, you must have a close relationship or someone to guarantee it. Otherwise, no one would feel comfortable trading a large amount of resources to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan expected that he would shout everywhere, "Just give me goods worth 1,000, and I will pay you back 1,050 immediately." Most people will regard it as a pyramid scheme scam. It is indeed feasible to start this business. Just take a picture slowly if you need it. Qi Yuan first thought of the target, Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Chang. They are all leaders of one party, and they follow a group of allies. If they are willing to be a guarantee, ask people in the alliance to hand over the materials to Qi Yuan for exchange, and then give them more spiritual coins in return. Confirm this business and make a lot of money. See 98 Basement Ice Cellar. If it can be implemented smoothly, the 30,000 spirit coins needed to upgrade the shelter to level May 5 be collected quickly. Exchange resources worth 150,000, and you can get an extra profit of 30,000. After making up his mind, Qi Yuan immediately took out the Mist Survival Manual and contacted several people. Let's start with Qin Jinjuan. This kind of good news must be told to this big brother first. Qi Yuan, brother Qin, from now on, if you exchange spiritual coins, give me your resources and I will exchange them for you. Qin Jinjuan? Qi Yuan truthfully told Qin Jinjuan about the effect of the spirit marsh pond on increasing the value of resources and exchanging more spirit coins. Qin Jinjuan was stunned for a long time before replying, 20% increase? That much? Qi Yuan, yes, brother Qin, if you know anyone, you can also help me promote it. But if you want to talk to others, just say that they will get 5% more of their spiritual coins. Qin Jinjuan, okay, I'll help you solicit customers. Soliciting? Qi Yuan was in high spirits and didn't pay much attention to Qin Jinjuan's bad choice of words. Next, he found Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Chang. Yang Zhenghe, are you serious? Give me 8% back? Qi Yuan, yes, if you don't believe it, just take a small amount at a time. Yang Zhenghe, okay, I'll think about it. Zhao Chang, 5% back? Is it 100 for you and 105 for me? Qi Yuan, yes. Zhao Chang, brother Qi Yuan, how did you get into this business? To be honest, I've been in this business before, but it's not easy to cheat now. The risk is high. The profit is not that good either. It's not as good as starting a group chat, casino. Unspoken female ally. Making money by doing pyramid schemes. Open a casino. Qi Yuan really wanted to step on Zhao Chang's head and ask, what else have you done while riding a horse? Qi Yuan, I mean it seriously. Zhao Chang, you can't do this. At that time, I always gave 1 back to 10. Qi Yuan, Zhao Chang, brother Qi Yuan, I still have someone in the bath. Qi Yuan closed the chat channel. It was okay if he didn't earn the money. Let's start with Yang Zhenghe for the time being and see if Yang Zhenghe is willing to try it. After the first attempt, the business will be easy to do after that. The rebate he gave Yang Zhenghe was 8%, and the specific transaction details were handled by Yang Zhenghe himself. As for whether Yang Zhenghe gives 3%, 4%, or 5% to others, it is up to Yang Zhenghe to decide. Yang Zhenghe is a smart man. Once he tries it and tastes the benefits, he will naturally understand the huge benefits. Even if he accounts for 1%, it is still an extremely huge number based on the huge spiritual currency base. But no matter what, Qi Yuan himself will definitely earn the most. I hope Yang Zhenghe can do well. Don't let me down. Qi Yuan's eyes were full of love and he murmured to himself. He suddenly felt that Yang Zhenghe still loved him. Not like the mentally retarded Zhao Chang. With money available to upgrade the shelter, Qi Yuan's mood also improved. Even the depression of losing today's battle has dissipated a bit. During the free time, Qi Yuan was not idle either and just happened to check the situation in the shelter. All the decisions Qi Yuan made, whether it was hunting wild beasts or earning spiritual coins, actually had one purpose. That's survival. And the foundation of survival is this shelter. Qi Yuan first checked the production status of ice cubes in the basement. Thanks to the hard work of guarding thorns day and night, the number of ice blocks has increased significantly, exceeding 500 blocks. Now there is no snow in the foggy area, and it has all been transported back from the forest outside. Generally speaking, the prepared ice cubes were transported by Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu in storage boxes and stacked in the basement. Qi Yuan also has clear regulations on the placement of ice cubes. Qi Yuan had imagined the pattern of ice cubes in the basement many times, and had gone through many rectifications before finally finalizing it recently. The basement is 120 square meters in total. Qi Yuan used ice cubes to divide it into 5 rooms, each room is 20 square meters. In the end, 20 square meters of space were left as passages. Now, the outlines of 3 rooms have been built in the basement, but the interior is not yet filled with ice. At the same time, because Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu are both women and not tall, the igloo has no ceiling. The overall look is relatively crude. Qi Yuan couldn't help but frown. The weather was getting warmer and faster now. Although the temperature is still below zero, no one knows whether it will suddenly heat up. Once the ice and snow completely melt, where can we find so much ice to escape the heat? Qi Yuan was anxious, but he had no good solution because there were too few manpower. Although it is said that the guardian thorns are used to create ice cubes, the efficiency is so low that no one can use it at all. Qi Yuan began to think about cutting ice directly from the river. The scope of the foggy area covers part of the river, and Guardian Thorns is fully qualified to obtain ice from the river. This idea, by giving it to the Guardian Thorn, can be regarded as reducing its workload, and it might even thank itself. At the same time, keeping the ice cubes stable is also a very important issue. But this problem has actually been mostly solved. Qi Yuan had already begun to prepare for the coming high temperature a long time ago, so he purchased a lot of ice crystals from Zhao Chang. It is worth mentioning that for a while, Qi Yuan asked for the purchase of charcoal, all of which was paid for by Bing Jing. But Zhao Chang did not agree. Obviously, Qi Yuan's special behavior also made him suspicious, so he also started to collect ice crystals. Qi Yuan was willing but unable to do so. After all, he bought it from others, so it would be hard not to be noticed. What if Zhao Chang really asked, "Why collect so many ice crystals?" Could he still say, "I am the Ice Emperor, and I will restore my previous magic power"? If you offer 5 million ice crystals, I will accept you as my disciple? Who else would believe such words except a fool? Would Zhao Chang believe it? What Zhao Chang said, he seemed to be able to believe it. Well, even if he believed it, he couldn't come up with 5 million ice crystals. In fact, the number of ice crystals Qi Yuan obtained in these days has exceeded 750. Name, ice crystal, good grade, function, ice crystals bred in extremely cold places can release cold air. When the stored ice energy is used up, it turns into ordinary ice. Introduction, crystals bred in extremely cold lands. Each ice crystal is about the size of a palm, with a flat hexagonal surface, which looks like a work of art. The surface temperature of the ice crystal is actually not low, about 0 degrees, but the temperature inside it is more than 80 degrees below zero. Therefore, the ice crystal can emit icy air for a long time. Qi Yuan froze all the ice crystals inside the ice, which can not only reduce the speed of the ice crystal cold air, but also provide a lower temperature for the ice in the basement. Nowadays, the temperature in the basement is maintained at -2030 degrees for a long time, so that the ice will not melt. A simple balance is maintained between ice crystals and ice blocks, allowing each other to be stored for a longer time. However, Qi Yuan still feels that more than 750 ice crystals are still too few, and he must ask Zhao Chang to buy more. It would be best to obtain ice attribute resources with higher quality than ice crystals. See 99 Autistic Big Black Fat Man Chapter 99. The autistic black fat man 3 kilometers east of Zhou Maiyun's shelter, the pool where the golden eel is located. As the crowd dispersed, the golden eel calmly lurked back into the water. On the messy grass nearby, a dark green sphere with a green arrow inserted in it was thrown casually. The dark green toxin has begun to invade the entire eyeball, dyeing the scarlet blood green. This sphere is the right eye shot by Qi Yuan. With the strong physique of the golden eel and its abnormal antitoxin ability, the toxin in the eye can actually be suppressed. It's just that the injury is too deep. Even if the toxin is suppressed, the eye cannot restore normal vision, so it was directly abandoned by the golden eel. In the muddy swamp of the pool, a huge golden figure was hiding deep in it, curled up in the brown mud, and the body rubbed against the wet soil to make a dull sound. A cold gaze slightly opened and closed, staring at a certain direction. There, it was Zhong Mayun's shelter. In Qi Yuan's shelter. Qi Yuan walked into the basement, explained Chu Shi and Zhou about the ice, and was about to go to check the situation of guarding the thorn seeds. When passing by the fireplace in the living room, he suddenly saw a huge and fat black figure, with half a piece of plasticine stuck on his buttocks, facing the fireplace, his head against the stone of the fireplace, motionless. Black fat man? Qi Yuan looked over strangely. Under normal circumstances, the black tiger queen bee sleeps leisurely by the fireplace with its belly facing up. I don't know what happened today, it has been standing here. Tried to talk to the black tiger queen bee, but there was no response. Qi Yuan called Chu Shi and asked, "Do you know what he is doing?" Chu Shi shook her head and said, "I don't know. Hai Hei has been like this since he came back today. He has been in this position for more than half an hour. Does he usually do this? He usually sleeps in many different positions, but this is the first time I've seen him in this position." Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, "Is he courting?" Look at him sticking his butt out. Chu Shi was full of black lines on his face. Hai Hei is a male. Look at this position, he must be in a bad mood and is facing the wall to reflect on his mistakes. Ah! Qi Yuan was stunned and found that he was indeed facing the wall to reflect on his mistakes. He walked forward and pulled the wings of the black tiger queen bee, and found that he had no reaction at all. He patted his sticking butt, but he didn't respond at all. Did she get injured during the fight with the golden eel? Seeing the black tiger queen bee like this, Qi Yuan was a little nervous. Qi Yuan used both hands to pull the bee off the wall, and the black tiger queen bee fell down and lay on the ground on her back. This reaction scared Qi Yuan even more. What's wrong with her? Her body is stiff? Qi Yuan nervously checked the black tiger queen bee and found some tiny cracks on the black armor and some damage to the wings, which looked uninjured. But he didn't see any serious injuries. Could it be an internal injury? Qi Yuan thought to himself. As he looked around, Qi Yuan suddenly saw 2 lines of tears slowly falling from the dull eyes of the black tiger queen bee. From his weak consciousness, Qi Yuan vaguely felt that his inner extremely complex emotions were mixed with sadness, resentment, dissatisfaction, anger, helplessness, sadness, frustration. At this moment, Qi Yuan finally understood. This black fat guy seemed to be autistic after being beaten. In other words, it was Jade. Looking at the black tiger queen bee lying on the ground with dull eyes, sad and lonely expression, and stiff body, Qi Yuan wanted to laugh for a while but couldn't. The black tiger queen bee, who had simple wisdom, was obviously very concerned about the defeat in this battle. Both of them were excellent beasts, but he was pressed to the ground and rubbed wildly, without any ability to resist, and he was even outnumbered. Although Qi Yuan did not make sarcastic remarks or despise him this time, his self-esteem was still severely hurt. Qi Yuan tried to communicate with him and found that besides sadness, he had another extremely strong thought. Reproduction. Black tiger bees are a unique bee colony in the Misty World. Their social form, lifestyle, and reproduction are very different from those of bees on Earth. When sending the eggs to the incubator. During the incubation, Qi Yuan had learned about the structure of the bee colony and found that they were not a matriarchal society. Most of the bee colonies on Earth are matriarchal. The queen bee of the bee colony on Earth is responsible for reproduction. After mating with drones from other places, she can obtain sperm and store sperm in her body. The queen bee itself has no strong fighting ability except for the ability to reproduce, and exists purely for reproduction. And the queen bee's reproductive ability is limited. Often after 35 years, the remaining energy will decrease, and a new queen bee will be selected and cultivated. However, this kind of bee colony structure is not suitable for the bee colonies in the Misty World. Because the Misty World has spiritual energy, there are countless dangerous beasts. If the bee colony wants to survive in such a dangerous environment and deal with various beasts above the good level, it has to absorb spiritual energy and improve its own strength. The improvement of strength and wisdom allows the bee colony to change the bee colony state of the matriarchal society and transform into a social form dominated by strength. This social form evolution is very similar to the evolution of human society. As for why the matriarchal society was formed, the main reason is that women play a very important role in reproduction. However, as the needs of life increase, the demand for food increases, and physical labor such as fighting and hunting gradually occupy the mainstream of life. From then on, the status of males began to rise. There are similarities in the bee colonies, but there are different reasons. But the most fundamental issue is the physical problem. The choice of queen bees in the bee colonies in the Misty World has nothing to do with gender, but only with physical strength. Whether it is a female bee or a male bee, the queen bee must be the strongest one in the bee colony. If the queen bee is male, there will be a group of female bees in the bee colony responsible for mating with the queen bee. Vice versa, if the queen bee is female, there will be a group of male bees in the bee colony responsible for reproducing offspring with the female queen bee. Generally speaking, only the queen bee is qualified to reproduce offspring. Because for survival and better development of the population, the bee colony will definitely let the best bloodline reproduce. The best bloodline naturally refers to the strongest queen bee bloodline. As the strongest and most excellent queen bee in the black tiger bee colony, the black tiger queen bee. He is a real man and has 3,000 beauties in the harem. However, after being tamed, without the survival crisis, his lifestyle is very lazy. It has lasted for more than half a month without entering the harem, working hard for the reproduction of the population. The 2 batches of black tiger bees hatched in the hatchery were all reproduced by the black tiger queen bee when she was at the good level. After breaking through to the excellent level, the black tiger queen bee has never visited the harem, so she has not produced any offspring yet. The position of the crown prince of the Eastern Palace was undecided, and the queen mother of the harem had not been appointed, which led to unrest in the bee colony and panic among the officials, seriously affecting the development of the bee colony. See 100 Black First Emperor. But after this battle, the bee colony was defeated, the country was unstable, the government and the people were in turmoil, people's hearts were unpredictable, and they couldn't sleep or eat. It was really a chaotic situation. The black tiger queen bee finally learned from her mistakes and decided to change her past. Shouting, "The thieves are in power, there is no datong anymore, that is really what I want. The life of mediocrity must end here, establish the heart of the saint, inherit the will of the martyrs, and build a great cause. Establish a heart for the world, establish a life for the people, inherit the unique knowledge of the saints, and open peace for all. For my great black bee dynasty, establish this foundation of 10,000, in the dynasty. The first bee emperor Dahe, I am the first bee emperor. After that, I will count them, 2, 3, 10,000, and pass them on endlessly." Feeling the magnificent ambitions of the black tiger bee queen, it is like the Milky Way hanging down from the sky, like a dragon tumbling from the sea, and like the hegemony that is rampant and rampant. Shi Yuan's emotions could not help but be affected, and he looked at the big black fat man with new eyes. Qin Emperor, Han Wu, Tang Zong and Song Zhu, are they also of the same kind? To count the heroes, look at me, the big black fat emperor. Dahe, whatever you think, just do it, I support you. The big black fat man's eyes were burning, and his ambition was like a raging fire, spreading wantonly. From the consciousness transmitted back, Shi Yuan vaguely felt that the black tiger bee queen was shouting, "Let my descendants spread all over the heavens." Under Shi Yuan's gratified and admiring gaze, the black tiger queen bee walked out of the living room and strode towards the hive. At this moment, her bloated back was surprisingly tall and majestic. The wind was whistling and the river was cold, and the hero left and returned with determination and tragedy. The light coming in from the door stretched the figure of the black tiger queen bee infinitely, and in the dim sunset, it added a heroic atmosphere, and in the sky a bleak black spot was left at the end. The mottled past, at this moment, in the long river of history, was slowly erased. Hobie, it is known that in the past, there was a black emperor who crossed the sky, relying on his own strength, shocking the heavens and fighting for the people of the future. Until the figure completely left, the voice echoed. "Boss, why did Dahe go out? Its legs are not as long as its butt." Chu Wensi asked in confusion. "This is a man's romance, you know nothing." Next, the black tiger queen bee was indeed diligent and began to develop her own bee colony seriously. Not only did she expand the entire hive several times, but she also began to manage other good-level black tiger bees and collect honey more attentively. Although, usually, tree bees help collect honey as a backup energy source for the black tiger bee colony. But the tree bees are too low-level, and the quality of the collected honey is far inferior to that collected by the black tiger bee colony itself. In order to provide sufficient and high-quality food for the newly born bee eggs, the black tiger bee colony decided to collect it by themselves. Most of the pollen juice is collected from the rare-level Yunchi bamboo forest and the good-level guardian thorns, so the quality is very high. Black tiger queen bees are excellent and above in the future. The quality of the first batch of bee eggs will be better than that of the good-level bee eggs. Whether it is the initial physical fitness or the potential for later improvement, it will improve with the improvement of the black tiger queen bee. The changes in the black tiger queen bee made Qi Yuan very pleased, and it was like a child who had grown up. It has been confirmed that tomorrow, I will go to the vicinity of Brother Qin's shelter to conquer a new bee colony, hoping that the black tiger queen bee can give. However, relying on the strength of the black tiger bee colony, it is still easy to conquer 2 good level bee colonies. For example, in the bee colony, there are more than 600 ordinary black tiger bees and 50 good level bees. The strength can be said to be very strong, which is definitely not comparable to the good level bee colony. The next morning, it was just dawn. Shi Yuan was ready to go, bringing with him some leek black tiger queen bees and all their bee colonies. Putting the bee colonies in the back of the second hand, Shi Yuan directly teleported through the teleportation array. A few seconds later, Shi Yuan appeared in Qin Jinjuan's shelter. When he came out, he was just in the living room. The layout of the shelter was similar, with houses built with high-grade coal and wood, and basements and yards of the same size. In the living room, Qin Jinjuan had already put on his equipment and was ready to go. Next to the fireplace in the living room, there was a space surrounded by wooden fences, about 15 square meters. Inside the fence, there was also a little soft padding to prevent bumps and falls. At the same time, and there are many cute toys. There are wooden blocks, dolls woven with rattan, and even some gadgets from resource boxes that are useless to other survivors. In the fence, a delicate little girl, wrapped in a lot of thick clothes, is playing inside. From the appearance of the clothes, they are not particularly fit. Because they are all adult clothes, cut and trimmed, and then sewn into children's size clothes. The little girl was playing, and suddenly saw that there was an extra person in the living room. She immediately turned around and looked over with some vigilance. When she saw the appearance of the person, she immediately showed a look of joy and greeted, "Uncle Qi, good morning." Qi Yuan smiled and responded, "Hello, classmate Qin Xiaodong." As he spoke, he took out a water cup made of yunqi bamboo from his pocket and gave it to the little girl. Then he teased her again, causing the little girl to giggle. Although living in the misty world, Qin Jinjuan protected Xiaotong very well and she was not hurt by the terrible disaster at all. Her childhood in the mist world was as happy as when she was on Earth. Play the same, grow the same, learn the same. However, in her usual study, Qin Jinjuan added some courses specific to the mist world. For example, exercise every day, compete with skills, and improve physical fitness. Also learn how to make various scroll items. As well as learning how to survive, understanding the types and characteristics of various beasts, and obtaining information on various plants. Of course, Qin Jinjuan would also take her to learn some cultural classes and mathematics classes. This is a study life unique to the mist world. After playing with Xiaotong for a while, Qin Jinjuan asked her to play by herself and asked her to disturb Qi Yuan again. Afterwards, the two began to chat about things. The two of them talked casually while continuing to check the equipment. Qin Jinjuan said, "There are 2 hives near the shelter, one is 1 kilometer away, and the other is 3 kilometers away. But the distance between the 2 hives is 5 kilometers. So time is tight, we have to set off as soon as possible." Qi Yuan arranged his clothes and asked, "Brother Qin, can you tell the specific type of bee swarm?" The swarms are relatively large, but the overall number is relatively small. They look like tree wasps. In a tree bee nest, the number of hornets is at least 10,000. Hearing this answer, Qi Yuan became more expectant. Quickly getting ready, the two of them went straight out the door. The two selected a target and headed to the hive 1 kilometer away. The scale of this hive is relatively small, with about 2000300 in number. According to the beast search scroll, there are a total of 2 good level bees in the bee colony, which is actually quite strong. Just used to increase the number of bee colonies.